This is Audible.
Blackstone presents The Hunting Ground by Jean Heller. This book is read by Christine Lakin. This book is dedicated to a street kid named Charles, who wandered into my life one day and captured my heart. He was in foster care and separated from a little brother he adored. Yet, he never stopped smiling. I didn't realize it at the time, but Charles planted the seeds for this story. Chapter 1. A midwinter thaw in Chicago had transformed the Dan Ryan Woods nature trails into sucking bogs of wintry sludge. Any misstep could yank off a boot and morph a casual stroll into a frigid mud bath. But the sun was out. The temperature had mounted a frenzied climb into the upper 40s, and the day dictated some quality time outdoors. I had no inkling that a simple woodland walk would hurl me into a personal and professional train wreck. Mark Hurst and I stepped around the worst of the muck, large, soupy brown puddles fringed with sparkling beards of ice. Our progress was slow, but we didn't care. We were out to get some exercise on a nice Saturday in January and let Mark's Irish setter Murphy run off the cobwebs of winter. Watery sunlight filtered through barren trees down to the floor of the sprawling forest preserve deep on Chicago's south side. The trees cast long shadows to the north, elongated silhouettes in haphazard formations falling across the snow crust. The branches looked like the scrawny, outstretched arms of old men, ending in impossibly twisted arthritic twig fingers. Tree shadows, long and sharply defined, were among the sights I cherished most about winter. Had I chosen to be a painter instead of a writer, this was the sort of scene I would put to canvas. Perhaps I would try it someday. The sun's meager heat barely penetrated our layered clothing, but the dark bark of the trees absorbed the scant warmth and radiated it back into the surrounding air. It created circles of snowmelt that girdled the base of each trunk, as though the ground had sunk away with perfect symmetry. Mark and I held hands and listened for the occasional crashing of Murphy's large body as he careened through underbrush, chasing squirrels he would never catch. The fun was in the hunt. The Dan Ryan Woods were named for an early Chicago Democratic machine politician who died in 1923 after serving as the president of the Cook County Board, and little else. But this inner-city parkland paradise, with ball fields and soccer fields at the north end, and wilderness over the rest of its expanse, was a treasure in a part of the city most people associated with gangs and violence. It was an oasis of peace and quiet, and a wonderful way to hike off stress. An assortment of wintering birds, cardinals, nuthatches, chickadees, downy woodpeckers, even a flock of cedar waxwings, feeding on thawing wild berries, went about the business of survival as if we weren't there. It was too early for the onset of their nest-building instincts. Their only concerns this day were finding sufficient food and shelter, not to mention adult bird beverages. The berries wolfed down by the waxwings had fermented on their trees all winter, and more than a few of the birds displayed highly erratic flying behavior. "Somebody should have carded them before letting them in here," Mark said. I grimaced. I hope they don't get hurt. Mark circled me with his right arm and hugged me to his side. We fit together perfectly. He said, "You want to round them up and take them home until they sober up? Make them teeny tiny cups of black coffee and give them a place to sleep it off?" He looked down at me and grinned. "Deuce Mora, famous newspaper columnist, notorious lover of fur and feathers." In my own defense, I replied, "Friends don't let friends fly drunk." "They'll be fine," Mark assured me. "They've been doing this since the species evolved. I don't see little waxwing bodies all over the ground." We moved on and saw 3 coyotes, a species that had spread its range into Chicago in recent years. A red fox paused briefly to scout what we were doing, then evaporated back into the cover of the woods. "Are they any danger to Murphy?" I asked. "Nah," he said. "Murphy's bigger than the wild things. Last year he met up with a coyote down here. One throaty growl from the pup and the coyote amps grade." I inhaled a deep breath of the cold air. "Smell that?" I asked him. "What?" "Rotting leaves and wood smoke. The outdoors." "When I smell wood smoke," he said, "it's usually in combination with toxic fumes, noxious gases, and chemical discharges from burning buildings. Wood smoke lost its charm for me a long time ago." Mark was an arson investigator for the state of Illinois, a man I met the previous fall while working on a story for my newspaper, the Chicago Journal. What was supposed to be a feature turned into a horrific confluence of crimes spanning 6 decades. The reporting nearly got me fired. And killed. That I still had a job and my life was due in part to Mark. "Don't be a buzzkill," I said, acting the gentle scold. "Think fireplaces and wood stoves and romantic campfires." He was about to answer when he was stopped by the exuberance of a large red dog that hurtled from the woods, leaping as if his feathered coat could help him fly. Murphy, layered in mud and snow, skidded to a halt with what looked like a small tree branch balanced in his jaws. In the unlikely event that we hadn't noticed him, he trotted closer. His tail wagged with excitement. His heated breath wreathed his big square head. He set his treasure in front of us. I stopped to pick it up and throw it for him so he could play fetch. "Don't touch it," Mark said with an edge in his voice. As I looked up to ask why, Murphy ducked his head and moved toward the object, probably to nose it closer so we'd get the idea he wanted to play. "Murphy, no," Mark commanded. "Leave it." The dog backed off, head cocked in befuddlement. I stood and stared at Mark, who was transfixed. Now it was his turn to crouch for a closer look. "He wants us to throw it," I said. "What's wrong?" "It's not a stick," he said. "It's a bone, and I'm pretty sure it's human." Chapter 2. It was a little before 3 o'clock, and the sun slid toward the southwest horizon as if it couldn't wait to get to the other side of the world. The temperature skidded with it. Mark and I warmed ourselves in the back seat of a police car while 2 Chicago cops were out with Murphy, trying to find where he discovered the bone. The search had consumed almost an hour with no luck. Mark's truck and the police unit were parked nose to nose along the edge of a beautiful short stretch of street, aptly named South Pleasant Avenue. It divided the Dan Ryan Woods Nature Preserve from the homes of a neighborhood known as Beverly. It was an oasis of genteel living, more in keeping with upscale suburbs than the rough and tumble personality generally ascribed to Chicago's South Side. I could see that the chimneys of some of these homes were the sources of the wood smoke I'd smelled earlier. The terrain around this area wasn't typically Chicago either. Most of the city was pancake flat. Beverly sat atop the Blue Island Ridge, the southern boundary of a region where advancing Ice Age glaciers had scoured out the Lake Michigan basin. When a warming climate melted the glaciers, they left behind mountains of displaced earth and rock called moraines. The area where we sat in the police car rose about 135 feet above my house down in the flatland. This area was as close as Chicago got to a mountain climbing experience. Dr. Anthony Donato, the medical examiner, arrived and took possession of Murphy's treasure. After a cursory look, he confirmed Mark's conclusion. "The bone is definitely human," he said. "It's a femur, a thigh bone, biggest bone in the human body. This one, though, it's small. Small? I asked. Like a child? He nodded. If we find more remains, I could confirm race, gender, age, and approximate time of death. Detectives might be able to match the description with a missing child report. Depending on the ambient conditions where the bone was buried, there might be surviving DNA. Lot of ifs, Mark said. There always are in cases like this, Donato replied. I felt a twinge of gloom. After the past fall, I didn't need more death in my life. You see a lot of cases like this? I asked. The bones of dead children? The ME sighed, and his shoulders sagged a little. He took off his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose. You don't even want to know, he said. Donato had tagged and bagged the bone and placed it in the back of his Chevy Tahoe by the time the cops emerged from the deep woods with a very tired, very dirty Irish setter. One of the men, a brawny sergeant named Ceruto, pulled a memory card from his point-and-shoot camera and dropped it into a small plastic envelope, which he signed and sealed and handed to Donato. You found the site, Donato said. It wasn't a question. He sounded resigned, like a man facing a monumental task he dreaded. Yeah, the cop said. I took pictures of a couple of bones lying out in the open. We found some other items that look like they could be bones, but are still mostly buried. We didn't want to walk through the scene and screw up evidence, so we taped off the whole area. We'll leave a unit here, make sure nobody messes with anything. Not surprising, we saw lots of signs of scavenger activity. We're supposed to get snow early tomorrow, Donato said. I'll have to get techs out here tonight and find what we can while the ground's still exposed. There was nothing more for the police to do at this point but make a report. They had my information and Mark's if they needed to get back in touch. They even had Murphy's name, breed, and age. I had to smile when they asked questions about Murphy. It was an old cliché in the newspaper business, something my first editor always told green reporters before sending them out on their first assignments. Don't forget to get the name of the dog. Most of the time, there was no dog. The message meant to pay attention to the little details. They often moved a story from good to great. Now that Murphy had quit chasing around, he'd gotten cold and tired. Mark toweled him off and put him in a large kennel filled with fleece blankets in the back of his Toyota Land Cruiser. He turned on the engine and the heat to help Murphy warm up while we finished with Donato. Can I watch the dig tonight? I asked the medical examiner. No, Donato said. Can't let you on the site. But if you call me at the office tomorrow, late morning, I might have something for you. We drove north on Western Avenue in the early darkness to my new home in the Pilsen neighborhood of Chicago. While many people choose to live on the north side in the more affluent neighborhoods of the city, the south side in general, and Pilsen in particular, had more appeal for me. Pilsen is an ethnic cauldron, a mix of Mexicans, Italians, Asians, Greeks, Slavs, and Western Europeans. I don't like living in places where everybody looks and sounds like me. I like to be challenged by cultures and beliefs and points of view that differ from mine. The opportunity to do that is one of the many items on the list of things that make Chicago a great city. Finding the bones of a child buried in the woods isn't on the list. Until late fall of the previous year, I had lived in a condominium on South Oakley Avenue. But I decided to move when a Chicago-style bungalow I really love came on the market. It was around the corner from my condo, on West 25th Street between Oakley and Claremont. The price was right, and it had beautiful fenced side and backyards. The interior was newly remodeled, pretty much in the way I'd have done it. That I would buy it was a no-brainer. The block was limited to resident parking by permit. Despite my new 2-car garage, I usually parked on the curb. Half my garage space was filled with boxes and gardening tools and a lawnmower, so there wasn't room for my old Explorer and Mark's Land Cruiser. He didn't have a resident sticker, so he used the garage. When spring came, one of my first projects would be to clean a lot of stuff out of the garage so there would be room for both vehicles. Mark pulled into the garage, and we walked across the yard to the back door, where Murphy could enter through the mudroom. Whoever had built the place in the 1930s had the foresight to put a small bathroom next to the mudroom. It was the only one in the house that hadn't been remodeled, and that was fine, because Murphy was the only one who used it. I left Mark to bathe and dry the dog, while I took care of my cats, Caesar and Cleo. I had adopted them as stray kittens, so young it was impossible to know their genders. The vet thought they might be males, so they became Caesar and Claudius. When Claudius turned out to be a girl, I started calling her Cleo. I figured giving her a gender-appropriate name would be less traumatic for one of us. After they had food and fresh water, I set out to find something for 2 humans to eat. We had talked about going out for dinner, but finding the remains of a dead child had put a damper on my mood. When we ate out in the hood, it was almost always at Bacchanalia or Il Vicinato, first-class Italian restaurants always filled with a jovial bunch of our friends. But jovial wasn't my thing at the moment. So I poured scotch into a tall glass, lots of ice and soda, and sat in front of the fireplace in the living room to wait for Mark. He appeared 45 minutes later with a clean, dry, warm Irish setter. I smiled at them and said to Mark, "Did you close?" "Yes," he said, knowing what was coming. I remembered. It was something of a joke. I had an aversion to leaving the door to that back bathroom open, perhaps because it wasn't very attractive. It had taken me a couple of months to train Mark to close it. "I'm going to feed the pup and let him go to bed," Mark said. "He's pooped." He did a double take toward my scotch. "Where's my drink?" "I didn't know what you wanted," I said. "Beer," he said. "Guess I can struggle to the fridge and open one myself." In the end, we ordered Chinese from a place on West 18th Street that delivered. We sat on the floor at the coffee table facing the fire, our backs against the sofa, and used chopsticks, taking our time. We stared into the fire in silence for long stretches, each lost in uncomfortable thoughts. The food aromas roused Murphy, and he came to check things out. One bite of chicken, and he was done, too tired to eat any more. He jumped on the sofa where the cats were curled up and fell into a deep sleep, replete with snoring. "Is this going to be a column?" Mark asked. "A snoring dog?" "No, the child." "I'm not sure what I'd write. We don't know the age or the race or the gender or the manner of death. If Tony Donato can figure out any of that, then probably yes." I was wondering what to say, and I'm not coming up with anything. "Kind of ruined a perfectly pleasant afternoon," Mark said. I nodded. There was nothing more to add. Chapter 3. Mark's cell phone started playing Great Balls of Fire, the 1957 Jerry Lee Lewis hit, a little after 5 a.m. I knew why Mark had created that ringtone. It's called irony, and it was funny, but not before dawn on a Sunday morning. It meant trouble. An overnight fire had gutted a row of warehouses in Rockford, a city of about 150,000 people, 90 miles northwest of Chicago. Local fire officials suspected arson. Mark was next up on the rotation of inspectors dispatched to fires of suspicious origins. Fire inspectors in Illinois work for the state. They generally work from their homes, and they could be sent anywhere on a case. Mark might be gone for a few hours or a few weeks. He joked that it kept our relationship from getting stale. I promised to check on his condo, pick up his mail, and look after Murphy. I fixed him a thermos of coffee and 2 scrambled egg and pepper sandwiches while he showered and shaved. I reminded him of the snow in the forecast. I told him to be careful and kissed him goodbye. The sky was still dark when he pulled away. I was always melancholy when Mark left town. After the downer of the day before, his departure put me in a funk. So I did what I do when I'm feeling low. I went back to bed. Murphy's bladder woke him, and he in turn woke me a little after 8. I led him into the side yard to take care of urgent business. I would walk him later. The sky was a slate gray overcast that predicted serious snow. It hadn't started yet, and Mark should have arrived in Rockford by now. I hoped he hadn't run into the storm along the way. I also hoped the medical examiner and his forensics team had found evidence of value at Ryan Woods. I would do as Tony suggested and call him later in the morning. Something like the discovery of a child's bones made his presence at the morgue a certainty, even on a Sunday. After 2 cups of coffee, I fixed a bowl of quinoa with a little butter, sliced almonds, Tupelo honey, cinnamon, and a sliced banana. Then I read 3 newspapers, including my own, the Chicago Journal, and felt better. None of them mentioned the bone discovery. My column on the Metro section front was, I thought, a fairly insightful piece on the ongoing problems in the Chicago public schools. Problems for which solutions had been elusive for as long as I could remember. I stared for a moment at the photo of me next to the column and tried to recall when it had been taken. I could see that it was outdated because it showed me with shoulder-length hair. I preferred the longer auburn hair because it better showed off my green eyes. But I had cut the mop back more than a year earlier because it had taken to winding itself into a tangle of curls in Chicago's summer humidity. Even though the short hair got curly too, I like to think it more resembled a style now than a meteorological mugging. In any event, the photo should be updated. Yet, studying it made me smile. In typical Chicago idiom, people often said they recognized me from my picture in a paper. Inevitably, they added, "I didn't know yous is so tall." And I always reminded them it was hard to tell my height from a photo of my face. I guess I should take a moment to introduce myself. My name, as you might know, is Deuce Mora. I'm the lead columnist for the Chicago Journal, and I'm 6 feet tall, just to clear that up. Before you ask, Deuce is my real name. I am the second born of fraternal twins. My father started calling me Deuce in the delivery room, and it wound up on my birth certificate. You could look it up. I don't object to the name, really. It helps people remember me. I used to wonder how my mother felt about it, but I couldn't ask her because she died when I was 7. The firstborn twin was a boy. Dad named him Gary. Go figure. I call my brother Uno. It seems only right. By the time I finished the papers, fed Murphy, and took him for a long walk around the neighborhood, it was nearly 11 and time to call Tony Donato. "I think we found everything there was to find near the surface," he told me when he picked up the phone. "As soon as we can get the equipment in there, we'll run over the area with ground-penetrating radar and see what's farther down." "It's gotten pretty cold. Can you dig when the ground's frozen?" "Yes, but very carefully. Only the top 2 or 3 inches thawed during the warm spell. They're refreezing now. By tomorrow, the ice layer will extend down at least a foot. We'll have to use heavy equipment to work through it, and that gets tricky when you're also trying to preserve evidence under the frost." I asked him what he'd found overnight. "Maybe you'd better come over so I can show you," he said. "It's not good." It didn't take long to get there. The Cook County Medical Examiner's office is on West Harrison in the hospital district, 2.5 miles north of my house. Laid out on one of Tony's stainless steel autopsy tables was an assortment of bones in the positions they would have occupied in a human body before the body decomposed. Set to one side were rags of what, at one time, had been clothing. A filthy, decaying swatch of blue denim, a rag of yellow cotton, a blue sock, 2 Nike sneakers, a child's shoes. But what made my breath catch was the small blue backpack, wet, dirty, and rotting. I turned back to the skeletal remains. Somehow they were easier to contemplate, perhaps because there weren't enough bones yet to look like a person. "Does any of this tell you anything?" I asked. "Some," Donato said. "We found this." From another table, he picked up a convex bone plate. It was part of a skull. A splintered indentation marred the smooth surface. But Donato's attention was elsewhere. Using his pen, he pointed out a squiggly line that ran several inches through the section of skull plate. "This is part of the sagittal suture," he said. "It runs the length of the skull and fuses as we age. If it was completely fused, we'd be looking at someone at least 35. But fusing here isn't close to complete, meaning the skull came from a much younger person. How much younger? I don't know yet. At least, not for sure." "What about that?" I asked, pointing to the indentation. "The way it's caved in, I'd say it's blunt force trauma," Donato said. "Determining what caused the damage would be total guesswork at this point. It's also a guess whether the damage was perimortem or postmortem. That was morgue speak for near the time of death or after death. If the damage happened while the child was alive," Donato added, "he or she wouldn't have lived long." Acid began churning in my stomach. Donato shrugged. "It could have happened in a fall, or any type of accident. Though I have to concede the manner of burial suggests something sinister." He picked up the thigh bone Murphy had discovered. "This is a femur," he said. "As I mentioned yesterday, it's the largest bone in the body, and its length is generally about 25% of the body's height. This one measures 12 inches, which means it belonged to someone about 4 feet tall. A child. If the child was average, he or she would have been 7 to 8 years old. But height is a big variable, depending on things like genetics, nutrition, gender, and so on." "You can't tell if it's a boy or a girl?" "The only certain way to know is through DNA. If I were to hazard a guess, blue jeans, blue socks, blue backpack, I'll say boy to me." He turned the skull plate over several times in his hand. "If we locate enough of the skull, we can build a computer likeness of what the child might have looked like. But we don't have enough yet. The jaw, some teeth, eye sockets, nasal area, forehead. Any more of the face would help." It was almost painful to be so analytical and unemotional around the remains of a murdered child. The ME was used to it. I wasn't. Donato must have seen my discomfort. "There is good news," he said. "There is viable marrow in the larger bones that will yield elements of a DNA profile. That'll give us a lot more information." "When?" I asked. "DNA results can take 4 to 8 weeks or longer," he said. "Given the circumstances, I think we can get the process accelerated, but not dramatically." "On television, they get results the same day." Donato grimaced. "Why does everybody feel compelled to tell me that? They artificially telescope the process for TV because who wants to watch an episode that runs for 6 weeks while the characters sit around and whittle duck decoys?" "I know," I said with a smile. "Just trying to lighten the mood. But I still don't understand why it takes so long. Caseloads, staff and equipment shortages. But more than that, DNA mapping isn't one test. It's a whole series of procedures. They have to be done meticulously and methodically, and sometimes they have to be redone if the results aren't clean. There is a process coming that could get results in 4 hours, but it can't be used on DNA samples that are tricky. And believe me, these are tricky." Donato was silent for a time. He was staring at a grouping of bones. "There is one other thing, Deuce, and it's ominous," he said. He pointed to the skeleton's left hand. "We don't have the thumb yet, but there are 5 fingers." "Is the extra finger from the right hand?" "That's not the tell. The finger is longer by several centimeters than it should be to fit with the rest. Right hand, left hand, it doesn't matter. The bones of this finger are the wrong size." I took a deep breath. "Say it out loud, Tony." "We have more than one body." I winced. "Isn't it a little early to come to that conclusion?" "I'm not concluding anything," Donato said. "Simply raising a possibility." "When will you know?" "When we do the radar sweeps." "Can you tell me when the child died? The first body, I mean." "I should have a rough idea after some tests. Calcium in the bones oxidizes over time. The degree of depletion will yield a general time of death. DNA will tell us the rest." "It won't tell you who the child was." Donato shrugged. "It could. Depends on how thorough the authorities were when, and if, the child was reported missing. They should have asked the parents or guardian for the child's toothbrush, hairbrush, unwashed clothing. All of those could have carried DNA samples. They should have taken DNA samples from parents, siblings, and other close relatives who would have enough alleles in common with the child to make a match. But I'm not optimistic any of that was done." I stared at the femur and wondered about the child it belonged to. I asked, "How can DNA survive so long if everything else is decomposing?" "DNA can almost be forever, depending on exposure to the elements. A few years back, archaeologists found the bones of England's King Richard III buried under a parking lot in Leicester. He was killed in battle in 1485. That's, 530 years ago, give or take. He was positively identified when surviving mitochondrial DNA was compared with a descendant of his sister." "Really? After more than 500 years? I did some quick math in my head. That's like 14 generations. "Yep, because the remains were buried in rock. The 4 factors that destroy DNA are heat, light, water, and oxygen. A body left above ground around most of Chicago, DNA wouldn't survive more than a few weeks to a few months. Buried a few feet down, especially on high ground where water drains well, mitochondrial DNA could conceivably last 1,000 years, or more." "Other kids might be in danger," I said. "This can't wait 1,000 years." "It won't have to. Check with me in a week." "I can't even wait a week, Tony. I have to write the story now. You know it's a child, and there are indications there might be more than one body. Can you at least leave out the last part, about the possibility of multiple bodies? You're going to create a press stampede." "No, Tony, I can't. Sorry." "When will this story run?" "Tomorrow. It'll be on the web tonight. You won't talk to anyone else?" "I won't talk to anybody before or after your story appears. I didn't even want to talk to you at this point. But you have something of a vested interest here, so..." "Who's in charge for the police?" "Detective Emily Onofrio, but she won't talk to you. She won't talk to any reporters. Emily isn't fond of the media. Better go through the department's press office. You should also touch base with John Chu, the state's attorney." "Yeah," I said, "and DCFS. The Department of Children and Family Services is going to be in the bullseye in this mess." "Why do you say that?" Donato asked. "Because," I replied, The safety of endangered children is their business. If you're right, if you've already found evidence of 2 bodies, there probably will be more. It's not going to end at 2. No, he said. Probably not. Chapter 4. Chicago was tragically familiar with stories about children from euphemistically designated underserved neighborhoods getting shot in the crossfire of gang disputes. I shouldn't have been surprised that my column the next morning didn't stir much reaction. The lack of outrage bothered me, nonetheless. The Sun-Times followed up with a 3-paragraph brief saying a bone, believed to be human, had been found by hikers in Ryan Woods. It was much the same in the Tribune. Police said they were looking into it, and that was it. WGN tried to put a TV crew on the site, but it was cordoned off and guarded. The best they could get was video of yellow crime scene tape and cops, bundled against the cold, milling around among the barren trees. It occurred to me that the murder of at least 1 child, and the manner in which the body was buried, discarded was a more apt description, were cruel distortions of the meaning of the words, "suffer little children," in the King James Version of the New Testament. The acts of murder were more an echo of a creepy pop song from 1984, "Suffer the Children," by a group called the Smiths. I went so far as to search out an old video on YouTube of the group performing the song. I found the lyrics as unsettling that day as I had the first time I heard them when I was 10. I was camping in the woods with friends. We were telling stories designed to scare the bejesus out of one another. One girl played the song on her small boombox and sent us all scurrying for our tents, even the chaperones. Once I got to the office, 2 television stations and 1 radio station called me for interviews, which I declined to do for the almost true reason that I knew nothing more than I'd written in the paper. I sought refuge from the phone in my supervisor's office. Metro editor Eric Ryland and I had a tortured relationship. I considered him a gigantic ego in a suit, and he considered me insubordinate. We were both right. We had smoothed things out a little the previous fall at the conclusion of the epic Vinnie Colangelo story. It made national headlines and had been nominated for a Pulitzer Prize. Not for me exactly, but for the Journal, which could use the recognition to help boost sales and advertising revenue. Both were much needed in an age when newspapers were losing advertisers, readers, and relevancy. The Colangelo story was up for the daddy of all Pulitzers, the Public Service Award. That meant the paper's name would be on the plaque if we won, not mine. That galled me a little, since the story had been unearthed with my job and my life squarely on the line. But people seemed to remember that I broke the story, and I did get a raise out of it. So I was getting used to the idea that there would be no hardware for my wall. Woodward and Bernstein had suffered the same fate, after all, and they survived. I had called Eric at home on Sunday afternoon, as soon as I left the ME's office. He arranged to have my story in its usual place in the paper, the equivalent of an extra column for the week. We actually agreed on how I would handle the story, a rare occurrence. Instead of taking a straightforward news approach, I described what happened and how I felt as the drama in the woods unfolded. It was a little off-point, but this waste of a child's life gave me a chance to speak out yet again on the appalling toll gang violence was taking on the young and the innocent in Chicago's poorest areas. There wasn't much else to add. The police gave me a no comment, and I couldn't reach anyone in the state attorney's office or at DCFS on Sunday. I was energized, grateful to take a break from the standard fare of government and politics, even if it was for a horrific story. At our Monday meeting, Eric kept asking me questions I had no answers for, because it was too early in the investigation. I might know more, I said, after I talked to the police again, prosecutors, and DCFS.
What are the odds the city will hold a presser and tell the world everything?
I held out my hands in exasperation. I don't know, Eric. There's nothing we can do about it. It isn't something we can control. We broke the story. The other media in town will try to catch up. It's their job to try to catch up. But from what the ME told me, nobody official wants to talk about this thing right now. Eric went silent for several moments. Then he looked over at me with obvious pain on his face.
I hope this doesn't get any bigger, he said.
I hoped he was right. I already knew my hope was futile. My first call was to Sergeant Pete Rizzo, a spokesman for the Chicago Police Department. Pete had helped me on the Colangelo story, and I trusted him.
You again, he said when he picked up the phone. How many laws are you going to ask me to break for you this time?
I told him why I was calling. He'd already figured it out.
I haven't heard anything beyond what you wrote this morning, he said. I've asked several times. As you might guess, my phone's been ringing since before dawn. I'll keep asking around and get back to you if there's anything we want to say.
Your commander at the scene is Detective Onofrio? I said. You know her?
Only by reputation. She's as tough as the Bears' search for a quarterback.
If you can convince her to talk to me, I'd appreciate it.
Not likely, Rizzo said. If this does prove to be the multiple homicide of children, only the chief's gonna talk to the media.
Then I called the state's attorney, Jun Chu. Chu was a native-born American from a traditional Chinese family. In deference to his countrymen, Chu Americanized his first name. Everyone called him John. He called himself John, unless he was conducting official business. I called him Mr. Chu. My courtesy didn't help. I couldn't get any closer to him than his assistant, and she told me there would be no comment from their office. I had no sooner hung up than Rizzo called me back.
Sorry, Deuce, he said. We don't know yet what we're dealing with. Until we get a clearer picture, nobody's saying anything about anything.
I don't understand, I said. In other murders where children were victims, the chief talked to every microphone in town. What makes this one different? Rizzo paused. I heard him sigh.
I don't know, and that's the God's truth, he said. Can I tell you something off the record? There's poopy dust all over this, and I don't have the key to the broom closet.
It sounds like you're saying somebody's being protected.
No, I'm not saying that at all. But if you're asking me, does the secrecy seem odd? I'd have to say yes. Off the record.
So to complete this exercise in futility, I called the Chicago office of the Illinois Department of Children and Family Services. I reached Winona Jackson, head of the Child Protection Division. She seemed nice and very concerned.
Your column yesterday was very upsetting, she said. I don't know why I'm still shocked by this sort of thing. Tell the truth. Abandoned kids, street kids, kidnapped kids. They wind up dead all the time for all sorts of terrible reasons. When I came to work here 20 years ago, I used to throw up a lot. I got over the sickness part, but not the nightmares. They don't ever seem to go away.
Have you been called in on this case? I asked.
Not yet. There might have been notification to the higher-ups, but it hasn't trickled down to me. It will eventually, if the ME says we have a murdered child.
Can you think of a reason the police would stay silent?
No, honey. They don't discuss those decisions with me.
I gave her my phone number in case she heard anything. She gave me her number and asked that I do the same. All I had gotten out of the morning was a bigger contacts file. Chapter 5. With nothing new to say about the body in the woods, I wrote a column about a feud between the mayor of Chicago and the governor of Illinois. I basically told both of them to grow up and face several looming financial crises, like the adults they were alleged to be. The best I could hope for was to embarrass them by comparing them to petulant toddlers. I had no hope of having any useful influence. I drove home a little before 6 o'clock. It had started to snow. The news said it was snowing heavily on the north side and up into Wisconsin. Also, in Chicago's western suburbs and to the south, in central Illinois and northwest Indiana. Not so much around my home in Pilsen. That seemed to happen a lot, as if an invisible wedge-shaped snow deflector had been built somewhere west of me that divided incoming storms, sending half north and half south of my neighborhood. I appreciated it, but I didn't understand it. I found a space on the curb and parked there because it would be easier to unload several bags of groceries I'd collected on the way home. I was filling my arms when a small voice said, "Hi. You new here?" I turned to find a boy, maybe 9 years old, smiling at me. The child was black, with a medium complexion, bright brown eyes, and a smile that could have melted ice cream in February. I feared for the pint of Ben & Jerry's chocolate therapy in one of my shopping bags. The boy's smile ended in 2 deep dimples. It was the sort of face that grows up to be a movie star or a Chicago soul man like Sam Cooke or Curtis Mayfield or Lou Rawls. He was dressed in blue jeans, high-top Merrill hiking boots, and a North Face winter parka over a forest green turtleneck sweater. Maybe he'd grow up to be a model. "Hi," I replied. "I'm not really new here. I used to live around the corner, but I'm new to this house. I don't remember seeing you before. Are you new?" He laughed. "No. I've lived around here most of my life. In Bronzeville." "That's not really around here," I said. "You're pretty far from home." Bronzeville was a neighborhood 5 miles east of Pilsen and south of McCormick Place, the sprawling meeting and convention center on Lake Michigan. Bronzeville was a historic black community with pre-Civil War landmarks of the Underground Railroad traveled by slaves on their flights to freedom. It was one of several neighborhoods in Chicago that took politically incorrect names from the racial and ethnic makeup of residents. In addition to Bronzeville, there was Ukrainian Village, Chinatown, and Greektown. One predominantly gay community was nicknamed Boys Town. Nobody objected to these slips in etiquette, and I wasn't prepared to fight tradition. "Bronzeville ain't that far," the boy said. "I just get on the 21 bus." "Still, that's pretty brave. Your parents know?" "Probably not, since my father disappeared and my mother died." I felt a flood of hurt for this gorgeous child. "Where do you live?" I asked. "I mean, who takes care of you?" "Me and my brother are in foster care," he said. "Have been most of our lives." "What's your name?" "Charles." "Well, it's nice to meet you, Charles. I'm Deuce." He laughed. "Deuce? Like in two? Is that your street name?" I smiled. "I don't have a street name. Deuce is the name my parents gave me." "That's weird. Didn't your mama know that was weird?" I suspect my mom thought a lot of stuff about me was weird. "And you're freaky tall." Now I laughed. "Okay, Charles. We have now established that I am weird and freaky. Both valid observations. Anything else you want to say?" He looked at the sidewalk and scuffed his boot on the pavement. "I wasn't trying to diss you. Just saying, you know?" I put my hand on his shoulder. "I didn't take offense. What you said is true." I felt him shiver, and I made one of the biggest mistakes of my life. "You want to come in?" I said. "I'll make you some hot chocolate."
Where's your husband? I didn't want to go into a full explanation of my relationship with Mark, so I said, he's away on business for a few days. We walked up the sidewalk to the house, and Charles asked, You miss him? Sure, I always miss him when he's gone. I don't miss my parents, but I'd miss my brother if he died. That shook me. You think your brother's going to die? Why? He shrugged. Lots of kids do. The matter-of-fact way he made that pronouncement broke my heart. I couldn't help but think of the body in Ryan Woods. We went up the steps to the front porch, and I led us into the small foyer. Before I had the key out of the lock, Murphy appeared. He and Charles became immediate buddies. I let Murphy into the backyard and went to the kitchen with Charles. Nice house, the boy said when we settled at the kitchen table with our mugs. Big kitchen. Where I live, it's old, and the kitchen's small. But we do okay. Who's we? I asked. You and your brother? No, it's mostly kids. I don't know. They come and go, different all the time. My brother and I don't live together, but I know where he is, and I look out for him. So why are you in Pilsen? I said. He slurped some hot chocolate and told me, I got friends near here. I come visit them after school sometimes. I frowned. There were some neighborhoods west of Pilsen where kids on the street were fair game for gang members. The bangers hung around after school and harvested new members from children walking alone. Do you have any trouble here? Me? No. I spend most of my time on this side of Western Avenue, and nobody hassles me. We talked for a while longer. I wanted to know more about this kid, but I didn't want to delay Charles's trip home. So we finished our drinks, and I told him he'd better head for his bus so he wouldn't miss dinner. Can I come back sometime? He asked. Play with Murphy? Of course you can, I said. He smiled and waved from the sidewalk and disappeared into the night. Chapter 6. I didn't hear from Tony Donato for a week. I called him regularly, but never managed to get him on the phone. I left messages he never returned. I went by the office several times and was told he wasn't in. It didn't take me long to figure out he was ducking me. I'm a trained investigator, after all. Tony's sudden silence, coupled with the anomalies about the way this case was being handled, had my curiosity growing faster than Jack's beanstalk. So one day, I staked out his building. I knew his truck from our first meeting at Ryan Woods, and I was determined to sit in his parking lot in my old Explorer and wait him out. These tests of stamina were not my favorite part of my job. For one thing, the weather sucked. The snow predicted for the day Mark went to Rockford left totals of anywhere from the 4 inches in my yard to a foot or more north, south, and west of me. After the snow went through, it got very cold. A few nights dipped below 0. Right now, the outside sensor on the Explorer said it was 17. Even the thought of spring was still 8 weeks away, and that was the optimistic estimate. None of the snowfall had an opportunity to melt in the sub-freezing temperatures, but it did manage to do what all urban snow does eventually: collect enough dirt and grime to form black crusts on plowed drifts. I didn't know where all that filth came from, but I found it depressing. Mark was still in Rockford, which was also depressing, though he expected to wrap up the investigation there soon. He would have been home by now, but Rockford got almost 18 inches of snow, and that made it more difficult to hunt for evidence in the burned-out warehouses. I missed him. Murphy missed him. I think even the cats missed him because they slept on his pillow. Or maybe they were just trying to stay warm.
My eye caught the brass monkey that hung from my rearview mirror. I smiled, remembering how Darwin II had come into my life. The daydream had just begun when there was a sharp rapping at my window. If my heavy coat hadn't restrained me, I'd have jumped out of my skin. One of Chicago's finest was standing by my door, his breath coming in billows of vapor that steamed up the glass. I thumbed down the window and grimaced as the frigid air swept in and slapped me.
"Show me some ID," the cop said.
His badge identified him as Geary. "I'm not trying to be hostile," I said. "Could you tell me why you're asking?"
"Show me some ID first."
So I did. My driver's license and my press card. "So what's up?" I said.
"A woman who works in a building says you've been lurking around out here for 2 hours, and it's making people nervous."
"I don't lurk," I said. "And if I did, I'd be hiding in the bushes. It might appear that I'm loitering, but I'm not doing that either. I'm simply waiting for someone."
"For 2 hours?" he asked. "I think you've been stood up."
"It wouldn't be the first time, officer."
"You should think about moving on."
"I'd rather not," I said. "This is private, and it has to do with my job, and now I've got time invested."
"That don't impress me."
"This is public property, and here I am, the public." Officer Geary was about to show me how much he didn't care when my butt was saved by Tony Donato's black Tahoe pulling into the parking lot. "Ah," I said, "there's my date now."
"He know you're waiting on him?"
"No," I said. "He likes surprises."
"So you're stalking him?"
"Most definitely not. But you're welcome to wait around and make sure he doesn't seem frightened to death when he sees me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to close the window, open the door, and get out." And I did. I might not have frightened Tony Donato when I walked up to him, but it was readily apparent my appearance wasn't the highlight of his day. "What's up, Doc?" I asked in my best Bugs Bunny voice. He didn't answer. He kept walking. He looked exhausted and anguished. "Have you thought about going to bed?" I asked him. He looked at me with dull, red-rimmed eyes.
"If that's an invitation, it's going to have to wait until I sleep for a month. And I should probably ask my wife if it's okay with her."
"You've been avoiding me."
"How perceptive of you."
"You promised to keep me informed."
"On my schedule, not yours."
"Well, fortune is smiling and has brought us together here and now, so could we have a cup of coffee and make the most of the opportunity?" Tony held the door for me, which I took as a yes. As I entered, I looked around to find Officer Geary and waved goodbye. It seemed only polite.
"Who was that?"
Donato asked. "Officer Friendly. One of the women in your office called the police to report a tall, auburn-haired stranger lurking in your parking lot."
"Which woman in my office?"
Donato said. He didn't tell me.
"Too bad. I might have given her a raise."
"Sit down," Tony said, waving at a chair in front of his desk. We both had coffee, which tasted as if it had been brewed around the turn of the century. But it was hot, and I was cold, and that was all that mattered. Tony sipped and winced. He set his cup down as if it might attack him.
"Deuce,"
he said, and then paused to gather his thoughts.
"If I tell you what's happening, you have to give me your word you won't say or write anything until I give you the go. And I'll be honest with you, I have no idea when that will be. I've never worked with you before, but your reputation precedes you, and I'm willing to trust your word."
"Hard for me to promise when I don't know what I'm promising," I said.
"It's big."
"Am I the only one promising?" I asked. "Because if I am, and all the other media in town are free to write what they please, it's a deal breaker."
"We've had maybe a half dozen calls from your competitors,"
he said. We didn't tell them anything, and we won't. Most of my staff doesn't know anything. Well, except for my crime scene team, and they never talk to anyone. They know I'm very good with a scalpel, and I know how to hide a dead body. What about the police? I talked to Detective Onofrio. I've known her for years, and I trust her. I've explained your involvement. She agrees. If and when we're ready to go public with this case, she'll tell her press guys to get in touch with you first. If, he nodded. It won't be our decision to make. I'm sure of that. If not your decision, whose? I honestly don't know. Something's going to leak, Tony. It's a law of nature. The neighbors near the woods, aren't they curious? They ask questions. They don't get answers. So one of them might turn to the media. Other media, not me. The other media know less than you. I asked, why is there so much secrecy about this? I'm not sure, but there is. On whose orders? That I can't say. Can't or won't? Can't. They were relayed to me by the mayor's office, but they were issued from someone much higher on the food chain. I don't know who. I wasn't comfortable with any of it. The secrecy, the possibility of leaks to other reporters, the departures from normal policies and procedures. But Tony's next words sealed the deal. The only way I can talk to you is with your promise of discretion, he said. Otherwise, you can take your coffee and go. I glanced at my cup. Coffee? Is that what this is? Deuce, Tony said with impatience. I get that a lot. Okay, I said. I saw no choice. I promise. Now, tell me what I got myself into. The probable mass murder of children. At least 5 we know of. So far. Chapter 7. I sat and stared at Donato for a few seconds, and he stared back at me. I was flat out lost for words. I was having trouble processing the fact that a simple walk in the woods on a sunny Saturday afternoon had unearthed something so grim. You okay? Donato asked. I managed to nod my head. What do you mean, at least? I asked. Let's go back in the lab, and I can show you. The ME sat me in front of a complex video setup. The only thing I understood about it was his finger on the play button. You fully understand that I could lose my job for doing this, he said. How many times do I have to promise not to write anything? I asked. If you really trust me, once should be enough. If once isn't enough, then you should ask me to leave now before you do something you'll regret. Donato pressed the key before he could think about it anymore. The computer began running video. He provided the narration. It became evident that I didn't have the expertise to make sense of the images he was showing me. I knew they were collected during the sweeps by ground-penetrating radar, but where Donato saw bones, I saw slashes in the dirt. Where he saw fragments of fabric, I saw shadows. Then the video paused, and I knew I was looking at the nearly complete skeleton of what had been a human being, then another, and another. Where is this? I asked. In the area where your dog found the femur, he said. We got suspicious because the understory has been disturbed over a wide area, and the regrowth isn't uniform. Judging from that, the disturbances happened over several years. We won't know how many years until we determine the times of death of the bodies. You've found 5 skeletons like this? Yeah, I said, at least 5 dead, because we have 5 nearly complete skeletons.
The bones you saw at the beginning of the video are scattered over half an acre. There's no way to know now how many more bodies they come from. I tried to imagine the totality of it. Death's half acre, filled with the murdered and discarded bodies of children. Hard to get my head around it. I asked, how could this have been going so long without anyone noticing? The preserve is supposed to close at dark, he said, and there are no lights back in the trees. Someone dressed all in black couldn't be seen. But digging a grave creates noise. So do wild animals rooting around. Unless you're suspicious to begin with, you wouldn't think twice about it. So you're going to dig up a chunk of the nature preserve? It won't be a wholesale excavation, no. We're going to take this slow. Donato shut down the video and sat on the stool beside mine. We're using some metal muscle to get through the frozen ground, but only where we have obvious skeletons or parts of skeletons. Once they're recovered, we're going to try a new technique on what's left. New how? I asked. Tony's eyes brightened. He was a natural teacher, and he had a new student. It's something developed to find bodies where normal methods don't work, he said. Bodies aren't always left where they can be found easily. Radar can't see through concrete, for example, and cadaver dogs can't get a scent through concrete either. Frozen ground has some of the same characteristics. When the water in the soil freezes, it expands, and pretty effectively seals the ground. Radar can see what's down there, but gases from decomp can't work their way to the surface where dogs and sensors can't detect them. With me so far? I nodded. So we drill small holes down to each target to let the gases escape. Then we insert thin tubes so sniffers can confirm the find. That's what you're doing now? It's going to start tomorrow, once we recover the last of the full skeletons. I thought about my next words. I didn't want to offend the medical examiner, but the scientific method he would use to find the remains wasn't really the point. Tony, what I want to know is, who did this, and why? How many dead kids are there? How did they die? Why did they die? And who killed them? Those are the primary questions for all of us, Deuce. Until we recover the remains, we can't begin to investigate the who, or the how, or the why, or the when. We've already had some body parts for a week. We're waiting for DNA results. When we get them, I'll know more. Any new estimate on how long that might be? At least 2 more weeks. He was interrupted by his lab door opening. Sorry to barge in, said a young man in a lab coat. He glanced at me, then back to Tony. Clearly, he was trying to choose his words carefully. There's a call for you on line 2, Tony, he said. You probably should take it. He stopped, then added, in your office. Tony glanced at me, then nodded to the lab tech. Rob, would you take my guest to the lunchroom for some coffee while I'm gone? And keep her company. I don't want her to feel abandoned. Translation, I wasn't to see, touch, or learn anything until Tony got back. I was both irritated and intrigued. I wanted to object, but there seemed no future in it. So I followed Rob to the coffee. At least someone had made a fresh pot. To my relief, Tony found me 5 minutes later. I wasn't sure how much longer Rob and I could have stared wordlessly at one another over a Formica tabletop. Rob left, and Tony took his chair. Deuce, you have to go, he said. Right now. Don't call me or come back here until you hear from me. Why? I can't discuss it. When will you be able to call me? I don't know. I really don't. Tony, you've trusted me this far. Why stop now? This isn't my call. It came from somebody way above my pay grade. I've been thrown out of better places, I said. Tony shook his head. He didn't look happy. I'm sorry, was all he said. I knew Eric Ryland, my editor, wasn't going to be happy with my pledge of silence. The more I thought about it, the less happy I was. But it was too late. Well, that was a damned foolish thing to do, Ryland said when I told him. Now your hands are tied, and you've tied mine in the process. I can't assign someone else to the story because briefing another reporter would break your word and reflect badly on the journal's credibility. Indiscretions have a way of becoming widespread knowledge. He stipulated that what he told me was off the record, Eric. That means I can't quote him or refer to him as a source close to the investigation. But it doesn't stop me from using what I know to go after the story some other way. I wanted to draw the conversation away from the blame game. What's bothering me is the way the authorities are handling this, I said. It certainly isn't normal, Ryland agreed. Usually the discovery of a body buried in the woods would warrant at least a press release from the police, I said. Now that they know there are at least 5 bodies, all children, somebody should be holding a major press conference with daily updates. So why aren't they? I've been thinking about it since I left the ME's office. Right now, they don't want the public to know anything. I can't figure out why. Maybe, Eric said, you should think harder. So I did. I walked east to Michigan Avenue and rode a bus north to Randolph Street at the northwest corner of Millennium Park. I walked east on Randolph and into the new and remarkable Maggie Daley Park, a wonderland built with children in mind. It was the passion of the late wife of former Mayor Richard M. Daley, and it had been wildly popular with children and parents alike since opening day. I took a bench in the cold winter sun and watched little kids, bundled up in bulky snowsuits, trying to get the hang of staying upright on the long, winding ice skating ribbon. They seemed to range in age from 3 to 6 or 7. Miniature Michelin figures on blades, running, stumbling, everything but skating, their laughter giddy with pure joy. But my mind kept morphing them into skeletons, buried in frozen ground, murdered for reasons I didn't want to contemplate. Why were city officials being so secretive about the bodies buried in the woods? To assume a massive conspiracy to protect someone was too Machiavellian to contemplate, but I contemplated it anyhow. Maybe it was something as simple as wanting to have all the facts in place before talking about them. But that didn't make practical sense, other than to save the medical examiner and the chief of police the time and trouble of several press conferences a week. Perhaps when DNA evidence came back, when approximate times and manner of death had been established, the entire matter would be presented in a package. Again, that was a significant departure from the norm. At the very least, city officials should want to put parents on the alert so they could amp up the efforts to keep their children safe. The sun was dipping behind me. As mothers and nannies collected their red-cheeked charges for the trips home, I got up and started walking. I don't think I intended to walk 1.5 miles back to the garage where I'd parked my Explorer, but I did. The cold air and rising wind off the lake cut through my clothes and chilled me to my core. I didn't mind. The blades of icy air sliced away my dark thoughts and cleared my aching head. And a twist on the words spoken by Marcellus to Horatio on the castle battlements in Hamlet, I muttered, "Something's rotten in the city of Chicago." I took it as my personal responsibility to find out what it was. Chapter 8. I had no place to go. If I pursued the medical examiner, I would learn nothing new and risk destroying a relationship I needed. Donato had made it perfectly clear. Until further notice, he had nothing to say to me. Pete Rizzo, the spokesman for the Chicago police, still sang the same tune. "Got no news on that, Deuce," he told me several times. "We got nothing on the number of dead. Don't know who they were, how they died, when they died, why they died, or who put them in the ground. For all we know, Ryan..."
This audiobook is free for you to enjoy. If you'd like to support me, please take just 1 minute to listen to this relaxing music. Thank you so much.
Woods might have been a burial site for the Illinois and Shawnee tribes that lived around here before Columbus was born. "Really?" I said with all the sarcasm I could muster. "You're suggesting Native American kids wore blue jeans and carried backpacks to tribal dances?" "Not really," he conceded, "but I got nothing better for you." "It'd serve you right if I put that in a column," I said, then continued before Rizzo could respond. "I don't get it. Everybody's treating the bones as if they're a state secret. Those kids were born in this century. They had parents, brothers, and sisters, families that deserve answers, and the police are doing nothing." "It's not a priority," he said. "There's no evidence of criminal intent. Let it go." "The hell there's no evidence of criminal intent. I saw a piece of skull that had been bashed in, Pete." "By what?" he asked. "Do you know? There's all sorts of treacherous terrain in those woods, including a rocky ravine just north of where you found the bone. When I was in high school, my pals and I would go in there to drink beer and tell spooky stories in the dark. I saw several guys with loads on slip and fall into that ravine. One broken arm. He could as easily have cracked his skull open. Until we have evidence of murder, which we don't, there's nothing for us to do or say." I almost asked if discarding the bodies of children in a public park didn't at least constitute littering, but I figured that would simply annoy Rizzo and reduce the likelihood of future cooperation. Murdered children are not taken lightly. Yet these bodies didn't seem to make any difference to anyone. I couldn't accept that. I wouldn't accept that. I got home to a pleasant surprise. Mark had returned. He was sitting in his truck a few doors down from my house, and he had company. My new young friend, Charles, was sitting in the passenger seat. They seemed to be having an amiable discussion. As I passed them, Charles recognized my explorer and pointed me out. Mark turned and grinned. I spotted an open space in front of my house and grabbed it. I was so eager to talk to Mark that I slipped on a patch of unseen ice and fell into his arms. He had gotten out of the truck while I was doing a mediocre job of parallel parking. "Hey, nice catch," Charles said. Mark helped me regain my footing and kissed me on the nose. "It's nice to see you still falling for me," he said, "because I come back to find you've got a new boyfriend waiting for you on the front porch." "Why didn't you let me know you were coming?" I asked. "I miss catching my competition here? Do I look naive?" I pushed myself away in mock disgust. "You two looked pretty friendly," I said. "If no one has done formal introductions, Mark, this is Charles. Charles, this is Mark." "Your boyfriend," the youngster said. Busted. "Well, yes," I said. Mark scowled at me. Charles informed me he thought I was your husband. I'm sure I looked uncomfortable, and I was just as sure Mark and Charles were enjoying watching me squirm. To be clear, I said, Charles and I have only met once before, and the exact nature of your relationship with me was left, well, somewhat ambiguous. What's ambiguous mean? Charles asked. Like lying? I laughed. Well, no, Charles. It's more like being unclear. Yeah, lying. That's what I said. Well, it's not unclear anymore. Having exhausted his torment of me, the boy changed the subject. Hey, Mark said if there was any more hot chocolate, you'd make some for both of us. You did, huh? Okay. I'll teach you another word. Presumptuous. Look it up. Nevertheless, the three of us wound up at the kitchen table, talking about how Mark investigates suspicious fires. It was a subject of major interest to Charles, particularly when Mark talked about the science of an investigation. In addition to being sweet, the kid was smart and quick. We were still very early into this relationship, but it occurred to me while sitting around the kitchen table that we felt a lot like a family. I pushed the thought away. While Mark was explaining to Charles in the simplest possible terms how an arson investigator can identify a fire's point of origin, I took a few moments to appreciate the man whose bed I often shared. Mark stood 3 inches over 6 feet, therefore 3 inches over me. He'd started his career as a firefighter, which required staying in top physical condition. I knew he had served in the military, but I didn't know when or in what capacity. He'd kept his workout ethic when he moved to arson investigation. So he had broad shoulders, a muscular chest, and abs most often seen on the cover of romance novels. His lower body was similarly well developed, which I once proved to him by bouncing a quarter off his naked butt, much to my delight and his embarrassment. Mark had all the right parts in all the right places and knew how to use them. He had a strong, kind face with a straight nose, a dimple in his chin, and clear blue eyes. His sandy brown hair was cut in what I called a Euro-mod grunge style, shaggy and probably longer than departmental regulations specified. It was a good look for him. I cherished the whole package. I found myself wondering what a child we produced might look like, combining my auburn hair and green eyes with Mark's sandy hair and blue eyes. My musings were interrupted when Charles left to catch his bus. Nice kid, Mark said. What's his story? I told him. In addition to Pilsen, my neighborhood was also known as the heart of Italy. It was Chicago's original Little Italy, though many of the old places had moved a few blocks north to Taylor Street and then been deposed by new places. The remaining old places where I lived carried on and did fine. There were 5 4-star Italian eateries within a 3-block walk of my house, all but one dating back a long time. We chose to eat that night at Il Vicinato, the newest of the 5. The food was great, the bartender friendly and attentive, also generous with her pours, and it was quieter than its counterparts. I wanted quiet, so I could lay out for Mark how events that unfolded since our walk in Dan Ryan Woods had turned into a surreal and absurdist play. He agreed that the cloak of secrecy thrown over the discovery of a children's graveyard in the middle of an urban forest preserve made no sense. Of course, I work for the state, he said. Our procedures probably vary a little, but not a lot. If I'm working a fire, say the one up in Rockford, and we find bodies in the rubble, we say so. When and if they're identified, the local authorities make family notifications, then release the identities. The process is only delayed if we have trouble making the IDs or finding next of kin. Did you find any bodies up there? I asked. He nodded and sipped his beer.
One, there's no ID yet. Homeless guys used those buildings as shelters in bad weather. The fire's point of origin was in the same area where we found the body. I'm leaning away from the arson theory. I think maybe the dead guy built a small fire to stay warm, either fell asleep or passed out, and the fire got away from him. By the time he woke up, he was trapped. If he woke up. He might have died in his sleep from smoke inhalation. I sipped a blended red wine from Tuscany, mostly Sangiovese, and sighed. A sigh of appreciation for the wine, or a sigh of frustration? Mark asked. I shrugged. Maybe a little of both. I can't make any sense of this. Our dinners came. Chicago cut pork chops for Mark, and a rack of lamb for me. The aroma of roasted garlic was enough to make my eyes and my mouth water. There must be potential sources you haven't tapped yet, Mark said. There are a lot of children's aid groups around, I said. Probably none with a handle on this. My best shot, I think, is with the head of the Child Protection Division of DCFS. She seemed genuinely concerned the first time we talked. But if someone slapped a gag order on the mayor and the police chief, they'll slap her with one too at some point. That will be the end of it. Why don't you call her first thing tomorrow and find out? Don't presume defeat, or it will become a self-fulfilling prophecy. On my calendar, I said. Just hope I'm not a day late and $1 short. Chapter 9. Instead of calling Winona Jackson the next morning, I checked in at my office, then walked north from our building into the Loop. My destination was the James R. Thompson State Office Building, which squatted over an entire city block south of the Chicago River. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the sun actually carried a little warmth where it squeezed between the buildings. The air was cold and crisp and still. A picture postcard day in the second city. The Thompson Building, named for a 4-term governor who served from 1977 to 1991, was possibly the ugliest building in a city known for its extraordinarily beautiful architecture. The ground floor was faced with alternating plates of red and white metal, and the floors above the lobby sloped inward as they went upward. In totality, it looked like the top half of an ice cream cone fallen upside down on a sidewalk. I thought I'd heard some discussion of tearing it down, though not recently. There had to be better things to do with such a conspicuous city block. Thompson undoubtedly deserved to have a building named for him, if for no other reason than he was one of the few modern Illinois governors who didn't end his tenure in prison. But had I been Big Jim, I think I would have asked for recognition elsewhere. I found my way to the DCFS offices and asked for Winona Jackson. The receptionist asked if I was expected. I said I wasn't sure. That was true, more or less. Since Winona and I had talked once, I didn't think she would be surprised to hear from me again. Your name? The receptionist asked in a pleasant way. Deuce Mora. She glanced up. Deuce? Yes. She looked at me strangely for a moment, then caught herself and called back to Winona Jackson's office. She'll be up in a moment, the woman said after a brief conversation. Winona appeared a few minutes later, an attractive black woman, probably around 50 years old. She wore her graying hair close to her skull and no apparent makeup. Her clothes were conservative, brown slacks and a heather sweater over a beige silk blouse. Her feet were encased in fleece-lined suede snow boots. Since the sidewalks were clear, the boots probably were more for warmth than repelling slush. Everything about Winona said she didn't have patience for primping. There were no pleasantries. We didn't shake hands. Follow me, she said. We sat in her small office, which had a well-worn look but a nice view to the south of Chicago's City Hall and to the southeast of the Richard J. Daley Center. She regarded me for a moment in studied silence.
I took the time to look at her decor. She had 2 college certificates on one wall, a bachelor's degree in sociology from the University of Illinois, Chicago, and a master's degree in psychology from DePaul University. I was impressed. She noticed. "Not too shabby for a girl who grew up in Pullman," she said, referring to a historic neighborhood on the far south side. In the late 1880s, George Pullman's Palace Car Company had built a model industrial community for the construction of railroad cars. Pullman made an effort to give his workers everything they needed, including small but very attractive row houses close to their work sites. As passenger trains and sleeper cars went the way of the stagecoach, the Pullman neighborhood fell into stagnation. The factory and commercial buildings were abandoned to the elements. Stores and businesses moved out. As with most communities in despair, a giant hole opened in its heart to admit waves of crime. Winona apparently read my mind. "I grew up in one of those Pullman row houses," she said. "When I was in the 7th grade, I saw a couple of gangbangers drive by and shoot at my older brother. They hit my baby brother instead. I watched him bleed to death on the front grass while it took the city almost an hour to send the police and an ambulance. I made up my mind to find a way to leave, and I didn't plan on ever going back." She pointed to the diplomas. "Those were my get-out-of-jail-free cards. I managed to move to Bucktown back when it was still a dicey area, but a house there was still affordable. I ain't never been back to Pullman, not even to bury my grandmother. The place has been gentrifying in the last few years, but I still ain't about to go back. You don't watch a little boy you love bleeding his way to a death he did nothing to deserve and not have it change you forever." I liked Winona. She was an interesting mixture of well-spoken, educated scholar and street kid. Sometimes she spoke in full sentences with words of more than one syllable. At other times, when the topic got personal or emotional, she slipped back into the vernacular of the streets. I found it an attractive combination. "I wasn't expecting you," she said. "You should have called first." "I didn't want to give you a chance to tell me not to come," I said. I thought she might have smiled a little. "I wouldn't have told you not to come, but I might have told you I don't know more than I did the other day." I nodded. I wasn't surprised. "Okay, let me talk for a minute," I said. "Then you can respond as you wish." I repeated the details of my walk with Mark and Murphy in Dan Ryan Woods. "Yeah, all that was in your story," she said. I nodded and moved ahead. "I can't tell you in full detail what happened over the next couple of days," I said, "but certain authorities were cooperating with my reporting until they weren't. Suddenly, there was a blanket of denial over everything. Nobody would say anything. Not the police, not the mayor's office, not the medical examiner, not the state's attorney's office. That isn't what I expect when they've been digging the bones of children out of a local park." "Children? Plural?" "Yes." "How many you think they found?" I was about to trample the spirit of my promise to Tony Donato. "More than one," I said. "Beyond that, I have given a source a promise of silence, and I have to keep my promise." "I thought reporters were about reporting stuff, not keeping secrets." I smiled. "We are, but we have to," and here we finished the sentence together. "Protect our sources," we said in unison. "Yeah, I heard that one before," she said. She sighed deeply and swiveled her chair to look out her window. "The Daily Center over there," she said, jutting her chin toward the very attractive, modern structure that bore the name of the iron-fisted mayor of Chicago from 1955 to 1976. "It's a lot prettier than this garish excuse for a building. It's even got that Picasso sculpture out front. Tells you where the power is in this state. It's with the mayor of Chicago,
not the governor of Illinois. Seems like we got a lot of stuff round here that's all bass-ackwards. And that maybe includes how we safeguard our children. Or don't. What are you trying to tell me? I asked. Not a thing, honey, she said, swiveling back to her desk. What you're telling me, and what you're not telling me, is breaking my heart. Somebody should be yelling bloody murder to get to the truth in this. But aside from the normal day-to-day chaos, it's as quiet round here as a church on Tuesday. Give me your card. Let me ask some discreet questions. I'll call you if I learn anything. She stood up, a signal our meeting was over. But don't hold your breath, she added. Chapter 10. Winona called my cell phone at 4:35. She must have called from her personal cell phone because the incoming call didn't carry a state government exchange. Was she concerned about generating a record in her office of a call to me? I don't want to meet at my office, she said, confirming my suspicion. Too many ears. Do you know the Wormhole Coffee Place in North Milwaukee? I actually do, yes. I've been there a couple of times. I like it. Meet me there at 6. It should be mostly empty at that hour. If there are others around, nobody will know us or pay any attention to our conversation. You seem worried, I said. I've been with DCFS for 27 years, honey. It's too late for me to find a new line of work, so yes, I'm being careful. And I expect you to respect my need to be careful and not write something that'll blow this gig for me. The Wormhole was bright, modern, and clean, with enough memorabilia from the 70s and 80s around to keep my eyes occupied during the 10 minutes I waited for Winona to show up. They even bragged that the DeLorean chassis hanging above the front window had once belonged to Marty McFly. I had no idea what the classic car from the movie Back to the Future had to do with coffee and tea, but who cared? It was a way cool car. I ordered a Genmaicha green tea and took a small table away from the barista. There were no other customers nearby. The table had the separation Winona Jackson wanted. When she walked through the front door, she spotted me, nodded, and stopped to place her own order. It looked like black coffee. She smiled at me. There's something to be said for keeping it simple. So, I said after she sat down and arranged her purse and briefcase on the empty chair beside her. Why the deep throat meeting? If you'd be happier, we could go find us an underground garage somewhere, she said. But given it's January, I thought a cozy coffee shop would be more comfy. Point taken, I said. I sat back and went quiet to let her take the conversation where she wanted it to go. She took a careful sip of her hot coffee and let it cool in her mouth before she swallowed. She did it again. She was thinking about what to say and how to say it. I could get in a lot of trouble for this, she told me finally. I'd been hearing a lot of that lately, but I said nothing. Before I tell you anything, I gotta ask you to trust me and answer a question. She sipped her coffee again. I need for you to tell me how many bodies they've found at Ryan Woods, whether they're all children, and about how old they were when they died. That's 3 questions, I said. She shrugged. It is what it is. That's my deal. So much for promises. At least 5. She looked as if I'd slapped her. At least. Last I heard a couple of days ago, the number might have gone up by now. All kids? I nodded. The only one I got an age estimate for was 8, give or take a year. No race, no gender. My informant closed me down before test results came in. So, Tony Donato's your source, Winona said with no trace of a smile. Her conclusion made me uncomfortable for obvious reasons.
I'm not going to confirm or deny, I said. I've talked to cops, the state's attorney, people in the ME's office, and others. I will not tell you who said what. I can't. I won't give them up any more than I'd give you up. My loyalty to sources didn't seem to impress her. She said, You already told me the cops and the state's attorney wouldn't talk. I pushed my chair back. I think we're done, Miss Jackson, I said. I'm not going to play this game. Stay where you are, she said sharply. I didn't risk my job to come here just to have you shove off in a snit. But I ain't going to be the only one taking a risk either. You keep my secrets, and I'll keep yours. I didn't move my chair back to the table, but I didn't get up either. I saw her point. She was taking a risk, a big one. I needed to accept that. She glared at me a moment. Pain creased the edges of her smoky brown eyes. She leaned over sideways, never taking her gaze from mine, and hauled her briefcase onto the table. She snapped open the tabs and pulled out several files. She leaned in closer. Let me start by telling you there are a lot of people keeping secrets where this matter is concerned. I took the liberty of calling Tony Donato this afternoon. I was surprised he took my call, to tell the truth. What did he say? He wouldn't talk about Ryan Woods. Shut me off before I could get a full question out of my mouth. But he asked if you'd been to see me. I told him you hadn't been by yet, but I was expecting you. He advised me to talk to Aidan Coughlin before I said anything. I had never met Aidan Coughlin, but I knew he was the regional administrator of DCFS for Cook County, which would make him Winona's boss. And? Did you? She nodded once. Aidan was, emphatic in telling me not to let the case push onto my radar, and even more emphatic in telling me I was not to speak to you or anyone else about whatever I'd heard. I opened my hands, palms up. Yet, here you are. I asked him who ordered the information blackout. He said he didn't know where it originated, but it was relayed to him by the mayor. That was a surprise. Relayed? I said. The exact word he used, yes, relayed, which I took to mean it wasn't the mayor's idea, that he was following orders from someone even higher up. Surely not the governor, I said. They can barely be civil to each other, even in public. If the governor tried to give orders to the mayor, they'd be in the executive shredder before the ink was dry. Winona took a deep swallow of coffee and continued. Which is why I decided to come see you now. Something's being covered up very aggressively. It involves dead children. That's unacceptable. It's worse than unacceptable. It's criminal. But I have no idea what it is or why it's being done, or who's responsible. The longer stuff like this hangs around, the hotter it gets. There will probably come a time I won't be able to risk talking to you at all. So we got any business to do, best we do it quick. We sat there, lost in our own thoughts for maybe a minute. My eyes drifted to the file folders on the table. What's the paperwork? I asked. She pushed one folder toward me. In here's a list, as comprehensive as we can make it, of children gone missing in Cook County over the last 10 years, and where they were living when they vanished. Some are runaways, some are kidnappings. Parents and foster families reported some. Teachers and welfare workers reported some. And some were discovered by DCFS during routine case visits. These are just the cases we know about. There are dozens, perhaps hundreds of children who vanished without anyone knowing or reporting that Maria and Stephen and Kareem didn't seem to be around anymore. Obviously, those in that last category aren't on the list. Looking at the folder made my skin crawl. What am I supposed to do with this? I asked. Hang on to it. It will give you context if you ever put names with the bones.
If that happens, call me, and I'll try to give you information from the individual case files, although I'd be breaking several laws doing that. But in for a penny, as my mama used to say. I already shattered at least one law giving you the list. I asked Winona if she had any theories about what became of the children. She spent the next half hour drawing the lurid possibilities. Approximately 1 of every 6 missing children winds up in the control of human traffickers. Nearly 80% of trafficking victims become prostitutes and sex slaves. Some victims are forced to become organ donors. Some of the luckier missing kids don't become victims of trafficking. They live on the streets in neighborhoods where they aren't known, panhandling and doing odd jobs to make money to buy clothes and food. Some live in homeless facilities, posing as the children of homeless adults. Some live with older siblings or other relatives who don't want to report their whereabouts to the abusive caretakers the children had fled. Some are taken in by gangs who care for them and raise them for a life of crime. My mind flashed on Charles. These kids can go missing for years, Winona said. The cops arrested a gangbanger last week after the guy was involved in a shootout in the West Austin neighborhood. He's 29. The last time he came to anyone's attention was when his foster parents reported him missing in 1998. 18 years ago? Yeah, he never even raided a milk carton. I fingered a corner of the file and thought about what Winona had told me. It was so tragic and unsettling, but none of it added up to a cluster of 5 or more dead children buried in the same area of Ryan Woods. That had to be something else altogether. I gave voice to the thought. Winona nodded. Only way I see the Ryan Woods scenario working is if the children were held by one person or one organization in one specific place inside the city. Probably one person buried all the bodies. Whoever it was is familiar with the woods. It's a place he's comfortable working without being noticed. A place he can get to under the cover of darkness. This is unconscionable. Tell me about it, she said. State passed what's called the Safe Children Act in 2010. It's supposed to help minors who've been forced into prostitution get out of the criminal justice system and into child welfare. But what that did, mostly, was stop minors from talking about their victimization because they don't want to go into foster care. So they go to jail, or they go back on the streets. Eventually, they go right back into the life. I saw one estimate that 68% of all the minors, that's kids under 18, who wind up as sex trafficking victims are runaways from foster homes and social service facilities. The number stunned me. Is anybody chasing the bangers and the pimps and the traffickers? Lots of folks are trying, she said. Private organizations and foundations. Chicago cops have a unit that does what it can. The sheriff put a priority on trafficking. The problem is, Chicago's too big, and it's growing. It's a big convention and trade show city with 2 big international airports. Access and opportunity for perverts who like 'em young. She pushed the rest of the files across the table toward me, combining them with the missing children list. Take these home. Read them. A lot of your answers are in there. You got more questions? You come back to me in a couple of days and we'll meet again. And, while you're reading, be sure you have a bucket or a toilet nearby. Winona and I left the coffee shop separately. She went first. I waited 10 minutes, thinking over what she had told me. Then I downed the rest of my tea, which had gone cold, and packed the stack of folders in my messenger bag. There was a black Chevy Suburban with its engine running, parked illegally in the loading zone in front of the door. 2 men, one black, one white, sat in the front seat watching the world go by. Other than those details, I barely noticed the SUV,
and I had forgotten it by the time I pulled my Explorer away from the curb. It might have been better if I'd remembered it. That way, it would have registered in my brain that it followed me home. Chapter 11. Mark and Murphy were gone when I got back to my house. Mark left a note saying he'd be at his condo. He needed some alone time to finish his report on the Rockford fire. We actually lived apart more than we lived together. Each of us harbored a hermit streak that required nurturing by separation. We cherished our solo time as much as we cherished our together time. It was an unusual arrangement, but it worked for us. I laid the folders on my bed and stripped off my clothes in favor of a floor-length flannel nightshirt and fleece slippers. I fed the cats and thought about feeding myself. I wasn't especially hungry, and Winona's warning about the possible ill effects of reading her files made me think they'd be more safely absorbed on an empty stomach. As it turned out, nothing in them made me physically sick, but the data was painful and shocking nonetheless. I knew trafficking was 21st century slavery. Vulnerable men, women, and children were snatched up for forced labor, forced sex of every variety, domestic servitude, gang crime, and who knew what else. But I had no clue to the magnitude of the problem worldwide, and I had no idea it was such a big deal in Chicago. One report called Chicago a national hub for human trafficking, behind New York, Los Angeles, and Washington, D.C. In 2010 alone, there were more than 2,500 incidents of human trafficking documented in the United States. I was happier when I didn't know. I suspected that widespread ignorance mirroring my own was part of the reason trafficking thrived. According to one account, human trafficking had grown into a $32 billion annual business worldwide, a figure so big I couldn't make sense of it. The human tragedy behind those figures was sickening, even in the abstract. Most people wouldn't want to hear about it. And until more people paid attention and started fighting back, the business would continue to grow. Winona had given me a number of documents, each more cold and devoid of emotion than the last. What stuck with me were spare and painful snippets of fact. In India, the cost to buy a buffalo was $350. The cost to buy a child was $45. In New York, a single Mexican girl forced into sexual slavery could earn traffickers $100,000 a year, and the New York traffickers had dozens of girls flowing through a pipeline from one Mexican town alone. In Los Angeles, annual profits from a single girl could run to $140,000. In Washington, D.C., an Asian brothel specializing in women trafficked into sexual slavery pulled in $1.2 million annually. In Chicago and other places, trafficked boys often weren't recognized as victims because people separated genders into stereotypes. Girls were victims, and boys were predators. Moreover, forced sex among males was often considered normal activity in gay communities, and LGBT kids were more likely to be kicked out of their homes by intolerant parents, which put them at higher risk of being picked off by traffickers. At the end of 90 minutes, I had finished the files and was energized to tear the city apart to find out who was behind the deaths of the children whose bodies were buried without ceremony in Ryan Woods. I had to remind myself there was no proof that they were victims of sex trafficking, but my gut told me that's where the evidence would lead. I was certain these children died of injuries from repeated abuse. While dead children provided no income stream, replacing them was easy. In any big city, the supply of street kids was open-ended. Since no one inside the investigation would talk to me, perhaps I could make some headway by figuring out where the children came from. I needed to have a discussion about it with someone who knew life on the streets and within the foster care system. The trouble was, I didn't know how to reach Charles. I would simply have to wait until he showed up on my doorstep again. Chapter 12. There was no sign of Charles for the next 3 days, so I focused on my columns. The increasingly weird presidential primary election campaign and Chicago's response to it gave me plenty of fodder. I also focused on refreshing my knowledge of numbers, the spreadsheet program on my iPad Pro. I knew in hindsight a spreadsheet would have helped in keeping people, places, and facts in order during the complex Vinnie Colangelo investigation, but it never occurred to me back then to use it. This time, it did. The list of missing children Winona had given to me had the addresses where they lived when they went missing. I would put each child and each location into a spreadsheet on my tablet. When I finished, if I had any functioning brain cells left, I would sort the children by location and see if I could spot any patterns. If I did all that work for nothing, I could always stab myself with my stylus. I was making headway slowly. Addresses are a bitch to type in one after another. I'd been at it for 3 hours on a snowy Saturday morning when the front bell rang. Through the etched glass, I saw Charles standing there, stamping his feet on the welcome mat, his eyes darting around the street. He appeared to be ready to take off running in an instant. I hated that kids had to live with so much anxiety, fully expecting trouble at any moment. It was a crappy way to grow up. I was glad to see Charles even beyond my need for his help. He had become a habit I enjoyed. While he didn't come around every day, he almost never missed more than 1 day at a time. He had made it his personal mission to make a serious dent in the world's supply of hot chocolate. This time, after 3 days, I had grown worried. It wasn't like him to vanish for long periods. I enjoyed our conversations about life, from how to rid the streets of drugs and violence, to geography and history matters he was learning at school but couldn't quite grasp. His world was fenced within several square miles of Chicago. Places like Mexico, the Middle East, China, and oceans far more vast than his city's Great Lake stretched his concept of size and distance to the ripping point. I loved trying to explain places and events to him because he drank in the knowledge the way a thirsty man chugs water. I once asked Charles about his favorite subject in school. It was reading. "I like the way the stories take me away," he said. He didn't want to elaborate, and I understood, so I didn't press him. I asked him if he had ever tried writing his own stories. He smiled shyly and nodded. "I'd love to read one sometime," I said. "That is, if you want me to." He shrugged. "When you're ready," I said. I was still waiting. It was with a sense of relief that I let him in, and I was cheered when he rewarded me with one of his neon smiles. I wanted to hug him, but I resisted. "So, I suppose you stopped to see if there was any hot chocolate," I said, as he peeled off his parka and slipped out of his wet boots on the mat by the door, an exercise in good manners that would never occur to most kids. "That would be great," he said, "but I hadn't seen you in a while, so I thought I'd say hello and play with Murphy if he's here. I don't just come for hot chocolate." "I'm sorry, Charles," I said. "Murphy's with his dad. They're out running along Lake Michigan like two crazy people, or one crazy person and one crazy dog. But I can make you some hot chocolate." He beamed and nodded. We sat in the kitchen, as usual, and talked about school and the weather and anything else I could think of to put off questions about life in foster care. Charles saw right through me. "You nervous about something?" he asked. I sat and watched him for a moment, marveling at the instincts of this child. "Actually, I am, yes," I said. "I want to ask you some questions, Charles, and the conversation might not be fun." His brows furrowed in renewed anxiety. "Did I do something wrong?" "No, not at all," I said, reaching across the table to squeeze his hand. "I need some information, and maybe your opinion about some things. He gave me a one-shoulder shrug. Something very bad is happening way down on the south side, I said.
What else is new?
This isn't the usual stuff, I said. I'm going to tell you some things I don't want you to repeat to anybody. Can you promise to keep my secret?
Sure.
Okay. The police have found some human remains. Bodies, buried in a park. They're children. Nobody knows how they died, or why they died, or why somebody buried them in the woods. I'm trying to find out, and maybe you can help me.
You talking about Ryan Woods?
I must have looked stunned.
Us kids have always known about it, he said.
How did you know?
Word on the street, yo. It gets around.
Why didn't you say something to your foster parents? Or your teachers?
Ain't no business of mine, he said. Out there?
He jerked his head toward a window.
You don't mess with what's none of your business.
In that moment, everything about Charles had changed. He had gone from a gracious, well-spoken boy to a gangbanger wannabe. As much as I heard it in his speech, I saw it in his face and in his attitude. He'd squirmed around, so he sat at an angle on his chair, his right arm thrown over the back, a position of insolence. The areas around his eyes and mouth hardened. His voice took on the defiance of a child who'd had to make his own way on the mean streets and learn to take the law of the streets seriously. His new friendship with me would not overcome that. Not yet. I had hoped for help from him. Now he wouldn't give me a weather forecast.
So, what you want from me? He asked.
First of all, I'd like you to lose the attitude. I know you're tough. You don't need the banger talk to prove it.
It's the way I talk. I only talk like a white boy around you.
For some reason, that angered me. It left me feeling I'd been conned by this kid. I took a deep breath to settle myself. Why can't you be yourself around me? I asked, hearing an edge in my voice. I got another one-shoulder shrug, but no answer. Come on, I said. You're finally being honest with me. Why stop now? Silence. His eyes dropped to the table. Impotence. Shame, maybe. I tried something else. Did you think I wouldn't like you if you acted like a black street kid? I said. Did you think maybe I wouldn't notice the color of your skin? It's hard to hide. Now his eyes snapped up, and the chin jutted out.
I ain't ashamed, he said. Why should I give a fuck what you think?
You shouldn't, I said, and I thought I saw a brief look of surprise on his face. I seized the moment. Look, Charles, I know you're black because I have eyes. I know you're a street kid because you told me you're in foster care, and a lot of foster care kids tend to be street kids. And I still welcome you in my house. Doesn't that tell you anything about me?
You ain't scared of me? Of this me?
He asked. No. Why, should I be?
I know how to shoot a gun. I have a knife.
You ever shot anybody?
No, but I cut a guy once.
Did you kill him?
No, but I coulda if I wanted.
Why'd you cut him?
He was messing with my little brother.
So you were defending your brother. That's a good thing. His eyes rose and met mine.
Yeah? You think so?
Yeah, I think so. It would have been nice if you hadn't had to resort to violence, but sometimes it's unavoidable.
You ever cut anybody?
He asked. I smiled. Only myself sometimes, but I'm chopping up stuff for dinner and the knife slips. Does that count?
No,
he said, and I thought I caught a hint of a smile. I got up from the table. Tell you what, Charles, I said. I'm going to make you another cup of hot chocolate, and then we're going to start all over again. Okay? He didn't say no. 45 minutes later, we had an agreement. Charles would work on accepting my friendship for what it was. I was genuinely fond of him and enjoyed being around him. I would accept him for what he was, a very smart kid with some rough edges and con artist instincts who promised not to try to play me. I told him he didn't have to talk to me like a white boy, but he should understand that when he grew up and wanted to be a success in a world of any color, a key would be how he presented himself. I used the tired old line on him, "You only get one chance to make a first impression." Since he'd never heard it before, he took ownership of it. "Maybe I already had that figured out the first time I talked to you," he said. "Maybe you did," I agreed. Or maybe you were trying to make a good first impression for the wrong reasons. Don't con people. Let them get to know you for who you really are, and you might find they like you even more because they will be able to sense your sincerity. You have very good instincts, Charles. You just need to listen to them. He pushed his empty cocoa cup away. "So, what'd you want to ask me?" I plunged in. I asked him if he knew which foster homes and social service agencies that kids most dreaded, the ones they considered most abusive. I asked if he knew the names of children who had disappeared under mysterious circumstances, or if he might know the names of any of the dead children buried in the park. If I expected a eureka moment, I could see in Charles's face that I wasn't going to get it. He confirmed it. "Ain't nobody knows who's buried down there except the folks who put 'em there," he said. "Kids disappear all the time. Where I live, there's always kids leaving and new kids coming in. I know some of 'em run away, and foster care moved some. Don't know where any of 'em go or where any of 'em come from. They don't say, and I don't ask." You ever talk to your friends about foster homes? Which ones are good? Which ones are bad? Well, yeah, sometimes. I got my iPad and shoved the spreadsheet program across the table. "Look down this column," I said, pointing at the addresses. "Any of those mean anything to you?" "I wouldn't know from the addresses," he said. "Mostly when we talk about 'em, they're called by the names of the people who run 'em." "Okay," I said. "That's a different column. Here, look down this one." He used his finger to run down the column. I didn't watch his finger. I watched his face. The instant I saw a sign of recognition, I looked at the tablet. Each line had a number. The first line that got a glimmer of recognition from Charles was 34. Again at 52 and 76. I jotted them down on a napkin. He got to the end of the list that was still incomplete. I was tempted to show him Winona Jackson's master list, but I didn't want to push my luck or trash the promise I'd made to her to keep it to myself. "Anything you recognize?" I asked. "Not really," Charles said. "How about 34?" I said, and scrolled back up to that item. He looked at it for a couple of seconds. "I heard of them," he said finally. "I don't remember exactly what I heard, but it wasn't good." "Same for 52 and 76? He scrolled to each of them and nodded his head. "Same thing," he said. "I heard of them, but nothing special. I can ask around some, but like I said, it ain't good out there to be messing in other people's business." "I understand. Thanks." On a whim, I asked Charles if his foster parents might let him come to my house for dinner one night. I'd get Mark and Murphy to come too, and one of us would drive him home after we ate. "Maybe," he said. "Would you like to do it?" I asked. "Yeah," he said. "Can you make shrimp? I love shrimp, and we never get it where I live because they can't afford it." "I can do shrimp," I said. "With butter and garlic?" "That's one of the best ways." "Cool. How about Monday?
I know Mark and Murphy will be here Monday. Yeah. What time you get home from work? I don't want to wait on the porch. It's too damn cold to sit out there. I get home about 6:30. You can come anytime after that. Chapter 13. I finished the transfer of Winona Jackson's data on Sunday. Now I needed someone to show me how to organize it geographically. It made sense to isolate the foster homes and social services facilities nearest Ryan Woods, and then work my way out. I assumed the gravedigger would want to dispose of the bodies as close as possible to the place where the children died. Driving any distance and risking an accident or a police pullover with a dead body in the trunk begs for trouble. The logical person to have helped me with this project was Aubrey Sullivan, my former lover and now the former political editor of the Journal. Like so many print journalists facing the reality of hard economic times for newspapers, Aubrey had accepted a job with the online magazine Politico. It broke my heart to see him leave. But with a wife and twin boys at home, he needed the security of a job that wouldn't disappear out from under him. His future was secure now, but I couldn't very well go to him for help. Instead, on Monday morning, I asked a friend of mine in the Journal's IT department for assistance. He had me on track in no time. Once the map was complete, I checked the 3 places that drew a reaction from Charles. None was adjacent to Ryan Woods, though one was in the Englewood neighborhood northeast of the preserve. Close enough. I considered whether I should ask Charles after dinner this night if he would look at the rest of the list. I didn't want to upset him, but I needed the information. He would have to accept that, his quid pro quo for a big shrimp dinner. By 3 p.m., I had nothing left to do at the office, so I decided to leave early and stop by Whole Foods on the way home for the makings of a great meal. As I climbed the front steps to my porch, my mind was on my story. It took me a moment to realize the noise I heard when I opened the front door were the steps of several people running down the long hallway that bisected the house. My mind flashed back to my encounter with a burglar at my condo last year during the Vinnie Colangelo investigation. I didn't fare well in that mashup, and I didn't want a repeat. But someone was in my house, and I felt violated. I dropped the grocery bags in a living room chair and noticed that most of the electronics in my house had been disassembled and piled up on and around another chair. I took off down the hall after the intruders with a murderous vengeance. I heard the back door slam and thought they'd gotten away until I saw the door of the rear bathroom. It was ajar. It was closed all the way the last time I noticed, and I always noticed. I was hit by a blast of cold air. It was coming through the back door where a pane of glass had been broken out. Someone reaching through the broken pane could easily have accessed the door lock and gained entry. I saw 2 kids racing across the thin layer of snow and jumping up and over the back fence. I turned my attention to the bathroom and lost it. I should have retreated and called the police, but my anger wouldn't be restrained. "You goddamned motherfucking asshole!" I screamed at the door. "I know you're in there! Either come out on your own or I'll kick the door in and drag you out by your balls." I got no response, so I did as promised. I kicked the door open. Our eyes met, and I stood there, my mouth agape, probably looking like a complete doofus. Charles was cowering behind the toilet. I regained my composure and went after him, grabbing his jacket and hauling him into the hallway. I spun him around and locked my left arm around his neck. I realized later, with perfect hindsight, this hadn't been smart. Though I was almost a foot taller than Charles, he was a strong kid, and he'd already told me he carried a knife. He could have done me some considerable damage. But he didn't. He didn't resist. He didn't fight, and he didn't argue. He stood still and perfectly silent. I reached into my pocket for my cell phone and dialed 911. The operator answered almost immediately. "What is the nature of your emergency?" he asked. "Well, it's
Not really an emergency, I said. I just walked into my house into a burglary in progress. 3 people. 2 got away, but I caught one and I'm holding him for you. And you don't consider that an emergency? He said. Units are already on their way. Will you be okay for a few minutes? I think so, I said. Thank you. Don't hang up, the operator said firmly. I'm going to stay on the phone with you until the officers arrive. Is the suspect armed? I don't know, I said. Don't take chances, he said. Keep him as immobile as you can. He barely got the words out when there was a banging at the front door and the sound of people storming in. Good thing I hadn't relocked the entry. Police! One male voice shouted. Down the hall in the back! I called out to them, and they found us. They assumed custody of Charles. He may be carrying a knife, I told them. If Charles thought I had betrayed him, he didn't show it. He never lifted his eyes from the floor. Where are the other 2? One of the 3 officers asked. They went out the back door and over the back fence, I said. He asked me to describe them. I did as best I could, and the cops called it in. We're going to ask this one some questions, if you don't mind us using your living room for a little while, said the officer who handcuffed Charles's wrists behind his back. And we'll have some questions for you. That's fine, I said. I'm going to put some groceries away. The officer gave me an odd look. Then I realized how ridiculous I'd sounded. Why it occurred to me to put groceries away instead of staying and listening to the cops question Charles, I didn't know. I probably didn't want to accept what he'd done. I know when I transferred the shrimp from the bag to the refrigerator, I wondered who was going to eat them, and it made me sad. I wandered back into the living room to find Charles sitting on my sofa with 2 other boys, both younger. Their clothes matched those of the 2 kids I'd seen running across my backyard. One of the cops turned to me and cocked his head at the 2. Picked him up over on Blue Island, he said. They was actually standing there waiting on their buddy here. What happens to them now? I asked. We can't hold the 2 younger ones, he said, 'cause we didn't catch them in the house, and they claim they don't know nothing about any burglary. The one you grabbed up, he's going to juvie, assuming you're going to press charges. I looked at the loot on the chair and the floor around it. They had intended to clean me out. Hell yes, I was going to press charges, and I said so. The front door opened and Mark walked in with Murphy. What the hell? He said. I come up the street, see the police cars, and didn't really think anything of it. I took out my key and started up the walk, and one of the cops on the street says to me, Sir, I think it's open. Scared the shit out of me. He came over and embraced me. You okay? He said. It was all I could do to keep from sobbing into his shoulder. When the police left with Charles, I left for takeout from Bacchanalia, another of our favorite Italian neighborhood restaurants. Mark was cutting and fitting a piece of plywood to temporarily replace the broken pane of glass in the back door. The next day, he said, he would add a bolt where no one could reach it from the outside. When I turned the corner from my street onto Oakley Avenue, headed to Bacchanalia, I saw a black Suburban with 2 men inside. I knew most of the cars with permits to park on this street, and I'd never seen the Suburban before. I glanced at the windshield and saw no permit there. Then I remembered the Suburban I'd seen parked illegally outside the coffee shop where I'd met Winona Jackson. I couldn't have sworn to it, but I was reasonably sure the 2 men in the front seat, one black, one white, were the same 2 I saw that night. The driver glanced at me, then looked away, hiding his face. Unnerved already by the break-in, I didn't need this added mystery. When I returned from Bacchanalia, the Suburban had moved. It was farther down my street. I was certain it was the same vehicle because it was parked with the motor running. White exhaust swirled from its tailpipes. The 2 guys were still inside. I mentioned the Suburban sightings to Mark. That's weird, he said. You know, the day I got back from Rockford and was sitting out in my truck with Charles,
I was going to park in front of your house, but there was a black Suburban in the space with 2 guys in it. I put down my window to ask if they were leaving, but either they were deaf and blind or they were ignoring me."
"Mixed race?" I asked.
"Yeah, 1 black guy, 1 white or Hispanic."
I nodded. "Same 2 I've been seeing. I think I'm being followed."
"Maybe. Whoever they are, they're pretty sloppy about staying hidden."
Or maybe they want me to see them, to scare me. He put his hands on my shoulders and pulled me to him. "Promise me you'll be careful," he said. I promised. We ate Bacchanalia's famed fried calamari, the best in Chicago, and a superb flatbread pizza while we put my electronics back where they belonged. The police had noted the brand, model, and serial number of every piece of equipment the boys piled up, and had taken a lot of photos of my property and the broken back door. They also took fingerprints, because if any matched up to the younger boys, they could be charged too. We went to bed early. The emotion of the day had taken a toll on my energy. Mark turned on his side and took my hand.
"You've got to cut out this thing you've got for coming home to burglaries," he said. "Though, I admit, I would have given a lot of money to see you kick in the bathroom door and drag Charles out."
"What's going to happen to him?" I asked.
"Well, if you go forward with charges and he's found guilty, I imagine he'll do some serious time in juvenile detention."
"You think I shouldn't press charges?"
"That's not my call," Mark said. "If it happened to me, I sure as hell would."
"And Charles becomes one more wasted kid," I said. "He has such promise. What in hell would make him do a thing like this?"
"That's what these kids do," he said. "It's tragic, but peer pressure, boredom, anger, frustration all feed into it. Maybe he was pissed off at you for calling him out about his attitude. Or maybe he never saw you as anything but a target of opportunity, and he was playing you from the first day."
That last part hurt. I thought I'd meant more to Charles than a target. Mark's hand released mine. His fingers drifted across my shoulders and downward, caressing my breasts and my stomach. I shivered.
"I could make you feel better," he said.
"Yes, please," I said, and he did. Later, after Mark drifted off to sleep, I lay on my back staring at the ceiling and feeling tears track down my face and across my cheeks. I brushed them aside. I couldn't kid myself. I knew why events of the afternoon made me feel so miserable. It wasn't a broken pane of glass. It wasn't the near loss of more than $16,000 in electronic gear. The truth was, I had fallen in love with Charles. I had begun to look forward to bonding with him over hot chocolate and schoolwork, admiring his quick mind and charismatic personality, his sparkling eyes and his drop-dead smile, his bottomless pit of curiosity. I looked forward to a trip with Mark and Charles to the Lincoln Park Zoo and fishing up at Montrose Point in the spring. In a way, I had begun to think of him as my son. On my way to work one day, I had imagined adopting him, and with Mark, becoming a family. It was only a daydream, but now it was a daydream dashed and irreparable. And to make matters worse, Charles had probably wasted his chance to make something good of his life. Chances were he would come out of juvie a hardened criminal, or well on his way. I ached to think what would befall him next. Chapter 14. To say I languished after Charles yanked himself out of my life would be an understatement. I kept telling myself it would have happened sooner or later, that he would have outgrown the need to hang out with a mother figure, the hot chocolate notwithstanding, or he would have gotten himself into some other sort of trouble that brought him grief with the law, or, heaven forfend, he would have succumbed to the inevitability of life as a gangbanger and died on a crumbling sidewalk, his blood streaming through the cracks in the concrete and soaking the earth below. Ashes to ashes and all that. I needed to snap out of it. My columns were suffering from my lack of interest and initiative. Eric Ryland, my supervisor, asked me at one point if everything was okay in my life. I wanted to yell, "Hell no! Nothing's okay in my whole stinking world." But I just nodded and mumbled, "Yeah, fine." Mark noticed. He understood and was patient with me. But he knew there was nothing he could do, and he began to spend more time at his condo. It even penetrated Murphy's brain, which usually was filled to capacity with dreams of chasing squirrels and sniffing out bowls of food. Instead of greeting me with his usual canine effusiveness, he had begun to hold back, to cock his head and watch me for some sign that I was happy to be in his presence, and maybe eager to throw a ball for him. And when the vibes rang off key, he turned and left. At one point, I called Pete Rizzo, the police department spokesman, and asked if there weren't some way I could check up on Charles to make sure he was okay and didn't need anything. "I'm not a court official, Deuce, but I know the procedure," he said. "It's not going to happen. The boy's a minor, and you aren't a parent or a legal guardian. You have no rights with him. When you're notified of a court date, go in, identify him as the burglar you caught in your house, and let the police witnesses do the rest. Then forget about him." I toyed with the idea of getting on the witness stand and expressing uncertainty as to whether Charles was the boy in my house. "I'm sorry," I imagined myself saying. "It was dark when I pulled him out of the bathroom. I spun him around with his back to me so I could hold on to him. I never got a good look at his face." "And Ms. Mora," the prosecutor would ask, "what about the hour the police spent questioning him in your living room?" "I never looked at him. I was in the kitchen, putting away groceries." "For an hour?" "I had a lot of bags." It would be perjury of the most transparent sort, and the police would contradict it. But if I could raise sufficient reasonable doubt, I might extricate Charles from his predicament and perhaps inspire him to set a new path for his life. The risks to me of committing perjury were too great. If I wanted Charles in the clear, it would be a lot easier and safer to withdraw the charges against him. I was kidding myself on both counts, of course. Any sort of chicanery or display of mercy would simply empower an escalation of Charles's bad acts. Getting him out of trouble was a desperate and stupid idea, doomed to backfire. I tried to climb out of my ever-deepening funk, but it was like trying to claw my way out of a 12-foot pit in the sand. Every time I scraped out a handhold to pull myself up, the wall of the pit caved in on me. I even lost interest in the mysteries of Ryan Woods. I wasn't doing anyone any good at all. And then Winona Jackson called. "I need coffee, and I don't drink alone," she said. 6:30 work for you?" Winona was already at the wormhole when I arrived. She had her coffee and was working on her laptop at the same table we'd used the first time. She glanced up when I pulled out a chair. She noticed my hands were empty. "You're not drinking?" she asked. I shook my head, and Winona studied my face the way a neurosurgeon scrutinizes a brain scan. "Honey," she said, "you're looking beat down and sleep-deprived. Something to do with the Ryan Woods thing?" "No," I said. I didn't want to explain, but I felt compelled. "I'm feeling like a fool. I got played by a 9-year-old, a street kid I really liked. I think we've got a good thing going, and the next thing I know, I come home from work early and catch him and 2 little friends burglarizing my house. It's got me down." I shrugged. "But I don't think you called me here to talk about my disappointments with life." "Most street kids are con artists," Winona said. "I could have warned you if I'd known. You pressing charges?" "Yes, but it breaks my heart. He has so much going for him." "Well, you wouldn't be doing him any good letting it slide if that makes you feel any better. If he's going to make anything of his life,
He has to learn accountability.
I know, but in a way it's my fault, I said. I invited him over for dinner, and he asked me what time I got home from work. He said he didn't want to wait for me outside in the cold. It didn't dawn on me until later that his motive for asking had nothing to do with his desire to stay warm. My bad. I leaned forward and crossed my arms on the table. So what's your story? You get a chance to look at those papers I gave you? I pulled my iPad out of my messenger bag. I took your list of the places where 10 years' worth of missing kids were living when they disappeared. I turned it into a spreadsheet, then turned the spreadsheet into a map. My plan was to start with the addresses closest to the neighborhood, to Beverly, and work my way out. Honey, that process could eat up the rest of your career. What'd you plan on doing? Going up to the front doors and asking folks if they'd killed any kids lately? I frowned at her. Of course not. I was going to look for complaints filed by your agency or others alleging any kind of mistreatment, mental or physical. I'd be searching for overlap. I don't suppose there'd be any way for you to do that in your databases. I mean, look for places with the worst records of complaints for abuse. I got those records, and I'm already running through them, but it's going to take a considerable amount of time because I need to take it slow. I don't want to do anything that could alert people in my office to what I'm doing. I don't want to be leaving any breadcrumb trails. I hear you, but the information would be helpful. I'm not sure how. You'll be able to identify the marginal homes, but that won't prove anybody died there. It might. You know the identities of all the children assigned to each facility. If they aren't where they were placed, and there's no record of them being moved or aging out, we have a new list. Most of the missing kids will be runaways, Winona said. And the easiest for bangers and traffickers to snatch up, I know, I said. It's a place to start, the only starting place I can think of. And then if we get identities on any of the bodies in the woods, we can track where those children had been. I know you won't like hearing this, she said, but you might never have access to the information you want. She hunched up over the table to get closer to me and dropped her voice. I think I know at least part of the reason there's such a tight lid on this. Whatever the reason is, I can't believe it's justifiable. You're still bound by your promise to keep my secrets, right? Absolutely. I finally talked to Aiden Coughlin, my boss. I was angry, and I told him so. I'm the head of the Child Protection Division, and I need to be in the loop. Makes sense. What did he tell you? She took a deep breath. Apparently, the authorities, and by that I mean city and federal, are fully aware of the situation, but they don't know how to deal with it. There's some international aspect to this, some foreign involvement that makes it a very delicate diplomatic matter. And that scares me. Why? Because if a foreign diplomat stationed in the United States is behind this, he or she has diplomatic immunity. A diplomat can't be prosecuted for a crime unless his country waives his immunity, and that almost never happens. The home country doesn't care or is too embarrassed, or is maybe afraid of triggering some sort of backlash, like a tourism boycott, or even formal economic sanctions. So the home country turns its back. Why couldn't the United States get the diplomat recalled? Or expel him? I don't know, Winona said. We do have the legal power to do those things. And Coughlin wouldn't tell you. I don't think he knows, she sighed. I'm guessing here. If the diplomat is from a nation that's economically or strategically vital to us, we're probably worried about that Washington speak crap. Unacceptable and far-ranging consequences. Are you saying our country is willing to see our children tortured and killed because acting against it could endanger some international relationships?
I'm pretty sure that's what I just said. I also said I was only guessing.
Winona bit her lip and furrowed her brow. You need to hear me, she said. If I'm right, and you pursue it, you could be putting yourself in some serious danger. Chapter 15. I stomped out of the coffee shop and looked hard up and down the block for the black Suburban. If the two men who'd been using it as a surveillance vehicle were still following me, I was ready to confront them face to face, to demand to know who they were and why they were watching me. I didn't see their Suburban. I had no doubt it was lurking somewhere nearby, or maybe they'd switched to a less obvious vehicle. Being so angry made me reckless enough to confront them out in the open, on a busy city street. I wasn't so oblivious that I would risk prowling dark side streets and alleys to find them without the 7th Cavalry backing me up. Frustrated, I returned to the coffee shop where Winona still sat at our table, watching the front door for me.
What the hell was that about?
She asked of my abrupt departure. I explained. As she had cautioned me, I returned the favor. I don't know who's tracking me, but they could be a danger to you too.
If somebody was coming after me, she said, it probably would have happened after we met the first time. Still, we probably shouldn't be seen together again.
How about burner phones? I suggested, feeling a child playing spy games. And we give the numbers to no one but each other.
It feels a little cloak and dagger to me, she said. And something makes me think burner phones aren't as anonymous as they used to be.
I knew what she was talking about. A few years ago, I said, a federal court ruled that cops don't need warrants to use cell towers to track pay-as-you-go phones. Before anybody could track us, they'd have to know we're using burner phones and have to know the numbers. They still couldn't legally listen in on conversations without warrants.
I don't know what you're smoking, honey, but I could use a hit on it. You don't think the feds get warrants to listen in?
I know they do, I said. But first, they'd have to know we're using burner phones. And second, they'd have to show probable cause that we're using them to commit crimes.
Winona nodded. Okay, I'll go with the program.
Did Aiden give you any hints about what country this diplomat represents?
Not a clue, she said. I'm not sure he knows. I would imagine this is being handled by the FBI and the State Department, and they wouldn't involve our department because there's nothing we can do to help.
I knew someone who could.
Maybe.
Back at the office the next morning, I brought Eric Ryland up to date. I told him I wanted to talk to former FBI agent Carl Cribben, who had been instrumental in helping me resolve the Vinnie Colangelo case the year before.
Is he still in Washington?
Ryland asked. Unless he's home on a break, I said. Cribben, who had retired from the service, had been hired the previous fall by the House Judiciary Committee as an advisor on a new investigation of organized crime, which began after the mob ordered assassination of a Nevada member of the U.S. House of Representatives. Cribben still had a lot of friends in the FBI. As a result, he'd been able to break loose some key information in my Colangelo investigation. Perhaps he could help again. Couldn't hurt to ask. His home was in Rogers Park, the northernmost neighborhood in Chicago, but he'd taken a small apartment in Washington for the times he had to be in the nation's capital to advise on the investigation. If he was in Washington at the moment, I wanted to fly there. The trip would cost the newspaper money. We were in a serious cost-cutting mode, so I wasn't sure how Eric would react. I was surprised.
Find out where he is, and go see him, he told me.
Even if it means flying to Washington?
Yes. Just don't fly first class. And don't stay at the Jefferson.
I called the number for the House Judiciary Committee and asked for Cribben. He was in a meeting, which meant he was in D.C. I made airline reservations. I didn't want to tell Carl I was coming. He would ask why I wanted to see him, and it wasn't something I wanted to discuss on the phone. His first inclination would be to dismiss anything that might get him embroiled in an international incident. But if we were having dinner together, it would be harder for him to walk away. When my Southwest Airlines flight landed at Reagan National Airport, one of the pilots said it was 22 degrees with a 20-mile-an-hour wind, making the wind chill feel like 4 degrees above zero. That was pretty much the way I'd left it in Chicago. I walked through the A terminal and headed to the metro station. Washington's subway system was ingenious, clean, and comfortable, and the ride to the capital's South Metro stop uneventful. Much more pleasant, in fact, than the 2-block walk to Capitol Hill Hotel on C Street Southeast. Once I had checked in and settled into my room, I hauled out my cell phone and called the House Judiciary Committee again, and again asked for Carl Cribben.
May I tell him who's calling?
The secretary said. I hated that question. I always wanted to answer either no or it's none of your business, but I bit back the sarcasm and gave him my real name.
Did you say Deuce, as in 2?
I did.
Hold, please.
I waited most of a minute, beginning to believe after 30 seconds that Cribben would refuse my call, but he didn't.
Well, hello, stranger, he said. How the heck are you?
Very well, thanks. How are you holding up in the wacky world of politics?
Avoiding it wherever possible,
Cribben said. Well, I happen to be in Washington, Carl, and I'd love to take you to dinner tonight if you can get away. I realized I had my fingers crossed.
I absolutely can, he said. Did you have any place particular in mind?
I haven't been here in a couple of years, so I don't know the restaurant scene anymore. You choose, keeping in mind that the Journal is paying, so you don't have to worry about the size of the bill. We settled on Rasika Penn Quarter, an internationally known Indian sensation on D Street Northwest, just north of the National Mall. Cribben knew the manager, who would bypass those with reservations to give us a good table as soon as we showed up. When I got out of my cab at 7, Cribben was waiting for me at the curb and enveloped me in a bear hug and planted a kiss on my cheek. It was a display not usually performed in public by an agent of the FBI.
Retired,
he reminded me when I remarked on his effusive reception. We got a few hard looks from people waiting at the bar for their reservations to be called, as we were escorted to a foretop set away from the bulk of the crowd. The place was a little noisy, which seems to be the trend in restaurants these days, but on the upside, the din would provide cover for our conversation.
You want a Lafroig, for old time's sake?
Cribben asked with a broad smile, recalling our last dinner together. I think I'm better off sticking with red wine, I said, choosing a California Pinot Noir from the bar menu. Carl ordered an Indian-style lager. I asked about his family, his house, his dog, and his job on Capitol Hill, all of which he reported were fine. He asked about Mark, my new house, and my job. Also, all fine.
I hope you don't plan to grill me about my project here, he said.
Wouldn't dream of it. But I am here on business. He nodded.
I figured. Otherwise you would have called first. But you show up unannounced, confronting me with the fact of your presence, and I can't say no.
Am I that transparent?
No, but it's the same reporter trick you pulled on me when you came to my house to see me last fall.
I smiled at the memory. I'll have to find a new trick, I said. The restaurant manager came by to say hello to Cribben, who introduced me. Rather than trying to decipher the menu, I like Indian food, but I don't know much about it. Cribben suggested the manager send out what he liked best from this evening's selections, heavy on the seafood, lamb, and vegetables. We ate slowly, and I told him my story in minute detail, from Murphy's discovery of the bone in the woods to the black Suburban that had been showing up wherever I went. Without naming names, I described the lead curtain of secrecy drawn across the bodies in Ryan Woods. Not even Superman could see through it, and what Winona told me about her suspicions of some diplomatic involvement.
"You mean," Cribben asked, "your source suspects a foreign national, posted to his country's diplomatic mission to the United States, is behind the deaths?"
"Suspects is the operative word," I said. "The source also suspects the FBI and the State Department are the principal investigating agencies, both of them stymied by the possible ramifications of accusing this diplomat or diplomats of committing the crimes." My monologue was interrupted only by an efficient and pleasant waitstaff bringing a variety of naan bread, crab cakes griddled with onion, garlic, ginger, and a spicy beet sauce, and tandoori lamb served with mint chutney. The manager also brought a cucumber salad with yogurt relish, compliments of the house. My mouth filled with an explosion of taste sensations I'd never before experienced, and those were the appetizers. They were followed by an Indian eggplant with onions, ginger, and green chilies, then red snapper with shrimp and a mixed grill. I ran out of capacity before the kitchen ran out of food. After we oohed and awed over the meal for the manager, it was easily the best meal I had eaten in recent memory, we politely declined dessert in favor of coffee and a little time to talk without further interruption.
"What is it you want me to do?"
Cribben asked. He sounded skeptical. I felt guilty messing up dinner with business, but that was why I'd come. People trafficking in American children are getting away with murder. Literally. I need help, or advice, or both, and I had nobody else to ask.
"I don't have the same freedom to poke around that I had during the Colangelo thing," he said. "I was retired and a civilian. Now I work for a congressional committee. We were publicly linked by the Colangelo affair. If I start asking questions about a sensitive subject not related to my assignment in Washington, and even more since my questions would involve events in Chicago, everybody's going to assume I'm working with you again. This isn't a truck jacking that happened a couple of decades ago. It's multiple kidnappings, sex crimes, and murder happening right now. A misstep could cause an international incident. Nobody's going to say anything to me."
I was in danger of losing the one shot I had at getting Cribben's help. "Your work here on organized crime must involve Chicago," I said.
"Hard not to,"
he acknowledged. "And human trafficking rings are clearly organized criminals, right?" He nodded and frowned, clearly understanding where I was taking my argument. Not all organized crime is Italian, Sicilian, Irish these days. You've got the Russian mob, the Balkan mobs, the Mexican cartels, Vietnamese gangs, and Lord knows what else.
"That's all true," Cribben said. "We're investigating the activities of all those, and more. Human trafficking is on our radar too, but we haven't gone there yet."
I raised an eyebrow and held my hands open as if to say, "So why not now?" Cribben got the message. He pursed his lips and frowned at me.
"So," he said, "I sold my soul for the price of a dinner?"
"But," I said, "it was a very good dinner." Chapter 16. When I got off my airplane the next day at Midway, or as the airlines so inventively describe it, when I deplaned, I saw that I had a voicemail message from a phone number I didn't recognize. Most solicitation and crank callers don't leave voicemails, so I listened to it. It was from Winona Jackson, short and sweet. "You now have my new number. Use yours to call me immediately." With my mind still on the events that unfolded in Washington, it took me a second to recognize the voice and realized why Nona had gotten a burner phone, as we agreed. She wanted me to call her burner number on my burner phone, which I hadn't gotten yet. So once in my car, I drove into downtown Cicero, stopped at a big Walgreens drugstore, and took care of my end of the bargain. I didn't want to buy the throwaway in my neighborhood from someone who might recognize me and remember the transaction. With so many gangs and other illicit activities going on in and around Cicero, nobody would give a burner sale a second thought. I set up the phone in the Walgreens lot and returned Winona's call. "Hello?" She answered in a tentative voice. "It's your invisible friend," I said. "I just got back into town. What's up?" "I didn't know you were out of town." "I'll tell you about it another time when we find a new safe place to meet." "We need to do it soon," she said. "You decide where. I picked the last time." I couldn't think of anything special, so I suggested a Starbucks in a busy shopping district on South Canal Street. Rather than fight the gridlock on I-55, I took Ogden Avenue to Roosevelt Road east to Canal and arrived only a few minutes late. Winona was waiting, looking anxious. I apologized for being tardy. "It's fine," she said, waving off my concern. "But when I'm sitting out in the open to do a deed that could cost me my job and put me in jail, I keep wondering if any of the folks around me are watching. Call me paranoid. I wouldn't disagree." I had to admit, I knew how she felt, and asked if she wanted coffee. "I hate the coffee here," she said. "Always tastes burned, but you go ahead." I said I was fine. She placed an envelope on the table between us. "The list of the worst," she said, "and whatever names I could find attached to each one. Nothing jumped out at me, so I don't know if any of this will do you any good, but it is what it is. Needless to say, it ain't for public consumption." She immediately stood. "Gotta get back to the office," she said. "You know how to reach me." She turned and left, forgetting to ask me why I'd been out of town. When I parked a few doors from my house, I glanced around for the black Suburban, but didn't see it. There was a white or cream-colored Nissan Pathfinder in the space directly in front of my sidewalk, but it was unoccupied. I thought about staying in my Explorer for a bit and watching it, but that felt like a terrible overreaction. So I parked 2 spaces away, grabbed my overnight and messenger bags, locked the truck, and headed up the front walkway. I had my keys in my hand to unlock the house. I'd gripped the handle of the storm door when someone grabbed me from behind, pinning my arms to my sides. My keys slipped to the porch floor. My attacker used his body to push me into the door and held me. "Make a sound? You're gonna get hurt bad," a male voice said. A second man stooped to pick up my keys. 2 against 1. Not great odds. "Let me get to the door," the second male said. "Put the hood on her first," the first voice said. A silky fabric bag slipped over my head. A drawstring pulled it tight around my neck. Not so tight that it threatened to strangle me, but tight enough that I couldn't shake it off. I tested whether I could breathe through the fabric and found that, so far, suffocation wasn't a danger either. It wasn't yet dark outside, and I hoped maybe someone on the street was seeing all this and recognizing that it wasn't normal neighborly behavior. But it was happening so fast I didn't hold out a lot of hope for witnesses. The man with my keys fiddled with the door for a few seconds, enough time for me to get good and scared. I tried to get over it with bravado. "This is like a scene from a really bad movie," I said, as they pushed me inside. They hadn't done anything to hurt me to that point, but my smartass remark was paid back with a sharp slap to my face. It stung, but did no lasting damage. They closed the door and pushed me to the floor, face down. The man who had grabbed me knelt beside me and kept my hands secure behind my back while he pushed my head into the throw rug to keep me immobile. The other one put a foot in the small of my back with enough weight that it hurt.
You listen real close, and you won't get hurt, he said. This crusade you're on, you're gonna forget about it. Nod your head if you understand.
I nodded as best I could.
That's all we got, he continued. But just on account of the message being short, don't think it ain't serious. It's deadly serious, if you get my drift. Understand?
I nodded again.
Turn your head the other way,
the second voice said. He eased the pressure on me to allow it. I did as I was told, and one of them slipped the bag off my head. As soon as it was gone, the pressure holding my head immobile resumed. They hadn't turned on any lights. All I could see by the dying daylight and the street lamp glow filtering through a window was the floor in front of my face, one shoe, black, I thought with a slice of dark sock and the bottom of a cuffed pair of dark pants. Even shifting my eyes, I couldn't see more. There was nothing memorable but a deep scuff on the side of the shoe. Then, without warning, there was a hand and a piece of cloth over my nose and mouth. I struggled with all the strength I could muster. I tried to pull my head away. The pressure holding me down increased. The cloth had a faint, sweet chemical smell. I didn't have more than a few seconds to contemplate it before my world went dark. Chapter 17. I wasn't sure how long I'd been unconscious when a pounding headache roused me. It was all I could do to drag myself to the couch. I didn't even take off my coat. Fortunately, my cell phone was in my coat pocket, so I was able to call Mark. I don't know how he did it, but he was at my door 10 minutes later. He knelt beside the couch.
Are you okay?
He asked.
Did you call the cops?
I shook my head and winced because it hurt. He frowned and leaned in toward my face, sniffing.
What's that odor? He asked.
I don't know, I mumbled. Put something over my face that smelled sweet.
Chloroform, he said. Who the hell uses chloroform anymore?
2 goons who had a message for me.
I'm calling the cops. And the EMTs.
I don't need medical help, I said in a weak voice.
I think you do. Chloroform is nothing to mess with.
I didn't argue. The med techs confirmed I smelled like chloroform and put me on pure oxygen. They asked if I'd been vomiting or felt nauseous. I hadn't and didn't. While chloroform poisoning can cause organ damage, they said 1 dose wouldn't do me any permanent harm. They offered to take me to the hospital for overnight observation, but I declined. I'd had quite enough of hospitals the previous fall. The 2 police officers who responded to Mark's summons called in a preliminary report, and not long after, a detective showed up to take my statement. I told him what I could, which wasn't much, since I'd seen neither of my assailants and could only say that one spoke with a slight Chicago accent.
Well, said one of the officers, that narrows it down.
The detective was slightly more sympathetic.
Dispatch said we answered a burglary call here not long ago. Any chance it was the same guys?
I mind-flashed to Charles. No, I said. These were full-grown men. The burglary was 3 kids.
A forensics team can dust for prints, he said.
They were both wearing gloves, I said. I could feel them.
You're not giving us much to go on, he said. We'll file a report. Meanwhile, if you remember anything more, I'm leaving my card on your coffee table.
Mark helped me drink some slightly warm water to start flushing toxins from my body. My headache kept a hammerlock on my brain, but he was concerned about giving me anything for pain because it might upset my stomach. I hadn't had anything to eat in hours and didn't feel like eating now. Mark was trying to convince me to try a soft, cooked egg, tea, and toast when my cell phone rang. He answered it. Eric Ryland, the journal's Metro editor, had heard from a night police reporter about my assault. Mark assured him I wasn't seriously injured, but Eric insisted on talking to me.
"Can't you find a story to work on that doesn't threaten to get you killed?"
Eric asked, as close as he could get to an expression of sympathy. "I'm fine, thanks," I said. I gave him a shorthand version of earlier events. That's when it occurred to me I'd better call Winona. I sat up so abruptly I startled Mark. "Eric," I said, "I have to go. I'll explain later." I looked around frantically for my messenger bag and saw it by the door next to my luggage. I tried to stand, but Mark held me down. The pain in my head screamed at me to cooperate, but my heart told me I had to warn Winona that she might be in danger.
"What do you need?"
he asked. "My messenger bag."
"Stay right here. I'll get it for you. I found both bags on the porch, and your keys were on the floor by the door."
I grabbed the bag with growing fear. What if the men who attacked me had taken my burner phone and the envelope Winona had given me? I breathed a sigh of relief when I found both nestled right where I'd put them. I grabbed the phone and dialed the only number in its memory. No answer. Come on, I whispered. I hung up and tried again. This time, after 7 rings, a man answered.
"Yeah?"
he said. Startled and very concerned, I asked, "Who is this?"
"Who's calling?"
Now my heart was pounding. "I'm a friend of the woman whose phone you're holding. Let me talk to her."
"I need your name."
I squeezed my eyes shut. "You first," I said. "Please. It's urgent that I speak with Winona Jackson."
"Detective Ronald Coulter," he said. "Now tell me who you are."
"My name is Deuce Mora. I work for the Chicago Journal. Let me speak to Winona Jackson, please."
"I wish you could, Miss Mora,"
the detective replied.
"She's dead."
Chapter 18. 45 minutes later, I was still on my sofa in a fog of shock and guilt. Knowing my rough night was only going to get rougher, Mark had fixed a couple of slices of lightly buttered toast so I could take something for my headache without further upsetting my stomach. I managed to get the first slice of toast down. I chased it with an overdose of Aleve and set to work trying to eat the second slice. Mark also brought me a mug of my favorite green tea. Later, I wouldn't remember eating or drinking anything. Detective Ron Coulter had reached my house from the Loop, traveling Code 3, lights and sirens all the way. Now he was sitting in a chair facing my couch and talking to the local precinct on his cell, confirming the story Mark and I told him about the attack on me late that afternoon. I learned that the assault happened at almost the exact time Winona was dying on the plaza, outside the James R. Thompson State Office building. Someone had walked up behind her, pulled her head back by the hair, and slashed her throat. Witness descriptions of the murder differed wildly. It happened at lightning speed. Those who saw it were in such deep states of shock that nothing they thought they recalled could be trusted. Naturally, Coulter wanted to know what my business had been with Winona. "Oh, we were just friends," I mumbled, and it even sounded lame to me.
"You were just friends? And that's why you were calling her with so much urgency? Really, Miss Mora? Are you seriously asking me to believe that?"
"I can't tell you any more than that right now, Detective," I said. "I can't."
"When did you last see her?"
"Earlier this afternoon," I said. "We met for coffee."
"What was the topic of conversation?"
"There wasn't a single topic. We were catching up, the way two friends do." Coulter put his notebook and pen down on my coffee table, next to the card left by the detective who had responded to my assault. He picked up the card and put it in a pocket in his notebook's leather cover.
"You won't need this,"
he said. I'm now the lead on your assault and Miss Jackson's murder. They might be related. I don't see how, I said, adding one more to the list of lies, certain to reflect badly on my application to enter heaven someday, should such a place exist. The two of you met this afternoon for reasons you won't disclose, he said. A very short time later, and probably within minutes of one another, you were assaulted and she was murdered. You might not see a connection, but I don't believe in coincidence. That's amazing, I said. I don't believe in coincidence either. Wait, that sounds like a coincidence. Ms. Mora. I let my aching head fall back on the sofa. Something about Coulter seemed familiar, but I was way too messed up to piece it together. Detective, I'm not trying to be obtuse. I'm working on a story that might or might not have had something to do with the attack on me. I asked Winona Jackson for her help. She declined because what I was asking her would have involved violations of the Federal Privacy Act and the secret nature of juvenile records. She had agreed at one point to find out if there was any way around either of those problems. When we met this afternoon, she told me there wasn't, and she wouldn't get involved. And that's it. I was determined not to sully Winona's reputation, even following her death. Once again, I felt responsible for the loss of a good human life. I hated the feeling. Let me tell you why I don't believe you, Coulter said. Each of you had a smartphone. Ms. Jackson also had a burner phone with a single number in it. It's the same number as the burner phone you own, the one you were using when you called her and I answered. The only number in your burner phone is the number of her burner phone. Why would the two of you go to such lengths to hide your communications with one another if you weren't working together on something and didn't want anyone else to know? I lifted my head and stared at him, trying to keep my face impassive. I was sending a clear message that I wouldn't answer his question. You just got back from an overnight trip to Washington, D.C., Coulter said. I wanted to ask how he knew that, but remained silent. Perhaps he would tell me. What were you doing there? Did the trip have anything to do with today's events? I have no idea, I said. My iPhone rang, and Mark answered it. I heard him say, yes. Then, okay. Then, I'll tell her. Finally, better, yes, but pretty shaken. End of call. Maybe I can speed this along, Mark said, sitting down next to me. That call was Deuce's editor. He told me she could not talk to you, detective, without the newspaper's lawyer present. Neither he nor the lawyer, Jonathan Bruckner, want her to do anything tonight but rest and shake off the hangover of the assault. He turned to me. He asked me to tell you that he and Mr. Bruckner would come by in the morning, but would call first, around 10 a.m., to make sure you filled up to talking to them. I nodded and looked back to the police detective. I held out my hands, palms up. I guess that's settled, I said. Coulter nodded and picked up his notebook, slipping it into his jacket. His hand emerged with his own business card, which he put on the table where he'd removed another detective's card minutes earlier. You'll see me tomorrow morning as well, he said. I have no problem talking to you in front of your editor or your paper's lawyer. I don't think you have a choice, I said. He shrugged. Actually, I do, he said. I could take you into custody as a material witness and let you spend the night in a cell. Mark started to stand up. Sit still, Coulter told him. I'm not going to do that. I just wanted to let her know I could. I'll see you tomorrow. As he turned to the door, I stopped him. Detective Coulter, could I ask you a question? He turned back to me. Are you any relation to John Coulter, the man who was part of the Lewis and Clark expedition in the early 19th century? He frowned in amusement. Why would you ask me that? I'm a fan of the history of that time.
I said. I don't think I've run across the name Coulter very often. He nodded and smiled. Actually, he was a very distant cousin. There's a bay in Wyoming, up near Yellowstone, that's named for him. He discovered the area. I know the bay, I said. I love it there. I was just curious. I'm curious too, Miss Mora. So I'll see you tomorrow. Chapter 19. The scene in my living room late the next morning was surreal and made all the weirder because I had barely slept the night before, adding exhaustion to my haze of shock and guilt. I didn't realize until after the detective left the night before that Mark had brought along his gun and his dog, and Murphy was waiting patiently in one of the back bedrooms to be allowed to join the party. He had jumped up on the sofa beside me, licked my face once, then curled up with his front paws on my thighs and his head in my lap as if to protect me. The cats joined him. Mark and I talked for a while about the attack on me and Winona's murder. He said they had to be related. I agreed to some extent. The possibility of a nexus couldn't be ignored, but there was no evidence that it was a sure thing. I keep coming back to the question, if they killed her, why did they just give me a warning and chloroform me? Why didn't they kill me too? I don't know, Mark said. Maybe to confuse the issue? Muddy the waters? At first glance, it looks like Winona's murder was a random terrorist attack, I said. A lone wolf, like the guy who shot up the nightclub in Orlando. Why, he asked, would a lone wolf single out an official of DCFS? The husband-wife team in San Bernardino targeted social service workers, the husband's colleagues. Do you think the killer here worked at DCFS? I shrugged. Stranger things have happened, and that would mean my assault probably wasn't connected at all. On that note, we'd gone to bed. Mark held me for a while, then rolled over and dozed off. I lay awake all night, thinking about Winona, wondering if she had died because of her involvement with me. The question wasn't conducive to relaxing. I felt better physically the next day, despite the lack of sleep. I made breakfast for us while Mark walked the dog. We drank a pot of coffee between us, then prepared another in case any of my visitors were so inclined. That done, Mark left for the Ravenswood neighborhood on the north side, where there had been a suspicious fire overnight in a mattress store. Ryland was as good as his word, calling before he and Jonathan Bruckner left the Journal building to make sure I was up to seeing them. Before they showed up, Detective Ron Coulter was back, this time with company. The new guy was dressed immaculately in an elegant black trench coat that fell to mid-thigh. I could have sworn it was from Burberry of London. If true, it cost close to $3,000, unless he'd bought it on sale in Filing's basement, though he didn't have that look. The coat covered much of the charcoal suit, the perfectly starched white shirt, and the blue and indigo striped tie beneath. The shoes were black loafers with a silver buckle that had the Ferragamo look. The face was rugged, lean, and hard, the skin so lacking in lines that I thought it possible this man never used his expression muscles. His eyes were dark gray, the color of ice plowed from a city street after a storm, the nose almost aquiline, and the mouth set in determination. The man's hair was cut short and flecked with gray. Quite simply, he scared the shit out of me. "Who is this?" I asked Coulter, who had not introduced his companion, nor had the companion introduced himself. "He's with me," Coulter replied. "Is that supposed to be an answer?" I said. "The only one you're going to get," he said. "Well, would you or your nameless friend like some coffee?" Coulter accepted. "Black," he said. The second man said nothing. You're quite the conversationalist, I said, as I turned toward the kitchen. Eric Ryland and Jonathan Bruckner showed up a short while later, and both of them accepted coffee. Introductions were made, insofar as I was able. The gray man stood ramrod straight by the front door and declined the offer of a seat. At least, I think he declined. I got a vague shake of his head that could have meant no, or been a signal that his collar was too tight. When everyone was finally settled in, Ryland took center stage.
As the Metro editor of the journal, I am Deuce Moore's supervisor, he said. I know everything she's working on and where each story stands. She has no legal obligation or authority to say anything to the police or, and here he nodded toward the gray man, any other government agency unless approved by our attorney. Are we clear so far? Detective Coulter nodded ever so slightly. Gray man did nothing. I couldn't tell for sure if he was breathing. Ryland continued. Deuce has filled me in completely during a telephone conference call this morning on where all her work stands. The journal's lead attorney, Jonathan Bruckner, was present for that briefing. He will speak to the legal ramifications of what Deuce knows. It's very simple, really, Bruckner said, his voice calm and non-confrontational. I had never seen him ruffled, not even during the most difficult and contentious days of the Vinnie Colangelo investigation. Deuce is working on an assignment that involves the deaths of an unknown number of children whose bodies have been found buried in a nature preserve on the south side of the city. She doesn't know how the children died, when they died, why they died, or who they were. She has been endeavoring to learn some of these facts to no avail thus far. I was feeling uncomfortable telling the authorities even this much, but I understood that Bruckner was attempting to head off even greater problems for the paper and for me, such as a court order to cooperate backed by the threat of a contempt citation and jail. Besides, if Gray Man was an agent, he probably already knew what I knew. Bruckner continued. In the course of attempting to interview as many as a dozen public and police officials about these deaths, Deuce has been met with closed doors at every turn. She made her last attempt yesterday to learn what, if anything, Winona Jackson had learned of the mass murders. Ms. Jackson told her nothing. That much was true. Technically. There was no information passed to me verbally at Starbucks, and since I had yet to look at the contents of the envelope Winona left behind for me, I could swear under oath that I had received no information from her. For all I knew, the envelope contained a flyer for yoga classes. So, call it a fine line. I had drawn it in the dust, or in the snow, perhaps, and I wouldn't cross it. If you have any questions now, Detective, Bruckner said, you may ask them. I will instruct Deuce as to those she may answer and those she will not. Had Miss Jackson given you any information prior to your meeting yesterday? Coulter said. Any information at all? Bruckner nodded. I thought carefully about how to phrase my answer. It was my theory, I said, that these children might have been the victims of traffickers. I asked her about that. She acknowledged that it was possible, though she had no certain knowledge. She didn't even know how many children had been found dead. She was being kept completely out of the loop. She provided me with some information and statistics on human trafficking all over the world, some of it specific to Chicago. Nothing I couldn't have found myself on the internet. All the papers she copied for me were reports in the public domain. She made it easier for me to background myself on the problem without disclosing anything about the case because she didn't know anything about the case. Or so she said. Coulter looked up from his notes. What did she tell you yesterday? I looked at Bruckner. He nodded again. She told me she was nervous. And she seemed nervous. Maybe even scared. She said she felt as though she was being watched,
and she said she didn't want to meet with me anymore on this subject.
But she didn't rule out taking phone calls from you on your burner phones.
Not specifically, no.
Which is why, when you collected your wits after the assault on you, you were so anxious to reach her, to warn her she might be in danger?
Exactly. There was momentary silence in the room.
You're lying.
The husky baritone voice cut through the silence, startling everyone. The gray man had a voice after all. What? I said.
You're lying,
he repeated. I started to respond, but Bruckner put out his hand to stop me. He turned to the gray man.
Who the hell are you? Mason Cross, National Security Agency, he said. NSA? Ryland blurted out. What possible interest could the NSA have in this? There's no national security issue with the deaths of these children.
I winced and hoped it didn't give me away. There was, of course, that key element of the story I hadn't yet relayed to Ryland and Bruckner, but perhaps Ryland's honest astonishment would work in my favor. Coulter turned back to me.
How about that, Miss Mora? Is that true?
I turned to Bruckner for help, but he was staring at me with a look that said he was as dumbfounded as my editor. Is what true? I asked.
That there's no national security aspect to this.
I don't know, I said. How would I know? The CIA doesn't call me much. I grabbed a deep breath. I was wondering last night if Winona might have been killed by a lone wolf terrorist, given the style of her execution. Maybe her death had nothing to do with the assault on me, but I have no certain knowledge of anything relative to national security, Detective. The detective and the spook ignored my lone wolf theory, which either meant I was way out in left field or right on the money.
I repeat the question I asked yesterday, Coulter said. Why did you fly to Washington to have dinner with your old friend, Carl Cribben, late of the FBI?
I had to be very careful how I phrased my answer, so I couldn't later be accused of making a false statement to the police. But I also had to protect Carl. Because he's involved in an investigation of organized crime in the United States, I said. These trafficking rings should be included. They make millions off modern slavery, and they're well organized. They're gangs. They're mobs. Every bit as much as the mafia ever was or is. I asked him if the trafficking rings were part of his investigation.
And what did he say?
He said the committee was aware of these groups, but there was no investigation at this time. He didn't say whether anything was planned. He wouldn't tell me anything about his work, so I came home.
You're lying,
Cross said again, still posed by the front door, but this time he leaned back against the door and crossed his left foot over his right. And that's when I saw it. A deep scuff in the otherwise perfect leather of his black left shoe. When I raised my eyes to his, the force of his glare told me I had stared at the shoe a beat too long, telegraphing exactly what I had seen and exactly what it told me. To his credit, he had enough equilibrium to stifle any urge to react. To try to cover myself, I shot to my feet. Is that all you know how to say? I snapped at him. Why are you so damned sure I'm lying? And if you are so sure, why don't you prove it?
I shall, Miss Mora, Cross replied. Don't ever doubt that.
Chapter 20. Coulter and Cross left. Ryland and Bruckner hung back.
That was rough,
Ryland said.
How are you feeling?
I'd refilled all our coffee mugs and slumped back onto the couch. Drained, I said. Part of it's the incident yesterday. A lot of it is Winona. And a lot of it is being really pissed at that NSA asshole. In addition to being a jerk, I now know he's the one who chloroformed me.
What?
Ryland said in disbelief.
He's with the NSA. What makes you think he had any role last night?
His left shoe, I said. When they had me pinned face down on the floor, all I could see of the guy in front of my face was a dark leather shoe, a bit of a dark sock, and a cuffed pant leg. He was down on his right knee with his left foot flat on the floor, a foot from my nose. I saw a deep scuff along the side of the shoe from the toe back maybe 2 inches.
And you saw it again, now?
Bruckner said. Yep, when he leaned against the door and crossed his feet. I saw it, and I'm pretty sure he knew I saw it. I think he also knew I recognized it. I wouldn't be surprised if Coulter was the second guy. I thought last night there was something familiar about his voice.
Why didn't you say something?
Ryland asked. I think that's what I'm doing right now.
No, I meant while they were here.
To what end? I said. They're working together. I'm not eager to have them coming back on me. But if anything happens to me, be sure you look at Cross first.
I can't figure what his interest is, Bruckner said.
I can, I said. At least I think I know some of it. I turned to my editor. Eric, I told you before I went to Washington that the FBI was part of the Ryan Woods investigation.
I didn't tell you the State Department might be as well.
I didn't say anything because it was largely speculation based on some things Winona heard. This whole mess might have international diplomatic implications, maybe even an impact on national security.
Damn it, Deuce. That's sort of a big thing to leave out, Ryland said.
His words were measured, but his tone was angry. I understood how he felt. I know, but I didn't have any details then, and I don't have any more now.
What else did you leave out?
The lawyer asked. I told the cops Winona didn't tell me anything while we were at Starbucks yesterday, and that was the truth. But she put an envelope on the table when she left. I think it's a list of the foster and group homes in Chicago with the worst records for abusing children. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet.
How's that list going to help you?
Bruckner asked. I don't know, but I hope it will. Winona Jackson gave her life to get it to me. When I was alone in the house again, Mark called to find out how my morning had gone and how I was feeling. I gave him a shorthand version because I had to get off the phone. I promised a full report later. I realized I had to get word to Carl Cribben about what happened the previous night, and I had to do it fast. He, too, could be in danger. My burner phone was compromised. The NSA and the police had the number, so I drove to the nearest Walgreens and replaced it. Once I had it set up, I called Cribben's personal cell and hoped he hadn't changed the number. I hoped he would answer, even though my call wasn't from a number in his contact list. I hoped the NSA hadn't set it up to listen to his calls yet. He answered on the 4th ring. I identified myself immediately.
Can't talk right now,
he said in a tone more official than friendly. I don't want you to talk, I said. Can you just listen?
Okay.
I recounted events of the day before, leaving out nothing. I emphasized the fact that when a detective returned to interview me this morning, he had been accompanied by an unpleasant robot from the NSA, who in one key respect matched the description of one of my assailants. I also told him they were aware that I had been in Washington to see him. I think you should forget I was there. Forget what I asked of you, I said. This deal has gotten too weird, too dangerous. I don't want you sticking your neck out. Through the phone, I heard footfalls coming fast off a hard surface.
Hold on a moment,
Cribben said. When the footfalls stopped, he explained.
I had to get away from the office, to someplace a little more private. Which is not to say any cell phone call is private. The NSA is always listening.
I know, I said. That's why I want you out of this, And I'm sorry I got you involved in the first place." He ignored me.
"I had a visitor too, Deuce. He gave me the same advice."
"I hope you told him you'd take it."
"Let's say I was non-committal. I don't like being strong-armed. I don't respond well. I might have F-bombed him a little bit."
I smiled. That was not in keeping with my straight arrow image of Cribben. I wished I'd been a fly on the wall. "How'd he take it?" I asked.
"With stoicism at first. Then he got a little pissy."
"Do what he said, Carl, please. I don't want you to wind up with your throat cut in the middle of Constitution Avenue."
"If that happens," he said, "it won't be the NSA's work. It's not their style. It honestly sounds more like homegrown terrorism to me."
I had the same thought. I even suggested the possibility this morning. I didn't get a rise out of the police or the NSA. "But you need to drop this, Carl. Get out."
"I don't think I can, Deuce. I signed on. NSA knows I signed on. So I'm in for the run. To tell you the truth, I want to be. The story you're chasing makes me sick."
"You've got my new burner number in your phone now," I said. "Buy your own burner. Program this number into it, but not into your personal cell."
"Will do," he said. "What's your next move?"
I thought of the envelope in my messenger bag. "I have some reading to do," I said. I could have gone up to my little home office on the second floor, but instead I curled up on the sofa where my bag already rested, with the flap thrown back. I kicked off my shoes and unfurled an afghan my mother had crocheted for me 30 years earlier to occupy her hands as she waged her losing battle against breast cancer. Resting under it always soothed me, bringing me close again to the parent I barely knew when she died. I noticed my original burner phone in the bag and wondered what to do with it now that I'd replaced it. I couldn't bring myself to throw it away. So I dropped it back in the bag and pulled out Winona's envelope. There were 23 foster and institutional homes on the list, with the names of the owners of record, their addresses, and the names of children who had been placed at each over the past 12 years. There also were hand-printed notes in the margins, the names and birth dates of children who had died in or disappeared from these homes, with the dates of their deaths or disappearances. This was Winona Jackson's final act for these kids before her life ended. When the margins were filled, Winona's notes continued on the back of the pages. I counted the individual listings. 77. In the last 12 years, these 23 institutions had lost 77 children. That was more than 3 children per home. The last of the 4 pages listed how many children had been removed from each home after substantiated reports of abuse. No names, just numbers. They added up to 268 kids. No wonder these homes were listed among the worst of the worst. I couldn't help but be amazed that these places had been allowed to continue operations. Nothing jumped off the pages at me. None of the owners or operators' names was familiar to me. None of the addresses rang any bells. I didn't know any of the children. I felt lost. Where was I going to start? I was so engrossed in the file that my mail carrier had to knock twice at the front door before her presence penetrated my thoughts. "Hi, Cookie," I said when I opened the door. Cookie had been my mail carrier at my condo, and my house was part of her route. She was a ceaselessly cheerful and helpful woman who made certain her friends got special service. This day, she knocked because she'd seen through the etched glass of the front door that I was home, and she wanted to deliver one piece of mail personally. "I wanted to make sure you got this," she said. "I think it's important." She handed me one envelope and a few pieces of mail. The envelope carried a return address of the Juvenile Justice Division of the Cook County Clerk of Courts. Cookie had met Charles once, and she knew about the burglary. We both had a pretty good idea what was inside the piece of mail. "I hope it goes the way you want," she said to me. "It won't, Cookie, but there's nothing I can do about it," I replied. "I'm sorry," she said, and turned away to continue her deliveries. I returned to the sofa and stared at the envelope for a minute or two, trying to will the contents into telling me the charges against Charles had been dropped. But I'd never had transmuting skills. I was certain the envelope held Charles's court date and my notice to appear to testify. I wasn't wrong, but I was surprised when I saw a drop of water hit the paper and make a small, wrinkled circle just above the clerk's seal. A tear. Chapter 21. I had a black cashmere watch cap pulled low to cover my ears, and a scarf looped around my neck. I wore a knee-length quilted coat with a fur-lined hood if I needed it, and knee-high fleece-lined boots over a pair of thermal socks. My hands were encased in heavy mittens, always preferable to gloves for retaining heat. The notice from juvenile court was grief heaped on tragedy in my week. The totality of Winona's murder and Charles's likely felony conviction was crushing me. The walls of my house made me feel claustrophobic. I had to get out. I headed for my usual refuge when I needed to think. The shores of Lake Michigan. In the summer, I generally found quiet on a small south side strip of beach behind the Museum of Science and Industry in the Tony Hyde Park neighborhood. But in the winter, I preferred to go north and walk the water's edge trail through the Montrose Point Bird Sanctuary. The afternoon was sunny and calm, but the vast openness of the park, the barren and empty beach, and the lake produced an easterly breeze that would have chilled me quickly if I hadn't been dressed for it. I paced the trail for nearly an hour, then found a bench and sat, staring out at the open, iced-over water. I had brought along a baggie of sunflower seeds and tossed some out for any feathered creatures seeking a handout. I couldn't stop one of my favorite poems from running on a closed loop through my mind. I must go down to the seas again, to the lonely sea and the sky, and all I ask is a tall ship and a star to steer her by, and the wheels kick and the wind song and the white sails shaking, and a gray mist on the sea's face and a gray dawn breaking. I am neither a sailor nor a swimmer of greater than amateur talent, but I have always been fascinated by big water, and when I can have that big water all to myself, or nearly so, it is one of the few experiences that can enthrall me for hours. Usually, the first stanza of John Masefield's classic, Sea Fever, calmed my mind. Today, I couldn't get around a gray dawn breaking. I seem to be obsessed of late with children. Dead children, abused children, lost and neglected children, and a child I had grown to love and continued to love despite his deceit and his attempt to take advantage of my trust. Given his brains, his looks, and his charm, Charles could have made something good of his life. If only I hadn't come home early that day. The kids would have gotten away with my belongings, and I never would have suspected Charles. And how would it have mattered? Everything was insured at full replacement value. Having taken what he really wanted from me, he might have disappeared from my life, and I would have been crushed and doomed never to know why. But now he would disappear from my life, and I would be the one who closed the cell door on him. I tossed out some more seeds. I was collecting quite a bird following. A voice behind me made me jump. "I don't think you're supposed to feed the wild birds," he said. "It's illegal." I recognized the voice, and having its owner sneak up to stand behind me was more than a little disconcerting. "You think everything I do is illegal, Agent Cross," I said without turning around. I don't think the NSA has jurisdiction over wildlife.
True, he said.
If you have another message for me, could you deliver it without the chloroform this time? I don't need another headache. Without asking, Cross came around and sat down on the bench beside me.
That's what I came to talk to you about, he said. I don't recall inviting you. This is a public park.
I didn't answer because I didn't want to encourage any conversation with the man. My silence didn't faze him.
Nice catch, recognizing my shoe, he said. If you were better at keeping a poker face, I might never have noticed that you put 2 and 2 together.
Again, I said nothing. He asked,
Who have you told?
It's whom have you told? You went to college, didn't you? I'd expect an agent of the NSA to be better with English grammar.
All right, whom have you told?
That's none of your business.
Then I have a word of advice for you, he said. Leave it between us. All we were trying to do that night was scare you into backing off. You weren't really hurt, so there's no harm done. There's no proof of what you might write in the paper or tell the police either. The shoe has been fully repaired. All signs of the damage have been erased.
I'm so happy for you.
But the message stands. Stay away from the Ryan Woods story.
Are you done now?
I am.
And would you please get off my bench? You're wrecking my meditation. I pulled my phone from my coat pocket. Mark answered on the first ring. Are you working? I asked.
Yeah, I'm still on the scene in Ravenswood. What's up?
I need to talk to you. Not to pull you off the job, but when you get home tonight, is that a problem?
Never,
Mark said with a chuckle.
I should be home about 7. You want to go out somewhere?
Let's order pizza in, I said.
Your wish is my command. I'll call Phil's and have the pie waiting for you. Or if you get there first, maybe you could walk Murphy.
Yeah, no problem. There was a pause.
You okay?
Mark asked. Not really, but we'll talk.
We will.
When I got to the front door of Mark's condo with Murphy, both of us breathing hard after a long, fast walk, Mark was at the front desk paying the delivery man from Phil's, a great pizzeria in Bridgeport. Murphy caught the scent, and his nose went into overdrive. Mark put the pizza box in the oven to stay warm and opened a bottle of wine. He poured each of us a glass. We settled on his sofa, which faced north, and offered a spectacular view of the Chicago skyline through oversized sliding glass doors. It had started snowing, big wet flakes that fell straight down because there was no wind to toss them around. If it got heavy, as the forecast indicated, it would turn into a dump and make a mess of traffic in the morning. But in the meantime, it would be beautiful. I loved to walk Chicago streets in the early morning after a big overnight snowfall. The sun was coming up, the air was barely moving, and the flakes that drifted off trees floated and sparkled like gemstones in the new light. I wouldn't see that the next day. I would be in court, sealing the end of hope for a young boy. I told Mark I had been considering perjury, testifying that I never got a good look at the face of the burglar I caught in my back bathroom. I would say I couldn't positively identify Charles as the culprit.
Deuce, the cops had him sitting in your living room for more than an hour while they questioned him, Mark said. How can you testify you didn't see his face?
I'd been shopping, I said. I was in the kitchen, putting stuff away.
For more than an hour? That's not going to fly. Besides, the cops will be able to testify it was Charles you handed over to them. Charles will go away with or without your testimony, and you'll be charged with perjury. There goes your reputation. There goes your job. And maybe there goes your freedom. People go to prison for perjury.
I sat quietly, knowing Mark was right. and contemplating how to tell him what was really in my heart. I blurted it out. My fallback plan is to adopt him. What? Mark turned sharply on the sofa to face me. Deuce, that's nuts. Why? I demanded. Number one, given the demands of your job, how are you going to find time to give him the attention and supervision he needs? Number two, how do you know he's not already so far into the dark side that he'll continue to get into trouble that spirals down into much worse stuff than house breaking and burglary? I'll hire someone to watch him after school. That little church place next door to my old condo has after-school programs. Mark ignored me and continued. On the very selfish side, how's this going to affect you and me? For God's sake, if you want a child, let's give ourselves a year together, and if it's still good, we'll get married and have a baby of our own. I'd love to be a father, but not to a kid already predisposed to a life of crime. If I'm going to be a father, I want to be there from day one and be as much a part of my child's development as you are. I want to start from scratch. Do you understand that? I understood completely and said so, but I couldn't bring myself to throw Charles to the wolves either. I said that too. Well, so it's perfectly clear, Mark said. You'll be choosing Charles over me. It's your choice, no doubt, but I don't want to be around to see the bad outcome. I got up and left. Neither of us had touched the pizza. Chapter 22. The next morning at 10, I was sitting on an uncomfortable wooden bench outside a hearing room in the Juvenile Justice Division, waiting to be called and feeling sick. Not only did I have to make a serious decision about Charles, I had to make a serious decision about Mark. He'd made it perfectly clear the night before that if I chose Charles, it was over between him and me. Either choice was heartbreaking. I'd tried to talk to Mark again before I went to bed, but he wouldn't answer his phone. At that point, sleep was a hopeless goal, and I lay awake much of the night trying to find a solution. In the end, there wasn't one. I watched the juvenile defendants file up and down the hallway in front of me, many of them in prison jumpsuits and shackles, some led by guards, some followed by weeping or angry parents. I saw myself as one of those parents, and I didn't like the feeling. Mark's questions had been valid. How would I give Charles the attention he needed? How could I focus on work each day, not knowing if he had skipped school? Or maybe he was plotting his next crime, or meeting with dope dealers or gangbangers. If he lived with me, I would try to enroll him in the Irma Ruiz Elementary School, 2 blocks east of my house, a direction that would take him away from areas trolled by recruiting gangbangers. Ruiz Elementary, named in honor of a policewoman killed in the line of duty, was a fine arts magnet school, considered one of the best schools in the city, honored at the White House by Michelle Obama. It served grades K through 8, which meant Charles would have at least 4 years there in a very good academic environment that would nurture his desire to read and write. It was the after-school hours that worried me. I was deep into considering whether I could ask Eric Ryland for permission to work from home when a harried, gray-haired woman with an armload of files and way too much nervous energy ran up to me. "Are you Deuce Mora?" she said, then added, "Of course you are. I recognize you. I'm the caseworker handling the boy who broke into your house." She introduced herself as Phyllis Metzler of the Cook County Juvenile Court. "Here's the deal," she said. "The boy has a previous record, all small stuff, all misdemeanors, but the value of the merchandise from your home, the electronics he piled up on a chair to steal, elevates this crime to a felony. That means a conviction would be on his record permanently." I knew that already and nodded. "We've tested him," the woman continued. "He's extremely bright. He's personable and nonviolent. If you would agree to drop the charges to a misdemeanor,
which would remain sealed forever with the rest of his juvenile record, we could put him in Faulkner Academy, a special school where he would live and learn under constant supervision. The school doesn't see a positive outcome with every student, but we think this boy fits the profile for success. I'd never heard of Faulkner Academy. Where is this school? I asked. In Sheridan Park, on Chicago's north side. An easy drive. Could I visit him there? I asked. No, we cut these children off from everything that links them to their previous lives. It is, in a word, a rebirth, a brand new start. A horrible thought draped my mind. How do I know he won't be abused? I said, or brainwashed into some cult. The woman looked offended. We would never abuse or brainwash a child, she said. The operation is under court supervision, and the oversight is thorough. The children are expected to conform to the rules, and there are ramifications if they don't, but the ramifications are never physical or psychological. Their aim is to rehabilitate, not further alienate. The children are encouraged to find aspects of education that interest them, and we cultivate those interests to teach them to focus on the positive. I'll be honest with you, I said. I've been thinking about adopting him. She looked surprised and then skeptical. I'm not an adoption expert, Miss Mora, but I doubt that such an adoption would be approved, not with a felony hanging over the boy. Are you married? No. I imagine your hours at work are more erratic than most people's. How would you provide for his supervision when you're not home? I had to admit I hadn't worked that out. Then I think you need to let that idea drop for now and do what's best for the boy, she said. Now how about it, Miss Mora? Can we go down to a misdemeanor? I'm really pressed for time here. Sure, I said. I sounded more upbeat than I felt. I signed a piece of paper she thrust in front of me on a clipboard, reading it hastily. It was simply my agreement to reduced charges. She glanced at the signature, nodded, turned, and left without another word. And that was it. It was over. I debated trying to call Mark to tell him the outcome, but I didn't want to bother him on the job. I hoped he would call me later to get an update. I was feeling huge regret. If I had waited one more day to talk to him about Charles's future, our destructive conversation never would have happened. I feared I had screwed up the best thing in my life for no good reason. Chapter 23. A week slipped by, during which I did little more than life required. Writing my column was the only worthwhile endeavor I could manage. I was throwing myself a pity party of historic proportions, mourning at once the fate of my young friend Charles, the murder of my new friend, Winona Jackson, and the possible end of my relationship with a man I truly adored. At least Eric wasn't bugging me about the Ryan Woods story. There had been a cataclysmic grain elevator explosion in East St. Louis on the other side of the state. The spectacular disaster burned several square blocks of the city and killed a lot of people, though no one knew yet how many. Eric had sent 5 reporters and photographers over to cover the story, which was eating up vast chunks of the paper every day. I wondered if Mark had been called out to help find the cause, but no one was talking about arson, so I presumed he wasn't involved. At the end of the week, 7 days after Winona Jackson died, I found myself sitting in a rear pew at St. Mary of the Angels Catholic Church for her funeral. Because of the way she died, the medical examiner's office didn't release her body to her 3 sons until the day before the High Mass. The historic church in Bucktown, a few blocks from Winona's house, was a magnificent cathedral of frescoes, dark wood, white marble, and gold inlay. The dome soared above, its many windows illuminating the sanctuary with natural light that gave the environment a most peaceful feeling.
The church itself dated back to 1899, though the building in which I sat was dedicated in 1920. Those who knew iconic religious architecture far better than I said the church most resembled St. Peter's Basilica in Rome. St. Mary of the Angels, built entirely of dark red brick, was considered one of the finest specimens of Roman Renaissance architecture in the United States. None of which made me feel any better about the fate of a woman whose death and life would be commemorated this day. Winona died because she had tried to help me get to the bottom of the Ryan Woods murders. I was absolutely convinced of it. I sat in the back of the sanctuary, hoping no one would recognize me and ask what right I had to be there. It wasn't a question for which I had a ready answer, but my anonymous presence was not to be. A burly man who stood well over 6 feet and whose weight likely rose into the 250-pound neighborhood slid into the pew beside me. He had a classic Irish face, pink fair skin, a mass of freckles bridging his nose and spilling onto both cheeks, and dark red hair. The freckles extended to the back of his hands, which I noticed when he reached out to shake mine. "Deuce more, right?" he said, as I clasped his hand obediently. "I'm Aidan Coughlin, Winona's supervisor." I froze. I didn't know how to respond. I caught myself before I could utter the standard first responder line. "I'm sorry for your loss." "You look like the proverbial deer caught in the headlights," Coughlin said with a smile. "You don't have to be concerned about me. I know Winona was helping you. And this might surprise you, but toward the end, I gave her my blessing. Didn't she tell you?" I shook my head. I did. The abuse and possible murder of children doesn't sit any better with me than it did with her. I told her to keep a low profile and be careful." He paused and sighed. "Apparently, that wasn't enough." "I don't think the timing of her murder was a coincidence," I said. "Neither do I. Could you come to my office tomorrow? We need to talk." Winona's funeral had been widely publicized, and I kept hoping Mark would know I was there and come to join me, not so much for Winona's sake, but for mine. He didn't. The disappointment I felt in my gut is generally described as heartache. I left when the service ended, not going to the cemetery or talking with family members. Despite the vastness of the church, I'd begun to feel claustrophobic. The 1,200 seats were mostly filled, so no one noticed my departure, or if they did, they didn't care. I wondered during the drive home what Aidan Coughlin wanted to discuss with me. I was certain he knew more about the Ryan Woods investigation than he passed on to Winona. I allowed myself to hope he was now ready to pass that information along to me. The possibility boosted me with new energy. Chapter 24. Aidan Coughlin's office had approximately the same view as Winona's, but from 2 floors higher. His otherwise dingy walls were decorated, not with diplomas, but with stunning black and white photographs of impoverished and gang-ravaged areas of Chicago, of bloody sidewalks and graffiti-smeared brick walls, of young men and women, mostly black and Hispanic, loitering in doorways, in alleys and on street corners, in handcuffs and squad cars, of grief-consumed relatives screaming and crying over sheet-covered bodies in the streets. One of the photos that affected me most was that of a brown hand lying limp on a concrete slab of sidewalk, surrounded by 7 spent shell casings. Coughlin's office walls were a silent lecture on the need to put an end to such tragedy and waste, a mute testimony to the fact that Chicago's history of bloodletting never ended. It just changed neighborhoods. It began with angry, out-of-work immigrant groups fighting deadly economic wars in the 19th century. It was adopted by Al Capone, George Bugs Moran, Jake Greasy Thumb Guzik, and Murder, Inc. in the years around Prohibition. Those guys spilled a lot of blood in the city and became renowned in its history. You can even take gangster tours of Chicago, by bus or on foot, and visit most of the violently historic places. The old mugs were long gone, but new ones had become entrenched. If anything, the carnage got worse. It was no longer only gangsters killing gangsters. Innocent people were dying now. That tragic fact would become part of Chicago's history, too. In the not-too-distant past, Chicago police thought they knew how to put down the gangs. They tried cutting off the snakes' heads. The theory was, if they arrested, prosecuted, and incarcerated the leaders, the bodies would die. The idea backfired badly. Instead of evaporating, the gangs came under new, younger, more ruthless leadership. The older leaders, the ones now in prison, recognized that there were lines they shouldn't cross. Their successors never accepted the notion of limits. They knew no boundaries. They were younger, less schooled in nuance, much quicker to use their guns and knives. Their killing became indiscriminate. Miss a target and hit a child? So what? There was always next time. Coughlin noticed me studying his photographs.
They inspire me every day to try to do more, he said.
Did you take them? I asked.
Most of them, yes, he said. It's a pretty grim hobby, don't you think?
I glanced at him and saw that his expression was a mixture of amusement and sorrow, and I understood. We shook hands and sat in a corner of his office where 4 armchairs ringed a small, scarred oak table that held a statue of a woman clutching a child to her belly. It struck me that Coughlin was a man with a vast capacity for compassion. It also struck me that I had been transported into a Japanese garden. The entire corner behind the table and chairs was taken up with pots of bamboo, the likes of which I'd never seen. The thin trunks were yellow and green. One segment of each stalk was yellow. The next had alternating vertical green and yellow stripes. The divisions between segments were reddish, with protruding root nodes. A small table, nearly hidden among the pots, held a small electric fountain that circulated water over 4 levels of what looked like basalt rocks. The clean aroma of the greenery and the soft tones of the falling water were very relaxing. "This is spectacular," I said.
It's a small version of a meditation garden I have at home. When the water runs over sounding stones, it produces remarkable music. I hung chimes that catch the breeze and ring softly. It's where I get away from the job. Upkeep takes an enormous amount of work, but I don't mind. I find it relaxing. Every late fall, I move the pots of bamboo into my greenhouse so they don't freeze, and empty my waterfall and drain the pipes. In here, I have to keep the plants trimmed so they don't go through the ceiling to the next floor.
I imagine with your job, relaxation is at a premium, I said. He smiled.
Sometimes people will walk in here unexpected to find me sitting on a pillow in the lotus position, meditating. One day, a group of visiting Japanese came in, and the next thing I knew, all 3 of them had found pillows or furniture cushions and were sitting in the lotus position next to me.
He laughed.
It does get me through the day.
We both sat for a few moments and let the water's melody soothe our nerves.
Can I trust you?
He asked, with an abruptness that surprised me.
With what?
I said.
With the truth. Your natural instincts would be to rush new information into print. I need your word that you won't do that. If you give me your word, I can tell you a story that will blow your mind and break your heart.
I smiled, despite the grim tenor of Coughlin's words. It would be pretty hard to do much writing in that condition. He joined me in the humor.
True. I indulge in hyperbole from time to time. Forgive me. What do you say? Do I have your word?
Yes, I said. And as long as I have your word that if you learn something new, I'll be the first to know. If there's a change at my end, I'll call you before we publish. But understand that sometimes those decisions are out of my hands. Coughlin rubbed his palms together. I'll be honest with you, Ms. Mora, he said. I don't want to be included in anything you write. I'm not an official part of any of it. The overarching control of this investigation is 600 air miles east of this room, and all the shots are being called from there. I would be shocked if the decision whether to take the lid off this Pandora's box came from anyone but the feds. Washington, I figured. It was a statement, not a question. You know, the feds, much as they might like to sometimes, can't dictate what we print or when. That's true, Coughlin said. But if they can determine who gave you information, and I have no doubt the NSA has the means to know, I could be prosecuted for violating national security laws, perhaps even treason. The fines would be so astronomical I would lose everything and not make a dent in the debt. I could spend the rest of my life in prison. That's not exactly the retirement I've planned for. So you can see my concern. I could. So why are you taking the risk by talking to me at all? The walls, he said, slowly raising a freckled hand to indicate all the photos. The walls are my conscience. They speak to me. They tell me I must defend the rights of those who cannot defend themselves. Sitting here writing this, it sounds a little corny. It didn't sound corny when Coughlin said it. It raised a small lump in my throat. I'll give you my word, I said. If you protect me, I'll protect you. My dog, I stopped. Murphy wasn't my dog and probably never would be. I was walking with a friend and his dog in Ryan Woods, and the dog found the first bone. I want this story. To be honest, if I'm beaten to it by another newspaper, it could cost me my job. Even with a Pulitzer Prize on your wall? Even. Believe it. Besides, I don't have a Pulitzer yet. They won't be announced until sometime in April. Okay. Here's what's happening. Coughlin began. I pulled out a notebook and pen. He looked over his shoulder, then got up, went to his desk, and told his secretary to hold all calls. He began again even before he got back to his chair. I heard about the bones in the woods on the Monday after you found them. Tony Donato, the medical examiner, called my office even before I got in that morning, and I get in early, usually about 7. It's true. I knew at that hour it couldn't be good news. At that point, he was sure he had at least 2 bodies because the bones of a finger they found didn't match the skeleton you found. I nodded. Yeah, that was in my story Sunday. I was out of town all that weekend, he said. Sorry, I missed the story. You got back to work about the same time Tony quit returning my calls. And I'll tell you why. It was your own fault. It's true. Maybe an hour after Tony called, I get a call to go visit the mayor. Tony gets the same call. So does the chief of police. The mayor had been visited early that morning by the FBI and the NSA. As he told it, they got him out of bed, and he met with them in his bathrobe. They didn't even call ahead. It's true. Anyhow, we were all told in no uncertain terms the Ryan Woods discovery was to be kept quiet. We weren't even supposed to talk to each other about it. The police were instructed to expunge the report made by the cops who answered your call. Did they give the mayor a reason? If they did, His Honor didn't tell us. So the big question, why? The FBI and the State Department are conducting an international investigation of human trafficking focused on children. I don't know how many countries it covers, but I got the feeling it was a dozen or more. It's true. They've zeroed in on one ring in Chicago because they're not only trafficking kids in the city, they're exporting American kids to other countries. Dear God, they're smuggling kids like it was a mail-order bride business? That's about it, yes. Only more lethal.
The client specifies what he wants, they find a match, and they ship the kid in return for a boatload of $100 bills. American. It's true. They ship American kids out of the United States, and they import foreign kids to the United States, all to satisfy specific tastes and depravity. Most of those kids go through this Chicago operation, which also serves a taste for degeneracy right here in the Windy City. This country isn't immune from grim perversions. As much as we like to think we're better than everyone else, we're not, and that's true.
How could that be done? I asked. You can't snatch a kid off the street and put him on a plane without somebody noticing. In the first place, the kid would probably put up a hell of a fight, at least scream for help, not to mention the probable absence of passports, visas, even luggage.
Are you familiar with the French consulate? It's on North Michigan Avenue, between Grant Park and the river.
I've been there, I said.
When you walked through the doors, what country were you in?
The question threw me for a moment. Unless I was teleported to Paris, I was still in the United States. Then it dawned on me. No, I guess technically I wasn't. Coughlin nodded once, sharply.
As long as you were in the consulate, you were on French soil. It's true. U.S. authorities have no jurisdiction. They can't get search warrants. They can't make arrests. The same is true for vehicles. If they're attached to the consulate, it's hands off. Same for airplanes. It's diplomatic privilege. We have reciprocal agreements with most countries in the world. They don't mess with our turf, and we don't mess with theirs. It's done for the protection of diplomatic missions.
Are we actually talking about France? Or are you using France as a surrogate for a country you don't know?
I'm sure it isn't France, Coughlin said. That's just the first place that came to mind. The feds aren't saying who they're chasing.
So somebody from this foreign country picks up a kid on the street. Once in the vehicle with diplomatic plates, the child is, for all intents and legal purposes, in foreign territory immune from U.S. law enforcement. Then what?
Probably sedate the child and drive him or her directly to O'Hare, where a jet flying the flag of the abducting country is waiting at a distant hangar, out of sight of anyone but air traffic control, which doesn't care what's going on way out there until the plane is ready to taxi. The child is carried aboard the plane, and off it goes to make a delivery. It's true.
That sounds prohibitively expensive, I said.
All those $100 bills I mentioned, there would be enough of them to fill a freight car. And if they're bringing a child into the U.S., they reverse the process. An aircraft from the homeland flies to O'Hare with its human cargo, which is transferred to an official car and delivered to the buyer. The buyer keeps the child as long as he wants, then either ships him back the way he came or disposes of the evidence. It's true.
And you, the feds, think the bodies in Ryan Woods are foreign children brought here to be abused and killed?
Maybe, maybe not. Not all the American kids get shipped out. Most, I suspect, stay right here in the Chicago region. There are people who can and will pay the price for custom orders, but not a lot of them. We won't know nationalities until Tony Donato finishes up his investigations, and they could take a good long time.
He was close to getting DNA results on the first body the last time I talked to him, I said. Surely he has them by now.
I don't think you understand fully, Miss Mora. Last you talked to the medical examiner, he had 2 bodies. He's now up to 17, and counting.
Chapter 25. I don't ever recall feeling such anger and revulsion. Helplessness, yes. Sadness, of course. Anxiety, way more than my doctor would call heart healthy. But sitting there with Aidan Coughlin, hearing about the senseless and brutal murders of 17 children, my mind running wild, conjuring the horror that led up to their deaths, I wanted to kick something over, hurl heavy objects through windows, restore the death penalty, and inflict it myself.
And I'll help you all I can, Coughlin said. I don't want to let this go either.
I took 2 deep breaths and realized some of what I'd heard didn't compute. The first time I talked to Winona, she said if you found out she was helping me, you'd fire her. Now this? Which is the real Aiden Coughlin? He shrugged.
They both are, he said. After the meeting with the mayor, I was pretty forceful in telling her to stay away from you, and stay away from the Ryan Woods investigation. I didn't threaten to fire her. It never crossed my mind. Frankly, this department is horribly diminished by her loss. But when you're a single mother with 3 boys, 1 in high school and 2 in college, and you depend on your job to support them, you probably hear nuance that isn't there. But you changed your mind about helping me, I mean. I found out she was copying material for you and confronted her about it, he said. She wouldn't back down and made a most compelling case that we should be cooperating with you. She asked me how many more children would be kidnapped and abused or killed while the feds diddled with their perceived issues. He nodded toward one wall of photos. She tossed my own pictures in my face. I found I had no good argument against her. In the end, I actually gave her permission to give you the list of the worst foster operations in the city. I hope it helps.
It's a long shot, I said.
Then let's plan on meeting regularly, Coughlin suggested. You can brief me on what you're learning, and I can give you material in our files that might help you.
You'll be breaking a lot of rules, I said. Potentially bringing down a lot of grief on your head. There's no way the feds won't find out what you're doing. His face morphed into a mask of anger and determination.
Ask me if I care.
The next morning was the first day of March, and the month was coming in like a lion. The high temperature wouldn't quite reach 32. The wind was whipping and light snow was falling sideways. I'd heard nothing from Carl Cribben, and with 17 bodies in the medical examiner's office, I was getting very nervous about sitting on the story. It occurred to me enough time had passed that Tony Donato might have loosened up. If he knew that Aiden Coughlin was on board with me, it might sway him. I didn't want to call him. A phone call was too easy to ignore. A phone message, even easier. It was time again for a personal visit, and, if necessary, another stakeout in his parking lot until he showed up. As fortune would have it, Tony's black Tahoe was in its choice parking space when I arrived. I parked a couple of spots away and walked to the front door of his building just as he was walking out. "You again," he said with no pleasure at all. He had to raise his voice to be heard over the wind. "Nice to see you too, Doctor."
"Should I assume I know why you're here?"
"I'm here to see you."
"Should I assume I know what you want to see me about?"
"You should."
"Then take a ride with me."
I did, but only after Tony brought me a pair of rubber wading boots, large enough to hold the contents of a small lake. In the car, he told me to pull them on over my snow boots. I figured we were headed for Ryan Woods. "Are you speaking to me again?" I asked.
"Reluctantly," he said.
"Okay, so speak."
"When we get there."
We drove in silence through block after block of car dealerships, gas stations, fast food joints, and small independent grocery and liquor stores, the kind that grow up in neighborhoods where the big box chains don't want to risk the shoplifting and robbery losses. The only sounds were the tires on asphalt, the whispers of slush, and the satellite radio station playing great pop hits from the 70s. It was my favorite music decade, even though the 70s were over before I was born. I was hit with a sudden memory. I was 3 or 4 years old, standing on my father's shoes, him holding my hands, and my mother laughing as Dad and I danced around the living room to the tunes of Billy Joel, Elton John, Gladys Knight, the Doobie Brothers, Carly Simon, Bill Withers, Marvin Gaye, Hall & Oates. I always asked Dad to play Withers' Lean on Me. My father liked B.J. Thomas doing Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head. My mother urged us to do Leo Sayers' You Make Me Feel Like Dancing. They were all good. As if on cue, the next cut up was the Commodore's 3 Times a Lady, another of my long-ago favorites. Hearing it made me melancholy. I came out of my reverie when Tony hung a left at 90th Street and headed east back to Pleasant Avenue, an area I had last seen more than 5 weeks earlier. Crime scene tape still wound from tree to tree for 3 blocks, and then at right angles into the woods for as far as I could see through the trees. It snapped in the wind like a pack of angry dogs. It had broken, or been broken, in several places, and spliced back together. A lone police cruiser stood watch. Tony acknowledged the 2 officers staying warm inside, then ducked under the yellow tape and held it up for me. We followed a trail for a while, then cut off into frozen mud. It had been trampled during warmer periods into thousands of footprints. When the temperature dropped, everything froze again, and the footprints were preserved in time. The sharp rises and deep ruts made walking uncomfortable and treacherous. At least the trees got some of the wind. When we got to the site where Murphy found the femur, I actually gasped. It appeared that more than half an acre had been dug up, and a backhoe was still at work, scraping earth in a corner of the disturbed land. I was speechless. "You want to know how many, right?" Donato asked. He was standing slightly behind me, so I would have a full view of the scene. I generated enough saliva to soothe my dry throat. "I've been told 17. "Old information," he said. "It's 18 and counting. I wanted you to get a sense of the scope of this thing before I started giving you the details." "Mind if I take some pictures?" I asked. "No. Shoot away while I go talk to the backhoe operator and my staff over there. Looks like they might have found something new." I pulled out my iPhone and began shooting, even getting some images of Donato, members of his team, and the machinery operator. I took wide views of the entire area and close-ups of voids in the earth where whole skeletons had been raised from graves. I had reeled off a few dozen photos before Donato returned. "Make it 19, he said. "They found another full skeleton over there. It's outside the boundary we laid out with the ground-penetrating radar, so we might have to expand the sweep." He shook his head. "It's a boneyard." "It is," I said, "and Chicago is the hunting ground that feeds it." We wandered around for maybe 20 minutes. I confirmed descriptions for some of the photos I'd taken. Then we hiked back to the Tahoe and headed north back to the center city. "Why have you decided to talk to me?" I asked. "Aiden Coughlin called me yesterday and told me he was talking to you, and he told me why. He made sense. The feds won't give me a good reason to be silent. When they raise the flag of national security, it sounds like typical Washington buzz to cover a myriad of things that might or might not be real." He drove in silence for a minute, then asked, "Do we know yet if the killing of the woman from DCFS is tied to this, or just random?" "I know what I think," I said, "but I can't prove it. Her name, by the way, is Winona Jackson. She's not just the woman from DCFS." I hadn't meant to jump on Donato so hard, but I was still pissed off about Winona's murder. I was likely to stay pissed off for a long time. The medical examiner didn't seem offended, because he began to spill all the details of the investigation to date. Of the 19 bodies and parts of bodies found buried in Ryan Woods, Donato said, DNA results had come back on 7. 4 were black, 3 boys and a girl. Of the other 3 bodies, One girl was Caucasian, of Eastern European descent. The remaining 2 bodies were Mediterranean, but that covered a lot of territory, including Spain, France, Italy, the Balkans, Turkey, much of the Middle East, and North Africa. Oh, and Monaco.
Monaco, I said. That's nothing more than a city on the French coast.
But it's the Mediterranean coast, he said with a smile. Just being thorough. Donato said they were still trying to interpret the rest of the DNA results. The children ranged in age from 8 to 12. That sure fits with the notion they were trafficking victims, I said. It does, Donato replied. But don't assume because some of the DNA came back as Eastern European and Mediterranean that the children were foreign nationals kidnapped to the United States. They could be the kids of immigrants. Right. Is there any clue to how and when they died and who they were? COD and TOD information is beginning to come in, but it's spotty. Nothing conclusive yet on IDs. When we got back to the ME's office, there was a black Suburban parked illegally on Harrison Street, with the engine running and 2 men inside, one black, one white. I stopped and glared at them. I didn't care if they saw me. I hoped they did. You seen that SUV around here before? I asked Donato. He glanced over. Oh, yeah, he said. It's the feds. They show up occasionally and demand to know what I've found out. Sometimes I tell them, and sometimes I tell them to go fuck themselves, depending on my mood and their attitude. The only certainty is that they almost always cop an attitude. I am now flipping them off. I whirled around to see that, but Donato's hands were at his sides. I'm flipping them off mentally, he said. The beauty is, they can't know and therefore can't retaliate. I might have rolled my eyes a little. I said, they seem to follow me everywhere, even though the places I've been haven't produced anything worth asking about. Jerks, Donato said. Come on in. Maybe there's fresh coffee. When we were settled in his office with what passed for coffee, I told Donato about the men who'd assaulted me on my porch, issued a dire warning, then chloroformed me. One of the guys was NSA, I said. You really think the feds would stoop to that? He asked. I know it. The guy was at my house the next day. I only saw his shoe before he chloroformed me, but it had a deep gouge in the leather up by the toe. The Fed standing at my front door the next morning was wearing the same shoe. Jesus, Donato said. Some balls, huh? I guess I don't have a very good poker face, I said, because he realized I'd made him. A couple of days ago, I go up to Montrose Point to contemplate the lake, and he follows me, comes up behind me and surprises me, tells me the shoe's been fixed, so I better keep my suspicions to myself because there's no evidence to back up my accusation. Did you turn him in? Not yet, but if he gets in my way again, I might, just to piss him off. Was it some guy named Cross? Mason Cross, yes. Perfect name. He's a badass. I've met him, Donato said. He's good at scare tactics. You okay? I am, but I've never been able to make that incident add up. How do you mean? Why would Cross do what he did to me and then butcher Winona Jackson? If he wanted to discourage us, why didn't he kill me too? Tony looked pensive. I don't think it was Cross. He would commit murder, not of an American citizen on American soil. Would he try to scare you off? Absolutely, yes. But kill you? No. Do you have any alternate theories? As I said in the car, I have a theory, but it's only a theory. I agree with you. I don't think the feds killed Winona. I think it was thugs from whatever country the feds have under the microscope. Either they were sending me a message, or she had access to information that could hurt them. I wonder if she did. If so, she never told me. At least, I don't think she told me. I was thinking of that last set of papers Winona left for me at Starbucks. They'd given me nothing so far, but maybe I'd missed something. I'd go through the list more carefully when I got home. The way they killed Mrs. Jackson might indicate the killers might be from the Middle East, Tony suggested. The place where cutting throats has risen to a grisly art form. True, I said, unless they were from Monaco and wanted to make people think they were from the Middle East. You're joking. I smiled. I am. Exaggeration for effect. Point taken. So what, Tony asked, do you plan to do with this information, such as it is? I think it's time to tell the people of Chicago what we know. Leave me out of the story, he said. If you have to include a quote from me, here it is. No comment. Chapter 26. When I walked into the office the next morning, Eric Ryland caught my eye from across the newsroom. He cocked his head toward his office, then turned and entered it. A summons, Ryland style. I slipped out of my coat, picked up the green tea latte for fortification, and walked up the aisle wondering what sort of trouble I was in this time. I was surprised to see the paper's attorney, Jonathan Bruckner, sitting on one of the sofas in Eric's office. "Hey, Deuce," he said. "How are you doing? You're looking a lot better than you did the last time I saw you." That was at my house when police questioned me after the assault. "I'm doing fine, Jonathan, thanks. I always assume when you're here I'm in some sort of hot water. How bad is it?" Ryland spoke up. "You're not in trouble, Deuce," he said. "But the paper might be. I'll let Jonathan explain it to you." I turned back to Bruckner. "I'm betting this involves Ryan Woods." He might have nodded, though the motion of his head was so slight I couldn't be certain. He sat forward in his seat. Ryland walked over and closed his office door. "Deuce," Bruckner began, "I think you know that some years ago I was in the Foreign Service, that I served as the American ambassador to the court of St. James's during Bill Clinton's second term." "Great Britain," I said. "Yes, I knew that. Impressive." "Yes, well, when you serve in such a capacity, you get to know your counterparts in other areas of the world. The rigors of the job are, on some occasions, akin to being on the beaches during the Normandy invasion. Some of your fellow travelers brush by you and never stick. A few become fast friends, and remain so for the rest of your life. You stay in touch, see each other when you can, call on one another if the need arises, and you trust them without question." He paused, and I took advantage to move the conversation ahead. "And one of these lifelong friends was in touch with you about Ryan Woods, I gather. He probably told you to pull me out of the game." Bruckner smiled. "In keeping with your metaphor, what he actually told me would equate to escort her out of the ballpark." "What were his reasons?" I asked. "And please don't tell me he waved the flag and invoked national security. That's a Washington-driven cliché used to cover a multitude of sins, and I won't accept it. If I'm going to be forced to back off, I want real reasons, full explanations and details." "Since they're matters of national security," he said, "I can't give them to you." I uncoiled all 6 feet of myself from the sofa and stood up. I began to pace the office. When Bruckner and I made eye contact, he was forced to look up. I liked him, but I hoped his neck ached. "I already said I won't accept that," I told him. "I need a damned good reason to forget about the holes in the ground down there, dug to conceal the bodies of abused and molested children, some too young to walk to school alone. I need something to overshadow the nightmares I have about small bones, cracked skulls, and little blue backpacks rotting in the earth. I need to be convinced to ignore the fact
that there are monsters roaming among us doing unspeakable things to babies who scream for their mothers and are strangled to shut them up. If you can't provide that, Jonathan, if you can't convince me that the threat to this country is so great we need to make human sacrifices of our children to save ourselves, then we're wasting our time. I thought I might have slipped too far toward melodrama until I saw the lawyer's eyes mist over. He tore his gaze from mine and let his head drop. I heard him say, "I can't." I turned to leave. "Deuce." It was Ryland. I stopped and turned, expecting to have my hide blistered. He gave me a half smile instead. "We'll talk later," he said. Later turned out to be a few seconds after Bruckner left. As I watched him walk away from Ryland's office, I noticed that, while he was firmly and lawyerly erect, his eyes were downcast. He didn't even glance toward my desk. I had definitely struck a nerve, but I didn't know which one. I watched him until he left the newsroom for the elevator lobby. When I looked back, Ryland was watching me from his office door. He smiled at me again, and again cocked his head in summons. Again, I obeyed. I couldn't remember the last time I saw Eric Ryland smile at me twice on the same day. "Close the door and sit down," he said when I got to his office. "Bring me up to date on what you know." I did, including everything I had learned from the medical examiner and from Aidan Coughlin, the DCFS administrator. "That's really grim," Ryland said when I finished. "The big unknown, of course, is who is responsible. I don't really want to take this public until we know more, but I also don't want to get beat on the story. 19 dead children is pretty big news." "Coughlin won't talk to anyone else. He told me so before I could even ask. Tony won't either. At least he says he won't." "So you think we're safe holding off?" "I honestly don't know," I said. "A lot of people live around Ryan Woods. They have to know something big is going on. They must be seeing tiny body bags coming out of the woods every day or so. And since they're not seeing stories about it in the papers or on television, their natural inclination might be to call a reporter somewhere and suggest something is really wrong. At that point," I held up my hands and shrugged, "I don't think we should take the risk." I already told Tony Donato I was going to write what I knew. "What did he say?" "He would have preferred hearing he'd won the Powerball jackpot, but he understands we can't sit on this. We just can't use his name." "Okay then," Ryland said. "Let's publish. No speculation at this point about who might be responsible for the deaths, and I think we'll leave NSA out of it for the time being. Their involvement raises more questions than we can answer. Call Donato and Coughlin and warn them the story is coming. You might let your FBI friend in Washington know too. Try to get comment from the police and the mayor's office. Then write the hell out of it." I got up to leave. Ryland stopped me. "You think we're safe holding back the international aspects for now?" "I don't think we have a choice," I said. "All we have is speculation. Nobody has any more than that." I wished I were as certain as I sounded. Chapter 27. My story and photos the next morning blew a hole through Chicago's heart. The police chief held a press conference to say there had been a task force working around the clock for more than a month in pursuit of the person or persons responsible for Ryan Woods. He said he suspected the children were the victims of traffickers. Several reporters asked why the gruesome discovery hadn't been made public by the police, and much earlier so that parents across the city would take steps to protect their kids. Each time the question came up, he talked all around it. Either the fourth or fifth time someone asked, he ended the press conference. The mayor held a press conference promising swift justice for child traffickers and the elimination of all human traffickers in his city. He did so with tears in his eyes. Someone asked me if I thought they were genuine. I didn't know. I hoped so.
All over the city, people demanded to know who was responsible for the murders. No one speculated. Nobody mentioned the possibility of foreign involvement. Had I been one of the traffickers, I might have felt secure in the belief that no one suspected. Eric Ryland ordered me to hand off part of the story to the Journal's police and City Hall reporters. They would follow the body count, the political fallout, the unanswered question about why the city had kept the grisly discovery from the public. I had columns to write, Eric argued, and he wanted me pursuing the international angle, which he referred to as the sexier part of the story. I put up a pretty good fight against handing off any part of the story, arguing that I didn't have the time to bring other reporters up to speed, but it was a fight I knew I would lose. One of my colleagues told me at least 13 different citizen organizations had called press conferences to announce they would work in impoverished and dangerous areas of the city to raise public awareness of trafficking. They would patrol the streets with armed citizen soldiers in the fight to save children. That probably meant the body count would rise. Everyone would be eyeing one another with more suspicion than usual. 2 of these citizen press conferences were held almost simultaneously outside City Hall. When the angry speeches ended, the 2 groups merged into one large demonstration by parents and friends of missing children who feared their little ones had wound up unmourned and unrecognized in the cold, wet earth of Ryan Woods. There was so much going on in so many places that Eric pressed me into service to help cover the demonstration and write a column about it. A number of the participants recognized me, of course. Both men and women grabbed me and hugged me and begged me to find out if their missing children were among those lying in morgue drawers, waiting to be identified and taken home. To say it was heartbreaking was to understate the impact by a factor of 10. I promised all who asked that I would do what I could. To that end, I broke away from the crowd, leaving the despondent to grieve with others they hadn't known 2 hours earlier. They were crying so hard they had to gasp for air, even as they grasped at hope for closure. God, I hate that word. Closure. What is it, anyway? A chance to put an end to tragedy and get on with life? That's impossible. The tragedy never ends. It hits you with wave after wave of raw emotion all day, and then it invades your dreams and slaps you awake at night. As time passes, and the amount of time is one of those variables no one can predict, the waves roll in less and less frequently, until there comes a time when you think it might be over. Just when you stop paying attention, a wave blindsides you, generated by nothing you can define and coming from nowhere you can predict. That the waves come less often in no way diminishes their crippling power. Each time they knock you to your emotional knees. Yes, the grieving do eventually get on with their lives with different degrees of success, but their lives are emptier, sadder, and less fulfilling. It's worse for those who don't know what happened to their children. Those who find their young ones know with cruel finality how their stories ended. Those who don't must live with crippling uncertainty. Are their children still suffering? Do they cry out for parents who can't hear them? That last question is a killer, beyond unbearable. So it was that a Latino man, probably in his 40s but appearing much older, came and stood in front of me and told me in broken English that he had been looking for his missing son for 6 years. 6 years, not knowing if he was dead or alive, suffering or beyond misery. The only way he would know, the man said, was to try to join his son and remain by his side forever. I wasn't sure what he meant. He looked at me for a few seconds, then took 3 steps backward. The hand he pulled out of his coat pocket held a gun. He put it to his temple and pulled the trigger. The crack of the pistol reverberated off the buildings. A chunk of the man's skull flew some 10 feet, followed by a mist of red blood and globs of gray fat that had been his brain. The body, dead in a millisecond, crumbled to the pavement like a balloon figure with a pin stuck in it. There was nothing to be done for him. I hoped he would get his wish and be reunited with his son somewhere, someday. The police were all over me in a cocaine heartbeat. I identified myself. I told them the man had recognized me. I repeated the man's story. The outcome was there for them to see with their own eyes and their own hearts. They took my contact information. I turned and walked away. The police didn't need any more from me. There were at least a dozen witnesses to what happened, and I had somewhere important to go. A place where I could start getting some answers. Chapter 28. I found Tony Donato in the middle of several autopsies, none related to Ryan Woods. He told me I could come in and talk to him while he worked, but I chose to wait until he finished. Autopsies were not my idea of a spectator sport. A wave of cold air preceded him out of his operating theater. It carried the powdery odor of bone dust, the metallic smell of blood, and the sour stink of death. I experienced a reflexive gasp, which drew the cold stench of decay into my mouth where it coated my tongue and throat and tried to gag me. Tony offered me a mint, which did little good. "I should carry a jar of Vicks when I'm coming here," I said. "You mean to put under your nose to block the smell?" he asked. "Don't bother. It doesn't really help." "What do you use?" "Nothing," he said. "You get used to it." He turned toward his office. "I'm glad you're here. I've got an update for you." Donato unlocked one of his desk drawers and pulled out a slender file. He put it on his desk and clasped his hands on top of it as if to protect it. "I'm going to tell you some things you cannot write today. I need your word on it," he said. "I realized that when I told you not to write anything at all until I gave you the green light, I was acting under the belief that the NSA's warnings about a threat to national security were reasonable. When Aidan Coughlin and I talked it through after Winona's murder, we realized we couldn't sit on this, and the NSA be damned. Aidan already had an appointment with you, and he said he would take the leash off. You wrote your story, and the world hasn't ended, so I think we made a defensible call." "Is either of you in trouble with the mayor?" Donato laughed, the laugh of a man who didn't find anything funny. "The mayor's got his own problems," he said. "He doesn't have time to worry about us. It was bad enough when the whole city blamed him for the misdeeds of his police. Now he's got the whole city on his back because he didn't disclose the Ryan Woods situation when it first surfaced. If the public knew Aidan and I helped you bring the story to light, we could be elected to any city jobs we wanted." "Aidan doesn't want to be involved publicly," I said. "Neither do I," Donato replied. "I told you that already. But eventually I'll have to be, because I'm the man with the remains and the scalpel and the microscope." "Then I guess you'll be the next mayor." "There's only one reason I can think of to want that," Donato said. "Excellent seats at Blackhawks games, and even that's not enough to assume all the grief." "So where is this leading? What's in the folder?" "We've positively identified 4 of the bodies and the approximate times of death," he said. "I can't give them to you yet, but I'm telling you so you can get ready. Until the next of kin are notified, we can't release them." My heart rate jumped a notch. "How close are you?" I asked. "Just started looking. One of the children was an 8-year-old black boy, the one you and your dog found. The mother identified his backpack, though she said she bought it at Target, so there are probably thousands like it. We checked her DNA against his and got a positive match. She's devastated, as you can imagine, and her family is gathered around to protect her. They don't want to talk to anybody." "But if they've been notified, you've fulfilled your responsibility and you can release his name, right?" "It's not that cut and dried. She asked us not to make her son's name public until she can notify her husband, the boy's father.
He's in the army, stationed in Afghanistan. He's been gone for most of 5 years. She needs to get him back here. She doesn't think she can face the public alone. Giving her that much privacy is the least we can do. I understood that. It also made leaks to other news organizations more likely. How long will that take, getting him back here? I hated sounding so callous. The military grants immediate leave in situations like this, Donato said. Maybe a few days until he's home. I'm staying in touch. Can you at least tell me who he was? No, not yet. I must have looked pained, because Donato quickly added, Deuce, I gave the mother my word. What about the mayor and the police? Did they give their word too? I don't know for certain, he said. I can't speak for them. The mother made her request to all city officials, and so far as I can tell, all city officials are on board. They don't need any more grief with devastated families. I shook my head. Donato's assurance didn't assuage me. What about the IDs on the other 3? Notifications are still in process. The two of us sat and stared into space for a few moments. I don't know how you do this job, Tony, I said. It would kill me. There are times I think it will kill me, he said. This would be one of those. Chapter 29. By the time I got home, I was feeling pretty low. The little boy Murphy had unearthed was about to become the most tragically famous little boy in Chicago, and I would have a name and a face to put with a muddy thigh bone. I wondered if the fact that the boy had disappeared and died while the father was off fighting a war in Asia would create more tension than the marriage could survive. Were there other kids in the family? What would the impact be on them? I wanted to stop thinking about all this, but I couldn't shove it out of my head. I had hoped the appearance of my story all over the front page of the journal would prompt Mark to call. He didn't. I'd spent half the day wondering about Charles, where he was, and how he was. I didn't hear anything about him either. I poured myself a glass of wine and sat down to think about dinner when the phone rang. Caller ID told me it was my brother Gary, who lived in Denver. I smiled. Hey, Uno, how you doing? I always answered the phone in typical Chicago jargon because Gary missed the city where we grew up. He was laughing. Thanks for a sound of home, he said. I see you're causing all sorts of trouble again. Did you ever think about becoming a grocery clerk at Jewel? No, maybe a cowboy in Wyoming. Spend my time with flatulent cows. Gary was a prosecutor with the Denver District Attorney's Office, and he was good. He'd been offered a couple of partnerships with criminal law firms in Denver and elsewhere, but he turned them all down. Maybe someday, he said. For now, he was very happy putting crooks away. He specialized in white-collar criminals, particularly those engaged in computer schemes. He called them predators, and he was right. Your story was all over the news out here, he said. It scared Lori half to death. She's monitoring the kids to make sure they don't hear any of it. Gary and Lori had 2 boys, 4 and 6. They were adorable, smart kids, and had they been mine, I would have moved heaven and earth to protect them. My brother and his wife were doing that already. So, tell me something, Gary said. After I heard the news, I went to your paper online and read the whole story. I got the feeling there were things going on between the lines that you weren't writing about. True? I can't really talk about it, Gary. Especially not on the phone, I said. But if it's any help, I have no indication that the Denver area is involved. Good enough, he said. So how's by you? We've only talked a couple of times since you and Mark were out here for Thanksgiving. I took a deep breath. I'm not sure Mark's in the picture anymore, I said.
My voice got snagged and trembled when I mentioned Mark's name. Giving voice to my fears deepened my feelings of loss. But this was my twin brother on the phone. Though only 14 minutes older than me, he was the man who, in the absence of my father, had been my sounding board for years. So the story flooded out, starting with Charles and running through Mark's reaction to my idea of adoption. Oh, shit. I'm so sorry, Deuce. There must be a way to salvage this, especially the relationship with Mark. He's a good guy. I keep hoping he'll call, but so far he hasn't. Well, Gary said, speaking as a man, if I were in a fairly new relationship with a woman who suddenly announced she was thinking of adopting a black street kid with criminal tendencies, it would rock my world pretty hard. You're not a racist. What does his being black have to do with it? It's not the color of his skin, Deuce. It's his environment and his experience. He didn't grow to 9 or 10 years old in the same world you and Mark would provide for a child of your own. I have no doubt you, of all people, could help Charles adjust to his new post-adoption world, but it would take a long time and a lot of effort and patience. You and Mark have the love to give and the patience to work with the boy, but neither of you has that kind of time. You both have jobs that eat up huge numbers of hours, and a lot of Mark's hours are out of the city. The hours you have together you need for yourselves. Am I making any sense? I wanted to say no, but Gary's conclusions weren't different from my own. So how would this hypothetical woman go about salvaging her relationship with you? Would it even be possible? Yup, he said. When two people really love each other, these things are always salvageable. Lori and I have been through this a couple of times. Not the same problem as yours, but bumps of equal magnitude. Go see Mark. Talk it out. Remember, making up is half the fun. In fact, I think we conceived Sean the night we salvaged something or other. Sean was their older boy. TMI, Uno, I said. Okay, babe. Let me know how it goes. I'm always available for marriage counseling for my little sister. I hung up and grabbed my coat before I could think too much about it. I parked in a loading zone across the street from Mark's front door. He lived in the West Loop on North Carpenter Street between Washington and Randolph, opposite Harpo Studios, where Oprah had held forth for so many years. The site would be razed soon for a new McDonald's headquarters. Mark's building was an old warehouse, artfully converted into condos. There were hundreds of warehouse conversions in the city, a much better idea than tearing down the old red brick structures for new construction. The warehouses had been built to last, and finding a good use for them helped Chicago keep its personality from bending before a landscape of unyielding glass and metal. As I debated what to say if Mark answered his door, I saw him emerge from La Sardine, a very good French restaurant in the building to the south of his. He had a very beautiful woman on his arm who looked vaguely familiar, a strawberry blonde, slim, and nearly as tall as me. At least he hadn't given up on tall women. They put their arms around one another and walked to Randolph, where they turned east and disappeared. After-dinner drinks at the Girl and the Goat, maybe. Or Nia. My stomach hollowed out. Any illusion I had of patching things up with Mark evaporated. He had certainly rebounded quickly. He hadn't even tried for reconciliation. Right on to the next woman. I wanted to cry and scream at the same time, but I didn't have the strength to do either. I slumped in my seat and felt lost. I sat in my car like that for nearly an hour, wondering if Mark had tossed out the stuff of mine that I left at his place, a metaphor for our trashed relationship. Or maybe he boxed up everything and threw it in his storage locker. One thing was certain. He hadn't left my belongings in his condo for a new girlfriend to find. I was about to try to gather enough strength to drive home when the light entering my car from a nearby street lamp went out, blocked by a large person who had come to my car door. I scrambled to reach the ignition when I heard my name. Deuce. Hey, Deuce. It was Mark. I inhaled deeply and willed my heart to stop beating me up from the inside. Hey, Deuce, open the window. I thumbed it down. Mark crossed his arms over the door and peered in. What are you doing sitting out here? He asked. I just got here, I said. Thought we could talk if you were home. You didn't just get here, he said. I saw your car, and you, when Katie and I came out of the restaurant, and now you're still here. Where's Katie? With her husband last I saw her, he said, and I saw realization in his smile. Her husband, by the way, is my brother from Indianapolis. Howard? You met them at Christmas? I'm sure you remember. His tone said he wasn't sure at all. Oh, Lord, yes, I did remember. No wonder she looked familiar. Mark continued. Howard had a business dinner tonight at Nia, so I offered to take Katie out to keep her company. Then I walked her over to hook her up with the man she married. His smile was now a shit-eating grin. Still want to talk? He asked. He turned and pointed to an empty section of curb in front of his building. Park over there, and I'll get the placard from Laszlo. The empty section of curb was another loading zone. Laszlo, the building doorman, had a handicapped placard he loaned out for a fee to favored unit owners with friends who needed a parking spot for a while. A car with a placard could park illegally almost anywhere without being ticketed. A car with a placard could park in a metered spot without paying and wouldn't be ticketed. In Chicago, disability has its rewards. I hung a U-turn and took the spot. Mark handed the placard to me. I closed the window and hung the card from the rearview mirror. Mark opened my door. Come on up, he said. I got a bigger reception from Murphy, the big red dog, than Mark did. I got down on my knees and gave him a good scratching behind his ears. I had missed him too. Once we were settled in Mark's living room, I thought about where to start. Murphy curled up on the sofa beside me and settled his head in my lap. I occupied my hands by petting him, mostly to hide the trembling. I toyed with the notion of simply blurting out, I'm sorry, but what if he didn't care? What if Mark had decided a relationship with me was more trouble than I was worth? He remained quiet for a few minutes, too, and then he tried to rescue me. I see from the paper you've been pretty busy, he said. Look what Murphy started, huh? Wonder dog. I quickly broad-brushed the situation in Ryan Woods without going into the international aspects of the case. Until I found out if we had a future, I wasn't willing to risk telling Mark things I wouldn't want relayed to others. So, what have you been up to? I said, figuring it was his turn to talk a while. Called out on the grain elevator explosion in East St. Louis, he said. I hate grain elevators. All that highly flammable dust is an invitation to disaster. We have 11 dead, maybe more. Plus, a few of the hospitals might not be able to be saved. I hadn't heard that arson was suspected, I said. It wasn't, but there was such widespread damage it became an all-hands-on-deck thing. Every available fire investigator in the state converged on it. We were all pretty sure we knew why the elevator exploded, but we had to find the evidence. I was down there for nearly a month. I got back earlier this afternoon. I let myself feel hope that being busy out of town is what kept Mark from calling me. What did you do with Murphy? I took him along, Mark said with a smile. What do you think I did with him before I met you? I shrugged. I don't know. It never occurred to me. It was time to change the subject and address the elephant in the room. Look, Mark, I'm sorry I blindsided you about Charles, I said. And so you know, adoption isn't going to happen. I dropped the charges to a misdemeanor so he could get into a special school that's supposed to help him. I hope it does, but he's out of my life. I miss him. But the point is, I didn't think things through. Adoption was a bad idea. Even if it had been workable, I had no right to assume you would welcome the added responsibility. Mark nodded and repositioned himself in his chair, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees. And I should have been willing to talk it through with you. Looking back on it, I think I said no almost as soon as the conversation started. That wasn't fair. The subject was too important to brush off. Any chance we can go back to where we were before that night? No, he said, and my heart sank. Then he explained. I think we both learned an important lesson, and we shouldn't forget it. What we can do is pick up now, as though I just got home from a long business trip, which I did, during which I missed you a great deal, which I also did. We'll see how it goes. I don't have that poor pizza anymore, but I can't offer you a glass of wine. What do you say? Yes, I replied. Yes to all of it. We walked together into the kitchen. Mark slid a bottle out of his wine rack and set about opening it. I got 2 glasses. While he was focused on the cork, I put my arms around his waist from the back and pressed myself into him. He wiggled his ass against me, and suddenly, I wasn't thinking about wine anymore. He turned around, grabbed my ass with both hands, and pressed us together. I detected that he wasn't thinking about wine anymore either. Brother Gary was right. Makeup sex is awesome. Chapter 30. As much as we both wanted it, I couldn't spend the night with Mark. For one thing, Laszlo would want his placard back. For another, I needed to get an early start trying to pry the names of the Ryan Woods victims out of those who knew. I got home a little before 2 a.m. and managed 4 hours sleep before my alarm shattered a very sweet dream that evaporated, as dreams do, almost as soon as I opened my eyes. But it left a pleasant afterglow. I had slipped my feet into a pair of slippers when the phone rang. It was 6:02 a.m., not a good sign. I picked up my cell phone. Caller ID said it was Eric Ryland. When your workday normally begins around 10 a.m., but your editor is calling you 4 hours early, there's either a disaster somewhere that prompts a big response, or the callee, me, is hip-deep in big dog doo-doo. I was willing to bet a week's salary on the doo-doo. Good morning, I said as well as I could, with morning frogs in my throat. Have you seen the Trib? Ryland said without prelude. No, I said, wondering if my Chicago Tribune had even been delivered yet. My alarm went off 2 minutes before you called. They have the names of 2 of the children found at Ryan Woods. Crap, I said. Who's the source? Unnamed. I thought you said the police reporters would be all over that angle. I didn't like deflecting Eric's anger toward my colleagues, but he had taken that thread of the story away from me. On the other hand, I had been in the medical examiner's office the day before and hadn't gotten squat out of him. You've still got the best sources, Eric snapped. Have you talked to them? Yes. I spent time with Tony Donato yesterday. He wouldn't give up anything. He told me 4 bodies had been identified, but no information would be made public until family notifications were made. And you didn't think that was news? Not really, I said. It didn't advance the story. Not your decision, Deuce. When are you going to get it through your head that you're not the Metro editor of this newspaper? I didn't want to have this conversation, so I tried to refocus it. He told me the ID on one boy, the one whose bone Mark and I found, would be released as soon as the father could ship back from Afghanistan. The mother's a wreck. She needs her husband's support. So she asked to have her son's ID withheld for a few days, and city officials agreed. It wouldn't have been right to publish that. Someone would have been able to identify her. It would make an already terrible situation even worse.
You led with your heart, and it cost us the lead on the story. Get in here.
While I was in the shower, I indulged my guilt over the Trib scoop. I honestly don't know what I could have done to prevent it, but I was dismayed anyway. Maybe by the time I got to the office, Ryland would have calmed down, or at least directed his anger elsewhere. Even if that were the case, I'd still be behind the 8-ball. When I got to the newsroom, Ryland already had 2 police reporters and one of our courts reporters in his office. I couldn't figure out why the courts reporter was involved, but there was a lot about Eric Ryland's thinking that eluded me. I joined them.
You've seen the Trib?
Ryland asked. Yes, I said. The names of the 2 boys didn't ring any bells, but there's no reason they should. I couldn't tell, judging by the no comments from the mothers, whether either boy is the one we discovered. I filled in everyone on my conversation the previous day with Tony Donato. I'll give him a call this morning and see if the Trib story changes his mind about disclosing the names. I wasn't the source. Donato didn't even say hello when he picked up the phone. He went immediately into defensive mode. He added, I wouldn't have done that to you. I believed him. Was the information accurate? Yes, he said. For my information, was either of the 2 the body our dog found? No. Can you say anything more today than you did yesterday? There was a long pause. Right now, I don't think so, he said, but I'll see what I can do. If I can say any more later, you will be the only one who hears it from me. I turned back to the Trib and read the story again. It was thin. Other than the names of 2 boys and the dates they disappeared, there was no information on how they died, when they died, or what their short lives had been like. I knew the 2 reporters whose bylines were on the story. Both covered City Hall, which made me think the leak was from the mayor's office. I pulled out Winona Jackson's list of missing children, and both names were there. Notes beside the names provided a little information the Trib didn't have, but not a lot. Winona had told me if we matched any names, she would give me the data from the children's DCFS files. I had no idea whether Aiden Coughlin would follow through. I printed out the new information, such as it was, and carried it to Ryland. I confirmed the Trib story is accurate, I told him. Tony Donato wasn't the source. I think the leak came from the mayor's office. Tony is going to see if he can break loose anything more. I handed him my printout. This is what I have right now on the 2 boys. Maybe it'll help some. Ryland took the paper from me, scanned it, and said, Yeah, but not much. Stay on the story this time. A little after 9 a.m., I called Aiden Coughlin at DCFS. He was at his desk. The speed with which he took my call made me think he'd been waiting for it.
Morning, Deuce, he said, though I suspect there's nothing good about it so far today.
Not much so far, I said. I'm hoping for some improvement.
What can I do?
Winona gave me a list of all the children gone missing in Cook County in the last 10 years, I said. At least the ones DCFS knew about. She said some are never reported, which is unfathomable to me. She said
that she'd give you the files on any kids who were identified, assuming we have files on them.
Coughlin finished the sentence for me. Winona told you that?
She told me everything, he said. After I found out she was sharing information with you, and after I assured her I wasn't going to fire her, we made a mutual pact with the devil.
We decided until the feds straightened out their priorities, we would, to any reasonable degree, ignore several major laws and the consequences of breaking them. I said, wow. Whether I carry through on that depends on you. Whether I keep my job and stay out of jail is contingent on you never telling anyone where you got your information. I agreed to this for the greater good, not to become a martyr. When I reached Coughlin's office, I found him waiting on the sidewalk outside the upside-down ice cream cone that was the state office building. I told my secretary I was going for coffee, he said, and as long as I'm out here, I might as well do that. Care to join me? I accepted. We walked to a Dunkin' Donuts on North LaSalle and sat at a table in a back corner. A large, sealed manila envelope with no writing on it lay on the table between us. Coughlin hadn't offered it to me, and I didn't feel free to touch it. He asked me about the investigation, and I told him what I knew. I suspected he was already up to speed with most of it. Any new thoughts on who might be behind it? He asked. I didn't want to deal in speculation, so I said, no, not really. It's frustrating. When we finished, Coughlin pushed the envelope toward me, an invitation to take it. As I reached for it, he put his hand on it to stop me for a moment. Remember, he said, no martyrs. I was stunned when I got back to my desk and opened the envelope. There were 4 files, each stapled separately. The top 2 were for Deshaun Simpson and Montel Washington, Jr., the 2 boys whose names were disclosed in the Tribune that morning. There were 2 more. The names were Jennifer Jenny Gentile and Malachi Carpenter, the 2 children not yet publicly identified. My eyes lingered on the name Malachi Carpenter. If neither of the first 2 boys was the one Mark and I discovered, as Tony Donato told me, it must have been Malachi. I read his file first. He had been born on August 21st, 2007. He would have been 9 years old had he lived this summer. He disappeared, as nearly anyone could tell, after getting off his school bus in the Irving Park neighborhood. His friends and the bus driver remembered him getting on and getting off, but he never made it home. He simply evaporated. That was Wednesday, September 27th, 2014. Malachi had just turned 7. His mother, Teresa Carpenter, reported him missing that evening. She had called his friends, all the relatives she had in the Chicago area, neighbors, everyone she could think of. Nobody had seen him after he got off the big yellow bus. She walked the path he took from the bus stop home. Then she walked every other path imaginable. She searched people's yards, garbage cans, alleys. Nothing. The police had taken her report reluctantly because the boy hadn't been gone 24 hours. But given his age and the fact that he had no history of running away, they took note. They had no more luck finding him than Teresa had. It appeared from the file that the hunt for the boy was pursued diligently, even to questioning most of the children at his school, the principal, and all the teachers. No one was able to generate a single lead. The father, Christian H. Carpenter, was a sergeant in the U.S. Marine Corps. He had returned from Qatar to be with his wife and help with the investigation. One DCFS caseworker noted that being a part of the search seemed to be Sergeant Carpenter's means of channeling his anger and fear. Understandably. I couldn't even begin to imagine what it must have been like for the parents. Malachi was their only child. I thought for a minute about what I was going to say to Tony Donato. I owed him a courtesy call to tell him I now had the names of all 4 children and planned to use them along with other information I had obtained. I didn't want to call him this early in the day, however, because I didn't want to risk that he would then release all the names to other media in Chicago, in spite of his promise not to. Even though Donato wasn't responsible for the Tribune scoop this morning, my motto was, once screwed, twice paranoid.
Chapter 31. I was talking to Ryland about how much of the information from the DCFS files we should use in our next story. We were alone in his office, and my get seemed to have assuaged his anger for the time being. Ryland said he thought we could use it all, but to be sure, he would call Jonathan Bruckner, the paper's lawyer. "I'll get a legal opinion," he said. "I won't let him talk us down from the story." "Okay. I'll start writing as if we can use it all, and we can edit later." I started out of his office, but he stopped me. "Let's give each of the 4 children a separate profile to run under your main story," he said. "Are there photos with the files?" My phone rang then, and I answered it without checking the caller ID.
"Miss Mora, this is Phyllis Metzler with Cook County Juvenile Court."
My throat went dry. "Hold on a moment," I said. I turned to Ryland. "I need to take this. And yes, we have pictures of all 4. I'll give them to photos." Ryland nodded approval, and I nearly ran out of his office. Was this about Charles? Had something happened to him? I went all the way to my desk before I put the phone to my ear again. "Sorry," I said. "I was in the middle of a conference."
"Okay,"
the woman said.
"I'm Phyllis Metzler from Cook County Juvenile Court. We met when you appeared to testify against the boy who attempted to burglarize your home. I presented the reduction of charges to you."
"I remember," I said. "What's happened?"
"Well, as you probably know, schools are on spring break," she said.
I had to admit I did not know that.
"Easter is next Sunday," she said,
her tone suggesting she couldn't believe anyone would lose track of something so important. Miss Metzler, I don't mean to be rude, but could you get to the point?"
"Certainly, sorry. You remember I explained that we would send the boy to a special school to get him on a positive course? He's extremely bright and personable, and we thought he was a great candidate for this."
"Of course, I remember. That's why I agreed to reduced charges."
"Well, some of our more advanced students get to go home for holidays. Easter, Christmas, Thanksgiving, spring break."
"And?" I was growing impatient.
"New students don't. They have to live under supervision at the facility for at least 2 years before we risk letting them out on their own. And then we have to have proof of excellent supervision while they're away from the facility."
"Miss Metzler, please," I said. "What's happened?"
"There was some sort of bookkeeping error," she said. "The boy you sent here was released for spring break. He was transported back to his foster home. When we realized the error, of course, we immediately called the foster home, but they said they hadn't seen him. We paid a visit there, and he wasn't on the premises. We were hoping he might have come to you. You were, after all, thinking about adopting him at one time."
"No, I haven't seen him," I said, fighting a growing panic. "When did you leave him at the foster home?"
"I didn't leave him there," she said,
and I gave my anger and fear free rein. "I don't give a rat's ass who left him there," I said, forcing myself not to shout. "Whoever it was, when was he dropped off?"
"Day before yesterday, Wednesday, in the early afternoon."
I wondered if he had come to my house while I was away, found no one home, and left for heaven knows where. He needed help, and I wasn't there to give it to him. I became frightened for him.
"Perhaps he's with friends," Metzler said. "You know any of his friends?"
"Only the 2 little boys who were arrested at my house with him," I said. "And I don't know their names or where they live."
"I don't know their names either," she said.
"I'll go right home after work," I said. "If he shows up, I'll take care of him."
"If he shows up, you will immediately call me,"
Metzler ordered in that high school English teacher way I hated. "You people didn't do such a hot job the first time," I said, striking back.
"Miss Mora, if you don't report him as soon as he shows up, if he shows up, You could be charged with contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Let me tell you something, Ms. Metzler. If anything happens to that boy, and I find out who's responsible for this fuck-up, I heard her gasp, he'll rue the day he put that boy in his car. I give you my solemn word on it. You can take that to church Easter morning. Chapter 32. It was mid-afternoon when I finished up my story, profiling the 4 children from Ryan Woods thus far identified. Hoping to stave off leaks, I had waited until late afternoon to make the requisite phone calls for comment. The police, the state's attorney, and finally, Tony Donato. "Okay, yes," he said, obviously disappointed. "On the record?" "I guess so," he said, "but only on the identities. Please be clear I wasn't the source of the background information on the children." "Already handled," I said. "You wouldn't be a suspect in the leak anyway. You don't have access to the background information." "When will the story go public?" "On the front page of the paper tomorrow. On the website tonight. Late enough the other Chicago media won't be able to catch up." "So I shouldn't expect any phone calls after I go to bed?" "No promises on that. Out of my hands, sorry." "Okay. I'll call Malachi's mother to warn her. That's the least I can do." I felt bad. "When does her husband get home?" I asked. "Sometime tomorrow. She's gonna have a tough night." Ryland read and signed off on my story. "Good rebound, Deuce," he said, the first civil words he'd spoken to me all day. "You going to be around a while? I need to get the story lawyered." No," I said. I explained the situation with Charles. "I'd like to be home in case he shows up so I can watch him until somebody takes him back to school." Ryland looked hard at my face. "This story today came at a bad time for you, I guess," he said. "It hit close to home, yes. I can't handle the thought of Charles winding up like—" I let the sentence trail off. "I'm sorry, Deuce. Go on home. I'll call you if Jonathan has any questions." I headed back to Pilsen through traffic clogged with early commuters. As I climbed the steps to my front door, my mind flashed back to the evening I walked into a burglary in progress. I wondered if it was possible Charles might have broken into my house again. But when I did an outside walk-around, I found all the windows, including the one previously broken, in perfect condition. No windows open, no doors ajar. So I let myself in. The only things moving in the house were the cats. I checked the kitchen. There was no sign that any invaders had done a number on the food supply. No crumbs on the countertops, no dirty flatware or dishes in the sink. I was almost disappointed. I was no closer to finding out where Charles had gone, and no closer to feeling confident that he was safe. I wanted to do something, but I couldn't figure out what. My phone rang, and I jumped for it. It was Mark. "Hi," I said. My funk must have presented itself in my voice. "Glad to talk to you too," Mark said. I told him about Charles, and about writing the heartbreaking stories of the 4 Ryan Woods victims. "Whoa, not what I'd call an uplifting day," Mark said. "How about if I come over a little after 6? I'll call ahead and order takeout from Botch's and meet you at the house. That way you won't have to leave in case Charles shows up." "That would be great," I said. "I'll get some calamari to start. Then what?" "Oh, I don't know, Mark. I'm not thinking real straight. You know what I like." "Okay. See you soon. Call me if the kid shows up, and I'll get shrimp for him." The kid didn't show up. Not that night, and not for any of the nights that followed. Chapter 33. March edged into April.
It had been a particularly warm winter in Chicago, and it morphed into a very pleasant spring. The trees budded and leafed out early. The forsythia and crocuses and daffodils and tulips were reborn long before they should have been, and the city looked gorgeous. Several more of the Ryan Woods victims were identified. Thanks to Anthony Donato and Aidan Coughlin, I got the names and background information before any of our competitors. It wasn't that the others had lost their fire, but I had the sources locked up. They were fighting a fight they were destined to lose. I hadn't seen the black SUV following me in a long time, so I guessed the feds had given up on attempting to intimidate me, or they'd switched cars. Charles occupied my thoughts for long hours of every day. Going to work and coming home, I prowled my neighborhood daily, hoping to spot him on the streets. I even drove wide arcs through Bronzeville, where he told me he lived. No luck there either. I couldn't help but fear he had been scooped up by traffickers or absorbed into a gang that was protecting and training him. Both thoughts terrified me. They were ping-ponging in my head as I got down on my knees in a flower bed. When I bought my house the previous fall, I hadn't had time to do any landscaping before winter. I was taking a fairly warm Saturday afternoon in early April to catch up. My hands were encased in bright yellow gardening gloves, but the cold and wet seeped through. My fingers had gone slightly numb, so it took me longer than it should have to answer my burner phone, snuggled with my regular cell phone inside a fanny pack, hanging in the middle of my back. It hadn't rung in weeks, and it startled me. "Yes?" I said quickly, concerned the caller might hang up. Since Carl Cribben was the only one who had the number, I was certain it must be him.
"Saudi Arabia," he said.
I recognized his voice. "What about Saudi?"
"Just listen. We shouldn't talk very long."
I shut up.
"The Saudis are behind the trafficking. Keep watch on the Washington Post. We'll run a story in the next few days that should give you names to go after."
I felt a rising concern. "You mean the Post has my story?"
"No, not at all. But the Post will have a story about a royal Saudi delegation visiting the United States. They're the bastards you're after."
I heard a click, and the call ended. What? I got the part about Saudi Arabia. Carl was telling me the Saudis were the targets in the U.S. human trafficking investigation. I also understood why the target was strategically important. Saudi Arabia was a major source of oil for the United States and an ally in the Middle East, albeit a dubious one. With U.S. oil production way up and imports way down over the last several years, our energy status wasn't as dire as it had once been. So if the Saudis were complicit in international slave trafficking, the hell with them. I put my gardening gear away and went into the house to do some research. None of it told me anything helpful. For now. The next day was about the most perfect spring Sunday nature could put together. The sun was bright and warm, the sky blue with only a few little white clouds hanging around, as if they too were enjoying the change of seasons. The breeze kissed light and soft, and the new leaves shone in a green so fresh it almost sparkled. Though the winter had been mild, it still had its share of gray, wet, cold days when people wrapped up in so much heavy clothing, it was impossible to tell what they looked like. It was as if winter had been trying to affix ugly to the city on a permanent basis. But beauty was punching the lights out of ugly on April 10th. Somehow, Mark had gotten his hands on 2 great tickets for the opening night of Tracy Letts's new play, Mary Page Marlowe, at the incomparable Steppenwolf Theater. Tracy Letts, the brilliant playwright who gave the world the Pulitzer Prize-winning August Osage County. Tracy Letts, who could act the snot out of any play in which he appeared, including David Mamet's American Buffalo and Edward Albee's Virginia Woolf, I always thought it unfair that one man had been given so much talent. But, resentful or not, I would travel anywhere to see Tracy Letts do anything, including playing a comb and a piece of tissue paper while wearing an old barrel. I had been telling Mark all this as we walked Murphy along Coulter Street. "So, given the opportunity, you'd throw me over for Tracy Letts?" Mark asked. "I'd have to think long and hard about it," I said. "What?" "Okay, I've thought about it. No, but it was a close call, so watch yourself." Mark looked at me with a quizzical expression that said he wasn't sure if I was joking. I started to reassure him when I saw something that stopped me cold. We were walking past Ruiz Elementary School, where I had once dreamed of enrolling Charles after I adopted him, and there he was. Charles, with two younger boys I thought might have been the same ones who helped burglarize my house, was standing by one of the school windows where the metal security screen had been torn loose. The window glass was broken in. Charles had his body halfway through the opening when one of his little friends nudged him and pointed at the sidewalk where Mark and I stood with Murphy. To say my feelings were mixed would have been a gross understatement. I was so relieved to see him safe I wanted to run and hug him, but I was also seeing him commit another crime that would likely ruin his life. You only get so many second chances. I feared he was screwing up his last one. I must have taken a step forward because Mark put a hand on my arm. "Do the right thing, Deuce," he said. "It's for his own good." I nodded, thinking if Charles saw me pull out my cell phone, he might take his friends and run. No such luck. As I dialed 911 in full view of the boys, Charles lifted his right hand and waved. Then he ducked his head and went through the broken window and disappeared into the darkness beyond. The police who responded said they caught Charles and his friends in one of the school's supply closets, helping themselves to colored pencils and construction paper. Not exactly a case of grand theft. Besides, they didn't get away with anything. I wondered at their choice of things to steal. In a school filled with computers, they chose items worth nothing in the pawn shop of the streets. It was as if Charles wanted to get caught. I couldn't figure out why. I thought the police handling of the boys was rougher than the situation required. All three were handcuffed and more dragged than walked to 3 separate squad cars. But when I mentioned it to one of the cops, letting it drop that I was a columnist for the Chicago Journal, he said, "And if you're threatening something, I presume you know who you're threatening, 'cause we could call another unit to transport you too." He wasn't smiling. "You'd arrest me?" I said. "On what charge? Doing my duty as a citizen to report a crime in process? Ooh, I think I'm scared." Another officer came over and muscled his way between us. "Let it go, ma'am," he said. "You did your duty. Now let us do ours." "Take it easy," I said. "They're just kids." Mark took my arm. "Come on, Deuce. There's nothing you can do." "Can you at least tell me where you're taking them?" I asked the officers. "Juvenile lockup," the sarcastic one answered. "Where'd you think? Maybe the mayor's office and then Burger King?" "Come on, Deuce," Mark repeated. "It's Sunday. There's nothing you can do until tomorrow. Then you can call the woman you met at juvie court." I glanced back at the squad car in which Charles had been placed. He was looking at me with baleful eyes. I saw him mouth, "I'm sorry." Chapter 34. The next day, I tried to find Phyllis Metzler in the juvenile court building. I was told she was running from case to case. No one was sure where she was. "Is she the one person in Cook County who doesn't have a cell phone?" I asked. "Could someone please call her and tell her Deuce Mora has to talk to her about a boy picked up for breaking into the Ruiz Elementary School yesterday?" "And what's your interest?" a woman asked. She demonstrated all the curiosity of someone asked to spend the day accounting for city-owned paperclips. I'm the one who saw him break into the school and called the police, I said. I'm also the one who caught him earlier this year after he broke into my house. There was a moment of thoughtful silence. You say your name's Deuce Mora? Oh, yeah, the newspaper lady, right? I remember that case. You let the prosecutor drop the charges to a misdemeanor so the boy could go to Faulkner. That was a nice thing you did. Yeah, that was me, I said. I want to find out how hard it's going to go for him now, with this new problem. Maybe there's something more I can do to help. I almost heard a smile in the woman's voice when she responded. Ain't too many folks take that much interest in a street kid, she said. I'll try to find Miss Metzler and ask her to call you. Give me your number. I was sitting at my desk, thinking back to the night before. I hadn't been in the mood to go to the theater after dropping the dime on Charles, but Mark argued that I needed to descale my brain as if I were an old coffee maker. So the next time you use your head, he said, your thoughts will be cleaner and more sharply focused. The play was tremendous, if unsettling. The story concerned a woman who learned through disastrous encounters with life how circumstances, impulses, and bad choices conspire to make us mysteries, even to ourselves. And once mired in that quicksand of doubt and disappointment, trying to escape only drives us deeper. I felt a connection to the character. My private pity party was in full swing when the phone rang. I didn't know who it was. The number was blocked. To my surprise, it was Phyllis Metzler. Ms. Mora, I understand you want to talk to me. I do, I said. Thanks for calling back. It's about the same boy again. You probably know by now what happened yesterday. Yes, I saw it in my case lineup for today. But I'm afraid I'm not allowed to discuss it with you, what with privacy and juvenile laws and such. Yeah, I said. Those and such laws are a bitch. Excuse me? Sorry, I said, thinking out loud. Why can't you talk to me about this? I'm the one who spotted him and turned him in, and I have a history with him. I understand that, but this time you're not the aggrieved property owner. The heck I'm not, I said. Ruiz is a public school. I'm a taxpayer. It's not the same, Ms. Mora. I felt bad for snapping at her. I know, I said. I'm sorry. I'm just worried. Can you at least tell me the boy's status? Please. You know I was thinking about adopting him. I need to know he's safe. Well, he's definitely safe, Metzler said. Then, after a moment's pause, it appears nothing is going to happen to him or his two friends. Given the insignificance of what the boys were trying to steal, CPS has no interest in pressing charges. It's more time, trouble, and manpower than it's worth. They have people on staff who can replace the window, so there's no case. Chicago Public Schools has much bigger problems to deal with, as you know. What about his future? Since it wasn't his fault that he was released prematurely from Faulkner, that will be forgiven as well. And in all likelihood, he'll go back there. Hopefully with more care taken in the future that he isn't shown the door by accident. Good news. I could feel my energy returning, and I cared again about the question of what Saudi Arabia had to do with child sex trafficking in Chicago. I first told Eric Ryland about my call Saturday from Carl Cribben, the retired FBI agent. Ryland looked as if he'd been hit by a cattle prod. Well, that would certainly explain why Jonathan's friends were so worried about us publishing this, he said. The State Department is very protective of U.S. relations with Riyadh. Or, more to the point, with Riyadh's oil. We haven't needed their oil for years, I said. Eric nodded. True,
But there could come a day when we're desperate again. When that day comes, Riyadh will sell us the oil we need because we're the bank that pays the royal family's egregiously high bills for conspicuous consumption. At the moment, however, I don't give a crap about those bills or that oil. At the moment, I want you to find out who the hell is responsible for Ryan Woods. Then we'll nail their asses to a derrick and let the oil fall where it may.
Chapter 35. I was walking out of Ryland's office when my cell phone rang. Caller ID told me it was Tony Donato. "Not more bodies," I said when I picked up.
"No, thank God," he replied. "It's the Carpenters, Malachi's parents. Sergeant Carpenter got home last night, and media are besieging them, as you predicted. After the Trib released their son's name, one of the TV stations figured out who the parents were and staked out the house. Now all the vultures are out on their lawn, including one of yours, I presume. The parents asked me what to do. They're desperate. I told them to talk to you, tell their full story, and then simply let it be known they won't talk to anyone else."
"Thank you, Tony," I said.
"I presume they want to wait a few days, at least until there's been a funeral?" "I thought so too, but they don't. They want it over. They said they'd talk to you this afternoon."
He hesitated. I waited.
"One thing, they want me there too."
I thought about that and decided I had no problem with it. I let Ryland know, grabbed photographer Harry Klein, and headed for the ME's office. We decided to go in his SUV to be less conspicuous than a 3-car caravan. The Carpenters lived in a solid middle-class neighborhood in Irving Park, way up on the north side, in a house with an attached garage. The garage was open and empty when we arrived. Tony drove in, and someone closed the door behind us. It appeared we had made it to the back door without being recognized. We were ushered into the kitchen, filled with friends and relatives trying to do something to help. 2 were doing dishes by hand. 1 offered coffee. Another offered lunch. We accepted the coffee. A man who identified himself as Malachi's uncle led us into the family room. Teresa and Christian Carpenter sat together, a huddled mass of anguish on a sofa. I saw family photos everywhere. Most depicted 3 people enjoying life and one another. I paused at one that showed the Carpenters swinging their young son between them as he shrieked with laughter. A perfect family that now was missing a third of itself. Its heart was gone. Sergeant Carpenter rose to greet us. His wife had been leaning against him and nearly fell over like a rag doll without a pillow to prop it up. His brown eyes glistened with pain. We introduced ourselves and said all the things that, no matter how heartfelt, sounded like trite bullshit that offered no solace at all. Harry and I sat in chairs facing the sofa. Tony stood off to one side. Coffee arrived and was placed on a table in front of us. The same table held a photo of Carpenter in full uniform, a powerfully built man whose pose and expression exuded authority and confidence. The man in front of me, dressed in blue jeans, a heather gray t-shirt, and an old pair of Air Jordans, appeared deflated and beaten. A photo of Teresa with baby Malachi in her arms showed her to have been a beautiful woman. She had lost much of her beauty, and I suspected the change was recent. Her unruly nest of hair, the stress lines in her face, the constant trembling and wringing of hands told me she was broken and might never be repaired. I was the designated spokesperson for the intruders. "Sergeant and Mrs. Carpenter, I'm very grateful you agreed to see us. And I want you to know that if—" "You're the one, aren't you?" Teresa Carpenter interrupted. her voice much stronger than I would have believed from her physical appearance. "The one?" I asked. "The one who found our son." I glanced at Donato, silently asking if I should answer, and to confirm before I made a terrible mistake that it was Malachi's bone we found. He nodded. "Yes, ma'am," I said. "Tell me about it," she said. About what?" I asked. "How we found Malachi?" She nodded. So I did, softening the story as much as I could without lying. When I finished, Sergeant Carpenter was staring at me with hard eyes. "So it wasn't you who recognized the bone as human?" he said. "It was your boyfriend, and he's a first responder." "Yes, sir," I said. "I'm a sergeant, not an officer, Miss Mora. No need to sir me." "This is your home. I addressed you as I did out of respect, sir." Our eyes caught again, and I thought I saw his soften. He gave me a barely perceptible nod. I steered the conversation to Malachi, what sort of child he was, what sort of student he became, his hobbies, his heroes, his dreams. "He wanted to follow his father into the military," Teresa said. "He so loved seeing Christian in full dress uniform. At first, we thought the uniform was the attraction, but as he got a little older, there were other signs that Malachi might fit into a life of service." "Like what?" I prompted. Teresa looked at her husband, and he picked up the story. "A couple of years ago. I think Mal was 6 at the time. Yeah, that's right. Because he had just started the 1st grade. 2 bullies were picking on a friend of his, a boy called Stoney who used to live up the street. Mal stepped between Stoney and the bullies, both 2nd graders, just glad not to be the newbies in the school anymore. You know how that is. Mal told the bigger kids to back off. One of the boys pushed him. Mal didn't respond in kind until the 2nd boy got around him and hit Stoney. That's when Mal clocked them both. The 2 bullies ran off crying, and Mal marched himself to the principal's office and turned himself in. He not only stood up for the underdog, he was willing to be accountable." A solitary tear tracked down Carpenter's cheek. He appeared not to notice, but I heard the soft clicks of Harry Klein's camera as he recorded the moment. Teresa said, "Malachi was so thoughtful. I don't know where this came from, but any time he went somewhere without me, he'd bring me home some little present. Once he carried in a whole bag of popcorn from the movies, and he was mad at himself because he'd let a couple of kernels fall on the sidewalk." She smiled at the memory, but the smile showed no joy. "Were there ever any problems on his school bus?" I asked. Teresa shook her head. "Each bus has a driver and a shotgun rider who helps keep order. I never heard from Malachi that there were any problems. Never heard it from any other mothers either. I always thought he was safe on the bus." Now she began to weep quietly. "Who would do a thing like this? Who would torture and kill my son?" The room offered no answers. Harry took more photos, including the obligatory one of the parents holding a framed photo of their son when he graduated from kindergarten. I asked more questions, elicited more memories, caused more tears. When I came to feel I couldn't put the Carpenters through any more grief, I called it quits. The 3 of us rode in silence back to the ME's office. I saw my image reflected in the darkened window of the car door. Tears tracked down my face, too. Chapter 36. I checked the Washington Post online every day and saw nothing significant about Saudi Arabia. I grew increasingly impatient. The body count at Ryan Woods escalated to 23. Anthony Donato thought his team had found all there was to find, but they weren't positive. In some cases, they found entire skeletons. In others, only a half-dozen bones that matched. Scavenging animals had carried off a lot over the years. They continued to use ground-penetrating radar outside the original excavation zone. The entire area remained an active crime scene. As I reviewed the last conversation I'd had with the medical examiner, a new question came to me, and I jotted it down to ask him later in the day. There was another call I wanted to make first. I didn't tell anyone in our Washington bureau I was calling the State Department. I didn't need permission. But when I got through to the press office and asked to speak to Eleanor Troy, the Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs, the fact that nobody in Troy's office ever heard of me became an impediment. An introduction from our State Department correspondent might have helped. The first person I spoke to was a secretary type who quickly let me know she'd never heard of me. "Are you new to the Journal's Washington Bureau?" the woman asked. "I'm not in the Washington Bureau," I said. "I'm a columnist in the main office in Chicago. I have a question about the Middle East. I would like to talk to someone who might be able to answer it." "What's the question?" "Are you a Middle East specialist?" "No," the woman said, sounding huffy about my challenge to her gatekeeping authority. "But if you give me the question, I'll be better able to direct your call." "I'll say it's about Saudi Arabia, and you find somebody to talk to me?" "There's no reason to be snippy, Miss Mora," she said. And she was right. "I'm sorry if I sounded that way," I said. "This is something I've been chasing a long time, and it's wearing me down." "If that's an apology, consider it accepted. Hold on." There was no hold music. I had no way to know if she was looking for someone to help me or had put me on hold and would leave me there the rest of the day in retaliation for a perceived insult. I didn't have to wait long to find out. There was a click and a voice that said, "This is Zach Harrison. I'm the press officer for the Middle East desk. How can I help you?" I started to identify myself, but he interrupted. "I know who you are, Miss Mora. I'm from Chicago, Wicker Park. I always read your column. I don't have as much time now as I used to, but I go online and read the paper on occasion. What can I do for you?" "I'm trying to find out if there's anything particular, beyond the normal, everyday stuff, going on between the United States and Saudi Arabia." "Stuff?" he said. "It's a technical diplomatic term," I said. "What sort of stuff are we talking about?" he asked. "I don't feel comfortable being much more specific. Anything out of the ordinary, like an investigation?" Harrison's pause said more than his mouth did. He finally responded. "That brush you're using is so broad it could paint the side of a barn in one stroke. Can you narrow it down at all? Are there any special problems between the two countries?" "Well, they want to sell us more oil at higher prices." "That's not it." "What is this, a multiple choice exam? There's really nothing I can say, at least nothing I'm free to discuss." "Look, Mr. Harrison." "Call me Zach." "All right, Zach. I'll start. I know the Saudis, either as a state or as individuals, are under investigation for certain crimes committed in the United States. Both the NSA and the FBI are involved in the investigation, and I'm trying to find out what the State Department can say about it." "Nothing." "Nothing at all?" "Nothing at all. I cannot confirm or deny that what you say is true, and you should infer nothing from my response." "Or lack of same." "Yes." "Would it help if I agreed to go on background?" "No." "Off the record?" "No. I can't tell you things about which I know nothing." "Is there anyone you could ask who might know something?"
If there's anything going on, I'm sure the Secretary of State knows about it, but he's out of the country." "Isn't he always?" I said. "I believe he's in Belgium at the moment, and I believe he has good communications there in case somebody needs to reach him." "It was a pleasure talking to you, Deuce, even long distance, but I need to go." And he did. Strike one. I picked up the question I'd jotted down earlier and called Anthony Donato. "How can I spend taxpayer dollars helping you today?" he asked. "I had a thought," I said. "Yeah, I heard today is National Eureka Moment Day." "Funny," I said. "In all this DNA material you've gathered, did you recover any samples that don't belong to the dead children?" "Not that I know of. But until we have all the DNA results back, we won't know for sure." "Why do you ask?" "Let me ask another way," I said. "Do you have any DNA on the children's bodies or clothes that doesn't match the DNA from the bodies themselves?" "Same question, thus the same answer," Donato said. "And all the lab results come directly to me. So if there was any foreign DNA found on the children or their belongings, I'd see that right away." "And so far, nobody's found any?" I was thinking aloud. "No. Well, yes, there was one sample that came from a coyote." I was thinking human. "Could you check, to be sure?" "I could, yes. But finding foreign human DNA would be unusual." "Why?" "Because DNA from another person would be in flakes of skin, hair, semen, saliva, or other bodily fluids. The sample might have been on a child's clothes, or on the child's skin, or inside the body, embedded in a mouth, a vagina, an anal canal, all fleshy places that degrade quickly when a body is buried unprotected. In other words, by the time we found the body, the foreign DNA would have been destroyed." "Understood. But if you found such a sample, speaking hypothetically, you could determine if it came from a relative or a stranger, right?" "We could tell if the foreign DNA is from a relative, yes, or whether it's from someone unrelated." "And if you found the same DNA on two unrelated bodies, it could point to the killer, couldn't it?" "Deuce, tell me you're not thinking that a family member killed one child, then killed 22 more to deflect suspicion. Because that storyline is so old and worn, they don't even allow it in bad mystery novels anymore." "Well, since you put it that way, no. I was actually thinking of something much more terrifying than a bad book plot. If you do find any foreign DNA, could you screen it to see if maybe the donor could have been Saudi?" He sounded surprised. "Saudi Arabian?" "Yes." "Can you tell me why?" "Not yet, but I will. And it's important." "I'll flag that," Donato said. Strike two. Screw it. I had a column to write, and as mundane as it might be, it would be more satisfying than all this beating my head against a wall. When I finished the column, I sat and thought for a while about my frustration. When I looked up, it was nearly dark outside, and Eric Ryland was approaching my desk. "What are you doing here so late?" "Thinking about striking out," I said. "Is the story going that badly?" "Close." "Well, if it helps at all, I like your column. Your perspective on finding a new police chief makes a lot of sense." "Thank you." "Nothing about the Saudis showing up in the Washington Post?" "Not yet," I said. I looked at the wall clock. It was nearly 8:30. I usually check later at night after most of the next day's paper is up on the web, but I could check now. "Well, let me know if you find anything," Eric said. "I'm going home to a very dry martini." Then he turned and walked away. I checked the website.
Strike 3. Perfect. Chapter 37. Mark called as I was driving home. I drove by the house and there were no lights on. You still working? No, I said. I'm about 10 minutes away. Where are you? Parked across from Bacchanalia, thinking about a late lasagna feast. Go on in, I said. I'll be there as soon as I can. The dinner crowd had mostly cleared out when I got to the neighborhood, but I still didn't see a parking space. So I drove home, put the Explorer on the street near my house, and hiked the 3 blocks back to the restaurant. Mark was entertaining a birra moretti and a couple seated to his left. The bartender of the night, whose name was Frankie, was one of the owners of the place. He was an affable man with a crooked smile, whose twin passions for the Chicago Blackhawks and the Chicago White Sox were unsurpassed in the city. "How you doing, Deuce?" Frankie asked with a grin, setting a glass of water in front of the place set for me at the bar to Mark's right. "Ain't seeing yez in a while. Mark says you've been busy with that thing down at Ryan Woods. Terrible stuff." "It is," I said. "How are you? Last time we were in, you were in Vegas." "I've been good, real good. Getting old, but nothing I can do about it. If I wake up in the morning and see the sky, I know it's gonna be a good day." It was Frankie's standard shtick, but it was a good one. "You gonna say hello to me too?" Mark asked as he leaned over and put a kiss on my cheek. "I've been sitting here waiting for hours. Isn't that true, Frankie?" "I ain't getting in this," Frankie said with a smile. "How about a drink, Deuce?" "Black Label, on the rocks," I said. "Ooh, it has been a tough day," Frankie said as he left to get my scotch. "The kitchen's gonna close soon, Deuce," he called from the end of the bar. "You want to put in an order?" "How about some grilled salmon, medium, and whatever green vegetable looks good back there tonight?" Frankie brought my drink, a very generous pour as usual, then ambled back into the kitchen to place my order. "What are you getting?" I asked Mark. "Lasagna, like I said. I have a taste for it." Hard not to. Bacchanalia made the best lasagna in Chicago, and each portion was enough for a small Italian family. Mark introduced me to the couple on his left, Marie and Dominic something from Naperville. I had seen them in Bacchanalia before. I said I remembered them. I refrained from adding just barely. Marie asked me an innocuous question about the Ryan Woods investigation. I gave her a non-committal answer that could boast in length what it lacked in substance. Then I turned to my drink. I was savoring the first sip when Frankie returned with a beautiful tossed salad for Mark, creamy garlic dressing on the side. He also brought a small platter of pasta shells in vodka sauce, another of our favorites. "On the house," Frankie said of the shells. "Bon appetito." "Thanks, Frankie," Mark said. He stabbed a couple of shells and turned to me. "So, what did you find out about the kid?" "Charles?" I asked. "Remarkably, he's good. CPS isn't pressing charges, and he's going to be allowed to go back to Faulkner. He got off lucky." "Let's hope he makes the most of it." I knew Mark wanted to ask me about Ryan Woods, but with the somethings from Naperville listening in on our conversation, he knew better than to bring it up. About half an hour later, the somethings paid their bill and left, shaking our hands, clapping Mark on the back, and promising to see everyone soon. Mark left his truck on the street across from Bacchanalia, but he rescued Murphy from his bed in the back. We all walked back to my house. The street spots on Oakley weren't metered, permitted, or time-limited, and he would be gone well before the local businesses needed his spot for customers the next morning. As I think I've said before, South Oakley Avenue is a pretty laid-back street. We fixed a nightcap and sat down for a while to catch up on each other's lives. When we got around to Ryan Woods, I started to tell Mark about the Saudi connection and how I learned of it. He shushed me and cocked his head toward the back of the house. He walked out the back door and onto the deck, then down into the grass. I followed. "I don't mean to sound paranoid," he said in a whisper when he finally stopped in the middle of the yard. "But after what those goons put you through when they grabbed you at the front door, I wouldn't be shocked to learn that they had bugged your house while you were lying unconscious on the floor." "That's paranoid, all right," I said. "I can look in the lamps and ceiling fixtures for you and under all the tables and chairs, but you'd be better off having the whole house swept by a pro." "And where would I find one of those?" "In my address book." "Really? You have your place swept often?" "Never. Though, since our relationship isn't a secret, it's not such a bad idea." "Then how do you know—" "He's a friend. He used to be a fire marshal. Then he quit to form his own security business and became a millionaire. Everybody these days thinks their neighbors are ISIS terrorists. So while we're out here, bring me up to date." I did. If some Saudi bastard is responsible for Ryan Woods, it wouldn't shock me. "Why?" I asked. "Why them especially?" "Because members of the ruling family are spoiled rotten, richer than God and hypocrites," he said. "They amass wealth by stealing from their own people and use those poison gains to pay for inexcusable extravagance. When those boys leave home, they go wild in ways that aren't approved in the Quran. They don't have off switches. It wouldn't surprise me if there were a few pedophiles in the bunch." I shivered. I wasn't sure if it was the outside temperature or the conversation. "Let's go in," I said. "I think you're about up to date on everything." "But let's not talk about this inside," Mark said. "I'll call Seth in the morning and get him out here ASAP to sweep for bugs." He turned toward the house, but I put a hand on his arm. "I've got to look up something on the computer. You think it's safe? Your desktop? No. Your laptop? Maybe, since you have it with you all the time. Although the goons who chloroformed you could have tampered with that too. You should probably use mine." I did. It was my late-night check on the Washington Post site. I didn't expect anything to have changed since I looked a couple of hours earlier at the office, but you never know. There was nothing of interest on the homepage. There was nothing when I went to the site map and clicked on World. So I refined the search further and clicked on Middle East. And halfway down the page, there it was. Saudi royal family members to visit U.S. With my heart suddenly racing, I opened the story. It was brief and boring. The Saudi government had announced that 7 members of the ruling family would visit the U.S. on a combination diplomatic mission and vacation the following month. The story did not identify them or say where they would visit, though Washington was one obvious stop. I was betting Chicago would be another. Chapter 38. I got to the office early the next morning and started researching the Saudi royal family. It wasn't pretty. By one estimate, the House of Saud was worth $14 trillion. That's 14, with 12 zeros after it. At a salary of $45.8 million a year, basketball star LeBron James would need to work nearly 306,000 years to earn $14 trillion. Of course, it's no crime to be filthy rich. But while more than 4 million Saudis, 15% of the total population, lived below the nation's poverty line, Saudi Arabia had more households worth more than 75 million than any other country on earth. The Saudis condone police torture to extract confessions from dissenters to crimes they might or might not have committed. Dissent simply isn't tolerated. It was reported that in 2013, a website builder was sentenced to 600 lashes and 7 years in prison for criticizing his nation's religious police on Facebook. Alleged crimes like theft are punishable by amputations of hands and feet. It was reported that 79 people were beheaded in 2013, and another 59 killed the same way in the first 9 months of 2014. Among the charges that doomed them were converting away from Islam and sorcery, whatever that is. And yes, Mark had been right. I found a number of Google stories about one prince or another getting entangled in sordid scandals that included sexual slavery. Many of the alleged crimes happened in the United States. There was only one king at the top, but there were at least 200 powerful princes, and, as best I could learn, 20,000 assorted members of the royal family. While most of the family wealth was at the top, that's still a pretty big haystack. Finding the names of the 7 needles headed to the United States would be impossible if our government or theirs didn't release them. If any or all of them planned a trip to Chicago, finding out about it would be even more difficult. Diplomacy was doubtful. There had been a Saudi mission in my city at one time, but it closed. I couldn't find out why. That left a myriad of other reasons the delegation might want to visit here. The wonderful theater, shopping the Magnificent Mile, strolling the lakefront, and, oh yeah, the sexual abuse and murder of children. Given what I believed to be the option they had chosen, I wasn't expecting them to announce their arrival. So how would I know when they got here? I could think of only one option: Gina Brodsky. Gina had been my roommate at Northwestern. She was a lifelong resident of the South Side until she married and had children and moved to a posh suburb northwest of the city. Her grandfather was a Czech butcher who came to America to work in Chicago's stockyards. Her mother's family name was Cermak, same as one of the main east-west streets across the South Side and through the Pilsen neighborhood where I lived. I knew as a freshman at Northwestern what I wanted to be when I grew up. Gina had no clue. She changed majors the way I changed socks. So I wasn't a bit surprised when she walked into our small apartment one Friday night with an armload of new books and announced she had changed her major away from theatrical costume design. "Uh-huh," I said, not lifting my head from Hunter S. Thompson's scathing treatise on the 1972 Nixon-McGovern presidential election, Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail. My aspirations at the time were to be the next Hunter S. Thompson. "Aren't you going to ask me what I switched to?" Gina prompted. "Sure," I said. "Mechanical engineering," she said. "That's nice," I replied. "Deuce, are you listening to me?" I raised my eyes. "No," I said honestly. "Repeat, please." She did, and I was astonished, but not surprised. "What are you going to do with a degree in mechanical engineering?" "I'm going to be an airline pilot." This time, I laughed out loud. "Gina, you get sweaty palms on the second rung of a ladder." "I know," she said, "but in a plane, you're enclosed. On a ladder, you're out in the open, hanging there, waiting to fall." "And that's different from hanging in an airplane at 35,000 feet? How, exactly?" "Oh, it just is," she said. "Anyhow, I'll find out. I also signed up for flying lessons. My free introductory flight is tomorrow." Gina never changed her major again. After graduating, she went to Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in Daytona Beach, Florida, and got a master's degree in aerospace engineering. She also got her commercial pilot's license, her instrument rating, and qualified to fly some very complex aircraft. One stormy day, while ferrying a Cessna Citation from Fort Lauderdale to Houston, something went horribly wrong with the plane's flight controls. Gina called in a mayday and guided the jet to a very difficult crash landing in the Gulf of Mexico. She got out as the plane sank, inflated the escape raft, and climbed aboard to wait for the Coast Guard to pinpoint her emergency locator beacon. She knew she was losing a lot of blood from a mangled leg. Yet, she found the strength to row away from the site, lest her blood in the water attract sharks that could rip through her raft in seconds. She survived, but she never flew again. Instead, she became an air traffic controller, and she excelled. She bid a position at O'Hare International Airport in Chicago, one of the toughest posts in the system, and got her wish. She had already risen to shift supervisor. While she would never make the kind of money she would have pulled in as an airline pilot, Gina was a happy woman as the wife of an airline pilot. They had 2 darling children. If anyone would be able to keep watch for a big private jet belonging to the Saudi royal family landing at O'Hare, it was Gina Brodsky. "Well, hello, stranger," Gina said when she answered her cell. "If it wasn't for your column, I wouldn't know you're still alive." "It has been a while," I said. "Maybe you forgot that your phone can dial out too. So, I'm not the only one at fault here." We hadn't talked since after the Vinnie Colangelo story broke the previous fall, and I couldn't remember who called whom that day. "How are Tom and the kids?" I asked. "All great, really great. Tom's flying 777s to London now, and he says it's nothing like work. He loves it. Maddie's in kindergarten, and Colin's in 1st grade. They are at such cute ages. If you've got time, maybe you could come out to Schaumburg for dinner one night and bring that hunk of a boyfriend of yours. You are still together, I hope." "We are." "Good. You can stay the night, and we'll schedule it when Tom has a few days off, so nobody has to worry about how much they drink." I smiled. That would be a fun evening. Gina mistook my pause in the conversation for reluctance. "Is something wrong?" she asked. "Oh, no, nothing," I said. I was remembering Tom and Mark getting blitzed together. It was pretty funny the last time. We chatted another minute. Then Gina said she had been on a break and had to get back to the radar room. "Give me 1 more minute," I asked. "I need a huge favor." "Is it legal?" "I think so." "Then try me." "I will, but I need to call you from another phone, from a number you won't recognize. Please pick it up." "Okay," she said, but already I heard doubt in her voice. I used the burner, knowing full well if the feds were monitoring my cell phone calls, they would now have Gina's cell number and could get my burner phone number by checking her log of incoming calls. Oh, well, nothing's perfect. I'd ditch this burner for a new one and give the new number to Gina and Carl Cribben. When Gina picked up my second call, I explained what I needed. "This is very cloak and dagger," she said. "It is, and I'm sorry. Actually, it's kind of exciting. International intrigue and all that. Gina, it's deadly serious. You can't tell anyone, not even Tom." "Wow, okay. You want to know when a private flight flying the Saudi flag comes into ORD. That's all. That's all. It would be nice to have some advance warning, if that's possible. You know Saudi Arabia Airlines doesn't fly into ORD, right? So it has no gates of its own. It would be directed to parking in the remote hangar area, northwest of the main terminals. Customs would meet the flight out there." "The plane will be coming in from Washington, D.C., I said, "so no customs." "That's helpful to know," she said. "Still, since it's a private flight, ground control will direct it to parking in the hangar area." "I don't much care where they park," I said. "I just want to be damned sure I'm in the right place to follow these bastards when they head into the city." Chapter 39. I awoke Monday morning to gray skies, spitting rain onto my city where the temperature was forecast to rise to about 60 degrees. Fairly normal for the middle of April. It was the 18th, income tax day for many people who, by the grace of a well-placed weekend, had been granted an extra 3 days to finish their returns. I was mulling over why people procrastinated, forcing them to call in sick in order to stay home and fill out their tax forms, correctly or incorrectly, and get them postmarked by the midnight deadline. Thanks to my father's obsessive-compulsive attitude about taxes, I learned to prepare all I could in the quiet week between Christmas and New Year's Day. When my tax statements from work, from my broker, and from my bank drifted in at the end of January, I was ready to drop everything in my CPA's lap. I think I was stewing over this so I wouldn't have to stew over the slow progress of the Ryan Woods investigation. With all this stewing going on, it took me a few minutes to detect the undercurrent of apprehension dancing like electricity around the newsroom. I found it worrisome. Had the day finally come when the Journal's management would announce the newspaper's bankruptcy? I didn't think so. The tension was more like upbeat expectation than dread. As I walked past the copy desk area, one of my friends stopped me with a question that startled me. "You ready, Deuce?" Pete Serrano asked. I frowned at him. "For what?" And then it hit me. "Oh, that. You're going to laugh at me, Pete, but I totally forgot that today's the day." He laughed right on cue. "Most people don't forget Pulitzer Day when they're an odds-on favorite to win. But with you, yeah, I guess I can believe it. To give you a heads up, Eric Ryland's been walking around with a shit-eating grin on his face. As you know much better than I, shit-eating grins aren't his default expression." "You think he has inside information?" "I've heard most winning organizations get an early alert," Pete said. "Gives them time to get the champagne on ice." Well, we'll see. The prizes would be announced at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, which was 2 p.m. in Chicago. I almost wished I could find an excuse to be out of the building for a late lunch at the witching hour. Ryland would want to kill me if I pulled a stunt like that, but he had tried before. I always managed to get away with my life. It was after 10 a.m. when I reached my desk. I fully expected the next 4 hours to pass with all the speed of glue trying to flow down a concrete sidewalk in the middle of February. And they did. The news flashed in on the Associated Press wire at 2:02 p.m. I remember the time because someone printed out the first bulletin and saved it for me. But I already knew, and everyone in the newsroom already knew, that the Colangelo story had won the Public Service Pulitzer. Even before it became official, Eric Ryland was standing on a coffee table in a conference part of the newsroom we referred to as the rec room, because it had several comfortable sofas and a half-dozen armchairs surrounding 3 big flat-screen TVs. It was a perfect place to watch world events unfold, or the Chicago Cubs win another baseball series. Ryland was surrounded by the paper's top editors. Tables were being set up to accommodate the bubbly, and, very likely, a big cake. I stayed at my desk and tried to keep my head down. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Ryland step off the table and stride toward me. When he got to my desk, he leaned over the low partition surrounding it. "If it wouldn't be too much trouble, Miss Mora," he said, "your presence is requested in the rec room for an important announcement." I looked up at him. "Congratulations," he said. "Your name is no longer Deuce Mora. You will forevermore be known as Pulitzer Prize winner Deuce Mora. Get used to it." "They notified you early?" "First thing this morning, yeah." He grinned again. "And now I'm going to tell you something that nobody else in this building will tell you today." "What's that?" I honestly couldn't think what it might be. "You're getting a very nice raise," he said. "And you earned it." Chapter 40. The rest of Monday evaporated in a champagne and sugar haze, dotted with phone calls from well-wishers and friends. I even had to sit for a 35-minute interview with a reporter from my own newspaper and a photographer I threatened with mayhem if he made me look bad. Mark called, of course. He wanted to take me out for a celebratory dinner. But his restaurant of choice, Rick Bayless's incomparable Topolobampo, was closed on Mondays. We postponed until Tuesday, when he had, by some miracle, been able to get a reservation. That was for the best, because the paper was throwing a party for me that night at Rosebud Prime, a few blocks from our building, and it would have been unseemly for me to excuse myself because I had other plans. I asked Mark if he would go with me, and he was only too eager to say yes. I wondered how it was that a newspaper that had laid off or bought out so many people had the wherewithal to give me a raise and throw me a party at an expensive restaurant. I wanted to ask, but I decided that would sound both rude and ungrateful. So, for once in my life, I forced myself to swallow my curiosity. Tuesday dawned uneventful, except for the pounding in my head generated by the quantity of wine I consumed at the party the night before. Wine hangovers are the worst. I had fully rehydrated myself by the time I got to work and wasn't feeling half horrible, though I saw a few colleagues who were going to need more time to get back to form. Eric Ryland saw me and wandered over, that grin still bisecting his usually scowly face. "Have fun last night?" he asked. "I did, I think," I said. "What I remember of it. It was very nice of the paper to do that. Thank you." "Well, now it's time to go back to work. They found 2 more bodies." The new skeletal remains, like the previous few, were located outside the original search perimeter. They brought the body count to 25. Tony Donato said the new victims had been in the ground a long time and probably were among the first to be buried in the refuge. DNA samples were taken from both, but no foreign DNA was found on either. Another of the original bodies was positively identified, realizing another family's worst fears. Closing the book on another life ended way too early. I wrote a long story on what was known about each of the 25, their identities, if we knew them, their ages, the dates they disappeared, the cause of death, and the manner of death. In a few cases, the children were so severely injured, Donato was unable to determine which individual injury or combination of injuries caused death. Our art department did a half-page graphic depicting where each body was found. It was good reference material, but otherwise of only prurient, voyeuristic interest. We also ran photos of the children obtained from their families. At my suggestion, Eric Ryland called our Washington bureau chief and asked if he could get the State Department to release an itinerary for the Saudis. The answer came back quickly. Beyond the diplomatic courtesy call at the White House, the trip was private, and the destination or destinations were not released. Our State Department correspondent tried to get someone to say if there would be a stop in Chicago, but his question was rebuffed. I kept going back to Winona Jackson's list of the worst foster facilities in the city. As the identity of each of the Ryan Woods victims was made public, I got the child's file from Aidan Coughlin. I checked each name to see if the child had ever been assigned to one of the foster facilities on Jackson's list. Not a single one matched up. I was about ready to conclude the whole exercise had been for nothing. That often happens during investigations. A dozen leads produce a dozen dead ends. There is only one right answer. I just hadn't found it yet. As April wound toward May and the Saudis' arrival in Washington, I began to wonder if they would slip through our fingers as the 25 dead children had slipped from their lives. If Gina Brodsky forgot to keep watch for the Saudis' flight plan, or didn't remember to alert me until the plane landed, I would never get to O'Hare in time to follow the visitors to their destinations. When I got the exact date of their trip to Chicago, I'd call and remind her. O'Hare is the second busiest airport in the United States. If things got more hectic than usual on the day the Saudis arrived, Gina probably wouldn't have time to keep tabs on one flight. There was also a chance the plane would come in on somebody else's shift, in which case all my preparation would nosedive right into the toilet. To be on the safe side, I would have to drive to O'Hare and scout for places to park my Explorer, where I could get a reasonable overview of the hangar area. Thus prepared, and if luck was on my side, I might see the big jet when it taxied to its assigned spot. The parking I chose would have to be near the hangars, but outside the airport perimeter, or the airport police would chase me away. If I couldn't find a good overview of the hangar area, I would find the guarded gate through which the limos would likely pass when they arrived at O'Hare to meet the plane. If none of this worked, we were screwed. I felt crummy. I knew I hadn't been eating right. I wasn't running more than once a week. And then there was all that red wine Monday evening. My body told me I was mistreating it. So for dinner, I made myself a 40-ounce combination of fresh organic fruit and vegetable juice. Kale, collards, celery, cucumber, curly parsley, lemon, apples, pears, and ginger. It was a lot of prep, but my big juicer ground through it in no time, producing a substantial pitcher of concentrated nutrients. I would drink about half of it tonight and have the rest for breakfast the next day. I cleaned up quickly, freezing the pulp to make a rich vegetable stock later. I carried a big jar to my sofa, turned on some music, and tried to relax. As I felt the smooth, sweet juice slide down my throat, I almost thought I could feel my body sighing happily as the nutrients did their work, restoring my system's balance. I once went on a fast for 10 days, consuming nothing but a wide variety of these juices. I'd never felt as good in my life. I needed to do it more often. I was so focused on the juice that everything else drifted out of my mind. As I pondered starting a new juice fast, something else started scratching at my brain. Sometimes, when you've been working hard to solve a problem and making no headway, turning your attention to something else for a while can clear your idea pathways. That was happening to me as I sipped juice. I had the jar to my lips when bricks started falling from the wall that had separated me from progress on the Ryan Woods murders. Bricks tumbled one by one, then in twos and threes. I sat still. I was afraid if I moved, the wall would stop crumbling, or worse, start putting itself back together. Eventually, when I got the first wide glimpse through the hole, it was the end of my relaxation. My flash idea involved property tax records. It struck me as odd that none of the bodies recovered from Ryan Woods were children who had been living in the worst foster facilities in the city, as defined by the list Winona Jackson provided. I carried my juice to my desk and opened my computer. 16 of the 25 bodies had been identified. I had the addresses where the children lived when they vanished. I had assumed that if the children lived with their natural parents or with foster families, the names of those families would be the same as the names of the owners of the property. In retrospect, with my new view through the hole in my brick wall, that seemed an ill-founded assumption. The only way to identify the actual property owners was through property tax records. And thanks to the fact that I was living in Chicago, all property tax records and deed filings were public information. Could it be this easy? Chapter 41. I assembled and printed out a list of the addresses where the 16 identified Ryan Woods victims had lived when they disappeared. My first stop would be the Cook County Treasurer's office to match up the addresses with the 14-digit index numbers attached to each property. Then I would head over to the Cook County Recorder of Deeds, and they would pull all the information they had on the identity of the property owners. It was easy, yes, But fruitful? No. At the end of a wasted morning, none of the names of the property owners was familiar. None read Prince Ali bin Child Abuser of Riyadh. Frankly, the outcome left me feeling naive for believing in miracles in the first place. But nothing ventured, as they say. Whoever they are. Obviously, they don't know squat. I was finishing up a column when the phone rang. What I heard on the phone broke my heart.
Miss Mora, this is Phyllis Metzger from Juvenile Court.
I felt my heart rate climb. What's wrong now?
The young man who broke into your house, we're having a bit of trouble with him.
What sort of trouble?
Something has happened to him. We're not sure what it is, but he is inconsolable. He won't talk about it. He won't settle down. He's creating havoc, or trying to. The director of Faulkner tells me the boy has barricaded himself in his room, but they can hear him crying on the other side of the door, so they don't think this is an act. He insists he won't talk to anyone but you.
I'll meet him anywhere.
Could you come over to the Juvenile Courts building? We could use a conference room there, if it's okay with you.
Where in the building and when? I asked. An hour later, I was in the appointed conference room. I was nearly 45 minutes early. I had to wait somewhere, so it might as well be here. I was pacing at a clip that would have made the trainer at my gym proud. But despite my elevated heart rate, I wasn't going for a cardio workout. I was on an apprehension high over what might have happened to Charles, how badly he'd been hurt, and what I could do about it. For starters, I could get him out of that school and take him home with me. Maybe I couldn't and shouldn't adopt him, but I could foster him in an environment where he would be safe. Would that mean another showdown with Mark? I desperately hoped not. Why was life so complicated? I was dealing with rising anxiety on several levels when the door opened and Charles walked in ahead of Phyllis Metzler. I barely noticed her. All I could see was Charles, no longer looking like a young man, but more like a little boy, emotionally beaten down and broken. When he looked up and saw me, the floodgates opened. He ran across the room and into my arms, clinging as if he was struggling to keep from drowning in a riptide. He buried his head in my shoulder and sobbed. I looked up at Metzler. "Could we have the room, please?" She glanced around as if to make sure there was no way either or both of us could escape, and nodded. She closed the door behind her. I was certain she would be listening to every word from the other side. I sat down, half carrying Charles with me. I let him hold on until his anguish subsided, reminding myself that he was still a little boy, and whatever was bothering him might not be as horrible as his distress level indicated. I would wait for him to tell me in his own good time. While I kept my left arm around his back, I used my right hand to massage his neck and shoulders. The muscles there felt as hard as baseballs. Finally, the sobbing subsided to sniffles. Charles mumbled into my shoulder. I pushed him back a little, very gently. "What did you say?" I asked. "I didn't hear you." Joey's gone." "Who's Joey?" I felt guilty, as if I should have known the answer. "My little brother," Charles said. "I told you. He was in a foster home too, but a different one from me." "I remember," I said, "but I don't think you ever told me his name." Charles pushed on as if I'd said nothing. "You gotta find him, Deuce. He could be in bad trouble." I knew exactly how bad it could be, but I wasn't going to heap that on the shoulders of a 9-year-old. "Can you sit down and tell me the whole story? From the beginning?" He backed up until his legs hit a chair. He lifted himself onto the seat so he was sitting side saddle, his legs dangling. He folded his hands in his lap and stared at them, He wouldn't lift his head. "Charles, can you look at me?" He shook his head. "Why not?" Silence. "Why won't you look at me?" I asked again. "I got no right," he said, so softly I could barely hear him. "Who told you that?" "Nobody. I just know." "Come on," I said. "That's not a thing you just know. It isn't even true." "Yes, it is," he said. "One of my teachers at the school said if you want to be able to stand up and look other people straight in the eyes, you gotta earn their trust and respect. I ain't done nothing to earn no trust and respect from you." I felt tears burning behind my eyes. This kid's head was a mess, but I did like the sound of what they were teaching him at Faulkner. "Charles, trust and respect are mine to give or withhold. You had both before you broke into my house. When I found you hiding in the bathroom, you lost them. But then when you didn't fight me, when you didn't lie to the police, when you agreed to go to the special school, you began to earn my trust and respect again. And in all that, I never stopped loving you. Do you understand what I'm saying?" I think so," he said. "So look at me and tell me what happened to Joey." The story came out slowly, punctuated with hesitation and more tears. When the brothers were first assigned to foster care, Charles went to a home in Bronzeville, a community bounded by Interstate 55 on the north, Lakeshore Drive on the east, and Interstate 90 on the west. It stretched south all the way to the Tony neighborhood of Hyde Park, home to the University of Chicago and a historic example of architect Frank Lloyd Wright's prairie-style houses. The Tony aspects of Hyde Park didn't bleed north into Bronzeville. Joey had been sent to a home in Bridgeport on the south side of the South Fork of the Chicago River. Bridgeport sat about halfway between Charles's home and mine. "That's how come I was up on your street lots of times," he said. "I'd go visit Joey, then come up and visit some friends, like you." "And how do you know Joey has disappeared?" I said. "I got word," he said. "One of the kids at Faulkner had a visit with his mother. His mother knows Joey's foster mother. Joey's foster mother told the other mother that Joey went missing. She told her kid. He told me." "What did you do?" "I asked the people at the school to find out what happened. They got pissed off because I wasn't supposed to have contact with people outside, and they were going to punish me until the kid who told me about Joey explained how I knew." "What did the people at the school do?" "Nothing. Just nothing. They wouldn't call the police. They wouldn't call Joey's foster mother. They didn't care. They said I was their responsibility, not Joey. That's when I asked to see you. But they wouldn't let me until today, after I started screaming and swearing and breaking things." "I'm so sorry, Charles. I don't know what I can do, but I'll try. I promise." I asked him for the address of Joey's foster home and the names of the people who ran it. He readily agreed. When Phyllis Metzler came back into the room to collect her charge, I asked if she knew anything more about how Charles learned of his brother's disappearance. "I think he's telling the truth," she said. "Like prison inmates have grapevines that keep them informed about what's happening on the outside, these kids have the same sort of system. It's rather remarkable when you think about it." So I asked Charles to behave when he got back to school. I promised I would work on finding Joey and let him know if I made any progress. I looked up at Metzler. "Miss Metzler, we'll make sure it's okay for you to get information about your brother. Won't you, Miss Metzler?" It wasn't a question. She nodded. Charles turned and walked out. I had no idea if he actually believed me. Chapter 42. Joey had been living in a neat but aging shotgun-style house on South Throop Street, across an alley from an auto repair yard. The house, only 1 room wide, stood 4 or 5 rooms long and 3 stories high. It was a style that became a symbol of poverty in some regions of the country, possibly because the way the rooms lined up made the dwelling suitable for multiple families, cramming themselves together to save rent money. The house I came to visit was in moderately good repair, though tricycles, small bicycles, toy baby trams, and other paraphernalia of young children littered the yard. I stepped up on the concrete stoop and rang the bell. I heard children yelling inside, apparently trying to alert an adult that someone was at the door. A few seconds later, a Hispanic woman, who appeared to be in her 40s, opened the door as she balanced an infant on one hip. She looked at me with suspicion. "Are you Mrs. Ramirez?" I asked. "Who are you?" she said. I introduced myself and added, "I'm here looking for a boy named Joey, a foster child who lived at this address for the last few years. Is he here?" "No here," she said. "He disappeared last week. I report him missing." "Where did you make the report, Mrs. Ramirez? Who did you call?" "Child Services. They asked me where he goes. How do I know where he goes? If I know where he goes, he wouldn't be missing. Maybe to live with his older brother." "No," I said. "He's not with his older brother." I realized then I didn't know Charles's and Joey's last names. I asked Mrs. Ramirez. "Joey's last name is Russell," she said. "But it is not the same as his brother. Different fathers, I think. Don't know the brother's name, just that he came around sometimes to visit." "Has Joey ever run away before?" She shook her head. "No. He always come right home after school. He has no problems. Good boy." "Do you have a photograph of him?" I asked. "A picture?" She thought about it a moment. Then she smiled. "Ah, see," she said. "You wait." She closed the front door and disappeared for no more than a minute. When she returned, she had a photo in her hand. "Last summer," she said. 4 de Julio, the 4th of July. The boy in the photo was captivated by a sparkler in his hand. An adult hand was wrapped over the child's, probably to ensure Joey didn't draw the stick too close to his face. He didn't look like Charles, but he had a sweet face, too. His skin was lighter. I wondered if perhaps Joey's father had been Caucasian. "May I borrow this?" I asked. I promised to bring it back. "Sí, okay," she said. I handed her my card. "Would you call me if you hear from him?" "Okay, sí," she said. "I hope he okay." As she started to close the door, at least 5 children ranging in age from maybe 4 to 9 started vying for her attention. It wasn't a glimpse of foster care that gave me a great deal of assurance I had the patience for it. When I was settled back in my car, I called Aidan Coughlin at DCFS. "Hey, Deuce," Coughlin said. "What's up?" I told him about Joey. "Any chance you've got any information on him?" "It doesn't sound familiar," he said. "It was Joey Russell? Joey, as in Joseph?" "Not sure," I said. "I presume so." "Can you hold, or should I call you back?" "I'll hold," I told him. It was more than 10 minutes until Coughlin returned to the phone. "Sorry it took so long," he said. "We have a record of the foster family reporting him missing. The case is under active investigation. Since he's never run away or been reported missing for any reason in the past, I'm going to red flag this to create some urgency. Under current circumstances, I think we need to give cases like this one special attention. If we were dealing with a chronic runaway, it wouldn't be so ominous. But I don't like this at all. Thanks for the push." Coughlin said he would stay in touch and call if he learned anything. I was still sitting in the car in front of the Bridgeport house when a phone rang in my messenger bag. It wasn't my regular ringtone, so it had to be my latest burner phone. Only 2 people had that number, my air traffic controller friend, Gina Brodsky, and former FBI agent Carl Cribben. It was Cribben.
"What's new?"
he asked without introducing himself. "I'm trying to find a missing child," I said. Naturally, my mind is taking me all sorts of places I don't want to go.
"Is there a police report on him, or her?"
Him. I don't know about a police report, but the foster mother did report him missing to DCFS. They're on it.
"What makes you think this child was snatched up?"
He's never run away before.
"Yeah," Cribben said. "That's not a good sign."
Anything new at your end?
"You found the story about the visitors from abroad?"
Cribben asked. I did. Thanks for the tip.
"Flight into the U.S. is confirmed for May 9th.
Any clue when they're coming on to Chicago?
May 11.
Really? I was thrilled to get the date to give to Gina.
Unless they have a change of plans. If I hear of a change, I'll let you know."
Thanks again, I said.
"Good luck finding that child before those bastards do."
I sat down at home that evening with my 2 lists again. The worst list that Winona Jackson had given me, and the list of foster homes in which the identified dead in Ryan Woods had last lived. How could none of them match up? If bodies were being buried in Ryan Woods, they had to come from a location fairly close by. I'd come to that conclusion weeks ago. Nobody would risk driving farther than necessary with a dead body in the trunk. If the children had been killed on the north side, the bodies would have been disposed of on the north side, or even north of the city limits in the Evanston area, or Skokie. There was plenty of forest up there more remote than Ryan Woods. I had another thought. I assumed all along that the dead children were killed inside one or more foster homes, but there was no reason to believe that. It wasn't logical. There would be too many potential witnesses. The children might have lived in foster care, but like Joey Russell, they had disappeared from those facilities. Then they died. It made more sense that they were abused and killed in some facility set up as a theater of horrors for the sick amusement of pedophiles. And after that idea, I had another, and then another. And together, they sent me to my computer to do some research. The computer had been swept and cleared of bugs, and it hadn't been out of my sight since. At this point, if the NSA was still looking over my shoulder, I couldn't have cared less. I stuck my tongue out at the screen, in case they were still watching. Chapter 43. With dawn breaking outside my bedroom windows, there was no reason to try to sleep. I had spent the night rolling my theory around a mental track, trying to trip it up. In the harsh light of day, some theories reveal flaws that had remained hidden in the dark, and those flaws reach out and slap you upside the head. Not this time. Morning told me my theory still had legs. It was 8:20 a.m. when I got to my desk. The newsroom was virtually empty. I looked up the number for the State Department in Washington, D.C. It was 9:20 on the East Coast. The person I needed had probably been at his desk for an hour. When I got the operator, I asked to speak to Zach Harrison, the press officer on the Middle East desk. I told her it was a newspaper inquiry. She put me through, which I took as a good sign. The man who answered the phone definitely was not the Zach Harrison I'd spoke to the last time I called. His name probably wasn't Zach Harrison at all. His accent was distinctly Arabic. I identified myself and asked for Harrison.
"I'm sorry, he's on the phone at the moment," the man said. "Perhaps I can help you. I'm the assistant press officer for the Middle East desk."
Maybe you could, I said. But I started this inquiry with Mr. Harrison, and, no offense to you, I'd like to keep the continuity.
"No problem,"
the assistant said.
"I think he's almost finished with his call. I didn't catch your name, I'm sorry."
I told him, and he put me on hold. Again, there was no music. I wondered what the State Department had against tunes. The least they could have done was play a little Prince in honor of the artist who had recently died. A few bars of Purple Rain would have been a nice way to start the day. "Good morning, Miss Mora," the familiar voice said. "How can I help you?" "When did we get so formal?" I asked. I didn't wait for an answer. "Are there any official Saudi offices in Chicago?" I looked on the internet. It's kind of confusing. I don't believe so," Harrison said. "Let me double-check that." I went to hold again. Again, no music. Harrison was back in less than a minute. "No offices, no," he said. "There used to be a mission of some sort, but the Saudis closed it. I think they moved it to Houston." "Closer to the oil," I said. "That's your assumption," Harrison said. "It might be a bit simplistic, since the Saudis really don't need to be close to American oil. They have plenty of their own." "Not for nothing," I said, but I was joking. The bottom line is that the Saudis have no official representation in Chicago. "Right. New York, Houston, Los Angeles, and, of course, the embassy in D.C. That's it. May I ask why it matters?" "You may ask, but I can't answer. Thank you. I'll give the Magmile your best." Okay, this was not a setback. In a way, it was helpful. If the traffickers had nowhere official to commit their crimes, it would make them easier to deal with when the time came. If they operated out of a consulate or other Saudi government facility, American authorities would have no jurisdiction to enter and search. If they operated on private property, they were vulnerable. So my next step was to find property in Chicago owned by Saudis. I knew the Cook County Treasurer couldn't track property owners by nationality, but they could track them by name. I needed names. I knocked on Eric Rhineland's open door. "Hey, Deuce," he said. "What's up?" "I need some help," I said. I brought him up to speed. "So, what do you need?" "I need the Washington Bureau to ask the White House for the identities of all the people in the visiting Saudi contingent and their titles. The Saudis didn't release the names of the delegation members, and the State Department already turned me down. Since the delegation is visiting the White House will definitely know who they are." "I'm sure members of the royal family travel with significant staff." "Let's try for the names of everyone on that plane," I said. Trimming the list to the official delegation can be our fallback position. Rhineland nodded. "We can only try." The following day, Friday, the White House press office promised an answer. We got it early that very afternoon. There were 18 names on the list. "This doesn't include everyone on the plane," Rhineland said when he handed me the printout. "But it's everyone important. All the members of the official party are there. 7 of them, all highlighted. The other 11 are top staff and security. These 18 are the ones who will be at the White House." "Any others are what? Trusted personal servants?" "Or family members, though I can't feature an Arab prince on a mission like this bringing his wife along." I had to jump on it. There was only 1 more week until the Saudis were scheduled to land in Washington and be in Chicago 2 days later. I called my air traffic controller buddy, Gina Brodsky, and gave her the information about the Saudi arrival. She said she would be working the day shift the following week, the airport's busiest time, but she would keep an eye out for the flight and tip off the other shift supervisors to let her know if the plane showed up on their watches. "It's possible," she said. "They'll come in during off hours when there's less chance of getting caught in a holding pattern." I thanked her, but what I thought was too many ifs. My list of Arab names set off alarms in the Cook County Recorder of Deeds office. Because it was Friday, I needed to hurry. because I wanted this search before government offices closed for the weekend. The office was government boring and colorless, with rows of plastic seats designed to give you a serious case of numb-butt before your number was called. The little tab of pink paper in my hand said I was number 67. When that number finally came up, I was almost too stiff to stand. The clerk wanted nothing to do with me. She didn't even listen to my request. As soon as she saw my list of names, she said she needed to call her boss. His name was Luca Petrilli, and he was none too thrilled with all the Arabic names either. He looked at the list, then at me, as if trying to see into my brain. "Look," I said, "is there somewhere we could talk privately?" He nodded once and motioned me behind the counter with a jerk of his head. We sat in his small, colorless, windowless office with the door closed, though I wasn't sure why. I introduced myself, and his face softened a little in recognition. "I thought you looked familiar," he said. "So, what? This is a news story?" "It is, yes." "Are these guys terrorists?" "Not of the type you're thinking," I said. He nodded. "Okay, then. What you need?" I told him. "You want to run each of these guys to see if they own any property in Cook County, right? Commercial or residential?" "Either," I said. "Both." "Big job," he said. "But easier than if their names were Bob Smith. But you know, a lot of Arabs buy vacation homes here. Mostly condos on the Gold Coast. I guess they like to get away from the desert in the summer, you know?" "Wouldn't you?" I said with a smile. "I'd rather get away from the snow in the winter," he said. "But not to the Middle East. Florida, maybe. Arizona. But what are you gonna do?" He assigned a clerk to help me. Even with 18 names, he didn't think it would take long. It didn't. 2 of the names struck gold. Chapter 44. Abdul Rahim Harun al-Rashid was a mouthful. He was the sole owner of one of the most expensive homes in Chicago, a 15,000 square foot, 6-bedroom, 8-bath palace with a 4-car garage, an elevator, an outdoor swimming pool, a hot tub and a spa, a greenhouse, terraces everywhere, a full basement, appointments befitting a prince, and drop-dead views of the lake and the downtown skyline. In photos, the house looked like a fortress. It had, in fact, originally been a brick warehouse when built in 1913. Nobody would mistake it for dusty commercial space any longer. The estimated market value of the house was in the $14 million neighborhood, a nice neighborhood indeed. Even if I could have afforded the house, the property taxes of close to $70,000 a year were a deal-breaker. Abdul Rahim Harun al-Rashid had probably written a personal check for it. The other member of the delegation who owned Chicago property was Abdallah bin Khalil. His place was no palace, but as any realtor will tell you, it's all about location, location, location. Bin Khalil's property was 9 blocks due north of Ryan Woods. It was described as a 50,000 square foot industrial site on nearly 4 acres of land with 2 loading docks. It shouldered up to a cluster of railroad tracks, which appeared from a map to be a cluster of sidings. The building, described as a machine shop, was surrounded by other commercial and industrial buildings of the same nature. In short, a location totally deserted at night. There were no homes, no people nearby who might hear a child's screams and cries for help. Just looking at internet photos of the single-story warehouse with attached office area made my skin crawl. Not because it looked so ominous, but because it looked so frighteningly ordinary. I sat in the recorder's office, suppressing urges to leave immediately to explore both properties. But the city was moving toward the evening rush, and I would be doomed to cool my heels in traffic. I could either go back to the office and wait for a couple of hours, by which time it would be mostly dark, or go home and hit the road first thing in the morning. On one hand, there would be fewer people around in the evening, especially at the industrial site, which would mean less chance of someone spotting and remembering my explorer. On the other hand, if that building was the crime scene, there might be some very bad guys there, prepping it for the owner's visit the following week. I needed to hold off the reconnaissance mission for daylight. The next morning's daylight was slow in coming. On Wednesday, April 23rd, the thick gray cloud cover over the city refused to allow penetration by any but the most determined light. The rain came in torrents, whipped into frenzied sheets by gale-force winds of 40 miles an hour. The storm system had spawned a series of tornadoes overnight that raked Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, southern Illinois, and Indiana, and now had moved into the Ohio Valley. Early reports said as many as 22 people were dead in 5 states, and damage was beyond anyone's ability to calculate yet. The news videos were filled with the obligatory overturned tractor trailers, smashed mobile homes, twisted broken trees, and once peaceful creeks turned into raging rapids. In Chicago, the rain was falling at the rate of half an inch an hour, prompting widespread flash flood warnings. The morning commute, light because it was Saturday, nonetheless turned highways into auto junkyards. Low ground had flooded overnight, and the affected areas were spreading. Sections of interstates were closed after they disappeared underwater. Air traffic out of O'Hare and Midway had been put on indefinite ground holds, and flights scheduled to come in were ordered to stay on the ground at their points of origin. Several major fires raged despite the rain, most in old warehouses where there was plenty of fuel to feed them. I watched television images of the swirling winds over Lake Michigan, churning up 12-foot walls of water that slammed Lakeshore Drive, overwashing it and forcing police to close it in both directions. 2 joggers who insisted on testing the weather were swept off the bike trail that runs beside Lakeshore Drive. Despite rescue efforts, both disappeared. I wasn't going to be launching my real estate tour anytime soon. I thought Mark might have been summoned to the fires, so I called to see if he wanted me to pick up Murphy. As it happened, he was sitting at home watching the same news reports I'd been watching. "Most of the time we don't get called in until the fires are out," he said. "And these have all the signs of being electrical in origin, sparked by flooding. So, what are you doing with your day?" "Waiting it out," I said. "The weather puts my plans on hold." "Why don't we wait it out together?" he said. I smiled. "I'll put on another pot of coffee." When you live in a house that's nearly 90 years old, a high wind finds its way in through openings you can't even see with the naked eye. Although it was in the 50s outside, the damp and the chill made the inside feel like an old, dank cellar. So Mark put a fire in the fireplace, and our zoo immediately moved into every available square inch in front of it. I hadn't seen Mark since I'd met with Charles at the Juvenile Justice Building, so I brought him up to date on the brothers' disappearance and on the Saudi princes. "All I can think of is that Joey got snatched off a street somewhere and is being held for this plane load of perverts," I said. "And that's why you want to go scout out the house and the commercial space," Mark said, "to see if there's any sign of, well, anything suspicious." "Yeah," I said. "I wanted to do it last night, but I'd bet this isn't an operation that gears up once or twice a year when the owners and their friends feel the urge to get off on some child abuse in Chicago. I'm thinking there's a steady, ongoing clientele. I didn't want to run into any of them in the dark." "Good reasoning," Mark said. I plowed on. "This might even be a hub for a trafficking-to-order operation that smuggles children in and out of the country for clients who want something specific. If somebody in Croatia wants a blonde, blue-eyed, teenage California girl and is willing to pay shipping and handling, she will be on his doorstep in a couple of days. I'd be surprised if, somewhere on the dark side of the internet, there weren't apps for that. I got up and started to pace. This is a year-round deal that someone manages for the Saudis, and those two properties are Operation Central. Why in the hell would the Saudis want to get involved in something like that? It's a very lucrative business, I said, and the Saudi royal family is especially fond of money. Winona gave me some material that put worldwide profits from trafficking at something like $32 billion a year. Any single operation can net profits in the millions. The Middle East isn't the only place that grows child abusers. The majority of countries in the world have problems with it. In 2010, the last year Winona had numbers for, there were 2,500 incidents of trafficking documented right here in the United States.
Jesus, Mark said. All children?
No, most were women, but kids were a significant percentage.
So what would be your guess? Mark said. The kids are held and abused in the house or the machine shop?
I honestly don't know. That's why I want to scout both places.
Well, you definitely shouldn't go alone. And you shouldn't go without some backup firepower, Mark said. I could go with you tonight. And you know what? When all this is over, you really need to buy yourself a gun and learn how to use it.
You know how I feel about guns.
All too well. A lot of people freak at the sight of a gun, but they don't jump out of nightstand drawers and purses and shoot people on their own. Without a finger on the trigger, they're just odd-looking paperweights. I think you'd change your mind once you got comfortable holding one and learning to fire it, not with the intention of killing anybody, but as some peace of mind that it's in your bag if you ever need it.
I disagreed. If it had been in my bag when those two grabbed me outside the front door, I wouldn't have had time to go for it, and they might have found it and used it on me. How does that help me? I'm dead by my own weapon.
I'm not saying that couldn't happen, but...
Maybe, I said. I'll think about it.
At least let me take you to a range and shoot a little.
Mark, that's enough. Don't press your luck. Chapter 45. The rain slacked off, but it didn't stop until late in the afternoon. The street flooding could take hours to subside. I had my notes on my laptop, so I wrote my column from the little upstairs office next to my bedroom. Mark also had some reports to do, and found the kitchen table, not too many steps from the beer supply, a perfect place to finish his work. Mark and I decided to scout the Arab-owned properties early in the evening. We took Mark's SUV, since Murphy could ride in the back, and checked out the big house on the near north side first. There was no shortage of large homes on the near north side. Most were within walking distance of the toniest stores on Rush Street and some of the best restaurants in the city. It also wasn't the sort of place where people sat on their stoops and chatted with friends, neighbors, and total strangers strolling down the street. Knocking on doors and asking about the people living across the street in the mansion behind the high brick wall would garner lots of blank looks and no information. So we did what all the best sleuths do. We parked the SUV, got Murphy out of the back, put him on a leash, and walked the street as if we actually belonged there. Murphy immediately got into the spirit, leaving a pile of remnant from his dinner on the grass beside a tree. Mark had a dispenser of plastic dog poo bags on the leash and collected Murphy's sample. We passed several trash bins at corners on the block, but Mark didn't toss it in any of them. I wasn't sure why. The trees dripped on us, and the wind still cut, but it wasn't a bad evening. The trees in Washington Square Park, across from our Target mansion, were in leaf. The grass was green, and it felt as if life at the top of the pyramid was good, except for those walls and that house. and the secrets I feared it held. We circled the block, looking for alleys we could use to get a perspective on the place. Was anyone inside? Could we hear anything? Were there any vehicles coming and going from the 4-car garage with license plates we could trace? The answer in all 3 cases was yes. We cut through one alley that ran east-west beside the mansion. We found some garbage bins that had the house's street number painted on the side. We dared look inside. None was more than half full, and everything was contained in dark green plastic bags, of a size more in keeping with landscape cuttings than household trash. I thought I caught the aroma of fresh-mown grass. There were no odors that might raise suspicion. Mark carried a classic buck knife and used it to cut into every bag in every bin with the mansion's address on it. Most were, in fact, filled with the waste from spring landscaping work. 2 had kitchen and bath trash, food packaging, used tissues and such. So there were people living in the house, but their garbage held nothing suspicious. To be thorough, Mark opened the bins on either side of the mansion's access gate. He was beginning to search one when the gate opened, and a woman emerged holding a new bag of trash. She was surprised to see us. At least, I think she was surprised. All I could see of her were her eyes. The rest was covered by a burqa. I smiled as cheerfully as I could. "Didn't mean to startle you," Mark said. "We were looking for a place to throw this." He held up the dog poo bag. "Is it okay to put it in here?" The woman glanced at Mark and the bag and the dog. Her look of surprise morphed into a look of terror. She threw her bag in one of the mansion bins and disappeared behind the gate without a word. "Should I take that for a yes?" Mark asked. "Why don't you take it for permission to look at what she just tossed out?" "Are we trespassing?" "No. Alleys are city property. Trash on city property is public and fair game." "Then why not?" He cut open the bag and found remnants of a dinner for several people. A container for 2 pounds of ground lamb, pieces of onion and garlic, partially eaten vegetables, and a cooked grain of some kind. Nothing of any interest whatsoever. He tossed the bag back into the bin and threw the dog poo bag in after it. "Well," he said, "that was helpful." "There has to be a staff that stays here," I said. "You don't let a 15,000-square-foot house sit idle until the owners decide to jet in for a week. Too many things can go wrong. That woman was probably live-in help." "Was it me? Or did she look terrified when she saw us?" Mark asked. "She did," I said. "Maybe we startled her, or she was afraid of who we were." "Well, let's keep moving," Mark said. "Lots of ground to cover tonight." We had turned to leave the alley when a car pulled in. "Whoa," Mark whispered. "That's a Bentley." "Well," I said, "it's what I'd own if I lived here." It was a convertible. The top was down despite the weather. I caught a glimpse of the driver as he passed under a street lamp in the alley. When he stopped and triggered a door to the mansion's garage, I moved to get a look at the license plate. I wrote it down. It was a Wisconsin plate, but that wasn't a huge matter. Milwaukee was less than 100 miles due north of Chicago, probably a 90-minute drive unless you were in a Bentley convertible, in which case you could make it in under an hour. "Did you get a good look at the guy?" Mark asked. "No, I was too busy taking down the license number. Did you see him?" "Not well enough to identify him in a lineup." "Customer? Co-conspirator?" "No way to know until I run the plate and see who owns the ride," Mark said. "Let's go. We've got some South Side property to look at tonight." Chapter 46. The area where the industrial building sat was as still as death, and no sooner had that thought settled on my brain than a shiver rattled my spine. Streetlights struggled to illuminate the roads chopped up by the alternating freezes and thaws of winter and the relentless chipping rains of spring. About a third of the streetlights were out, either victims of ancient wiring or of kids who used them for target practice with guns they shouldn't have. I wasn't sure if the place spooked me because of its ominous silence or because I dreaded what was going on there. Mark parked his truck under a working streetlight about half a block from the building. He reached across me, opened the glove box, and withdrew his holstered gun. I looked at him, but he wouldn't meet my eye. He reached behind him to the back of the Land Rover's center console and retrieved a flashlight he always kept on recharge there. Mark called it the Dominator. It was a few months before I discovered that was the name the manufacturer gave it. The Dominator was 2.5 pounds of pure ugly, a foot-long black monster with a bezel that could rip someone's face off, and a variable intensity light that topped out at 2,400 lumens. That was bright enough to cause temporary blindness in an adversary caught in the dark by the beam. In the strobe mode, it could trigger an epileptic event in someone whose brain was sensitive to such things. Mark had paid $1,400 for it out of his own pocket because he didn't think his state-issued equipment was sufficiently powerful. When we got out of the Land Cruiser, Murphy whined, but Mark told him softly to stay and be quiet. He settled down on his fleece pad, moving his baleful gaze from one of us to the other and back, as if looking for a second opinion. Mark clipped his gun to his belt and carried the flashlight like a club. We walked toward the building, down the center of the street. It felt as if we were the only ones left on the planet. If there were others around, we didn't want to give them reason to shoot us for trespassing. We passed the front office, which squatted on the north side of the building. It was completely dark. Not even a night security light. When we came to the end of the street, we could only turn right, so the building was on our right and the railroad yard on our left. The building was L-shaped, with the outdoor working area in the crook of the L, facing the rail yard. Mark turned his flashlight on full power toward the tracks. The wide beam could penetrate the darkness for 600 or 700 feet. There was nothing to be seen but 7 old rusting CSX freight haulers sitting like ghosts on a siding. He dimmed the flashlight to about half power and turned it on the back of the building. There were 2 loading docks, roll-up doors, high windows, and employee parking. There were no vehicles. It appeared the roll-up doors had been sealed shut, and there were heavy gates over both. Iron bars covered the windows, which looked to have been blacked out. 2 walk-in doors were secured with iron bars padlocked across them.
"Whoever owns this place doesn't want company dropping in," Mark said.
"Or prisoners getting out," I added in almost a whisper. We took a huge chance and walked onto the property to finish our tour around the building. The short south wall was solid cinder block with no doors or windows. Same for the long west wall. As we made the turn to walk along the west wall, I thought I heard something move in the brush behind us. So did Mark. We both spun around, and Mark hit the bushes with his flashlight back on full power. At first, we saw nothing. Then we heard the rustling again and saw the brush move.
"Critter," Mark said. "Let's go."
He dimmed the beam again, and we set a fast pace back to the street where we'd parked his truck. "Did you hear anything else?" I asked Mark.
"No," he said. "Nothing but the animal. But there's something about this place that's definitely spooky."
"What?" I asked. He laughed, sounding embarrassed.
"I've seen a lot of machine shops in my time, and they always spook me. Chains hanging from the ceiling, power tools that look designed for torture. I can't help but think of medieval dungeons and what was done to prisoners there."
"I see your point, except for one small thing. I don't think they had power tools back then." We got back into the Toyota, and I felt myself expel an audible sigh of relief. Trespassing in the dark of night on potentially dangerous ground, wasn't exactly my definition of a dream Saturday night date. Chapter 47. As ugly as the weather had been on Saturday, Sunday promised perfection. The front that generated the storms through Tornado Alley and the torrential rain in the Great Lakes region had moved east, scrubbing the sky over Chicago a bright cobalt blue, framing a sun that was supposed to coax the temperatures into the low 70s. And the wind was calm. It didn't get any better than that. Mark and I were up early. It was Murphy's idea, not ours. After we'd finished the newspapers and a full pot of coffee, we needed food. Good food. So we made our way to Little Italy and the Sweet Maple Cafe, a rustic place owned by a family with its roots in North Carolina. If there was anything they could make as well or better than anyone else in Chicago, it was biscuits, grits, and pancakes. They also did an outstanding job with eggs, bacon, and fried chicken livers. There was no mediocre food at the Sweet Maple Cafe, and no small portions. What there was, as always, was a major waiting list for tables. But the staff at Sweet Maple was genius at moving people through without making anyone feel rushed. Our turn came after about 45 minutes, not bad for a Sunday. I had been there on days when I could have knitted a sweater while waiting in line. Because the weather was so nice, the staff had lined the sidewalk with reasonably comfortable white plastic chairs. Mark and I claimed 2 of them and sat down to enjoy the weather and the people watching. We spoke very little. I suspected we both had the Saudis on our minds, and that wasn't a subject to be discussed in public. I ate my way through most of a giant breakfast that included a 3-cheese omelet and a biscuit the size of a beach ball, but way tastier. Then I watched Mark polish off spiced apple pancakes, plus a bone-in ham steak, biscuit, and grits. "I think you have a hollow leg," I said. "I didn't eat that much," he said. "I saved some of the ham for the pup." "Yeah, 2 bites." "Big bites." We went back to the house to deliver Murphy's meager share of Mark's breakfast. Mark wondered if it would be a good idea to nap a while. "So all those calories can turn to fat while we sleep?" I said. "Well, I wasn't thinking about going right to sleep," he said. "I had a tempting idea for how we could burn off some calories first." "Tell me what you have in mind," I said. "I'd rather show you." And he did. It was almost 3 p.m. when we woke up. "What shall we do with the rest of our Sunday?" I asked. "Well, I wouldn't mind repeating the earlier part of our day," he said. "Oh, no," I replied. "I don't think I could eat that much food again." "That wasn't the earlier part I had in mind. Think about it while I go pee." When he returned, I said, "You know, as tempting as your proposition is, I really would like to get another look at that machine shop, in the daylight this time." "You're supposed to be relaxing on your day off," he said. "Can you relax thinking about those children?" I asked. "Let's go," he said. "Come on, Murph. You want to go in a truck?" If you've never seen a large Irish setter get up on his hind legs and do a happy dance, you've missed a real treat. The area in which the machine shop was located was probably zoned commercial or industrial. It should have been zoned rusty. Rust was the only thing holding together the vehicles sitting around empty. The metal on the buildings was rusty. Doors were rusty. Dumpsters were rusty. The only items totally rust-free were the bars and grates that covered the entrances to the building owned by Abdallah bin Khalil, one of the Saudi delegation due to arrive in Chicago in 10 days. It was easier to see the neighborhood in detail in the daylight than it had been in the dark. And one detail had changed. The machine shop had 2 loading docks, both of which had been closed and gated the night before. Now one was wide open with a white van, also rust-free, backed up to it. "That's a Ram ProMaster 2500 high roof," Mark said. almost whispering as if someone might hear him.
That's about 2.5 tons worth $40,000.
Fit for a prince, I said. How do you know what it is?
One of my buddies has one. It has every bell and whistle known to man on it. He carries all his fire gear in the back, plus a small inflatable and some fishing rigs in case he happens to pass a nice lake.
As we crept by, I saw that there was a sliding cargo door on the van's right side. It was closed. One high window was covered by tinting so dark I was sure it must be illegal. The 2 swing-out cargo doors in the back stood open. There was no activity around the vehicle, or, as far as I could see, into the building. You see a place where we could park and watch without being noticed? Mark scanned around.
No,
he said. There are only 2 streets out of here. One is the way we came in, and the other is up ahead. If we go back out to Western, we should be able to find a spot to settle in and watch both streets.
That's good. Hold it, Mark said, his voice sounding urgent. They're moving. Get down. Get below the window frame if you can.
He killed the engine. We both pushed our seats back and ducked.
Take quick peeks, Mark said. If they look this way, they'll be looking right at my window. I don't dare move, but I think you can catch quick looks without being noticed.
My first glimpse was of 2 swarthy men walking out through the loading bay roll-up door. They took a quick look around, apparently saw nothing that roused suspicion, and one of them went back inside. When he emerged again, he was carrying a large green lawn bag with something substantial inside. I couldn't guess the weight, but from the pressure points pushing against the plastic, I could imagine it was a small human body. God damn it, I said. It looks like another dead child.
Keep talking to me. Tell me what they're doing.
I want to get a picture of this. I held up my iPhone.
No, Mark snapped. They'll see the flash.
It's off, I assured him. I zoomed in and snapped several photos. I didn't get either of the men full face, but close to it. I got the bag, too, and part of the van, including the license plate. Then I ducked down again.
Good going, Mark said. Now stay down and let them leave. Then we can follow. The traffic's light today, so we can let them get a good head start and tail them from at least a block back.
They threw the bag in the back like it's so much garbage, I said.
And who's to say it isn't garbage?
Is that what you really think?
I don't know, Deuce. You're the one who saw the bag.
I called up the photo with the best view of the bag and held it in front of Mark.
Oh, shit, he said.
I turned back to the window to continue my running commentary, despite Mark's instructions to stay low. I did try to stay as still as possible so no motion would catch their attention, and hoped that would work. They've closed up the van. Now they're closing the roll-up door, putting the grate down and locking it. Looking around, checking the area.
Damn, one of them might have spotted us.
His eyes held on your truck a little bit too long. Mark reached past me and got his gun again. Then he reached back and grabbed the flashlight, which he handed to me.
If it comes to that, swing as hard as you can for the face or head, Mark said.
One of them is walking this way, Mark. I think I see a gun.
I wish I hadn't brought the dog, he said. If he barks, we're in trouble.
I think we're already in trouble. Wait, no. The other one is calling to him.
Who's calling who?
The guy by the van is calling the guy walking this way. Now they're arguing.
I can hear them. I don't think they're speaking English.
Me either. But the guy with the gun is walking back toward the van. He keeps looking back this way. I don't think he's happy. The gunshot was so unexpected, I jumped. I felt the truck lurch. Murphy leaped to his feet and Mark ordered him to lie down and be quiet. I think he shot out a tire, I said.
As long as that's all he shot, Mark said.
Are they leaving? They're both in the van. I think so. Yeah, they turned left out of the property, but we won't be able to see whether they go north or south on Western.
We make crappy sleuths, Mark said.
As soon as the van turned the corner, Mark leaped out of his truck and raced to the corner where it disappeared. When he came back, he said he saw it turn south on Western. Back in the direction of Ryan Woods, I said. They wouldn't be audacious enough to keep burying bodies there, would they? The police and the Tony Donato's crew are still there. With these people, who knows? We stayed in the truck for nearly 10 minutes until we were sure the van wasn't going to reappear. When we concluded we were safe, Mark suggested I take Murphy for a walk while he changed the truck tire.
Did you see what kind of gun the guy was holding? He asked.
It looked like yours, I said, like a semi-auto. He smiled at me.
For someone who says she hates guns, you've got the lingo down, he said.
Know your enemy, I replied.
Well, if it was a semi-auto, and unless he picked it up, there's probably a shell casing lying around somewhere nearby. Why don't you and Murphy see if you can find it? If you do, don't touch it. Call me. I'll bag it. Meanwhile, the slug is still in my tire or somewhere nearby. I say, Holmes, we might have ourselves some clues.
Chapter 48. I did find the shell casing and watched Mark pick it up by putting a pen inside it so he wouldn't disturb any fingerprints. That's the way they do it on TV, I said. Did you learn from watching CSI? He rolled his eyes at me. I'm sure he did. Together, we lifted his murdered tire into the back of his truck, next to Murphy's crate. We could hear the bullet rattling around inside. We were filthy by the time we finished, but we had formulated a plan. The next morning, I was going to tell Eric Ryland what we had seen and what happened. I would clear it with him to take our evidence and my story to Pete Rizzo at the Chicago PD. We would get his vow of confidentiality and tell him everything. Somebody had to get into that machine shop before another garbage bag was carried out. I figured our report and the evidence, along with the photos I'd taken, would be enough probable cause for the cops to get a warrant for the place. Mark would run the plate on the Bentley at the mansion and the van at the machine shop and see what came up. Ryland was happy with neither our plan nor with me.
Are you actually trying to get yourself killed? He asked. What you're doing out there is insane. You've become the proverbial loose cannon. This isn't a game.
Do I act like I'm having fun? I demanded. I want to do the right thing. I want to go to the police. I will get a promise of exclusivity from Pete before I tell him anything, and I will show him copies of my photos, but I won't turn them over.
You'd better be right, Ryland said. If we lose this story because of you, your Pulitzer might not be enough to protect you.
I almost told him the dead children appreciated his concern, but I didn't. He gave me a hard look and turned back to his computer, dismissing me. I told Pete Rizzo I needed either an hour of his time or 20 seconds. It all depended on how he answered my first question.
Well, that's an interesting way to ask for a meeting, he said. How's 11? We can talk here. If I don't throw you out of my office, you can buy me lunch.
I'm not sure after you hear the story you're going to feel like eating. He gave me his word that whatever I told him would stay in his office, with the caveat that he wouldn't help me cover up or delay reporting a crime. Then you have to give your word, I said, that whatever the department decides to do, I'm the only outside person you'll talk to until I break the story.
I have a pretty good idea what the subject matter is, so the best I can give you is that I'll try. I really will try. It's gonna have to be good enough, Deuce. I can't make commitments for the higher-ups.
Had it been anyone other than Pete, I wouldn't have accepted it. But he was a man of his word. As I drove to his office, I recalled how he'd been a street cop for nearly 10 years when a gangbanger deliberately ran him down as he wrote a moving violation citation on somebody who ran in the same crowd. Pete was in the hospital and rehab for 17 months and never could get certified for street duty again. So he wound up driving a desk, which must have been a huge blow to his self-esteem. If he was bitter, he never let it show. He earned the respect and trust of every reporter who worked with him. We avoided the good-natured banter that usually marked our meetings. We both wanted me to get to the point. I started the story at the beginning, all the way back to Murphy finding the bone in the woods. It took me nearly 40 minutes to get through all of it. I told him about Charles, about Joey Russell, Charles's younger brother, about the assaults on me and my ability to identify the NSA guy, Mason Cross, as one of my attackers, about the possible connection to Winona Jackson's murder. I told him about the mansion and the Wisconsin plate Mark was running, and I told him about the Saudis. I told him about the industrial site on the south side and the shooting there, about hearing the bullet rattling around in Mark's tire, and about the casing on the ground near where the shot was fired. I told him about Mark recovering the casing without touching it and putting it in an evidence bag, which he sealed and signed. In short, I told him everything. I managed to get photos of the guys in the white van, I said, and one of them clearly shows the garbage bag. When you see it, I don't think you'll doubt it's the body of a child. It's heartbreaking. When I finished, Rizzo stared at me and whispered, "Holy fuck." I had nothing more, so I sat and waited for him to make the next move. When it came, it was not what I was expecting. "You screwed up, Deuce," he said. "How?" I asked. "What are you talking about?" He stood up and began pacing his office. "For starters, trespassing is a crime, at the mansion and the machine shop." "How did we trespass at the mansion?" I demanded. "We were standing in an alley owned by the city. We were searching garbage left out in the public alley. The courts ruled years ago that trash left out in public, on public property, is fair game. We had every right to pick through it." "Okay, yeah," Rizzo said, "but not at the machine shop. You went on their property to find the shell casing. You should have stayed in Mark's truck and called 911, or better yet, driven to somewhere safer." "On 3 tires?" I said. "We couldn't move until we changed the tire, so why not look for the casing?" "Because it's probably not admissible evidence now." Rizzo was getting heated. "Chain of possession and all that legal stuff." "Mark's trained to collect evidence," I insisted, getting a little heated myself. "What do you think arson investigators do? I took a photo of it where we found it and made sure the building and parking lot were in the frame. Mark insisted on that. And the casing will match up with the slug in Mark's tire. We talked about cutting it out. But he thought it would be best if we turned it all over to you whole, assuming you want it." I pulled out my phone and punched up the photos for Rizzo. He spread his thumb and first finger over the screen to go in closer. "One guy's holding the bag, and the other one has a gun in his hand." "Yeah," I said, with as much sarcasm as I dared muster. "I think we noticed." "Hard to tell for sure, but it looks like a Ruger. Mark carries, doesn't he?" "Yes," I said, "a Glock." "That'll help in ruling out him shooting his own tire." "What? You've got to be kidding me." "No, Deuce, I'm not." He moved his fingers over the next photo and brought the garbage bag up bigger. "Christ, that does look like the outline of a child. We're going to have to get our lab guys on this before we can even consider whether to go for a search warrant. Where's the tire now?" "Still in the back of Mark's truck, I suppose." "Okay, here's what we're gonna do." I refused to allow Rizzo to upload the photos from my phone. He'd have to take that up with our lawyers. But I gave him Mark's contact information. He reiterated his promise to do all he could to contain the story for me. I had no idea if that would be enough. I left his office and headed for O'Hare. The morning rush was over, but given the normal flow of traffic on Interstate 90, or lack of flow, even at midday, I had to start out before noon to negotiate the 18-mile trip if I had a prayer of getting back into the city before the evening rush started around 3 p.m. I was about halfway to the airport when my burner phone rang. I dug it out of my bag. "Hey, it's Gina," my air traffic controller friend. "What do you know?" I said. "I'm headed in your direction at this very moment." "On the interstate?" "No, doofus, in my own private jet helicopter. Of course on the interstate. Though I'm thinking I could have walked there faster." "So, everything's normal?" "Exactly. What's up?" "I think I've got a line on your incoming," she said, choosing her words carefully in case a third party was listening in. "Really? Already?" "Very unusual for a private flight, and it's only by chance that I saw it. The flight plan calls for a 5:10 a.m. arrival on Wednesday, the 11th. "I wonder why they're coming in so early," I said. "Several possibilities." "Such as?" "Fewer incoming flights to stack up, right about dawn, which would make it easier for the crew than trying to negotiate an unfamiliar field at night. Fewer people around to notice them and get curious. All of the above. None of the above? Take your choice." When I reached O'Hare, I drove perimeter roads, looking for a vantage point where I could see the remote parking areas for private planes. My choices proved as limited in number as they were in adequate sightlines. I stopped at one access point and asked security if there was a gate designated for limos coming or going with VIP passengers. It was the sort of question that makes Homeland Security people nervous. Even producing my ID and press credentials didn't assuage suspicion. What I finally learned was not helpful. There was no single point of entry or departure for VIP transportation. I headed back to the city after a totally wasted afternoon. Mark had better luck. While the plate on the white van was reported stolen from a truck in Oak Park, no help there, the Wisconsin plate on the Bentley had the luxury automobile registered to Paul Nagy, who lived on North Lake Drive in Whitefish Bay, Wisconsin, north of Milwaukee. I did some research on him. Nagy was an Arab American and a somewhat distant cousin in the House of Saud. Not, to all appearances, an A-lister. He was a venture capitalist, and a good one, I guess, since he owned a $3 million home on a bluff overlooking Lake Michigan with a stairway that led to the beach. The 6,000-square-foot home had 6 bedrooms and 6 full baths, sprawled across nearly 2 acres of lake frontage. And it had an enormous indoor-outdoor heated swimming pool, encased in glass that could be opened fully in the summer and closed up tight in the winter. The glass wall that attached the pool area to the house had a guillotine door that sealed off an indoor hot tub. To get out of the pool in the winter, you pressed a button and the door slid up to let you swim under and into the hot tub. It struck me as a very expensive alternative to a thick terry bathrobe. With all this luxury of his own, what did Paul Nagy need with al-Rashid? I ran Nagy's police record and found an answer. 2 incidents of indecent exposure in the 90s, both times fondling himself in front of young boys near their school. He got probation on the first charge and a hefty fine on the second. No jail time on either count. I guessed he had since taken his hobby inside where he would have privacy. If I was correct, that made the big house on the near north side into ground zero for the hideous sexual abuse of children. So what did that make the industrial site? Chapter 49. Pete Rizzo called the following morning. "I met your good friend from the NSA an hour ago," he said. "Him and me aren't going to be fishing buddies." "What happened?" I asked.
Him and his FBI pack rounded up the brass here to read them the riot act about me talking to the media.
How'd they find out?
How do they find out anything? Rizzo asked. I saw the photos you shot outside the machine shop. We've been dealing with Mark and his tire. They're probably following both of you, and maybe they got somebody inside the department here.
But why are they angry with you? I asked. You didn't give anything to me. All the information passed from me or Mark to you. I made sure to mention that, but it didn't make any difference.
You were in on the meeting?
Yeah. Since I was the prey on this hunt, I got invited to my own hiding.
Nice analogy, I told him.
You could be another Hemingway.
Not funny, Deuce.
The NSA is playing the national security card with us the same way they did with you. An excuse to keep everybody away from the case. It's not just you. It's the medical examiner, the mayor's office, child welfare, everybody. Nobody's supposed to be talking to anybody else.
The NSA and FBI want total control. It pisses me off, and I told the feds that. I also told Mason Cross to his smug face that if he ever laid a finger on you again, I would personally beat the shit out of him and toss his body out a high window onto the street at rush hour. I smiled. Pete Rizzo was a good guy, but I didn't want him getting in trouble over me. Did you say that in front of the brass? That couldn't have gone over well. I saw a couple of them smiling. They're not fond of being closed out either. And of course, Cross was quaking in his boots. Odd to tell. He's my new definition of inscrutable. He didn't flinch. He didn't deny. He didn't drop to his knees and beg for mercy either, which is what I was hoping for.
So the police department's out of the picture and won't get involved.
Not as in institution or as individuals. I gotta back off.
Is somebody at least going to try to get a warrant for that machine shop? I asked. If your lab techs agree that's a body in the bag, and given your possession of the slug and the cartridge, there's gotta be enough probable cause.
We are going to do that, yes, Rizzo said. The feds seem okay with us doing the heavy lifting. Then they step in and take control of the scene and the evidence. They already snatched up Mark's tire and the casing you found. I suspect they'll be coming after you for the photos, too.
They can't have them. They're my property, soon to be the Journal's.
If you challenge them, they'll probably tell you to sue them. That's the nicest thing they'd suggest. You've still got the photos on your phone, right?
That's not the point, I said.
The point is, you should turn them over to your lawyers and kill them off the phone. It'll be harder for the feds to get at them.
How could the Chicago police cave like that, Pete?
We deferred to the feds. That's the way these things fall out. What the feds want, always Bigfoot's local jurisdiction. They say they're handling it. End of story.
I'm not sure I believe them.
There was a moment's silence. Then Rizzo said, Skepticism is your job, Deuce, and you're very good at what you do. But as much as I share your misgivings, you're gonna have to move forward without us. And please, be careful.
Okay, I thought. Since the cops wouldn't help, I'd go back to the medical examiner. It took him several moments to pick up, but he did eventually.
The good news, he said, is we're holding at 25 bodies for the time being. The bad news is we've found 2 suspicious patches near the main dig that we need to explore tomorrow. I hope you don't have more bad news.
I told Donato about the mansion and the machine shop and their owners. I told him about the near miss Mark and I experienced at the shop on Sunday, and I told him about the garbage bag that appeared to hold the body of a child.
Damn it, he said in a near whisper, no less intense for its low volume. Are you and Mark okay?
Fine. I'm more concerned about the contents of the bag. I showed the photos to the police, but I haven't heard from the feds. I still have the photos on my phone. I'd like to send copies to you and see what you think. "I'd like to have them," he replied. "I doubt that the bad guys would dare try another burial near where we're still working, though." "Me either. But you might tell your folks to keep an eye out for freshly turned soil. If the body isn't in Ryan Woods, I have no clue where it might be." To describe me as furious would have been a gigantic understatement. On one level, I understood where the feds were coming from. If national security was a real concern and not a red herring, then keeping the lid on the situation so the bad guys didn't find out they'd been exposed was justifiable, at least from the federal point of view. On the other hand, so many people were now in the information loop. Fully or partially, the premium should be on acting quickly to shut down the trafficking operation before anybody else died and the bad guys escaped. Why wasn't the FBI planning on taking down the operation when the princes landed in Washington? Because it was a diplomatic visit? That rationale was so thin you could blow smoke through it. It wasn't a reason. It was an excuse. They insisted on waiting until the Saudis got to Chicago. I couldn't figure out why. I explained all this to Eric Ryland and asked if he would authorize suspending my column for a week to let me focus on the Saudi story. He refused, and none too graciously. Obviously, the bloom had already worn off the Pulitzer. Ryland had returned to his irascible, cranky self. "You're paid to write a column, not play amateur detective," he said. "I don't care that last year's escapade turned out well. We should have given this trafficking story over to the cop shop reporters weeks ago." "Thanks for the support," I said. "We've got 25 dead children, maybe 26 now, and you're more worried about a week's worth of columns on how Chicago government dilemmas still haven't been resolved. I'm trying hard not to slip into insubordination here, Eric, but your priorities seem skewed to me." "My priorities outrank your priorities, Deuce, and you do well not to forget that. Now get out of here and write me a column, and don't you dare kiss it off." It was late afternoon before I finished the column, which I didn't kiss off. I called Aidan Coughlin to see if there was any word on the whereabouts of Joey Russell. He'd been missing for more than 3 weeks. "I check twice a day," Coughlin said, "just to keep everyone on their toes. Police and caseworkers. Nothing yet." What was I going to tell Charles if Joey wound up a victim of the traffickers? "Can we meet somewhere for a few minutes, Deuce?" Coughlin asked. "I haven't gotten an update from you in a while." "Coffee?" "Yeah, but not the Dunkin' next door. I need to get away from the building." "There's a Starbucks about a block south of you on West Washington," I said. I winced as I recalled the last time I'd seen Winona Jackson alive was in a Starbucks. We arrived at almost the same time. We got coffee and took the most remote table in the store. I thought Coughlin looked haggard. Worry lines creased his face, and his normally florid color had paled. I felt concerned, but not surprised. The Ryan Woods abomination had turned his world to dung, and short of helping me learn about the dead children who had been identified, he was as powerless as the cops to take any remedial action. I told Coughlin essentially the same story I had related to Pete Rizzo, including my suspicions that the mansion on the Near East Side and the machine shop down south were integral parts of the trafficking ring. For some reason, I decided not to tell him what I knew about the Saudis, who would be flying in from Washington. If there really was a national security issue, the fewer people who knew, the better. When I finished, he sat and stared at me for a long minute, a look of sadness and resignation on his face. "If you'll pardon my French," he said, "this is a fucking disaster." "I can't quarrel with that, Aidan," I said, "but it might be over soon." He shook his head. "It's already over," he said. I had no idea what he meant. Chapter 50. I knocked on the door of the railroad-style house in Bridgeport, where Joey Russell had been in foster care. The same lady I talked to the first time answered the door again. She recognized me. "You find Joey?" she asked immediately. "No," I said. "I stopped by hoping you might have heard from him, or better yet, that he might have come home." Sadness masked her face. "I no hear nothing," she said. "I am much worried." "So am I. Maybe you could help me with something. How old is Joey?" "He is 6 last month," she said. "Do you know how tall he is? How much he weighs?" This time she smiled. "We always measure our kids on their birthdays so they can see how they grow. Joey's measures are on the door by the kitchen. On his birthday, he was, how you say..." She lifted her hand to indicate height. "Feet?" I suggested. "Inches?" "Inches, yes. He is 45 inches. "How much does he weigh?" Her expression pinched in thought. "He is skinny," she said. "He eats good, but mucho energy. He runs and uses up all his food." She smiled. "He makes me tired, but he is a good boy." "What's his weight?" "Oh, I think last time I weighed him, he was 38 pounds. I told him he should eat more, get bigger." "How long ago was that?" I asked. "On his birthday, too. Weigh and measure." That gave me some useful information to pass on to Tony Donato. I thanked the woman and promised to let her know as soon as Joey was found. Then I called Donato from the car. He was out at Ryan Woods, but he had left word with his secretary to give me his cell phone number if I called. When he answered the phone, he sounded distracted. "Tony," I said, "what's going on?" "Oh, hey, Deuce. Sorry, I didn't check caller ID. We found more bones. I don't know if they're additional bodies or parts of remains we've already got. Can you believe it?" "Unfortunately, I can," I said. "Had they been in the ground long?" "Yeah, can't say how long, but it's been a while." "At least they weren't Joey's bones. Did you have a chance to look at those photos I took on Sunday?" "Yeah, I did. It definitely looks like a small body. My lab guys managed to pull a pretty decent enhancement of the bag. You have anything new?" "I don't know if it will be helpful, but remember I told you about the missing boy, Joey Russell?" "Yeah, the younger brother of your burglar friend." I just talked to the foster mother again. Joey turned 6 last month. At the time, he was 45 inches tall and weighed 38 pounds, probably a little underweight, but the foster mother described him as very active. Could her description help you tell if the body in the bag might be him? I'm hoping you'll tell me it couldn't be. I guess I could get our guys to run some sims. "What are those?" "Simulations. We have mannequins we configure to specific physical attributes, such as height and weight. We make one 45 inches tall and 38 pounds, put it in a plastic bag in the same position as the image in your photo, and compare. We won't be able to say with certainty that it is your missing child, but we might be able to rule him out." "I know it's selfish of me," I said, "to ask you to spend staff time on something that won't move the investigation any, but this thing is really wearing on me." "Know the feeling," he said. "Nothing surprises me, but the enormity of this case has started me thinking about early retirement. I'll get back to you." While I waited to hear back from the medical examiner, I worked on yet another column about the growing disarray in the Chicago public schools. Horrific budget cuts, slashed staffing, growing animus between the teachers' union and City Hall. It was a subject I'd written about before, but the problems couldn't be overstated. Yet, as important as the subject matter was, writing the column taxed my brain. My concentration faded in and out. I had formulated a structure for the piece when Donato called me back. "It's hard to make a final determination," he said, "but it appears the body in the bag is smaller than the boy you described. That said, your kid's been missing a while. Malnutrition, dehydration, abuse, all could have impacted his weight, but not his height. The body in the bag is about 2 inches shorter than your kid. Best guess, it's not him." I had never met Joey Russell, but the sense of relief I felt at this news, however inconclusive, overwhelmed me. The emotional response was for Charles. "I owe you, Tony," I said. I called Phyllis Metzler, the juvenile court official, and asked her if I could meet with Charles again. She said if I had anything to tell him, I would have to do it through her. I told her we had chased down several leads, and each one came up empty. "It's not good news that he's still missing," I said, "but it is good news that so far as we know now, he's still alive. The search is continuing." "I'll give him the message," she said, and hung up without saying goodbye. Chapter 51. I was dragging when I got home at sundown. It hadn't been a long day, or particularly difficult, but I expended a lot of emotional energy over Charles and Joey, and I felt drained. I had fond thoughts about a glass of wine and my bed. I drove up the alley behind my house and into the one garage space that wasn't stuffed with lawn and garden equipment and boxes of books I'd yet to unpack. I wasn't going to see Mark, so he wouldn't need the parking. He'd been called out on a suspected arson case in Champaign, 135 miles south of Chicago. The city is the home of the University of Illinois Champaign-Urbana campus. Somebody who didn't like something had torched a sorority house. One young woman had died of asphyxiation, and an older woman had been badly burned. So much for the hallowed halls. I was thinking how much I missed him as I walked from the garage across my backyard to the back door, the same door Charles had broken to rob my place. Mark had replaced the windowed door with a solid one and installed a Medico lock, which was virtually impossible to Jimmy. I felt very safe that no one was inside as I pulled out my key. My downfall was not paying sufficiently close attention to what was going on around me on the outside. In an instant, a powerful arm wrapped around my neck. When I opened my mouth to scream, it was quickly filled with a rag that tasted the way I thought motor oil might. Mark's insistence that I buy a gun, learn to use it, and carry it with me flashed through my head. But once again, the grip on me was so tight, I couldn't have reached it. If this was Mason Cross again, I'd see him in jail. As the grip from behind adjusted and tightened, a second man appeared in front of me. By the dim light from an alley street lamp, I could see clearly that it wasn't Cross. I was nearly positive it was one of the two I'd seen at the machine shop near Ryan Woods, the one who shot out Mark's tire. The knife he was holding in front of my face nearly made my knees give way.
"You meddle too much," he said,
with an accent that sounded Middle Eastern.
"You will not meddle again. This knife is dull. It will separate your head from your body, but it will be slow and painful, not like your friend downtown. I did her quick with a sharp knife because there were many people around. Here, we are alone. I can take my time, and I will enjoy your suffering."
If the goal was to have me die terrified, it was working well so far. I saw no way out of this. The rag stuffed deep in my mouth depressed my tongue and muffled my screams, so they registered as little more than desperate grunts. Even if my neighbors had their windows open, they wouldn't hear me. I won't say my life flashed before my eyes, but my mind filled with thoughts of Mark and what might have been, and of my cats waiting inside for their dinner. I hoped they would be okay until somebody found my body and found them crying for food. I didn't want to die. I wasn't ready, but it wasn't my choice to make. The two men began the process of changing places so the knife handler could stand behind me and begin to saw away. I fought to break free, but short of getting in a good hard kick that missed the killer's groin but caught his knee, the struggle got me nowhere. Nonetheless, I could see that I'd caused Knife Guy a lot of pain. He became enraged and let loose a heavy backhand blow that opened a cut on my cheekbone. It hurt like hell, but I knew things were about to get much worse. I had no options left, except one that wouldn't have occurred to me in 100 years. A shadow appeared behind the Knife Guy. My terror was interfering with my senses, and the new element didn't register for a moment, but his words were crystal clear.
"You have two choices," the new arrival said. "Either put the knife on the ground, or I'll put your brains there."
That's when I realized there was a gun against the killer's head. My attacker appeared for a moment as if he was going to comply, then changed his mind, apparently willing to martyr himself to kill me and rejoice in the afterlife. He lunged at me, the point of the dull knife aimed straight for my heart. I pushed myself into the body of the man behind me, still holding me tight. Those few extra inches might have saved me. The dagger was a whisker from the front of my shirt when the gun went off with a whispering sound of a silencer. The killer groaned and fell to the ground, blood gushing from a hole in his shoulder where the bullet that hit him in the back made its exit through his upper chest. I wondered briefly if the slug had then hit me, but I didn't feel any pain. Now the gun was pointed in my direction, likely at the man behind me. The weapon seemed to be floating. Whoever held it was dressed all in black and was standing in full shadow. While I couldn't see him, I knew his voice. Then I heard it again, directed toward the remaining attacker.
"Let her go, or you'll be down there bleeding with your pal," he said.
The man's hold on me remained strong, and I felt him reposition himself to use me as a shield.
"Don't do that," cautioned the man with the gun. "I have pals too, and one of them is standing behind you. If you don't let the woman go, he'll kill you."
As if to make the point, I heard someone rack the slide on a semi-automatic pistol behind me. The grip on me loosened. I jerked an arm free, pulled the rag from my mouth, and stepped away from my captor, stumbling on knees that didn't want to support me yet. When I looked back, I saw the second good guy slam the second bad guy to the ground and jump on top of him with a knee to the spine. The bad guy whimpered in pain as his hands were pulled roughly behind his back and cuffed securely. The wounded man had gone quiet. I didn't know if he was alive or dead. The man who shot him had turned him over and was in the process of cuffing his hands. He stopped long enough to look up at me with scorn. It was Mason Cross, the face that went with the voice I'd recognized.
"You still want to get your kicks playing spy games?" he asked me. "These guys weren't trying to scare you. They had every intention of killing you."
"Yeah," I said. "I got that. I have to admit that right now my enthusiasm for spy games is slipping." My voice sounded funny. The rag had soaked all the saliva from my mouth, and I was having trouble generating more. I glanced at the man who had come with Cross to my rescue. He was Chicago Police Detective Ronald Coulter. "Do you know who these men are?" I asked.
"The one who was holding you is Abdallah bin Khalil, the piece of shit who owns the machine shop," Cross said. The one here sporting my bullet hole is Mohammed Shadid, bin Khalil's driver, and all-around strong-arm goon. He does the heavy lifting, including the actual kidnapping of the children around Chicago. Bin Khalil? I said. He's scheduled to arrive on the plane with the others. He came early, Coulter said, like an advance man on a presidential trip. I felt hope rising. So the ring is broken now? A desperate groan came from Mohammed Shadid. Call ambulance, he pleaded. I am hurt. Bleeding much. Cross kicked him in the ribs, below the bullet's entry wound. Shadid cried out. I'll call you an ambulance when I'm damned good and ready, Cross said. Please, try not to bleed out while you wait. I have some seriously inventive interrogation techniques I want to test on you. I heard more footsteps behind me and whirled to see two men, one black and one white, striding toward us. The watchers from the black Suburban. You two take charge of these guys, Cross told them, indicating the men on the ground. When you get around to it, call a bus for the one I shot. Hold him on indefinite detention, and don't let anyone except vetted medics anywhere near him. He turned to Coulter. After you're done out here, come on inside. I'm sure Ms. Mora will be glad to talk to you again. I wondered if Coulter was still investigating Winona Jackson's murder. I wondered if he was really a police detective. Perhaps he was NSA too. I turned back to Cross. He seemed to be smiling, but it might have been gas. I think you're having an epiphany, he said. If you will allow us to come in, perhaps we could discuss it. I don't recall that you bothered to ask permission the first time, I said. No, but neither was it my intention to do you any permanent harm, Cross said. I was trying to warn you in my own, perhaps overly exuberant way, to back away from a situation that might end badly for you. And it almost did. I couldn't be too hard on Cross. He had just saved my life, if only to prove his overly exuberant point. I said, I guess if I had to choose between chloroform and a knife across my throat, I'd go with your exuberance every time. Thank you. We walked the center hallway to the living room, with a brief stop in the kitchen for a glass of ice water for me. I needed to generate some moisture in my mouth and throat. I offered water to Cross, but he declined. I sat down. Unlike our first meeting, he did the same. I drank half the glass of water, hoping it would wash away the oily taste on my tongue. It didn't. What's going on? I asked. We have at least 25 dead children in Ryan Woods. Maybe another buried somewhere else. All the locals have been closed out, and they've been threatened if they interfere. I don't threaten, Cross said. I simply carry messages. From whom? That I can't tell you. Why don't you use your powers and authority to put an end to this? We are. I don't see that, I said. Every time I turn around, the body count goes up. You have to give us a little more time. I was about to respond when Coulter entered the room. I reached over to the coffee table for his business card. It was still where he left it weeks earlier. Detective Ronald Coulter, I said. Distant cousin to the great explorer, right? Yes, ma'am, he said. Really? Detective or agent? Which is it? Depends on the moment. You were the second guy in my house the night I got chloroformed, right? He looked non-committal. Let's talk about tonight. Are you all right? Do you require medical attention? For having the stuffing scared out of me? I said, no, though I'm not sure I'll sleep well for a while. I'm sure your doctor could prescribe something. I was talking about the cut. He nodded toward my cheek. I touched the spot where I'd been hit. It had already stopped bleeding.
I'm fine, I said, though I wasn't sure that was true. Gentlemen, I owe you both my life, for which I thank you. But I think you owe me some answers.
You already know more than we wanted to reveal, Cross said. There will be no more information for some time. You'll have to accept that.
Can you at least tell me how you came to be so handily close to my backyard when I needed help?
Coulter and I were following the two who attacked you, he said. The Salt and Pepper team was following you. When it was obvious that you and the two Saudis would converge on this house, we closed in and positioned ourselves to stop any attempt they might make to harm you.
You got the timing a little close, I said. You shot that Shadid guy when the tip of his knife was an inch from my heart.
I was hoping they wanted only to frighten you, he said. We didn't want to detain those two at this point. Having to do so has disrupted our planning.
I'm sorry for that. If Cross heard sarcasm in my voice, I hoped he knew it was deliberate. He scrubbed his face with his hands.
Look, Miss Mora, he said, we are working very hard on this problem. We are hoping for a conclusion soon. This cannot be speeded up. I wish it could, but it can't. And we can't tell you any more about it.
On one level, I didn't want to accept that. I was so desperate to find Joey Russell before harm could befall him that it overshadowed all other concerns, including national security. On another, deeper level, I understood that men like Cross and Coulter had jobs to do, and doing them well meant keeping things from me. I had a sense of entitlement, to which I wasn't, entitled, and I had to get over it. Knowing that, and doing it, were entirely different matters. So I asked, do you know what's going on in the machine shop? Do you know what happened to the child those two carried out on Sunday?
Yes, on both counts.
I stared at Cross for a full 30 seconds, trying to will him to talk.
There's nothing I can tell you, he said.
Have you been inside? I persisted. There could be kids dying in there.
We don't believe there are, he said. Not at the moment, anyway.
What about the mansion on the north side?
That I can't tell you.
I tried another tack. Do you know anything about the whereabouts of a 6-year-old boy named Joey Russell? He's been missing for more than 3 weeks.
We know you've been looking for him, Coulter said. We have no idea where he is. If it's any consolation, we're trying to find him too.
Please, try very hard, I pleaded.
We will, Coulter said. We know about your relationship with the older brother, and despite everything you regard about us as callous and cold, we don't want the body count to go any higher either.
Abruptly, they both stood and started toward my back door.
Lock up after us, Cross said. The garbage in your backyard has friends.
They left. I locked and bolted the door. I fed the cats. Then I drank most of a bottle of Pinot Noir by myself. I don't remember anything after that. Chapter 52. I woke up in the morning drenched in sweat. I emerged slowly from an alcohol-induced nightmare in which I had been dreaming of a shining scimitar glinting as it descended out of the sun and bit into my neck with a hollow thud. I remembered nothing more of the lurid scene than the finale, repeating itself over and over like a recording on eternal replay. When I tried to move, I felt my stomach lurch. I quickly figured how fast I could reach the bathroom if the need arose. Looking across the bed in that direction, I saw that I hadn't even undressed before falling on top of my duvet and spending the night fully clothed under a busy ceiling fan. As a result, I was wet and cold and sick. Perfect. The sun was in full shine coming through my bedroom window. I had neither the strength nor the desire to get up, undress, and reposition myself under the covers. So I rolled over gingerly to the place on the bed where the sun fell in a wide swath in the hope it would warm me up. The two cats, which had commandeered that spot before me, were not happy about being displaced. "I paid for the bed," I said to them as they jumped down to find rays elsewhere. "You only get to use it when I don't need it." In minutes, I had fallen asleep, or blacked out again. When I next opened my eyes, the sun had moved on, but I was warm enough because the room was warm. My brain was pounding on the inside of my skull, as if it was trying to get out and find a safer place to live. I needed water. I got up from the bed. It was a slow process out of necessity. In addition to the headache, half the muscles in my body hurt. My stomach still wanted to convulse, and perhaps, worst of all, I felt my desire to continue in the pursuit of the Ryan Woods story slipping away again, just as it had after Winona was murdered. Events of the night before had truly scared me half to death. I emptied my bladder, which was screaming for relief. I couldn't handle the thought of toothpaste in my mouth, so I brushed only with water, which was sufficient because I hadn't eaten anything the night before. Then I sipped a 16-ounce glass of water at room temperature. I remembered someone telling me that drinking cold water on an upset stomach would upset it more. I stripped out of my clothes and climbed into a cool shower, washed my hair and the rest of me, and then collapsed on a towel on the closed lid of my toilet. I was exhausted and ready to go back to bed. So I did. I picked up my phone from the nightstand and called Eric Ryland. I got his secretary, Sally. Eric was in a meeting. "You aren't sounding very chipper this morning, Deuce," Sally said. I confirmed it. I had a terrifying night, and when it was over, I got into a battle with a bottle of wine, and the wine won. I might be in later, but right now I need sleep. Would you tell Eric my column is done, and I'll file it from home this afternoon, unless I die first. "Can he call you if he needs to?" she asked. "If he wants to talk to a real human being, he should wait a few hours." "I'll tell him." The next thing I knew, it was nearly 2 in the afternoon, and the cats were licking my face. I guess they'd decided if I wasn't going to get up and feed them, they would use those little hooks on their tongues to scrape some flesh off my body. There was probably still enough alcohol in my bloodstream to make them tipsy. Eric called sometime after 4 p.m. I guess he knew I was alive because I had sent him my column an hour earlier. "It's a very good column, Deuce," he said. "Maybe it will beat some sense into some official heads. So how are you feeling? Sally said you were under the weather." I told him about the night before. "Good Lord," he said. "Are you sure you weren't hurt?" "Not until I turned to the Pinot Noir to calm my nerves." "I can't blame you for that. Who's staying with you?" "My cats." "Well, they'll be a big help in a knife fight. Where's Mark?" "On a case down south." "Does he know about this?" "No, I haven't told him. He's got enough on his mind." "Do you have a gun?" "Geez, enough with the guns already," I said. "Mark's been on me to get one." "Are you going to?" "It wouldn't do any good. It takes 2 months to get the FOID card certifying you've passed a background check. And I should develop some shooting skills before I try to get a carry permit. This whole story will be over before I could learn which end of the gun is the dangerous part." "Maybe I should call the private cops we used last fall," Ryland said. "I don't want to think about this right now, Eric." "Do you at least have a good knife you could keep with you?" "Yeah, my dad's Swiss Army knife." "One of those little jobs with a dozen tools on it? By the time you figure out which one's the knife, you won't need it anymore." No, it's a bigger, heavier model with a very accessible 3-inch blade, I said. It'll do a fine job if I need it.
Where is it?
In my desk drawer, I think.
You think? Before you do anything else, find it and keep it with you wherever you go. If you need it, it will be too late to go hunting for it.
I found the knife and pocketed it. The effort wore me out. I kicked back in the recliner in my office and picked up my battered copy of Wallace Stegner's classic novel, Angle of Repose. I hadn't read it in years. It was time to savor it again. Half an hour later, I was sound asleep. My cell phone roused me. I was still sitting in the recliner. Wallace Stegner was lying on the floor beside me. One cat was in my lap, the other on the recliner kickout next to my right leg. It was dark outside. My brain felt like a London fog in the late 19th century, thick and sooty and impenetrable. My stomach was rumbling, but not with wine residue. I was hungry. I hadn't eaten since lunch the day before. I reached for my cell phone, a signal to the cats to abandon ship. Caller ID said, Mark. I didn't want to tell him about the previous evening's events, but I knew I would. Hi, I said. How are things going?
Well, he said, I'm back in Chicago.
That surprised me. The case over already?
Not exactly. There were 2 other investigators working with me, and I handed off to them to get back here. I'm calling because I'm standing on your front porch, and I didn't want to scare the crap out of you by simply walking in.
Somebody called you, I said.
Eric Ryland. He said you'd be pissed, but neither of us cares. I'm coming in.
Mark poached a couple of eggs for me, laid them in the center of 2 slices of buttered toast, and served them with a cup of green tea.
After going more than 24 hours without food, that probably won't be enough, he said. But let's see how it sits on your stomach before I make more.
Most of a bottle of red wine isn't food? I asked, as the aroma of the eggs and fresh toast caressed my nose.
It wasn't most of a bottle, Mark said. I found the bottle completely empty.
Oh, I said. I shouldn't do that.
You shouldn't be attacked by terrorists in your backyard either, he said.
I won't do either one again, if at all possible. We were at the kitchen table. The cats were crunching away on kibble. The food tasted wonderful. Mark asked about every detail of the events of the night before. I prevailed on him to let me finish eating first.
I don't blame you for tying one on, he said when I finally finished the story.
I reached across the table and took his hand. Thanks for coming back, I said.
I live to serve, he replied.
Chapter 53. I was getting ready for work the next day when the front doorbell rang, followed by a heavy knocking. I started down the stairs.
Stay here, Mark said as he rose from the bed where he'd been lacing up his boots. Don't come downstairs until I tell you it's okay.
You think this level of paranoia is required? I asked.
You're the one who faced the knife, he said. You tell me.
Without waiting for an answer, he clipped his Glock onto his belt at the small of his back and clumped down the stairs. I heard the door open, and I heard talking. I could not hear who was talking, but it didn't sound threatening.
It's okay, Deuce, he called up. It's Don Quixote and Sancho.
I had no idea who they might be until I got to the first landing and found myself looking down at Mason Cross and Ronald Coulter. Cross was staring at Mark.
You really believe we're tilting at windmills? He asked. I don't know, but I am pretty sure you're nuts, Mark said.
Cross turned to me.
Wanted to give you an update on the 2 pieces of trash we picked up in your backyard. The one I shot is going to live. which is fortunate because he's got pertinent information on the operations of this ring. The other one knows the whereabouts of all the trafficked children in Chicago, living and dead. I asked a question but didn't really want to hear the answer. How many? He's not saying. Neither one is saying anything. Meanwhile, what's happening with any little kids they're holding? They could be terrorized, hurting, dying. You've got to find a way to do something now. Deuce, calm down, Mark said. He turned to Cross and Coulter. She's right, you know. You've got to get inside the shop and the mansion fast. Coulter held up his hands, palms out. We will, he said. Search warrants are in the works. We still have no reason to think there are any children in the machine shop, but we need to be sure. We've got local cops and undercover guys all around the mansion. Nobody and nothing are going in or out. Even that alley where you searched, the garbage is closed. Aren't you tipping off the people inside? I asked. The good guys are disguised as people's gas crews, Coulter said. Their cover is a possible gas leak. Is the Bentley still in the garage? Mark asked. You mean Paul Najee's car? Cross said. No, it's gone. Najee went home to Whitefish Bay, but when we got there, he'd left again. We don't know where he is. We've got a nationwide alert out on him and his car, also with the Mexican authorities and the RCMP. Even the Mounties won't be able to help, I said. If he got on an airplane and flew to Saudi Arabia under an assumed name with a false passport. Cross shook his head. I don't think he'd do that. His holdings in the United States are considerable. I don't think he'd abandon them. You seem to know this man pretty well, Mark said. I should, Cross said. I turned him. I run him. He's my mole inside the Saudi operation. This is how I know with some degree of certainty there are no injured or dying children in the machine shop. Something about all this wasn't adding up for me. Why, I asked, would the Saudis give an American so much access? He's a cousin, Cross said, with dual citizenship. His father was American, his mother Saudi. They were both CIA. Somehow they were compromised and framed back in the 60s. The father was beheaded for treason. The mother was stoned to death for adultery. The son lived with a couple of cousins until he was 19. Then he came to the U.S. to go to college at Princeton. Over the years, he built up a good head of hatred for the land of his birth. Recruiting him was easy. He came to this country with the idea of retaliation against the nation that murdered his parents. But the Saudis don't know. And what if he's playing you? Mark said. If I found out he was trying that, Cross answered in a very low voice, he wouldn't live to see the next day. Cross let his words hang in the air for emphasis. I'm telling you all this so you'll back off. I'm keeping you in the loop so you'll stay in the background and let us finish this without interference. You say you're sure there are no more children in the shop. I said I was reasonably sure. How about the mansion? Can't talk about it. I told you that the other night. What about this loop you're keeping me in? Either you tell me everything and maybe I back off, or you don't, and I don't. Cross shrugged and gave me an acknowledging nod. We believe there are 11 kids in the house. We'll be going in for them as soon as we have warrants. Again, something wasn't clicking. I thought you didn't have enforcement powers on foreign-owned property. That's only true if the property is owned by a foreign government for the conduct of officials' business, Cross said. This is a private home. Now you know, Coulter added, why we tried so hard to scare you away from the story. If the princes learned we were onto them, they'd simply reestablish the operation someplace new and probably kill all the children here before they pulled up stakes.
Then what are you waiting for? I demanded. Get the kids out of there now. What if something goes wrong with your plan and the children die anyway?
Please, step back, Deuce, Coulter said. If we got any whiff of something happening to those children, we'd go in with or without a warrant.
How about the threat of death? Seems like that's pretty likely right now.
As soon as the Saudis arrive at O'Hare, the plan goes in motion, Cross said. Part of it is rescuing the children.
What's the plan? I asked.
That we can't tell you, Cross said.
The national security excuse again? That doesn't wash.
The Saudis are nominal allies of ours in the Middle East, Cross said. But the relationship is shaky. It's not in our interest to create more strain. Any of the obvious and immediate steps we could take would have damaging repercussions. We had to put together a better way, and it's taken time.
They aren't scheduled here until Wednesday, I said. Why can't the plan be carried out when they get to Washington on Monday?
Everything's in Chicago, he said. Coordinating over 600 miles leaves too much chance for a screw-up.
CENTCOM manages to coordinate drone strikes in Afghanistan from Tampa, Florida, Mark said. They must be a lot better than you guys.
Cross gave Mark a withering look.
Mark shrugged.
Just saying.
I smiled and started to ask, what exactly do you...
Cross cut me off. Don't ask me for any more, Cross said. I can't tell you. No one will ever be able to tell you. It's something all of us involved will take to our graves.
Chapter 54. I sat at my desk in the newsroom trying to focus on a column, but my mind kept wandering around, dropping my thoughts into wastebaskets where I couldn't find them again. I finally decided if the column idea was that hard to hold on to, it probably wasn't worth the effort. I could have written about the assault in my backyard, but I figured I only got to do that once a year, and the year was young. I should save the opportunity for a time when I could actually tell people who assaulted me and why, who rescued me and how, and who the assailants were. While I knew all those answers, I couldn't disclose them. Then the phone rang. It was Anthony Donato.
We found another one, the medical examiner said. Different place and not buried. The little boy was tossed in a dumpster, if you can believe that.
The little boy in the black trash bag? Donato hesitated.
Yeah, we think so.
Do you know how he died?
Believe me, Deuce, you don't want to know.
Are you sure the boy in the dumpster was a victim of the same killers?
Yeah, he said. Some of the abuse is identical to others from Ryan Woods.
I let it all pour out and into the column, venting about city and federal officials who weren't being honest with Chicago residents and weren't bringing the slaughter to an end. With the latest discovery, we were up to 26 dead children, and there was no guarantee there wouldn't be more. In fact, the longer the killers remained at large and unknown, a little fib there about the unknown part, there wasn't a young child in the city who wasn't at risk. I admonished parents and guardians to redouble their efforts to keep all the city's children safe. And I added as a postscript that a 6-year-old named Joey Russell had gone missing nearly 3 weeks earlier and begged people to watch out for him. We would run his photo with my column. I hadn't disclosed anything that could tip off the Saudis. I hadn't endangered the government's mission, but it sure felt good to kick a few people in the balls. I picked up the phone and called Ron Coulter. "Did you get the warrant on the machine shop?" I said, and made the question sound like a demand.
"Yes, about an hour ago," he said.
"When are you going in?"
"About an hour from now."
I'm going with you, I said, and hung up before he could object. The sun was sliding down the western sky by the time I fought my way through commuter traffic and got to the machine shop. Nothing was stirring on the streets except a few black cars with U.S. government license plates, 2 Chicago police units, and an unmarked white car that screamed cops and probably served as Coulter's wheels. No one was making any effort at stealth. With the 2 men who ran the place already in custody, this would be a mission of discovery, not a manhunt. Harry Klein, the Journal photographer, met me. We parked our vehicles well away from where the action would be and walked toward the white car. Coulter met us halfway. "Did you happen to notice those police barricades we set up to close off the streets?" he asked. "The ones you drove up on the sidewalk to get around?" "This is a public street," I said. "You can't order us off." Yes, actually, I can. The blockades are to keep people away, in case bullets start flying. Public safety trumps public access." "Agent Cross said there's nobody in the building." Coulter nodded. "That's what we were told, yes, but the information is 3 days old. We can't be positive the building is clear until we go in, so I'm telling you to get back, and if you don't, I'll arrest you." We agreed, but we only went as far as the cars, which were parked just outside the sawhorse barricades. Coulter watched and shook his head in exasperation. He had better things to do than hassle us, so he went back to his group as a big blue SWAT van turned the corner and braked in the parking area. I heard Klein shooting the scene. About a dozen officers climbed down carrying assault weapons, bolt cutters, wire cutters, and several battering rams. They surrounded the building and made short work of the mesh over the windows and the bars across the roll-up doors. One of the loading dock doors began to rise. As cops rolled off the outside wall and through the growing opening, shots erupted everywhere. I saw one SWAT guy go down, but he was quickly dragged from the line of fire. As more men went through the door, the shooting got heavier. Then, as quickly as it started, it stopped. Was the firefight over? Did I dare approach? I looked back to the SWAT team member who'd been hit. With some help, he sat up against the back wall of the building. His left hand was open across the center of his chest, but I didn't see any blood. I hoped his protective vest had taken the brunt of the round, but that didn't mean there wasn't damage. At least, it didn't appear to be fatal damage. The injured man was responding to conversation around him. One guy patted him on the shoulder and disappeared into the dark interior of the machine shop. The shooting began again. I heard glass shatter and saw one of the building windows blow out. Most of the glass was contained inside the mesh, but the slug tore a hole in the mesh and created a small fountain of glass shards that sprayed onto the asphalt. I heard something hit the gravel about 8 feet from me, and my eyes searched until they found the mashed bullet. It was big enough to make me grimace. But I took a measure of comfort, knowing that whatever the bad guys were firing, the shots didn't have the velocity to reach me after passing through glass and heavy metal mesh. The shooting stopped for a second time as 2 ambulances turned into the street with lights and sirens at full intensity. Darkness had overtaken the city, and I hadn't even noticed until I saw the flashing lights bouncing off buildings. 2 medics raced to help the SWAT member who'd fallen in the first fusillade. The man was lying flat again, his headgear off and his uniform opened at the chest. I still saw no blood. I hoped he hadn't been hurt worse than I'd thought. Other medics entered the building. I figured if it was safe for them, it was probably safe for us. I took a chance. Klein and I crossed the barricade line and headed toward the machine shop again. Once again, Coulter came out to stop me. "Anybody seriously hurt?" I asked. "No, not among our people," he said, "but not because we were smart.
We got lucky. The 2 guys we got in your backyard must have set up an ambush."
"Aren't you holding them incognito?" I asked.
Coulter frowned. "Yeah," he said.
"So how did they pass the word that you were going to take the building? It had to be somebody else. Did Cross's informant, Najee, know about it?"
"He's in the wind. This could have been set up before we took down the 2 guys in your yard."
"Well, somebody knew," I said. "By the way, I'll be writing about this."
Coulter looked alarmed. "The truth? No. Tell your cop shop guys it was a drug bust. Lots of that around here. It's as good a cover story as any. Deuce, the lives of those 11 children in the mansion depend on you not blowing this up for us."
I saw his point. I even agreed with him. I said so. "I can't lie to my editor," I said, "but I'll explain the urgency to bend the truth a bit. If the Chicago police tell our cops reporters this was a drug bust, that's what it'll appear in the paper. You arrange with the Chicago police to release a drug bust cover story and claim the shooters haven't been identified."
"Yeah," Coulter said. "That should work. Thanks."
"Not for nothing," I continued. "You should know I'm pretty tough on everyone in my column tomorrow. No secrets divulged, but a lot of criticism."
"It's your column," Coulter said.
"Meanwhile, we'd like to take a look around inside. Seems safe enough now."
"There's another cop hurt in there, and 2 dead perps. The ME is on his way. Let us get the good guy to a bus and let Donato get the dead guys out, then maybe you can look around. It ain't pretty."
"Machine shops rarely are," I said. "We'd like to go in now. I promise we'll stay out of the way of the medics taking care of your guy, and we'll wear those booties you put on when you're moving around a crime scene. We won't touch anything, and I promise not to get sick on the perps. I've seen dead bodies before."
I thought Coulter smiled just a little. "Let me check with Cross," he said.
The inside of the building stank of cordite and copper, sure signs of a gunfight and blood. Other than the signs of a firefight, the place looked pretty ordinary, until I turned a corner and saw a row of cages with thin mattresses on their floors. As I got closer, I was assailed by the stench of urine, feces, and vomit. The cages were about the size you'd use to pen up a large dog or a small child. I was both relieved and horrified that all of them were empty. I turned and spotted the body of a man, or what was left of him, lying in a large pool of blood on the concrete, his limbs bent at angles human limbs are not designed for.
"The other one's over here,"
I heard Coulter say. I turned and saw a second man in even worse condition. He had been zippered, his body opened from groin to throat by a steady stream of automatic weapons fire. "Jesus," I said, and turned back to Coulter. "When did 1 to the heart stop being enough?" It sounded harsher than I intended.
"I told you it wouldn't be pretty. No photos of the bodies, by the way."
"Harry's going to shoot the cages," I said. "It's where they kept children, right? The sick and injured? Just threw them in there until they died and could be buried?"
Coulter was nodding.
"Food?"
"Not known."
"Water?"
"Maybe. There's a cooler in the next room."
He got a call on his radio. It was Cross.
"Both of you stay right here, Deuce," he said. "Don't move. I'll be right back."
I tried to breathe through my mouth to avoid the collective stench, but all that got me was a horrible taste in my mouth. I was trying to imagine the horrors of this place when I heard something behind me. I whirled, but there was no one there. Suddenly, I very much wanted to be out of this building. I turned back to the cages and heard the sound again, this time accompanied by what might have been a soft whimper. The only place it could have come from was a cabinet under a workbench against the wall. "Harry," I called to the photographer. I pointed at the cabinet. "Get ready." Emboldened, I opened a cabinet door, and fell to my knees, screaming for help. Chapter 55. I turned away from the cabinet as I screamed for a medic, hoping to avoid further trauma for the heartbreaking little boy lying inside, curled into a defensive ball, crying without tears. I suspected he was so dehydrated his body had nothing to give to his eyes. I wanted to gather him in my arms and reassure him, but I knew I couldn't do that. As horrifically pathetic as his gaunt figure was, as much as I wanted to reassure him that I was no threat to him, I was afraid if I lifted him, I'd break half the bones in his emaciated body. It ran through my head for an instant that this might be Joey Russell, Charles's little brother, but the skin tone was darker, and this boy looked 7 or 8. Joey was 6. 2 SWAT officers, Coulter, Cross, and 2 paramedics were at my side in seconds, though it seemed we waited hours. Cross turned to the SWAT leader, his face screwed into a rage.
"I thought you said you cleared this place," he growled.
The lead SWAT officer, unable to take his eyes off the boy, shook his head in bewilderment. He knew his team's oversight could have cost another young life, and he offered no excuses.
"All you armed guys, get out," Cross said. "Your appearance isn't helping."
The men turned and walked away quietly. I turned back to the cabinet, where the paramedics were already working. I was grateful to see one was a young woman who was talking soothingly to the boy while caressing his head as her partner worked to find a vein in a withered arm. He had to try twice to hit one, which only caused more pain. The child appeared not to notice. It probably bore no resemblance to what he'd already endured. The saline solution began to drip. It seemed agonizingly slow. The male EMT seemed to read my mind. He glanced back at me. He said, "I wish I could have used a larger gauge to get liquid into him faster, but I was afraid I'd rip the vein apart. This kid's in trouble." Understatement of the year, I thought, but I didn't want to hassle the people doing all they could for the boy. I willed him to stay strong and stay alive. "What about nutrients?" I asked. "Fluids first," the woman said. "He's in more danger from dehydration than starvation. We'll get him to a hospital alive and hope doctors can keep him that way." "Where are you going to take him?" "Up to Stroger," she said. "It's a straight shot up Western, and they've got big trauma experience. We'll call ahead and have a team waiting for him. Poor little guy." I felt moisture in my eyes. "I know you aren't doctors, but can you tell me, given your experience, what his chances are?" I held my breath, waiting for an answer. "Depends on his general overall health and any injuries," the woman said. Her partner interrupted. "I've got a broken radius and a scapula that feels wrong so far. I'm doing triage here. Oh, we've got to move him." The woman continued. "And his force of will. He'll need a lot of love and a lot of support."
"We don't even know who he is,"
Coulter said from behind me. I drew a deep breath. "He'll have me," I said. I wasn't allowed to stay with the boy while he was evaluated. I wouldn't be allowed to see him even after he was settled in his room. I was devastated. He would feel even more abandoned. Psychological blow on top of psychological blow, made worse by the needles and scary instruments of those trying to save his life. I called Aiden Coughlin, hoping he would intervene.
"I heard about the boy," he said. "I'm headed into a meeting I can't miss, Deuce. I'll come over to Stroger as soon as I can break free. Meanwhile, we've assigned a psychologist who specializes in trauma in children. She should be showing up any minute."
A few minutes later, I saw a woman walking toward me talking to a doctor, and I wondered if she was the DCFS shrink. They stopped far enough away that I couldn't hear what was said. When they finished, the doctor walked away. The woman turned to me and smiled. She walked over and extended her hand. "You're Deuce Mora," she said. "I recognize you from your picture in the paper and Aiden's description. He called me a few minutes ago and told me you were here. Normally we wouldn't talk to the media about a case like this, but he said you had a vested interest, and if I tried to ignore you, you would make my life hell. I took her hand and laughed. You have me at a disadvantage, I said. Oh, sorry. I'm Jasana Barbier, a child psychologist with the DCFS. Her voice had a beautiful lilt with an almost French accent. I jumped to the conclusion that she was Haitian. I asked. I am, indeed, she said, though I was born in the United States, in South Florida. My family fled the regimes of the Duvalier and came here because they wanted their children to be born American citizens. Life was hard for immigrants in South Florida, but we were a close family. I remember a lot of it. It gives me empathy with children of that age. Well, this little boy's going to need everything you've got. She smiled again. And I assume, again from what Aiden told me, that you want to sign on to help. I'm the first person he saw when he was rescued. I'll never forget the look of hope and horror in his eyes. I want to help move him to a place where hope replaces all the horror and then is joined by the joy little kids should feel. Let's pray we can do that, Jasana said. An hour later, Mark joined me in the waiting room. He kissed me on the cheek and asked, How was he? I don't know yet, I said. I'm hoping to hear something soon. There's a psychologist here from DCFS who's talking to his medical team. I don't know how much they know yet. It would be nice to save one, Mark said. He read something in my face. Deuce, it's not Joey Russell, is it? Could you tell? I shook my head. I had hoped when I first saw him, but he doesn't look like the boy in the photo I got from Joey's foster mom. Everybody thinks this boy is 7 or 8. Joey is 6. I paused and took a deep breath. What difference does it make who he is? He's a little boy who will grow up horribly damaged, without ever having a childhood, terrified of every stranger he meets. God knows what this abuse could turn him into. An abuser as an adult, giving what he got? That happens, you know. Mark nodded. I do know. But at his age, if he gets in the right program, maybe somebody can give him back what was taken from him. Maybe working with a shrink, he can forget. First, I said, he's got to survive. At that moment, Jasana Barbier pushed through a set of swinging doors and walked toward me. Aiden Coughlin was with her. She hesitated a moment when she saw Mark. I introduced everyone. You must be the state arson investigator, Barbier said. Aiden told me you hung around Deuce like a dog around its dinner bowl. In another situation, I would have laughed. How's the boy? I asked. He's sedated, Coughlin said. He's holding his own. They've set the bone in his arm. X-rays showed the damage to the scapula should heal if the shoulder is kept immobile. So that's been rigged up. There's nothing to do about the orbital fracture but to let it fix itself. Barbier bit her lip and picked up the report. I think the worst is the rape. The doctors think there were multiple anal penetrations. He's torn, and he's been bleeding. They're going to clean him up and administer antibiotics against infection. Mark exploded, though his volume was barely above a whisper. Jesus Christ! What sort of sick son of a bitch would do that to a little kid? When they find him, I'm going to request about an hour with him in a locked room. I'll bring the knife. Coughlin stuffed his hands in his pockets, his shoulders hunched. I wouldn't mind helping you with that, he told Mark. This makes me sick. Is he going to live? I asked. Unknown, Coughlin said. He's in very critical condition. They're still resuscitating him from the dehydration. Once that's complete, they might have to run a feeding tube right into his gut if he needs to remain sedated and can't eat normally. There's always worry about organ damage, even brain damage when dehydration is severe. He's way underweight.
The docs estimate he's about 8, and given his frame, he should weigh at least 50 pounds. He weighs 31.
He must have been enduring the abuse for a long time, I said.
Barbier shook her head.
There's no way to know for sure, but a child doesn't lose nearly half his body weight overnight.
I don't understand that, Mark said. Why would they allow that to happen? Wouldn't they want to keep the children healthy so, to put it horribly, they didn't have to keep replenishing their stable? Not necessarily, Coughlin said, his voice beyond angry. Their regular customers probably want change fairly regularly. After a while, the children go numb. They just take what's being done to them. They cease reacting to the pain and the terror. For their assailants, they're no fun anymore.
Jasana dropped her head and began to sob.
Chapter 56. The wall clock said it was 7 minutes after 2 a.m. when Mark slid into the black molded plastic chair next to mine and handed me a large cardboard cup of tea from the hospital commissary. I thanked him and squirmed a little in my chair. I would have been more comfortable lying on a bed of nails with the pointy ends up. Jasana Barbier had cleared me to see the boy if the doctors approved, but so far, nothing doing. The medical staff suggested several times that I go home and return during visitor hours, but I was haunted by the memory of the face of the boy in the cabinet. I had no plan to leave him until he was sufficiently awake to feel someone holding his hand, stroking his cheek and kissing his forehead. And Mark wouldn't leave until I did. So we drank tea and coffee and bemoaned what a mess the world had become. Every time I think of that boy, he's got Charles's face, I told Mark. This story has gotten so personal for me. I shouldn't have let it happen. It's unprofessional. Mark reached over and took my hand. It's human, he said. Part of what we were talking about before is how the world needs more humanity. Well, you're certainly delivering your share. I squeezed his fingers as a doctor approached. Miss Mora, I'm Dr. Vihan Raji. I just looked in on the little boy you found today. He glanced at the clock on the wall. I guess it was yesterday. He's still in very critical condition, but he's holding his own. He's fully hydrated, and we've put a direct feeding tube in his stomach, so he's getting nutrition. But he's unresponsive, and that's not a good sign. What do you mean, unresponsive? He doesn't seem to know anyone in the room with him. We talk to him, and it's as if he doesn't hear. He's sedated, I said. And for a fact, he doesn't know anyone in the room with him. Only lightly sedated. Enough to keep him calm, not catatonic. Mark asked, What's the significance? Raji canted his head in a gesture of uncertainty. It could mean he's brain damaged, or it could mean he's withdrawn from reality. He needs someone to get through to him, and since it was Ms. Mora who found him and rescued him, we were hoping she might try. I stood up so fast I nearly knocked over the tea that was on the floor next to my foot. Mark grabbed it in mid-tip. Of course I'll try, I said. Let's go. Life-giving machinery dwarfed the boy as it beeped and blinked around his bed. Tubes wrapped his body, and I wondered if he was conscious of them, whether they felt like ropes tying him down. I turned to Dr. Raji, who had entered the room behind me. Do you have any idea who he is? Raji shook his head. What do you call him? John Doe. It's all we can do. I touched his hand with a single finger, stroking it softly. His body jerked, trying to pull away, I suspected. He decided either it wasn't necessary to flee, or he didn't have the strength for it, because his hand came to rest at his side and stayed there. His face was turned away from me. I had a strong urge to touch his cheek,
but I needed to take it slow. "Hi, honey," I said just loud enough to be heard. "I hope you're feeling better. I'm the lady who found you in the cabinet, and I've been very worried about you. Everybody here wants you to get better. Can you turn your face and look at me?" Nothing. I kept stroking his hand, hoping a gentle touch would get through to him. After half an hour, Raji called a halt. "Let's try again in the morning," he said, laying a hand on my shoulder. "It might take repetitive visits to break through, if a breakthrough is even possible." "I have another idea," I said. Although it was Sunday, both Phyllis Metzler and Jessana Barbier responded to my urgent plea to come to the hospital. Barbier had planned to come anyway to check on the injured child. Metzler responded to my argument that the trip could be very worthwhile. When they heard my idea, Barbier agreed at once. Metzler was a harder sell, but finally agreed on the grounds that it couldn't hurt. Metzler left and returned 2 hours later with Charles. He looked great. He gave me a big smile, but his eyes remained sad. "They said you didn't find Joey yet," he said to me without accusation. "No, but we're looking all day, every day," I said. "We'll find him." I turned to Metzler. "I'd like to talk to Charles alone." "There's a corner of the commissary where you can have some privacy," Barbier said. "We'll escort you down there and then wait on the other side of the room." When I was settled in with my 10th cup of tea and Charles with a Coke, I asked him how he was getting along. "It's okay," he said. "Sometimes I get so mad thinking about Joey, worrying about him, that I want to scream at people. But at the school, they understand how I feel. They help me work stuff out. I'm learning how to kickbox. You probably don't like that, but it's better for me to punch and kick a heavy bag than other kids." "Much better," I said. "I'm proud of you. You like the school?" "Yeah, it's okay." He paused, waiting for me to say something. "Did anybody tell you why they brought you here?" "No," he said. Without going into the gory details, I told him the police had busted a place where kidnapped children were held. I told him I found a boy, maybe a year younger than Charles himself, who had been beaten and starved. "Not Joey?" "No, I'm sorry. Not Joey." I saw raw disappointment in Charles's eyes. This boy was really scared and really hurt by some bad people. Because of that, how can I explain this? It's as if his mind has run away to hide. He won't look at anybody. He won't talk to anybody. He won't or can't even tell us his name. "So what do you want me to do?" "Try talking to him," I said. "Softly, friendly. See if you can get him to look at you. Make eye contact. Maybe you can help bring him back. When he sees that you're strong and healthy, and when you tell him you want him to be strong and healthy too, maybe he'll believe you. Maybe he'll tell you his name and where he lives. Then maybe we can reunite him with his family and help him get well." "Unless his family sold him," Charles said. I felt sick that a child would even think that. It must have shown in my face. "You surprised?" he asked. "Happens a lot. People need money. They don't need a kid to feed, so they sell him. Happened to a friend of mine." "Did anybody ever find him?" "Yeah, dead." "Oh, Charles, I'm so sorry. Maybe if you can help this little boy, it will help make up for the loss of your friend." Charles gave me one of his one-shoulder shrugs. "Sure," he said. "I can try." I don't think I will forget the next 5 minutes for as long as I live. As Charles and I approached the injured boy's room, Charles stopped outside the open door and stared at the spectacle in front of him. The boy's face was still turned away from the door, and he looked pitiably small in the big bed, surrounded by the machines of hospital business. I felt Charles's grip tighten around my hand. "Are you ready to go in?" I asked. "You don't have to, you know." He stepped over the threshold, pulling me behind him. We were tethered to one another in sadness and uncertainty. We stood beside the bed. When I looked at Charles's face, tears were streaming over his cheeks, dripping onto his gray t-shirt. "How bad is he hurt?" Charles stammered through his tears. "The doctors don't really know yet," I said. "They have to run a lot of tests, but first he has to respond to us, to be able to answer some questions." Charles dropped my hand and ran around to the far side of the bed. He began to sob. Then, before anyone could stop him, he was on the bed, his arms wrapped gently around the child, tears soaking into the little patient's hospital gown. "He's gonna be okay," Charles said, lifting his eyes to me. "I'll take care of him. He's gonna be okay." I was confused by Charles's certainty, by his overwhelming emotion, not what I would have expected from a hardened street kid. "You found him," Charles said. "You said you would, and you did." "Did what, Charles?" "You found Joey." At first, no one believed it. Joey Russell was 6. We all thought the boy in the cabinet was at least 2 years older. Dr. Raji came back to the hospital, though it was his day off, to talk with Dr. Barbier and devise a new course of physical and psychological treatment for the boy. Joey was their first concern. The impact on Charles was their second. Mark left to take care of our collective animals, and then to head out on an arson call in the Roseland neighborhood, deep on the city's south side. He promised to call later. When the rest of us had settled in with coffee, Raji began to explain why the injured child's identity came as such a surprise. "The dehydration, starvation, and torture changed his appearance markedly," he said. "He appeared deflated, wizened like a little old man. His skin appeared darker. I've seen your picture of Joey Russell, Miss Mora, and if you'd showed it to me when he first came in, I never would have made the connection." I agreed. I look at Joey now, and I think I see a resemblance, but it still isn't clear. It worries me a little that Charles might be seeing what he wants to see. The boy in the cabinet looks a little like Joey, but are we sure he is Joey? "It's all the weight loss," Raji replied. "His eyes and his cheeks are sunken. His skin fits differently on his bones. Frankly, I'm surprised his own brother recognized him. To answer your question, we took DNA from both of them. I'm told the 2 boys had different fathers, so it wasn't an exact match. But there were a sufficient number of markers in common. The boys are definitely brothers. Half-brothers." I said, "That was fast." Raji smiled. "Not for this. It's not a complex match to make." "Has the boy's foster mother been notified?" I asked. "Dr. Barbier is letting DCFS know," Raji said. "They'll handle it." "Is Joey responding to his brother?" Raji nodded. "A little, yes. It's encouraging." Phyllis Metzler spoke up. "The older boy can't stay here," she said. "I told the school I'd have him back tonight. I don't have court permission to have him off campus." Raji thought about that. He didn't like it. "If the brother suddenly disappears, it could set my patient back physically and psychologically.
We have to find a way to keep them together for at least part of every day.
I suggested, maybe we could get permission to keep them together here for a few days. When Joey's stronger, transfer him to a hospital near Faulkner Academy. Raji thought about it.
It might work, he said. I think the boy needs his brother more than he needs any particular hospital.
Metzler agreed to leave Charles at Stroger Hospital overnight, under my supervision while she sought permission for the plan. Raji said he would arrange for Charles and me to stay the night in a hospital room. There was a double room open on the same floor. I didn't say so, but I suspected nothing would pry Charles out of Joey's bed that night, which perhaps was best for both of them. Chapter 57. I left the hospital early the next morning after stopping by to say goodbye to Charles and check on Joey. I had spent several hours in surprisingly good sleep in an empty room down the hall, but I had to leave. It was Monday, the day the Saudis were scheduled to land in Washington, D.C., 2 days from their arrival in Chicago. When I walked into Joey's room, I saw the boys in the same general positions they had assumed the night before. Joey on his back, with his head turned away from the door and toward his older brother. Charles, lying on his right side, facing Joey with his arm thrown protectively over the younger boy's abdomen. Someone had covered Charles with his own blanket during the night. Charles raised his head and smiled.
"He's gonna be okay,"
he said, barely above a whisper. "And how are you going to be?" I asked.
"I'm better now, but I don't want to go back to school. I want to stay with Joey."
The doctors and the lady from juvenile court are trying to figure out a way you can do both. They think it would do Joey a lot of good if you could spend some of every day with him, but you have to go to school too.
"Why can't teachers come here to teach me? Why don't you teach me?"
"I have to go to work, Charles. And besides, I'm not a certified teacher." It sounded lame, but I certainly didn't want to try to explain the Saudi situation to a 9-year-old who was lying in the same bed with the victim of their abuse. I told Charles I would try to come back later in the day. He put his head down again and began to caress Joey's cheek. When I got to my car, I called Mark to check in. He asked for an update on Joey and Charles and reported that my cats were fine, but missing me. He added,
"I know how they feel."
"All of this should be over in a couple of days," I said. I had just ended that call when my phone rang. It was Eric Ryland.
"Well, this is the week, Deuce," he said. "What are the plans?"
"I don't know yet," I said, "but I'll keep checking in."
"Don't worry about your column this week," he said. "Focus on this."
"Why are you cutting me loose now?" I asked. "You refused last week."
"Because we're coming to the end, Deuce, and we don't want anything to get in the way of this story."
"Understood," I said. "And oh, by the way, thanks for using the police cover story on the shootout at the machine shop. That should buy us some goodwill from the feds." I called Carl Cribben to see if he had any updates, though I suspected he would have called me if he'd heard anything important.
"All I know is the targets are on the ground," Cribben said. "They landed at Dulles around 7 a.m. and headed off to their embassy. I hope they got stuck in rush hour traffic."
"Bitter, are we?" I said.
"I hate child abusers. Ergo, I wish these bastards all the grief they deserve. I don't believe in the death penalty, but for these pieces of crap, I'd be happy to stick needles in their arms myself."
"Tell me something," I said. "Why isn't the FBI involved in this?"
"Oh, they are. Big time," he said. "They're the lead investigative agency."
"I wonder why I haven't bumped into them."
Cribben chuckled. "You have. In fact, you know the lead Phoebe."
"I do?"
"Ron Coulter.
An AD right out of the J. Edgar Hoover HQ.
Really? First time I met him, he identified himself as a Chicago cop. Lately, he's given me the impression he was NSA with Mason Gross.
Nope. He's all Phoebe.
He's a chameleon, I said.
He definitely can be when the situation calls for it.
Does the Secret Service know what's going on?
Some of it, Cribben said. Why?
I wouldn't think they'd let the Saudis anywhere near the president.
They won't, Cribben said. The Saudis are meeting with White House staff. The president can always get new advisors. They're expendable.
We both laughed without much mirth.
Watch yourself, Deuce. Please, Cribben said.
I headed over to the Saudi mansion on the near north side to check things out. The morning rush was over and traffic was light. It was my intention to drive around the area to gauge the activity, but I found a legal curb space on the edge of the park across the street from the mansion. I left the Explorer and began my snooping on foot. Cross hadn't exaggerated when he said the area had been closed down by People's Gas service trucks. Judging by all the bodies in jumpsuits and traffic vests dropping into and popping out of manholes, you'd think there was major utility work going on. I had to look very closely to see the telltale bulges of weapons under their disguises. I walked around the block to get the lay of the land. To all outward appearances, it was a normal Monday morning in Chicago. As I trudged back toward my car, I felt a hand touch my back. A man's voice said, "Don't turn around, Miss Mora. Keep walking to the alley ahead on your right and turn into it." I stopped in my tracks. "And if I don't?" "You will tragically expire here on the street, as your friend Winona Jackson died on the plaza in front of her office." "And if I take off running?" "There are a number of others on the street who would intercept you." "What do you want, if not to slit my throat?" I thought I heard a smile in his voice when he replied, "Oh, that might still come to pass. But first I would like to take you on a tour of this home in which you have so much interest. Now, please, if you will, begin walking and turn right ahead." This can't be happening to me again. With rising panic, I searched the street for anyone who might help me. I didn't want to call out to the undercover utility workers. They had no idea who I was. By the time they got to me, I'd be dead, and I'd have blown their whole Saudi operation. Everyone else I saw was either head-bobbing to smartphone music, or texting on their phones, or talking on their phones. No one glanced at me. No one noticed me. I could have made a dash for it, screaming at the top of my lungs, but the sharp, deep prick I felt in my back told me there was a knife, and I wouldn't get far, especially if any of those nondescript pedestrians were the others my captor mentioned. I knew, however, that once I was inside the house, the odds were against my ever seeing the outside again. I had to make my stand here. Running was what the man with the knife expected me to do. I had to do something he wasn't expecting. I took a long stride forward as if to begin walking. Then before he could match my gait, I spun on the ball of my foot to face him. Fortunately, he was wearing a t-shirt, exposing the area I wanted to target. For a moment, he looked surprised. Then he stepped forward to thrust his knife into me. Before he could accomplish that, I hit him in the throat as hard as I could with the index and middle fingers of my right hand. My bullseye was the soft hollow at the base of the throat, where the left and right collarbones met. The force of my blow and the man's own forward momentum combined to make the maneuver work. He collapsed, falling straight backward onto the sidewalk. I heard a loud, hollow thunk when the back of his head hit the concrete. I didn't know it then, but he would never move again under his own power. I kept spinning, looking for other assailants. I screamed for someone to call the police. I could have done that myself, My cell phone was in my pocket, but I didn't dare take my eyes off the strangers around me. Several of the utility workers glanced my way, but none broke cover. They were only following their training. I began to feel marginally safe when several pedestrians ran over and surrounded me, asking what happened and whether I was all right. One kid, who appeared to be a banger wannabe, reached down to pick up the knife lying on the concrete next to my victim. I shouted at him, "Don't touch that or I'll rip your head off, and then the cops will arrest what's left of you." He looked alarmed and backed away. An older man stepped close to me. Not knowing his identity or his intentions, I took a step back.
"It's okay now, miss," he said. "I called the police and an ambulance."
I could hear sirens in the distance.
"What happened?"
another man asked. There was nothing I wanted to say, so I mumbled, "Let's wait for the police." A woman who said she was a nurse bent down beside the man on the sidewalk and felt for a pulse along his neck, under his ear.
"I think he's dead," she said.
That didn't make me feel particularly good, but it didn't surprise me either. My blow would have collapsed the man's pharynx and stopped him from breathing. If that weren't enough, the thud of his skull hitting the sidewalk sounded lethal. The river of blood running from the back of his head down the concrete, pooling in cracks and low spots, seemed to confirm the nurse's diagnosis. 2 police units screeched to a stop next to this little knot of people. More followed, and still there were sirens.
"What happened to you?"
one cop asked. "I'll talk to you," I said, "as soon as Ron Coulter and my lawyer get here." Chapter 58. Eric Ryland said he would have Jonathan Bruckner come right over, assuming he wasn't tied up in court. I expected my editor to be furious with me, but he remained calm, and even solicitous. He asked 3 times if I was okay. I might have had to wait for the lawyer, but Ron Coulter showed up within minutes. I suspected he'd been in the area.
"Tricky move,"
Coulter said as we sat in the front seat of his car, about 20 feet from where I'd just killed a man.
"Where'd you learn it?"
The enormity of what I had done was beginning to settle over me like an acid mist. I was shaking. Coulter told one of the paramedics who responded to the 911 calls was checking to see if there was something aboard her bus that could settle my nerves. I didn't want anything. If I was going to live with my act, I was going to have to own it with all the shakes and the nightmares certain to follow. I took a couple of self-defense courses in college to fill the phys ed requirements, I said. I don't remember most of it.
"Well, you remembered an important part when you needed it."
The paramedic showed up at the car window. She offered me only a blanket. I said I didn't need it, but she thought I might be in shock and insisted on wrapping it around my shoulders. Before I allowed that, I asked her to check my lower back where I'd been stuck with the knife. She opened the car door, commented on the blood on my shirt, and lifted the fabric. While she was examining me, Coulter picked up the evidence bag containing the knife and squinted at it.
"There's blood on the tip," he said. "You suppose the DNA will match yours?"
I said, "Yeah," and the paramedic added, "The wound isn't deep, but definitely enough to draw blood." She put an antiseptic dressing on it and patted my shoulder. She said, "You'll be fine. Probably not even a scar to show your grandkids. You want to go to the hospital? Get checked out? Might not be a bad idea to do a course of antibiotics." I said I'd check with my own doctor later and thanked her. Eric Ryland called back. He said Bruckner would meet Coulter and me at the precinct. Coulter told me where we'd be going, and I relayed it. The medical examiner's office was still poking around the tarp-covered body on the sidewalk, and the forensics people showed up to do their thing. Coulter gave the bagged knife to the ME's guys with instructions about testing the blood. One of them did a cheek swab on me for comparison. Then we left. I didn't like leaving my car behind, so another officer took my keys and said he would bring it to the station. When we arrived, Bruckner was waiting. The cops gave us some private space to talk, lawyer to client. The lawyer wasn't thrilled that I had spoken with Coulter at all, but he understood that some of it, at least, couldn't be avoided.
"I'm sorry you got cut," he said, "but that will be solid evidence of self-defense. Did you recognize the man?"
I shook my head. I said, "Do you really think I'm going to need a defense? I don't have much of a rep for killing complete strangers on the street." He smiled.
"In Chicago these days, you never know. I doubt there will be charges, though I wish one of those people on the street had witnessed the incident."
"I don't know that they didn't," I said. "I didn't see anyone looking at us until I started yelling, but that doesn't mean there wasn't a witness. The police were questioning people when we left." It was well into the evening by the time the cops kicked me loose. I told the detective in charge of the case I wanted to speak to Coulter before I left. When he showed up, he brought the NSA with him.
"You have a real knack for getting yourself in trouble,"
Mason Cross said. "I'm thinking of going back to school to become a librarian."
"I'll write you a letter of recommendation," Cross said. "Anything to get you the hell out of my life."
"Yeah, well, I love you too."
"Ladies," Coulter said, "enough." He turned to me. "What did you want to see me for?"
I held my hands out, palms up, as if to say it should be obvious. "Tomorrow, in case you don't have a calendar, is Tuesday. The Saudis get in very early the next day. What do you plan to do?" Cross answered.
"Our plans are none of your business."
"Did you find the guy from Wisconsin, Najee?" I asked. Cross hesitated, but Coulter said,
"Yes. He was hiding out with some friends at a cabin on the water in Door County. He has photos with time and date stamps to prove he was up there from Thursday afternoon until last night. He said he wanted to be able to prove to the Saudis he was nowhere near the machine shop when we took it down. In fact, he was holding some nice stringers of brown trout in one series of photos, shot Friday afternoon. Nice coincidence."
I shook my head. "If I were the Saudis, I'd see right through that. You should prosecute him for letting you walk into an ambush."
"I'd like to," Cross said, "but I don't think he knew about it."
"Somebody set it up," I said.
"We'll find out who eventually."
"Which," I said, "brings me back to my original question. How are you going to put an end to this?" Coulter put his hands on my shoulders.
"Deuce, go home. Have a couple of drinks. You've had a rough day. Get some sleep. I'll be in touch, I promise."
Chapter 59. Mark and Murphy came to stay with me that night. Mark echoed the paramedic's advice that I start a course of antibiotics.
"You have no idea the last time that knife was cleaned, or where it's been."
I told him I'd already called my doctor, who called in a script for me, but I hadn't been to the drugstore to pick it up.
"It's not doing you any good there," he said. "Let's go get it now."
Since I wasn't supposed to take the meds on an empty stomach, we stopped at Bacchanalia for comfort food on the way home. I sipped at one glass of wine during dinner, and Mark made me drink another when we got home. After my ordeal the last time I drank, I wasn't enthusiastic about pressing my luck. Mark's justification?
"After what you went through today, you're going to have to go to bed half blitzed to get any sleep at all."
I agreed, but first I had to find out how Charles and Joey were doing. The nursing station at Stroger Hospital refused to give me any information on Joey, citing federal privacy laws. I finally demanded they call Dr. Raji. Fortunately, he called me back and confirmed that Joey was showing slow but steady improvement. And yes, Charles had been able to stay with him. I relaxed enough to get to sleep. I awoke in the morning still feeling tired, But Mark was feeling frisky.
"You know," he said, "it's sort of a tradition with us that whenever you get injured on the job, I make love to you and make everything better."
I turned on my side and slid my hand over his abdomen, feeling muscle twitches all the way down. "Did you know morning erections aren't synonymous with desire?" I asked. "It's a trick your brain plays as you come out of REM sleep. Sex isn't a part of it."
"Sometimes it is," he said.
"What makes you think so?"
"I read it in Cosmo at my dentist's office."
"You read Cosmopolitan? Whatever would your firefighting buddies think?"
"Actually, they always ask me what I've learned lately."
"And what have you learned?" He showed me. I made a mental note to subscribe to the magazine. When I sat down at my desk, I glanced over at Eric Rhineland's office and saw him in deep conversation with Jonathan Bruckner. I assumed the lawyer was bringing the editor up to date on the events of the day before. They hadn't asked me to join them, so I turned my attention to looking for stories in the Washington Post about the Saudis' visit to the White House, scheduled for later in the day. There was nothing. Perhaps a story would appear when the meeting ended. The message form at the top of my computer screen chirped. Eric wanted me in his office. I saw that Bruckner was still there. Both looked solemn when I walked in.
"Close the door and sit down, Deuce," Ryland said. "How are you feeling?"
"I'm still trying to come to terms with the fact that I killed another human being," I said. "And please don't tell me how it was him or me. I took a life. I don't think I'll ever get over that. I don't think I ever want to get over it." Bruckner was nodding.
"This might make you feel a little better," he said. "I spoke with John Chu, the state's attorney, and he doesn't plan to bring any charges against you. Everyone expects the blood spot on the tip of the knife to match your DNA, given the fresh gouge in your back."
"Okay," I said, and turned to Ryland. I was still standing. "I didn't see a story in the paper this morning, which is fine with me, but surprising."
"I'm going to let Jonathan explain everything to you," my editor told me. "You should sit down. Please."
Bruckner scrubbed his face with his hands. Whatever he had to tell me apparently would be difficult.
"There aren't going to be any more stories, Deuce," he said. "Not today, not tomorrow, not next week. There was no police report on the assault on you in your backyard. None on your act of self-defense yesterday. There will be no stories about the Saudi delegation coming to the city. None about their involvement in child trafficking or in the deaths of the Ryan Woods kids."
I stared at the lawyer for maybe half a minute, trying to make some sense of what he'd said. "There'd better be a damned good reason," I replied eventually.
"There is. If you write the story for the Journal or any other publication where you could freelance it, you'll be subject to federal prosecution for treason."
I didn't so much as sit down at that point as I collapsed into a chair and winced when my wounded back hit the lumbar support. "If somebody's threatening me, Jonathan, I deserve a better explanation."
"And I'll give you one, Deuce. But not today."
I turned to Eric. "I can't believe you're on board with this."
"I'm not, and Jonathan knows that. But we aren't being given a choice."
"Are you two saying the federal government is trampling the First Amendment by shutting down a newspaper's coverage of one of the biggest stories of the year in this city?" Bruckner pinched the bridge of his nose.
"I'm telling you the federal government is taking the measures required to put an end to this child trafficking ring, which is arguably one of the worst in the world, and to protect national security."
"So the answer to my question is yes."
"Yes."
Chapter 60. I went back to my desk and sat for several minutes trying to regulate my breathing. The situation simply didn't compute. Ryland and I had our differences over the years, but I'd never known him to walk away from a story because of outside pressure. And it was a big part of Bruckner's job to find ways to get stories into the paper without incurring legal or political liability, not to be obstructionist. I wasn't sure what I was going to do about this, but one thing I wouldn't do was give up without a damned good fight. So I called Gina Brodsky, the supervising air traffic controller at O'Hare. I used my burner phone and called Gina on her personal cell phone. "Just thinking about you," she said after we passed pleasantries. "That plane you were asking about is still on schedule to arrive very early tomorrow morning." "Same time?" "Yep, 5:10 a.m. I'll actually be on duty then." That perked me up a little. If I was in the hangar area before dawn the next day, maybe I could get Gina to call me and alert me to the landing and taxi progress. She said, "I should be able to find a few seconds to do that. It would be harder if they came in later when we're a lot busier. Understand if I'm cryptic. It's because I'm pressed for time and probably breaking a dozen FAA regulations." "I wouldn't ask, but this is really important," I said, and hoped I wasn't lying. "You'll tell me all about it when it's over?" she asked. "I'll try," was all I could promise. I had no column to worry about, and I hadn't slept well in days. So I left the office and stopped by the gym. I waved off an offer by my trainer to spot weights for me. All I wanted to do was run stress out of my system. The treadmill said I'd made 4.32 miles when my energy reserve hit empty. I showered and went home, hoping the exercise wouldn't keep me from sleeping. To the contrary, I was out about 20 seconds after my head hit the pillow. I don't know how well I slept, but I dreamed a lot, none of it pleasant. When I woke up, I could tell by the light in my window that it must be around 5 in the afternoon. I'd slept for nearly 6 hours. I rolled onto my back and closed my eyes to think about my plans for the evening. When I opened my eyes, it was nearly 8:30. On any other day, I would have felt guilty about wasting so much time. Today, I knew I needed the rest, especially since I would be up the entire night. Having learned from experience, I figured someone should know where I was going to be. After the morning's conversation, I couldn't tell my editor. He would have forbidden my presence at the airport and probably fired me if I defied him. So I called Mark. "I'm going with you," he insisted. "Thank you, but that's not necessary," I said. "I'm not going to interfere in anything that goes down. I might not even be able to see it. A lot depends on having the right vantage point. That hangar area covers a lot of territory." "Wouldn't you have a better chance of seeing whatever happens if somebody else is driving? Not to mention that my gun might come in handy, if for nothing but to scare any bad guys out to hurt you." "You can't be up all night," I said. "You have to work tomorrow." "I can catch a few hours sleep before I pick you up." I agreed reluctantly, thinking Mark actually enjoyed the undercover work. I fixed a big salad for dinner, and then could eat only half of it because my stomach was filled up with butterflies. As much as I hated to admit it, after the assaults in my living room, in my backyard, and then on the near north side, I was actually relieved that Mark would be with me this time. I packed us a kit with a full box of power bars, bottles of water, apples, and bananas. An overreaction, I was certain, but we needed to be prepared if the plane was late. I also grabbed my camera bag and shoved my binoculars in one pocket. Mark picked me up at 3:30. There was plenty of traffic between my house and O'Hare, but we were at the airport by 4:30, a full 40 minutes before the Saudi plane was due. I checked in with Gina, who reported the flight was on time and would be directed to a parking spot near the American Airlines terminals. Mark and I had a great view of that area. As soon as we spotted the plane taxiing toward its assigned spot, we could get out of the truck, using some shrubs for cover, and watch events unfold, whatever they were. If there was any violence, we would be well out of the line of fire. I hoped. The temperature was cool enough, somewhere near 60, that we both wore jackets. Nonetheless, I felt perspiration on my face and trickling down my spine. I gave the camera to Mark, an expert photographer. He locked in my longest lens, a 300mm telephoto. I prepped my binoculars. Then we waited. The landing time came and went. I felt my heart rate rise. My mouth went dry, but I didn't want to risk going back to the car for water and take my eyes off the parking area. My throwaway cell phone beeped. "Hello?" I said. "On the ground, headed your way." It was Gina. She hung up. I scanned through my glasses, but couldn't see anything. "It's headed this way," I whispered to Mark. "You see anything?" "Not yet." 5 minutes passed. 10. I could feel my heartbeat in my head and my feet. The waiting was excruciating. My anxiety was palpable, I guess, because Mark rested a reassuring hand on my arm. He was checking something on his iPhone. "The active runways this morning," he said, "are 22 right and 22 left, because the wind is out of the southwest. If this plane was assigned to 22 left, they landed down at the extreme south end of the airport. We're at the extreme north end. It's a long taxi. Relax. Be patient." I nodded. I tried. It didn't work. Mark tried again. "The pilots probably aren't familiar with the airport, so they might have asked for a progressive taxi. That could slow them down." Just to have something to talk about, I asked, "What's a progressive taxi?" "The crew asks ground control to guide them through the entire route from their landing site to their gate or parking area. Every twist and turn. It's a pain in the butt for controllers. But if a crew requests it, they have no choice." I nodded, just as I caught some new motion off to my right. "This could be it," I said. A twin-engine commercial jet, cream over white with a royal blue tail, moved slowly along a taxiway directly toward us. I heard Mark clicking away with my camera. I focused my binoculars on the plane. The lettering above the passenger cabin windows read, "Saudi Arabian," followed by something in what appeared to be Arabic. I pulled my digital voice recorder out of my jacket pocket. I would dictate what I saw from here. I noted the time the plane landed and its arrival in the parking area. I described the plane as best I could and asked Mark if he could identify the make and model. "Airbus, I think," he said. "One of the big ones. Plenty of legroom." I saw several ground crew members preparing a rolling stairway for the passengers, while another used light wands to direct the pilots to their exact parking position. When the ground crew member crossed the wands above his head, the plane stopped, and the engines spooled down. The stairway was put at the door, and the door opened. 3 people went up and disappeared inside. Nothing happened for the next few minutes. Then several white Chevy Tahoes appeared. Every member of the ground crew that had directed the Saudi plane to its parking spot was loaded into the SUVs and taken away. "Wonder what that's about," Mark said. Still, nobody stirred from the plane. What are they waiting for? I wondered aloud. "Not customs," Mark said. "If they were subjected to customs, it would have been when they landed in Washington." "Where are their limos?" I asked. "If their ground transportation is late, these guys could behead someone right on the tarmac." As if they'd heard me, 7 limos came around a hangar and pulled up beside the plane, followed by a large bus that looked large enough and elegant enough for a John Bon Jovi tour.
A limo for each prince? Mark suggested.
And a bus for the staff and security, I said. Then I added, is it strange that there's no official greeting party? Not even a city hall contingent?
The Saudis seem to think something's wrong too, Mark said.
I looked around my binoculars and saw that 3 men had left the plane and were standing on the landing at the top of the rolling stairway. They looked around as if their surroundings were not what they expected. A man in a business suit at the bottom of the stairs went halfway up to have a conversation with the 3, who were probably security. When the man turned to look at the limos, I recognized him as Paul Nagy, the NSA mole inside the trafficking operation. Nagy must have reassured the security personnel that all was well, because the 3 men from the plane continued past him, down the steps to the ground. They stopped and waited on the tarmac, watching everything. Nagy continued up the steps and stood in the open door of the aircraft, shaking hands with each of the 7 princes who emerged. Then he disappeared into the plane's interior, and I did not see him again. Each of the princes got into his own limo. Each was alone. A small crowd then got off the plane and went to the bus. Nagy was not with them. The final group was all male. Either wives and families had been left at home or in Washington. Given the purpose of the Chicago trip, that didn't surprise me. Once everyone was settled in, the procession should have started moving. I assumed the drivers were waiting for a police escort. Maybe that's what they expected, but that definitely wasn't what they got. We watched, speechless, as a swarm of black-clad and heavily armed people who seemed to appear out of nowhere surrounded the 7 limos and the bus. The limo drivers' doors were yanked open. Each driver was pulled out and shot, replaced by 2 attackers, one behind the wheel and one in the back seat with a prince. At the same time, a dozen black-clad people surrounded the bus and began shooting at the windows. The weapons were silenced, but Mark and I heard the thump of each round. When every window was shot out, the attackers stormed the bus, guns thudding. We heard terrified screams. We heard infuriated shouts. We heard barked orders. Then we heard silence. The 8 vehicles were driven away. The only sign they'd been there were shards of glass on the concrete and 7 dead bodies on the ground. Chapter 61. Neither of us said anything, too stunned to react immediately. But we moved very quickly when a voice behind us asked, "Seen enough?" We turned and found the NSA's ubiquitous Mason cross standing behind us, holding a Glock aimed in our general direction. He was flanked by 2 men who appeared to be SWAT team members, though their uniforms had no identifiers. Both wore helmets with dark, tinted face guards, and I wondered for a moment how well they could see in the pre-dawn light. Well enough, I supposed, to kill us with their M4 semi-automatic carbines or the Glocks on their belts. Mark had his own Glock with him. The last thing I wanted was a firefight. "Get up," Cross ordered. "Why?" I demanded. "So you can dispatch us the way you killed those people on the tarmac? What's the sense in getting up if I'm just going to fall down again?" "We have no intention of shooting you," Cross said. "We could, of course, change our minds. Please stand up." As I turned my back to pick up my binoculars, I realized my digital voice recorder was still in my hand, its voice activation technology still running. It was the same size and design as a USB thumb drive, so if I was searched, it might be overlooked as harmless. I slipped it into my pocket, the action covered by the motion of standing up. "I'll take your weapon, Mr. Hurst," Cross said. Mark looked to me, and I nodded. No sense fighting this, whatever this was. The camera, too, Cross added. Wait a minute, I protested. You can't do that. It's my personal property, and we are on public property. You have no legal standing to seize anything of ours. Cross waggled his gun at me. This is all the standing I need. You admit, though, I said, that you are seizing personal belongings on public property. Oh, be quiet, Miss Mora. You can be very tiring. Screw you, NSA, I said. I should have brought charges against you for assaulting me in my house. I still could. And now you're threatening me with a gun while you conduct an illegal seizure. You're in no position to sling insults. He turned back to Mark. The camera. Now. Mark sighed and handed it over. Then he reached under his jacket and handed over his Glock, still holstered. Now your cell phones. We handed them over. I presume we'll get all of this back at some point, Mark said. Presume nothing, Cross said. This guy was really getting on my nerves. He pocketed Mark's gun and handed the camera to one of his sidekicks, who extracted the memory card. The man searched the camera bag, then returned both the camera and the bag to Mark. I was glad we were allowed to keep the bag. I had a second digital voice recorder inside that also looked like a USB thumb drive. It was turned off, but would serve as a backup if the one in my pocket ran out of juice. Now let me tell you what's going to happen, Cross said. We are going to handcuff you, Mr. Hurst, and put you in the back seat of your car with one of these gentlemen. The other will drive. Ms. Mora, you will be handcuffed and ride with me. Where are we going? I asked. Cross ignored me as his men secured our hands. Out of curiosity, Mr. Cross, how do you intend to explain those 7 dead bodies on the tarmac down there? What dead bodies? Cross asked. Mark and I turned in unison, our eyes falling where we had seen 7 limo drivers fall minutes earlier. The asphalt was empty and clean. No bodies, no blood. I heard Mark mutter, "What the hell?" I turned back and looked at Cross. His face disclosed nothing. "Let's go," he said. We were put in the designated vehicles and started away from the airport. In front of us, the sun was rising on an otherwise beautiful day. It took nearly 90 minutes to make our way back into the city in rush hour traffic. It didn't completely surprise me that we wound up in an underground parking facility at the Federal Building on South Dearborn in the Loop. I figured it would be either there or a marshy burial site in northwestern Indiana. 4 dour, plain-clothed men dragged Mark and me out of our vehicles. The 2 SWAT members, or whatever they were, drove the vehicles away somewhere. Cross and his new cronies escorted us to an elevator that slid down 4 floors. We walked through 3 corridors and into a chilly room that looked like a cross between every police interrogation room I'd ever seen on TV and a conference room designed by IKEA. The conference table was a heavy plastic made to look like faux blonde wood. 6 molded plastic chairs of the same color rested in various disorganized stances around the table. The chairs didn't even have wheels, just cheap metal skids that probably maneuvered okay on the milk chocolate brown linoleum floor. The windowless room also had 2 sofas that appeared not to have been cleaned since Al Capone sat on them. I wondered if I could stand in a corner for as long as Mark and I were held. My camera bag landed on the conference table. Our cell phones and Mark's gun remained missing. Our wrists were freed. One of our jailers returned several minutes later with bottles of water and an assortment of snacks that probably had been lodged in a vending machine for a year or so.
Not my idea of a hearty breakfast, Mark said to our waiter. I don't suppose you have any coffee worth drinking.
The man left without answering. But in fairness, he returned a half-hour later with tall cardboard cups of coffee and a little bag containing sugar, artificial sweetener, and a non-dairy creamer. There also were thin wooden stirrers that might, if wielded expertly, put someone's eye out, but generally were not weapons-grade implements. We offered our sincere thanks and took the coffees black. That was the last we saw of another human being for more than 2 hours. I was getting seriously angry. Then a U.S. Marshal showed up.
Either of you need a bathroom?
He asked. We both said yes. He let us decide who went first. Gentleman that he is, Mark deferred to me. When both of us were back in the IKEA room, as I'd taken to thinking of it, I asked, "When do we get our one phone call?" The marshal left without giving me an answer. Mark snatched a bag of pretzels, the healthiest item on the table, tore it open and offered me some. I shook my head. He stretched out on one of the sofas, his head on the arm, and began to munch. "You know, you could get cooties from that," I said.
The pretzels?
No, the couch.
I better not. I'll sue.
Good luck with that, I said. Another 3 hours went by. Mark and I said very little to one another. We couldn't be sure the room wasn't bugged, and we didn't want to take a chance. The U.S. Marshal in training to wait tables at Applebee's brought us an array of cheese sandwiches and little plastic cups of potato salad, along with a half-dozen soft drinks, both sugared and diet. He stood for a moment, waiting for a response. I picked up one of the plastic-wrapped sandwiches. "You're from the CIA, aren't you?" I said.
"I'm a U.S. Marshal," he replied.
"I meant the Culinary Institute of America, not the spy place." He left.
"I think you hurt his feelings," Mark said.
I replied, "I can only hope." The food gave both of us the strength to sustain our growing anxiety and anger. We'd been held for nearly 6 hours without having committed any crime we could think of, without knowing why we were locked up, and without having benefit of legal counsel. Mark began shouting at the wall that held a framed pane of what we presumed was one-way glass.
"This has gone on way too long," he yelled. "Either read us our rights and charge us with something, or let us go. And if you're charging us with something, we damned well have the right to lawyers. If this goes on another 5 minutes, I'm going to start picking up these cheap-ass chairs and throwing them through your one-way glass. Enough already."
He lifted his wrist and started calling out expiring seconds. Just before the 1-minute mark, Cross and Coulter walked into the room.
"Why don't you both sit down and relax?" Coulter said.
"How the hell are we supposed to do that?" I asked. "Nobody knows where we are. We both have jobs. We both have animals at home needing attention, and neither one of us has broken any laws. You have no reason and no right to hold us."
"Nice speech," Cross said. "Actually, both of your offices know exactly where you are. Mr. Hurst, your dog is with the neighbor who looks after him when you're away, and Ms. Mora isn't available. Ms. Mora, your cats are being cared for by the lady who lives across the street. Satisfied?"
"Not even close," I said. "I demand to know what's going on and what it was we witnessed this morning. How the hell many people did you wind up killing? What happened to the Saudis? Where are those 11 children, and how long are we going to be forced to stay here?"
"You are going to be here a while longer," Coulter said. "You're not under arrest. You won't be charged with anything. We're waiting for a situation to play out. Once it's over, you will be asked to sign a set of papers. Then, you will be released."
"We're not signing anything without lawyers," Mark said.
You'll have them, Cross replied. Meanwhile, we'll feed you. We're bringing in cots, blankets, pillows. You'll have to accept our hospitality for the night.
What happened to the bodies at the airport? I asked.
What bodies? Cross said, sounding bored with the question.
The 7 men your guys hauled out of the limos and shot, I snapped back.
Never happened, he replied.
Mark jumped in.
And all the people on that bus? Don't know what you're talking about, Cross said. I got up in Cross's face.
Are you telling us that what we saw with our own eyes, the images that are on the memory card you stole out of my camera, never happened?
Something happened, Coulter said. Just not what you think you saw.
When they left, Mark and I stared at each other, dumbfounded. I think, I said, we just stepped through the looking glass. A little after 10 p.m., another U.S. Marshal came in and asked if we needed anything before lights out. We both took a final trip to the bathroom, where I did my best to clean my teeth with plain water and a finger. Once back in the IKEA room, I grabbed my camera bag. I tried to look casual as I rummaged through it for the small hairbrush I had stashed there. It gave me the opportunity to swap out digital voice recorders, putting the fresh one in my pocket and burying the used one at the bottom of the bag. I stowed the bag under my cot and crawled under a rough wool blanket. The second DVR wouldn't start operating until it detected voices, which probably wouldn't be until morning, but it was ready just in case. When Mark was settled in, the lights in the room went off. As we suspected, someone was watching us. Mark said, "Do you think if we had sex on one of these cots it would break?" I laughed. "Yeah, if it's a repeat of our last time." I wasn't sure then that my bed would hold up. And given that it's the NSA, they probably have some night vision capability in here. I'm not sure I want to copulate for Mason Cross's entertainment.
Point taken,
Mark said. As I lay there in the dark with no idea what the new day would bring, I wondered how in hell I was going to get that last conversation off my little voice recorder if I ever had to play back the rest of the file for anyone. Chapter 62. The IKEA room flooded with fluorescent brightness at 7 a.m. It had taken me a while to find sleep the night before, but once out, I slept surprisingly well. We were escorted to the bathroom, though my request for a toothbrush, or at least a tiny bottle of Listerine, was answered with a gruff, "This ain't no luxury hotel." That might have been the first truth I'd heard in the last 24 hours. When I returned to my home away from home, the conference table held coffee, commercial cartons of orange juice, and a box of donuts. Oh, joy. I had a strong dislike of donuts, and they returned the favor. I made do with the juice and coffee, though Mark offered me his carton of juice in exchange for my share of the sweet, fat treats. I told him he was welcome to my donuts, and he could keep his juice. Half an hour later, Cross and Coulter, whom I'd started thinking of as the two little pigs, showed up appearing not to have slept.
"Your lawyer will be here in about an hour, Miss Mora," Cross said. "Once he arrives, we'll all have a conversation."
Mark said, "I don't have a lawyer."
"Mr. Bruckner said he would be willing to represent both of you," Cross said.
"If we're not being charged," I asked, "why do we need a lawyer?"
"Mr. Hurst indicated yesterday," Cross replied, "that neither of you would sign any paperwork without a lawyer's advice. So we got you a lawyer."
I started to ask another question, but Cross held up his hand.
Later,"
he said. He picked up a donut, chocolate with white icing and pastel sprinkles, and left.
The image of a tough NSA thug eating a donut with sprinkles made me laugh. "I'll bet," I said, "when he's confronted with a jar of lollipops, he scratches around to find the red ones." Mark gave me a questioning look. I just shook my head. Bruckner joined us in the IKEA room 2 hours later. He glanced around. "Nice office," he said to me. "What's going on, Jonathan?" I asked. 24 hours ago, Mark and I saw these guys murder maybe 36 people on a tarmac at O'Hare and kidnap 7 more, and all of a sudden we're under arrest. I wanted to get that on my little DVR before I was ordered to stop talking, which I'm sure was coming. Cross and Coulter walked in then, followed by a U.S. Marshal with 2 plastic bags filled with belongings taken from Mark and me. I looked to see if my bag had my camera's memory card inside. I didn't find it. "Where's my gun?" Mark asked. "You'll get it when you leave," Cross said. He was flipping through some paperwork and didn't look up, not even at the donut box, which still had another sprinkle-covered confection inside. "And where's the memory card you stole out of my camera?" I asked. Cross looked up at me and flashed what could only be described as a smirk. "What memory card?" he said. "You know damned well what memory card," I said. "The one with images of the murders at O'Hare." "You won't be seeing that again," Cross said. "But there's a brand new memory card in your bag there. We didn't steal anything. We traded." There were other photos on the card that had nothing to do with O'Hare. Cross nodded impatiently. "All of them were transferred to the new card. All except what you shot at the airport." I turned to Bruckner. "You're a lawyer. Do something." "Deuce, sit down and let's get through this, okay?" Bruckner replied. Cross slid one packet of paperwork across the table to Mark and passed another to me. A third went to Bruckner. "I could tell you what these are," Cross said, "but you'll probably take it more seriously coming from your attorney." "By signing these papers," the lawyer began, "you swear that you will never write anything, give any interviews, or discuss with anyone outside this room what you saw and experienced yesterday. Violation likely would mean prosecution." "For what?" I asked. "Are they playing the treason card again?" Bruckner looked me straight in the eyes. "Terrorism," he said. "What? They can't make up their minds?" The lawyer scolded me. "Deuce, you're not helping." "And if I refuse to sign?" I asked. Bruckner looked pained, as if my question caused physical discomfort. It was Cross who answered. "You will be fired from your job and publicly disgraced," the NSA agent said. "You will be arrested and treated the way we treat any terrorism suspect. You will be held in isolation in a federal prison with access to no one, not even your lawyer, for as long as it takes you to change your mind. Then, when you sign the papers, you will be released. But understand, the life you left behind will have ceased to exist, and there will be no recourse to get it back." Cross glanced at Mark. "Same for you, Mr. Hurst." I slumped in the chair. I felt lightheaded, as though my brain had disengaged, overwhelmed by the ultimatum I'd been given. Cross slid a bottle of water across the table to me, a condescending gesture that felt like a gotcha. Nonetheless, I opened the bottle and took several swallows. Thus fortified, I turned to Bruckner and asked, "Can he do that?" "In my opinion, not legally, no," the lawyer said. "But if we took the matter to court, the government would claim the National Defense Authorization Act of 2014 gives it the right to detain U.S. citizens indefinitely without trial. Given there's never been a hint of anything like that about you, we might prevail, although the outcome is problematic at best. Even if we succeeded, the damage to you would be irreparable." I looked at Bruckner in disbelief. "And he's not bluffing. You believe him?" Bruckner nodded. "He's not, and I do." "How am I going to live with this?" I said. Cross said, "You'll find a way." I looked across at Mark. He wouldn't make eye contact. That told me he was going to cave and sign the papers. I asked Cross, "Are you doing this because it's absolutely necessary for national security, or are you doing it because you can?" "We don't play games, Miss Mora," Cross said. "Sign the papers, Deuce," Bruckner said. "Weigh the consequences. You'll be turning your back on one big story, but you'll still have a job and a life." My mind started searching for an exit out of this dilemma. I didn't find one. I turned to Cross. "Even if I agree and ignore what we saw at O'Hare with our own eyes, there still has to be some logical closure of the Ryan Woods murders. Have you searched the mansion on Clark Street yet?" Cross frowned, confused by the sudden turn in the conversation. "No," he said. "We've been waiting, as I mentioned, for a certain situation to play out. We have reason to believe that has occurred, so we'll be going into the house." He glanced at his watch. "In 70 minutes. "I want to go with you," I said. "The child trafficking story is ending, at least for this one ring in Chicago. Let me witness the ending and write about that. If I don't, the questions about this case will never end. The families whose children are alive want them back. The families with children who are dead deserve closure." That god-awful word again. Cross thought about it for a bit. "Technically," he said, "the murders are a local police matter, not a national security case. The kidnappings are under the FBI's jurisdiction, so I'll defer on that to Coulter. Taking the mansion is his operation." I looked to Coulter, trying to set my face in as much determination as I could muster. It wasn't difficult. The two of us locked eyes for several long seconds. Then he said, "Sign the paperwork, and we'll take you along." I signed. Chapter 63. The rules were made clear to me as I sat in the back seat of Coulter's car, en route to the near North Side neighborhood. I would be allowed to enter the mansion, but not until it had been cleared by SWAT. The police would not take responsibility for my injury or death should either occur. "We know there is Saudi security in there," Coulter said, glancing at me in his rearview mirror. "They're probably already on edge. They were expecting the princes yesterday. They're roughly 24 hours late." "Has anyone talked to them?" I asked. "Yeah. Gross's mole, Paul Nagy, should be inside with them," he said. "He was supposed to tell them the plane developed some mechanical trouble between Dulles and O'Hare and had to put down for repairs. Indianapolis or someplace." "Couldn't they check to see if that was true?" "I don't know. Maybe. But why would they? Their jobs are to be ready when the princes arrive, not to check up on their every move. I suspect those princes live on their own schedules, and it isn't uncommon for them to change schedules on a whim. If they get agitated, Nagy will calm them down. They trust him." "I saw Nagy get on the plane at O'Hare yesterday," I said. "No, you didn't," Coulter replied. "You didn't see anything at O'Hare." "Yeah, right," I said. I was testing the limits of the agreements I'd signed. "Where are the princes now? Not in Indianapolis, I'm sure." The glance in the mirror was hard. "Don't even try to go there, Deuce.
Coulter said. I moped for a minute, then asked, "When will I be allowed in the house?" "When all the children have been safely removed and the building is secure, you and your photographer will be allowed inside, under escort." I had talked to Eric Ryland for a time after Mark and I were released from detention at the federal building. I had been warned, yet again, not to discuss events at the airport with anybody, including my editor. But I was allowed to tell him about plans to take the mansion and to request a photographer meet me there. "Harry Klein is on his way," Ryland said. I suspected Ryland already knew more than he was saying, because he asked me nothing about what I'd seen at Dulles or where I'd been for 24 hours. A phone rang beside Coulter. What he picked up was no cell phone. I suspected it was probably an encrypted satellite phone for secure planning of the raid. He listened. I could see in the mirror that his face was hard set, his forehead creased with concern. "That's not good," he said. "My ETA's 6 minutes." He put the phone down and glanced at me again in the mirror. "Najee just reported to Cross," he said. "There are only 2 security people inside the house, which is the normal number, and the regular staff. That probably means they're not expecting trouble." "Why isn't that good?" I asked. "There are no kids in the house. If they're expecting the princes to want a party when they arrive, the children should be there waiting." Now I frowned too and said, "Well, I'm not an expert on these perverts, but that would seem logical. Unless they've got the kids stashed somewhere else, could they have been moved to the machine shop?" "No, we've still got that building secured. Besides, did that look like a pleasure palace to you?" "Maybe the princes have something else to do before they start to party." "The kids should still be at the house," Coulter said. "This means we're going to have to take out the security and staff before they have a chance to raise an alarm." "With who?" He looked at me in the mirror again. "With whoever is holding the children. If the captors find out something's gone wrong, the children will be killed." That sent a chill down my spine. "Where could they be?" I asked. "If the children aren't at the mansion, what are the other possibilities?" "I have no idea," Coulter said. "That's what worries me." "Wouldn't your mole, Paul Najee, know?" We pulled up in a parking lot about 2 blocks from the mansion. By the number of armored vehicles and police units there, I knew it must be the staging area for the raid. "That," Coulter said, "is exactly the question I intend to ask Mason Cross." I reached for the door handle and realized it had been removed. Typical for police vehicles to prevent prisoner escapes. But I wasn't a prisoner. Coulter came around and freed me. We walked across the lot to where Cross was talking to the SWAT commander. "Ms. Mora," Cross said with a courtly nod. "Nice to see you again." I didn't dignify the comment with an answer. "Your guy have any idea where the kids are?" Coulter asked curtly. "No," Cross replied. "So you've got to take down the house fast, before anybody inside can send up an alarm." "We can cut the landline wires," Coulter said. "Any chance you can shut down all the cell towers that serve the neighborhood?" "Not without a court order," Cross said. "And then it has to be arranged with every provider in the city. We don't have that kind of time. Our only other option is to carpet bomb the house with flashbangs," Coulter said. "We can probably be ready in 30. He turned to me. "Deuce, stay right behind me. Don't even think about going off on your own." I nodded. "I need to meet the photographer." "He's over by that SWAT van," Cross said, jutting his chin toward the edge of the lot. "Go over with him while I talk to my commanders," Coulter said. "I'll come get you when we're ready." The members of the SWAT team didn't pour out of dark, windowless vans this time. They arrived on foot, and with as much stealth as a heavily armed, armored, helmeted, and face-shielded platoon of soldiers can move. The streets in the neighborhood remained closed. 2 bucket trucks of the type used by electrical workers and tree trimmers had joined the array of gas company vans around the mansion. The buckets, still at ground level, were occupied by cops holding weapons that looked like grenade launchers. They would fire the flashbangs through all the plate glass that comprised the mansion's facade behind the wall. It was a weakness of the building's security that the high front wall and the elevated side and back windows would shield from those inside the house a lot of what was happening on the ground around the building until it was too late. The house had been built for privacy. On this day, it was working in favor of the police. The Journal photographer Harry Klein and I were escorted to positions behind Coulter's car, across the street from the house. We could see everything, and Klein had a good photo position shooting over the car's hood. We had strict instructions that if return fire started coming our way, we were to lie on the ground so the car would shield us, and if ordered, we were to run like crazy due east across the park away from the firefight. I stood next to Coulter at the rear of the car, right where a round from across the street could theoretically blow up the gas tank. I crossed my fingers that he forgot to fill up. He raised a radio to his mouth. "Are we ready, Alpha?" he asked. "All stations report ready," a low voice responded. "Let's do it," Coulter said. There was a moment of cold silence. Then the world exploded. Chapter 64. The 2 buckets attached by articulated arms to the trucks on the street and in the alley rose in unison, and 6 men began firing missiles through the front and side windows. Broad sheets of glass exploded and then collapsed in crystal waterfalls into the gardens below. I heard additional fire at the back of the building. The missiles exploded in blinding flashes of light, designed to activate all the photoreceptors in the eyes of humans standing nearby, making vision impossible for at least 5 seconds. As the blindness subsided, an after-image remained, ruining the ability of affected individuals to aim a weapon with any precision. The overwhelming light was accompanied by a bang so loud it caused temporary loss of hearing and disturbed the fluid in the ears, destroying balance. I could feel the thunderclaps in my hands on the sheet metal of the car and in my feet through the soles of my shoes, even standing on grass at the curb. I closed my eyes against the flashes of light, but I wasn't quick enough. So intense was the light and sound that when the barrage ended, my ears rang and spots danced in my eyes. In the short space in time when those in the house were incapacitated, the SWAT team forced its way in, began taking prisoners, and cleared the building room by room. 7 minutes after the assault began, it was over. "All clear," the radio crackled. "Let's go," Coulter ordered. He glanced at me and stopped. "You okay?" I smiled, feeling sheepish. "I will be," I said. "I was looking right at the flashes. I've got lovely little polka dots in my vision now." "I should have warned you not to look. Sorry." He glanced over to the photographer, who was busy hanging gear off his shoulders. "You okay, Klein?" "Dandy," Harry said. "Let's go have a look." Coulter took my arm to guide me, although my vision was clearing rapidly. When we got to the other side of the street, I withdrew from his hand. "I'm good," I said. "Thanks." "Don't be a hero," he said, and marched toward the alley gate that opened to the front yard. Klein and I followed. "Watch the steps," he called over his shoulder. Inside, I thought we'd find the house a shambles, but flashbangs don't explode like grenades. They're built so the concussive force is contained. The only damage I saw was a broken vase lying on the floor beside a spent flashbang canister. The SWAT leader walked over.
"We've cleared all 3 floors and the basement," he told Coulter. "We have 7 staff members and 2 security men in custody. No injuries."
"Any children?" I asked on impulse. The SWAT leader looked at me with curiosity, and then at Klein with alarm as he realized he was being photographed.
"It's okay, Lieutenant," Coulter said. "They're with me."
Still glaring at me, the SWAT leader said,
No children, but the basement is a scene out of hell."
I couldn't have described it better myself. As we descended the stairs, we encountered a display of 15 cages, 5 across, 3 high. They were empty now, but they were of the same type and size I'd seen in the machine shop on the south side, the one in which Joey Russell had probably been held until he escaped into the cabinet where I found him. A substantial garden hose coiled like a snake on a hook above the faucet to which it was attached. The area looked relatively clean, but it stank vaguely of urine and the coppery residue of blood. There were 5 drains, 1 under each stack of cages. My stomach felt queasy as I figured out that when the children voided their bladders and bowels, the urine and feces from those on top must have rained down on the children below, and they were all hosed down to clean them up. I didn't know if I could tolerate seeing any more, but when Klein finished taking photographs, we followed a corridor under the steps back to an area that was divided into 6 rooms, 3 on each side of the hallway, each identical to the others. Each room contained a sturdy queen-sized bed, a toilet, and a sink. The windowless walls were covered in thick cork for soundproofing. A rheostat controlled the lighting, varying it from soft to harsh to set a mood. Overall, the rooms might have been comfortable prison cells if it hadn't been for the shackles that hung from the ceilings. While the cork walls had been cleaned, I could see the stains where traces of blood had soaked in, visual echoes of the violence committed here.
"Jesus,"
I heard Coulter whisper. Klein looked vaguely green, and it wasn't the lighting. I sympathized. I was seriously sick to my stomach. I turned and walked into the corridor where the air was fresher. I put my hands flat to a wall, leaned in, and breathed deeply, unable to escape the stench of the place. When we walked back into the room of cages, I noticed something that had escaped my attention the first time. Against the wall to my left was a raised trough that reminded me of the way cowboys watered their horses in old Western movies. There was an open 25-pound bag of salt on the floor next to it. "What's that?" I asked Coulter.
"Not sure," he said. "When we came down, I thought it might be a bathtub, but now I don't think so. There are no faucets, unless they filled it from that hose."
I walked toward it, Klein right beside me. "It's already full of water," I said as I got close. Then I was standing over it, staring down at things both strange and familiar. They were segmented rods of varying thickness and color. I'd seen them before. The circle closed. I understood everything. "I know where the children are," I said. Chapter 65. The next few hours were a frenzy of phone calls made, search warrants obtained, orders issued to police agencies and transportation agencies to be on the lookout for the individual I had identified as a probable suspect in the kidnapping and torture of children. Klein and I rode with Coulter to the Thompson Center, the state office building in the Loop. On the way, Klein asked about the significance of the bamboo rods we'd found soaking in the mansion's basement.
"They're used for caning people," Coulter said. "Rattan makes a better cane because it's more resilient. Bamboo tends to splinter and draw blood.
Keeping the rods soaked in salt water keeps splintering to a minimum. Damn, Klein said. Talk about pouring salt in a wound. When we got to the Thompson Center, we took an elevator to the offices of the Department of Children and Family Services. Coulter flashed his badge, and without explanation to the stunned secretary, followed me back to Aiden Coughlin's office. Coughlin wasn't there, but his garden was going strong. When I pointed out his unusual golden square stem bamboo, Coulter examined it closely, ignoring Klein as he shot photographs. I took the time to re-examine the photos on the office walls. They had touched me deeply. Now their hypocrisy made me sick. Coughlin's bewildered secretary followed us into the office. She professed not to know where her boss was. She hadn't seen him, she said, since Monday. That bamboo in the office, identical to what I'd found in the basement of the Saudi mansion, plus my report that Coughlin had a much larger growth of the plants at his house, quickly got us a search warrant for the house in the Logan Square neighborhood on Chicago's north side. We arrived on the quiet street without lights or sirens. If Coughlin was at home, we didn't want to alarm him into fleeing, or worse, killing any children he was holding captive. Coulter told Klein and me to stay in the car. Coughlin would recognize me, and that could prompt a dangerous reflexive action on his part. 2 backup, unmarked police units arrived and parked well away from the house. The armed officers inside walked casually up and down the street. A 3rd unit parked on the block behind Coughlin's house. Its 2 officers cut through backyards to their target. Coulter was getting out of his vehicle when the radio erupted. Officers coming at Coughlin's house from behind found him in his backyard garden, quite dead. Given the possibility that he'd been murdered by someone currently inside his house, the cops forced their way in. The main part of the home was empty, but in the basement, they found cages identical to those at the mansion. 8 cages held 1 child each. 4 cages held 2. 16 kids in all, 12 boys and 4 girls, ages 6 to 10. All alive. Terrified, but alive. Harry asked to be able to photograph Aiden Coughlin's body, but the police said no. No surprise there. Coulter allowed me to look at the body for identification purposes, even though I wasn't a relative. There were no relatives around. Coughlin was lying on a teak chase, surrounded by thick stands of his precious bamboo, his large rock-sounding garden, and a gentle wind chime. On a square teak table at his right hand, we found a bottle of Stoli vodka, nearly empty, a heavy bar glass with some clear liquid at the bottom, and an empty pill bottle. The label said it had been filled with 30 pills, 2 milligrams each. Xanax. There was no sign of violence on Coughlin's body. There was no suicide note either. It almost has to be suicide, Coulter said. Somehow the bastard found out the ring was about to go down, and he decided to take the easy way out. A bottle of vodka and an overdose of Xanax will do it. Do what? I asked. What's the process? The medical examiner can tell you with more authority than I can, Coulter said. Alcohol slows the heart. Xanax slows the heart. 2 milligrams of Xanax is a heavy-duty dose. Take most of a bottle of them with most of a bottle of booze, and your heart slows to a stop. Stopping your heart will kill you nearly every time. He blew out a breath of relief. Thank God he didn't decide to take the kids with him. I shuffled my feet. I had something to do with this, I said. Coulter looked at me sharply. With what? With how this went down. After Winona Jackson was killed, Coughlin told me he had approved of her helping me. He said he would take over that role. Anytime I needed information on a murdered child who was identified, Coughlin passed me the kid's DCFS file.
In return, I kept him informed on what I was learning.
So he knew we were going to take down the house?
Coulter asked. I shook my head. Not from me, no. The last time we spoke, I told him about the house and the machine shop being part of the trafficking operation. But for some reason, I decided not to tell him anything about the Saudis and your plans to take them down.
Wow, Coulter said. That decision probably saved the kids' lives.
You suppose he was the one who ordered Winona killed?
We'll probably never know for sure, Coulter said. But it wouldn't surprise me if he wanted her out of the way so he would have an excuse to get close to you, and thereby close to the investigation.
He put a hand lightly on my shoulder.
It's not your fault.
I sighed. That doesn't make me feel any better. Why would anybody do something like this? This man ostensibly devoted his life to the protection of children. How did he go from those inspiring photos on his office wall to this? I waved my hand at the scene.
Can't say for sure at this point, Coulter said. Ask me again after the forensic CPAs finish taking apart his finances. These things are almost always for money.
This isn't fair, I said.
What? Coulter asked.
He died too easy, I said.
Son of a bitch deserved a long, hard, painful exit.
The children were released immediately from their cages, of course. Paramedics checked each one, started saline IVs, and prepared to transport them to area hospitals. Somehow word spread through the neighborhood, and people began showing up with stuffed animals for each child, donated, no doubt, by their own kids. As the parade of gurneys clacked their way down the sidewalk to waiting ambulances, several women standing nearby began sobbing and hugging one another. I hoped the kids could feel the love blossoming around the house where they had known only brutality.
Does Coughlin have a family?
Coulter asked. He told me he didn't. He was married a long time ago, but his wife left him. I hope to God she got away before they had any children.
Well, his personnel records at DCFS should fill in some blanks.
I faced Coulter and held his eyes with mine. Tell me this, I said. Is there anyone left alive who can be held accountable for all this death and abuse? For all those kids buried at Ryan Woods? For Joey Russell? For the children here in this house? Coulter looked at his watch.
As of 2.5 hours ago, no. It's over.
Chapter 66. I sat slumped in Eric Ryland's office. We were discussing how to handle the breaking story, both for the following day's paper and immediately for the journal's website. I was having a great deal of trouble focusing. There seemed to be no way to learn what really happened at O'Hare early Wednesday morning, and even asking questions about it would likely land me in trouble. Jonathan Bruckner was present for the story discussions. I suggested he ask his network of past and present diplomatic officials what they knew about the airport shootings. He declined. He said to do so would be to violate the spirit of the agreement I signed. I took a bold step. What if I resigned from the paper? I'm the only one here who signed the agreement. With me gone, the journal would be free to report everything.
Not really, Ryland said, though that's a rather amazing offer. First, you and Mark are the only witnesses to whatever happened at O'Hare. Because of the agreements, neither of you is free to sit for an interview. I don't know what you saw, or think you saw, but in the face of complete official denial, and lacking any credible evidence to the contrary, we're nowhere and not likely to get anywhere.
You know, quite apart from any input from me, I said, that 7 Saudi princes visited the White House, then flew to Chicago for a vacation. Their plane landed at O'Hare early Wednesday morning. Then they simply disappeared. That's at least a starting place for some sort of investigation.
Already thought of that, Deuce, Ryland said. There is no Saudi aircraft currently at O'Hare. There is no FAA record showing that the plane landed at O'Hare or departed. We can't prove the Saudis ever reached Chicago.
I looked from Ryland to Bruckner and back in total amazement. What about FAA and route records between Washington and here?
There are none. There is a record of the plane leaving Dulles International, but the flight plan took it east, out over the Atlantic, and there is no record that it ever made contact with International Air Traffic Control. The story is it vanished over the ocean. It wouldn't be the first time that's happened to an airliner. There will be a search, of course, but this plane will never be found.
I can produce an air traffic supervisor at O'Hare who saw the plane land.
Gina Brodsky? Ryland said. She says she was expecting the plane, but it never showed up. Furthermore, she says she hasn't had any contact with you for a year or more.
Wow, I said. They really covered all the bases, didn't they?
That's the way they work,
Bruckner said. And you can't find any legal loophole we can squeeze through? Bruckner shook his head. I felt as if I was having an out-of-body experience, flopping around on a tabletop like a goldfish that had jumped out of its bowl. It was hard to fathom the depth and breadth of this conspiracy. So the basic story I wrote was this. A ring had been trafficking in Chicago children, leaving at least 26 dead. 16 had been rescued from the Logan Square home that served as the center of the ring, which was run by the home's owner, Aidan Coughlin. The rescued children were seriously traumatized and in need of short-term medical and long-term psychological care. Chicago police expressed confidence the ring did not extend beyond the Logan Square home, though the FBI was engaged in an investigation of Coughlin's friends and associates to determine who else might have been involved and how far beyond Chicago the ring operated. An unidentified Wisconsin man had been questioned in connection with the ring, but was not charged. The Wisconsin man, I later learned, confirmed that it was Coughlin who ordered the murder of Winona Jackson. As I had suspected, Coughlin wanted Jackson out of the way so he could become my source and exchange information with me. He was far more interested in what I could tell him than in what he could tell me. Lucy Sandoval, my research partner at the newspaper, helped me piece together what there was of Coughlin's past. He was fourth-generation American of Irish ancestors. He graduated from Chicago public schools and attended DePaul University, where he received both his bachelor's and master's degrees in child psychology. He opened a private practice right out of college, specializing in treatment of abused children. At age 30, he married Catherine Shea, but they divorced 2 years and 4 months later, and she died in Philadelphia in 2014 of cervical cancer. The couple had no children, and Coughlin never remarried. He eventually took a partner into his private practice and turned over management of the practice to the partner in 2003 when he was appointed to a post in DCFS. He rose quickly in the ranks, finally to head the Cook County Division. And that was it. Clean and boring. No hint of the monster he had become. Lucy checked court records for bankruptcy filings or lawsuits by creditors and came up empty. Neighbors and friends had nothing bad to say about him because, they said, they hardly knew him. An older woman living across the street uttered the chillingly common assessment. He was a very quiet man, kept to himself mostly. We ran a full page of photos of the dead children who had been identified and artists' sketches of those who hadn't, with thumbnail biographies. One of our City Hall reporters wrote a separate story on a full-blown rant by the mayor over the worldwide plague of trafficking of children and adults alike. The chief of police and the sheriff talked about efforts to curb trafficking in Chicago and Cook County. The medical examiner talked about the science of identifying the dead, and several of the dead children's families spoke to the Journal reporters about their heartbreak. The inevitable and welcome fundraising efforts blossomed on Facebook and other social media sites to collect money to defray the rescued children's medical expenses and to help families of the dead get through a period of mourning without having to worry about showing up for work every day. The Army gave Sergeant Christian Carpenter, father of the dead boy whose leg Mark and I had found, an honorable discharge with a full pension to allow him to remain at home and attempt with his wife to piece together their lives. A local freight company immediately offered Carpenter a supervisory position and promised to hold it for him until he was comfortable leaving home to go to work. There were separate and unconnected stories for a few days about a Saudi Arabia jet with an unknown number of passengers and crew aboard, disappearing over the Atlantic. The plane had been leased from the airline and was on a private flight when it went far off course and vanished from traffic control radar. There was information that the aircraft had been scheduled to take its passengers to Chicago, but the visitors apparently changed their minds. The United States expressed sympathy to the Saudis for their loss. And with that, the story vanished as completely as the plane. As for the commotion that morning in the mansion on the near North Side, police and the FBI said it was a joint operation to snare a ring of drug traffickers who used the home as its headquarters and a shooting gallery for addict customers. The structure would be leveled 2 days later, and the city would decide what to do with the empty lot. The mansion was far enough from Coughlin's Logan Square home to the north and the machine shop well to the south that reporters, including the journals, never thought to ask if there was a connection. It was late afternoon when Dr. Vihan Raji at Stroger Hospital returned one of the dozen phone messages I'd left for him. At least his news was good. Joey Russell had been transferred to Loyola University Medical Center in Maywood, a little more than an hour due west of downtown Chicago. Joey would survive, and for the moment, it seemed, he would suffer no lasting physical effects of his mistreatment. Mental and emotional effects were something else entirely, but those already were being treated. The daily presence of his older brother at his bedside succeeded in keeping the child calm and receptive to the adults who came to help him. And no, I could not see either of them. The Faulkner School had laid down that ground rule for the older boy, and Joey's doctors didn't want him to see me. While I was the one who found him, his doctors feared that my appearance would refresh memories they were trying to help him get past. It was a little after 10 o'clock when I finished up everything at the office and stood by while Jonathan Bruckner vetted all the stories. I laid my head on my desk and had to fight off sleep. I felt empty, wasted, blasted, and blanketed by an unbearable sadness. It was the sort of exhaustion that might put me to sleep at my desk, but would keep me awake in my bed as memories of the last 2 days laced through my head. Inside my messenger bag, my throwaway cell phone chirped that I had a new text message. I didn't care. When it chirped a reminder, I groaned and pulled it out. The message was from Gina Brodsky, my friend, the air traffic controller. There were 2 words. I'm sorry. Chapter 67. 10 days had passed, and I was only beginning to get a hold on reality again. Once the Journal had all the segments of the trafficking story, each in its proper news cubbyhole, Eric Ryland told me to take a week off. Not vacation, but a paid leave to get my head screwed back on straight. More than anyone, he knew the toll it had taken on me to sign away a huge story, to help bury it where it would never be exhumed. Adding to the anxiety, neither of us knew what the story was. I had given him the 2 little digital voice recorders on which I had dictated a description of what Mark and I saw at O'Hare, and conversations in which I had taken part later at the Federal Building. We listened to them together. Then he went over to Jonathan Bruckner's office and listened to them again with the paper's attorney. Then the attorney locked the DVRs in his safe. We agreed my description of what happened at the airport was compelling, and the Federal Building conversations were strong evidence I was coerced into signing the no-right agreements, which would make them illegal. But even if we published the recordings, and even if Bruckner succeeded in having the agreements tossed out by a federal court, what good would come of it? We still didn't know what happened to the Saudis. And all the evidence that would have backed up my story had disappeared. I got one additional report on Charles and Joey. Joey had been released from the hospital and was spending his days at the Faulkner School with his brother. He was under the care of a nutritionist, a physical therapist, and a kindergarten teacher trained in dealing with special needs children. Joey liked and trusted her. He still was not comfortable around strange men. That would take time to overcome. Joey and Charles shared a room, and I still was not permitted to see them. After 2 more restless, sleep-deprived nights, I tried drinking a couple of glasses of wine before bed. They helped, but I felt crappy when I woke up. So I bought a bottle of one of those painkiller PM tablets. They worked the first night. I slept for 9 hours until my bladder roused me, but the pills left me feeling worse in the morning than the wine. Mark brought me some pot. I should note here that in Chicago it is more or less legal to possess pot for personal use. If you're caught, you're subject to a fine, but that's all. And most cops had much better things to do than write tickets for personal pot possession. I had smoked with Mark occasionally and enjoyed it, but I didn't crave it. He said it would help me relax. It did. After a week, I had pretty much caught up on missed sleep and was feeling much better physically. Mentally, a compelling story left unreported and unwritten still clawed at my conscience, and I found myself missing Charles more than ever. It was the 2nd week of June, an absolutely glorious time of year in Chicago. Mark and I were trying to make the most of it. We went fishing off the pier in Montrose Harbor. We released most of our catch, keeping only one really nice lake trout that weighed 9 pounds. That was a lot of fish, even for 2 adults, 2 cats, and a dog. Once it had been cleaned and filleted, Mark grilled half for dinner, and the other half went into my freezer. We went on an offshore dinner cruise that pampered us with food and drink while we admired the skyline of the city for which we had ambivalent feelings. We went to the theater. We attended 2 street festivals, including one that featured some of the city's best food trucks of all things. I think maybe we were trying to scrub the whole Ryan Wood sequence of abominations from our memories. It almost worked. Walking home Saturday night from a wonderful dinner at Bacchanalia, we were feeling happy and relaxed. We had standing instructions with the restaurant owners that when they had lamb chops on the menu, they were to send us a text message. Nobody I'd ever met did lamb any better than this neighborhood Italian joint. We imagined how Murphy would take off half of Mark's arm to get to his share of leftover lamb, while Caesar and Cleo would turn up their noses at the garlic. A few doors down 25th Street toward my house, I put a hand on Mark's arm, and we stopped walking. There was someone sitting on my front porch. I wasn't expecting anyone, and I never trust anyone hiding in shadow. Mark saw what I saw. He was wearing a t-shirt a size too large, and while I hadn't asked, I suspected he had his Glock holstered in the small of his back. "We're okay," he said. "Let's see who it is." We'd taken 3 more steps when the shadow spoke. "It's okay, guys. It's me, Carl." I recognized the voice. and I was able, finally, to exhale. Mark withdrew his hand from under his shirt. The shadow came down my front steps, and in the fading evening light took the form of Carl Cribben, FBI agent, retired. Sort of. "Hey, man," Mark said. "Why didn't you let us know you were back in town? We'd have taken you to eat some of the best lamb ever." Carl shook Mark's hand, then gave me a hug he held longer than I expected. When he pulled back, he asked me, "How you doing?" I shrugged. Mark was silent. "Invite me in," Cribben said. "Make me a drink. I'll tell you a story." Chapter 68. At the top of the porch steps, I stopped. "I don't know what you want to tell us, Carl," I said, "but I can't guarantee the house hasn't been bugged." "I had it swept a while ago," Mark said, "but not recently." "Not a problem," Cribben said. "The people who might want to bug you know I'm here. They know what I'm going to tell you. They don't like it, but I outlined for them the truth that they don't have a choice at this point. I didn't sign anything." So we gave Murphy his share of the leftover lamb, offered some to the cats and were scorned, mixed drinks and settled in. Cribben had the stage. He reviewed what we knew already. A child sex trafficking ring, based in Chicago, owned by a group of Saudi princes, managed by a distant Saudi cousin who lived in Wisconsin, supplied by a depraved official of the Chicago Department of Child and Family Services, for reasons the man took to the grave with him. "So, let's get to why this was such a huge diplomatic problem," Cribben said. "Obviously, there's the matter of Saudi oil. We've been importing a lot less in recent years, but it's still a supply line we have to keep in reliable reserve for the future. Then there's the politics of the Middle East. The Saudis have been a steadfast, if despicable, ally for a long time. It's a region of the world where we need all the allies we can get, who aren't determined to destroy Israel. There's already a lot of tension over attempts in Congress to pass legislation that would allow U.S. citizens to sue Saudi Arabia if anyone uncovers evidence of Saudi complicity in the 9/11 attacks. We really don't need more problems." I interrupted. "So we murder a bunch of Saudis and don't want the king to know because he might put on a pissy face and tear up our oil agreements? Seems like that would hurt him a lot more than us, since it would take one hell of a big chunk out of his royal Saudi bank account. Why not just arrest them all?" "Laying aside your first question about who murdered whom," Cribben said, "the answer to the second question is diplomatic immunity. The princes were here on what they defined as a diplomatic mission. We know it was a cover to protect their real reason for being here, but unless the Saudis waived immunity, there was nothing we could do." "And the Saudis said no?" Mark asked. I doubt we even asked. They would not have responded well. No sense pissing them off when there wasn't a chance in hell they'd agree. That's a nasty bunch over there. I started to ask something else, but Carl put up his hand. "Let me finish. Some of the stuff I'm going to tell you might repeat what you already know, but it's important for perspective." We nodded. The Muslim religion in the Middle East is divided into Shiites and Sunnis. There are plenty of subsets of each, but that's the basic division and all we need to focus on tonight. Muhammad died in 632 AD. He was poisoned, actually, so intrigue in the Muslim world dates back to the religion's earliest years. Ever since Muhammad's death, there has been a struggle to identify who the real Muslims are. At least, that's how the struggle is defined by Muslim nations in the Middle East. The truth is, the struggle is less about religion and more about political power. Which sect best represents the interests and philosophies of Islam and has the right to determine the course of the Muslim world? He took a sip of his drink and paused a moment to gather his thoughts.
It breaks down this way, more or less. Sunnis are the majority across the Muslim world, including those Muslim countries outside the Middle East. The Balkans, for example. But take the Middle East alone, and Shiites have the majority. Iran is a Shia powerhouse. In Saudi Arabia, the Sunnis are in control. Now Cribben had my undivided attention. I had no idea where this discussion was leading. Our focus, he said, is on Saudi Arabia, Sunni, and Iran, Shia. They are the principals in the struggle for domination of the Muslim world. And they hate each other, Mark said. Cribben nodded. They do. He and Mark finished their drinks. Mark asked Cribben if he'd like another. What I'd really like is a glass of water, Cribben said. But as long as you're up. He held his empty glass out to Mark. Mark looked at me. I'd been so focused on Cribben that I'd forgotten my drink, which sat nearly untouched in front of me. I shook my head. When everyone was settled again, and Cribben had downed most of his glass of water, he continued. The trafficking ring in Chicago was getting a lot of high-level attention behind the scenes in Washington, he said. There was clear proof of responsibility, but too much diplomatic and strategic baggage to take direct action. While discussions dragged on in secret, word of the dilemma leaked to the Iranians. What? Mark asked in total disbelief. How the hell did that happen? Cribben shook his head. Don't know for sure. The Russians have gotten very adept at hacking, as we all know. They might have breached the FBI security, or the NSA's, and picked up some classified communications on this. If that happened, they might have given the information to Iran. The two countries are pretty tight. I'm not saying that happened. Nobody knows for sure where the leak originated. I'm only suggesting one possibility. But, I said, at some point Iran made an offer of help, and we accepted. Yes, Cribben said. I'm not privileged to know those circumstances either. I just know the Iranians saw a way to strike a blow at their Saudi foes and curry some favor with the United States. There was also the matter of Iran's gratitude that the nuclear deal included the release of $150 billion in Iranian assets that had been frozen for years. They offered us a way out of our problem. Having no viable alternative, and unwilling to live with the Chicago situation, we accepted the Iranian offer. Our one stipulation was that the princes be taken from the United States unharmed. And they were. Someone died at O'Hare, Mark said. Yes, all the Saudi security, the limo drivers and the men on the bus. And who killed them? I asked. A crack team from Iran's Revolutionary Guard. Mark and I exploded simultaneously. I don't believe that, Mark said. Foreign mercenaries operating on U.S. soil? I asked. Never. For one thing, the Revolutionary Guard hates us. Why would they do us any favors? Apparently, they hate the Saudis more, Cribben said. And they do what Iran's supreme leader tells them to do. Mark said, So the story you're trying to sell us is that we let foreign soldiers who hate America carry out a murderous plot on American soil that happens to be under one of the busiest airports in the country. That's the worst sort of folly. The Iranians were flown to the United States from somewhere in Europe aboard an Air Force cargo plane under heavy guard, Cribben said. Every moment they were in this country, each Iranian had at least 3 of our toughest, most elite military personnel keeping them in check. They were held at a military installation near Washington until the time came to fly to Chicago. They were flown here on another Air Force cargo plane under heavy guard and transported to O'Hare by bus. And they left how? I asked. Aboard the Saudi plane back to Europe, Cribben said.
For the transatlantic leg of the trip, the plane had an American military crew augmented with a heavy contingent of Army Rangers and Navy SEALs. Once back in Europe, the U.S. personnel got off, and the plane was flown back to the Middle East by the same Saudi crew that flew it into O'Hare. "And then what happened?" Mark asked. The former FBI agent sighed deeply. "This part is why I needed the drinks," he said. He picked up the second one, still mostly untouched, took a small sip, and set it down again. "From what I was told, I gather that final leg was most unpleasant for the Saudis. The Iranians felt free to abuse the princes any way they wished, and they made the most of the opportunity, under the guise of questioning them about intelligence matters the princes probably knew nothing about. In fact, I don't want to know what was done to them, and I can't imagine that you do either." As the plane crossed the Red Sea, it descended to an altitude just above 7,000 feet. The air pressure within the plane was equalized with the air pressure outside. That way, a door could be opened without consequences. "Oh no," I said. Cribben nodded. "When the plane reached the Hijaz Mountains of northern Saudi Arabia, the princes were thrown out, one by one, alive for a last few minutes of terror. Brutal, but fitting. The door was closed, and still at a very low altitude, the plane flew to a military base in Iran where, at this moment, it is in the process of being torn apart and destroyed. There is, I am told, Defense Department satellite confirmation of everything." Cribben ran a hand through his hair. "If any of the remains of the princes are ever found, there will be no proof of what happened to them or who was responsible." If I'd had trouble wrapping my head around this story before, there was no sense even trying now. Finally, I asked, "What happened to the bodies of the men killed at O'Hare?" "Their bodies were flown out in the hold of the same U.S. military plane that took the princes back to Europe," Cribben said. "Then loaded into the hold of the Saudi plane. What happened to them after that, I have no idea." "That's too Machiavellian to believe," I said. "It is true, nonetheless," Cribben said. "Why go to all that trouble?" Mark asked. "If we're going to act as judge, jury, and executioner, why not have a bunch of Navy SEALs or Army Rangers do the deed?" Cribben thought about that. Then he said, "I suppose it could have been done that way, but the end game would have been difficult. There'd be a lot of bodies left for us to dispose of. 7 princes, 20 to 30 security people, all Muslims, all needing preparation and burial in accordance with their beliefs. 2 or 3 dozen dead Muslims would have raised suspicions somewhere along the line." "Who cares about their traditions?" Mark said. "They sure didn't show any respect for ours, the tradition of protecting innocent children. Load the bodies on their plane, fly it out over the ocean, and crash it. The crew could bail out and get picked up." "Because the U.S. government doesn't do things like that," Cribben said. "The hell it doesn't," Mark snapped. "Well, we don't often admit to it," Cribben said. "We took bin Laden's body to an American warship, prepared it according to Muslim law, and buried it at sea when we could have left it in Pakistan to rot." "So we get deniability," I said. "What do the Iranians get?" "Revenge," Cribben said. "A lot of the tension between Iran and Saudi Arabia right now is over the Saudi execution of an Iranian cleric. I think it was in late December that the Saudis, they're Sunnis, remember, executed the Shiite cleric who was an outspoken critic of the Saudi royal family." "I remember that," I said. Cribben continued. "Iranians stormed the Saudi embassy in Tehran. The 2 countries kicked out each other's diplomats and cut diplomatic relations. Iran warned the execution would cost Saudi Arabia dearly. I guess they weren't kidding."
I was slumped on the sofa, thinking it would almost be worth prison time to break the agreements I'd signed and write the story. Cribben had read my mind. "There's no evidence left to hang a story on, Deuce," he said. "All the relevant air traffic records have been expunged. All the blood on the ground at O'Hare has been cleaned up very scientifically, and all the bodies are gone. Even the bloody bus has been burned and sent to a junkyard where its destruction was witnessed by U.S. government agents. You couldn't write this story without proof." "Was Congress told about this?" Mark asked. "Certainly not all of Congress. Perhaps the Gang of Eight, the bipartisan group of 8 U.S. senators from military and intelligence committees. But I don't know that for a fact. That's not how I learned of it." I asked, "What about the CIA?" "I'm quite sure," said Cribben. "The CIA was as deeply involved as the NSA." I said, "But the CIA is prohibited by law from conducting operations inside the United States." "Next time you run into Richard Nixon," Cribben said, "you might ask how that worked out for him." "How did you learn all this?" I said. Deuce, you know I can't answer that, and I won't." I remembered then that the FBI, Cribben's alma mater, had also been involved in the mission. And for all his many identities, Ronald Coulter was an assistant director of the FBI. I knew Cribben would never confirm that Coulter was his source, so I didn't ask. But I did have a question. So what happens when the next president takes office? Will he or she be briefed on this operation? Cribben chuffed at the question. It was a sound somewhere between amusement and derision. "I couldn't tell you," he said. "It might depend on who the next president is. This is one of those things better kept locked in a box and buried forever. Off the top of my head, I can't think of a sufficiently compelling scenario to warrant disclosure." We all turned that over in our heads for a bit. Mark spoke up. "You know, Deuce, the world needed to know about the trafficking. The world needed to know about the dead and abused children. The world needed to know that this ordeal, at least this Chicago piece of it, is over. But, well, the world doesn't need to know the rest of it. Not really. We already know enough about the god-awful inhumanity Homo sapiens are capable of inflicting on one another. What we need is a plan to wipe out the scourge, not more proof." Mark was right. I knew he was right, but it would take me a long time to accept it. I said as much. This is going to haunt me for a long time. "Well, there is one alternative," Cribben said. He looked at me with a sly smile. "You could wait a reasonable amount of time, change a lot of the pertinent details and identities, and write it all as a novel." It took me a moment to realize he wasn't joking. Chapter 69. Spring turned into summer, and Mark and I found reasons to spend every possible minute together. We spent time doing things that made us feel fresh and clean and very much in love. It didn't occur to us until much later that this was our subconscious way of distancing ourselves from anything to do with the Ryan Woods deaths and the Saudi story. Neither of us ever repeated to anyone what Carl Cribben had told us in June. Who would have believed us anyway? At one point, I thought about taking Cribben's suggestion and writing it all down somewhere and stashing the story in my safe deposit box to be fictionalized later. But in the near term, I didn't have the emotional energy. I didn't want to think about it anymore. I wanted to go back to my column and write stories about politics and schools and police problems and wonderful new attractions coming to my city. It would be 2 years until Mark and I got together with my old college roommate and air traffic control supervisor Gina Brodsky and her airline pilot husband. The night was so strained and uncomfortable, we never attempted to repeat it. My friendship with Gina became a casualty of war. I tried over and over to visit Joey and Charles. The refusals were steadfast. I was told they were doing fine. I needed to see it with my own eyes. Nobody cared. At one point, as fall began to encroach on the Great Lakes states, with summer's green leaves turning yellow, orange, and fiery red, with temperatures beginning to dip from highs in the 80s to highs in the 70s and sometimes into the 60s, I got a call from Phyllis Metzler of the Cook County Juvenile Court. Joey was doing well, still rooming with his brother at the Faulkner Academy. He remained under his psychologist's care. So what of Charles? I asked. He's doing fine, I was told. Phyllis, why can't I see him? I demanded. You might, she said. One of these days, you just might. I didn't talk to Mark much about Charles. I didn't want a repeat of the upheaval months earlier when I had broached the idea of adopting the boy. I knew that adoption wasn't in the cards, not with a child who needed as much hands-on attention as Charles. But I loved the boy, and Mark knew it. So, occasionally, he brought up the subject. At some point, he said one evening, Charles will get out of that school. If he comes back here, there's no reason we couldn't resume our friendship with him. I hope we get the chance, I said. Meanwhile, what I suggested way back last spring still stands, he said. We could get married and have children of our own. I think we'd be great parents. I smiled at him, and in that moment, I knew I really loved him. But I needed the status quo for a while. I'm still trying to get past Ryan Woods and, well, you know, I said. I'm not up to life-changing decisions right now. No pressure, Mark said. I'm not going anywhere. It was November. A cold, slashing rain had been cutting through Chicago for 2 days, slicing the last of the leaves from the trees and putting the city on notice that freezing temperatures and snow would occupy the next 5 months of our lives. The rain finally stopped on a Tuesday night about 9 o'clock. I'm not even sure why I noted the day or the time. The doorbell rang. A bit late for visitors, I thought. I got up to answer it, and Mark followed me. So did Murphy. I turned on the porch light, looked through the glass, and unlocked the door. Charles stood there, half a head taller than the last time I saw him. He was dressed in light brown wool slacks and a dark brown blazer over an ivory-colored turtleneck sweater. He also wore a long black leather coat. His shoes were cordovan leather loafers. His hair was cut close. The gorgeous little boy was growing into a stunning young man, and the expensive clothes fit him perfectly. A burly guy stood at the bottom of the porch steps, oblivious to the occasional raindrops still dripping from bare tree branches onto his head. He wore a black leather jacket over a black t-shirt and black pants. His face was expressionless. My eyes returned to Charles. I wanted very much to hug him, but something stopped me. Perhaps it was the absence of his effervescent smile, or the empty look in his eyes, or the fact that, when Murphy whined in recognition, Charles didn't so much as glance at him. Those changes broke my heart. Charles, I said, it's wonderful to see you. Are you okay? He nodded once. I'm sorry to bother you, he said, but I needed to come tell you that you won't be seeing me around the neighborhood again. I'm going away. I felt my heart clench. Why? I said. Where are you going? Who is this man with you? He ignored the questions. I came to thank you for all you did for me, and for Joey. You won't be seeing me again. You said that already. Why won't I be seeing you again? What's wrong? Everything's fine, he said. I have to go now. He turned, and I glanced into the face of the man who had come with Charles. "Who are you? Where are you taking him? I demand to know." Nothing. His expression remained inscrutable. Charles turned and started down the front steps. "Charles, wait!" I called to him. I could hear the pain and urgency in my voice. "Tell me how Joey's doing." He stopped. He didn't turn his body back toward me, but he turned his head so his chin almost touched his shoulder. It was the way of a child who doesn't want to look an adult in the eye. "Joey's good," he said. "He's staying with me." "Where?" I asked. I got no answer. I tried again. "Do you know where you're going, Charles? Has anybody told you where you're going?" He ignored the question. Instead, he said, "My name's not Charles. I made it up. It's my street name." Then he turned his head away and followed the steps to the sidewalk, his handler following a few feet behind. I couldn't think of anything to say. I caught a good glimpse of him as he walked through the arc of light under a street lamp. Then I lost him. When he reached the next street lamp, I could see him again, but his image was wet and blurred because of the moisture in my eyes. He was slipping away from me, one step, one streetlight at a time. It was like a black and white noir movie from the 1940s. He walked down the block that way, into light, then into darkness, light and darkness, just as he had entered and left my life over the past months. Then came a street corner. He turned, and he was gone. Mark came up behind me and put his arms around me in support. I knew the boy had told me the truth. I would not see him again. I felt empty, angry, frightened, betrayed, heartbroken. I sat down heavily on a step and fought to hang on to my composure. I stared up the empty sidewalk, trying to will Charles to return, knowing it was useless. And I thought about what might have been. This boy, who could have been my son. I didn't even know his name. The end.
This concludes the reading of The Hunting Ground by Jean Heller. Copyright 2016 by Jean Heller. This book was read by Christine Lakin. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Jean Heller and was produced in 2023 by Blackstone Publishing, which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Publishing. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.